Unrequited love is a trivial matter that pertains solely to my own existence. Yet I fervently hope that you might notice it. The violet that belongs exclusively to the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 1. The Slytherin in the Library. Violetta settled into a small corner of the library, a space mostly unoccupied save for a dark-haired Slytherin seated opposite her. The library exudes a serene quietude, ideal for completing assignments and indulging in literature, a preference shared by all Ravenclaws, Violetta included, as long as the assignments were not related to anything other than Transfiguration. Violetta possesses a marked inclination toward specific subjects. All her talents and intellect seem solely dedicated to Transfiguration. Charms are manageable, and she can memorize herbology, but when it comes to potions, her attempts are invariably misguided. Her cauldron has exploded to the point where Professor Slughorn has seemingly given up on her. Each day in class, Professor Slughorn can be seen sighing over her, perplexed as to why a Ravenclaw would struggle with cauldron explosions. Violetta observed that the Slytherin opposite her was also working on a potions essay, and he swiftly completed it before turning to a book. His desk was piled high with tomes, enveloping him in a sea of knowledge. Violetta gazed at him with envy. She admired all those proficient in potions. This corner appears to be a favored spot for that particular Slytherin student, for Violetta always encounters him engrossed in a book whenever she comes to do her homework. He has a profound love for reading, much like the students of Ravenclaw. While searching for books, Violetta inadvertently came across the tome the Slytherin had perused earlier. Upon inspection, it was filled with advanced potions, a realm she found utterly incomprehensible. She mused that perhaps she was a false Ravenclaw. He is a clever and diligent Slytherin, which forms Violetta's initial impression of the dark-haired youth. Ravenclaw appreciates those of intellect. Thus Violetta found herself harboring a slight affection for him, instinctively seeking out the books he had read. As for potions, she decided to skip that. It was an area in which she truly faltered. From the books he had read, she deduced that he was a prodigy in potions and charms. Violetta first noticed him in her second year. She had not encountered the Slytherin during classes, suggesting he was an upperclassman, likely in his third year at the time. Yet, he was already engrossed in texts pertaining to the creation of spells. His potion studies were solely of an advanced nature, as were those in Transfiguration, herbology, care of magical creatures, and defense against the dark arts. He seemed disinterested in Quidditch. Violetta observed that while his interests were vast, he had no inclination towards flying or the sport of Quidditch, favored by many young people. Violetta found herself irresistibly drawn to him. From the latter half of her second year onward, she consistently occupied this corner of the library, seated opposite the Slytherin youth with a book in hand. They were not in the same year, and their classes bore no intersection. Only in this library corner could she glimpse him, though not every visit yielded a sighting. Violetta followed his reading habits for over half a year, from her second year into her third. Due to a minor mishap, the Slytherin youth arrived a moment too late, finding his seat already claimed by another Ravenclaw. He opted to take a place beside Violetta, as the seat by the window afforded a more convenient sitting arrangement. Violetta suddenly felt a tingle run down her spine, her ears flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Over the past 6 months, she had secretly perused the books he had read, and now, with the very subject of her admiration seated beside her, she felt like a thief caught in the act, overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. Sitting in such proximity, Violetta discerned his handwriting with clarity. His penmanship was exquisite, imbued with a haughty elegance that seemed to threaten to tear the paper asunder. Even through his writing, one could perceive his pride and disdain. This was quintessentially Slytherin. Violetta's gaze lingered too intently, and for too long, her fixation becoming evident enough for the young man to notice. "What are you looking at?" His voice, caught in the throes of adolescence, had transformed from a once clear timbre into a gravelly, deepened tone. Even with Violetta viewing him through the lens of admiration, it was difficult to deem his voice pleasant, yet she found no aversion in it. "Ah!" Violetta exclaimed, startled, turning her head to focus on her book, her ears and neck aflame with embarrassment. "I apologize," she said earnestly as she turned back to him. "Your handwriting is quite beautiful." Mrs. Pants, sensing the disturbance, cast a sharp gaze across the room, prompting Violetta to promptly close her mouth in a bid for safety. Perhaps out of consideration for her being a studious Ravenclaw, Mrs. Pants chose to overlook this transgression, but it would not be tolerated again. The young man scarcely acknowledged Violetta, perhaps perceiving her as eccentric, and returned to his writing. Violetta's heart raced, uncertain whether it was due to the embarrassment or some other inexplicable reason. Once he completed his essay, he turned to a book, a routine that Violetta had grown quite familiar with. Occasionally, when he encountered something noteworthy, he would jot it down in his notes. Violetta realized she had been attentively watching the Slytherin youth beside her to the extent that she could no longer concentrate on her own assignments. His hair, slightly longer, obscured his cheeks, and when he bowed his head, it blurred his features, accentuating his prominent, aquiline nose and the subtle downturn of his thin lips, radiating an air of aloofness. It was as if he inhabited a world of his own, indifferent to the presence of others. His thick, dark hair contrasted sharply with his exceptionally pale skin, a pallor that suggested a lack of sunlight. Violetta covertly studied him, captivated by his intriguingly contradictory aura, both fragile and resilient, making it impossible to look away. Her careful gaze went unnoticed as he remained engrossed in his reading. Perhaps it was due to a growing familiarity. Each time Violetta visited the library, she would take her seat directly opposite him, often stealing glances his way. Initially, it may have seemed odd, but with repetition came a sense of normalcy. Violetta did not engage in any disruptive behavior, and the young man, disinterested in questioning why she always observed him, recognized that her gaze bore no malice. She was not his adversary, and that was sufficient. When the young man rose to depart, he inadvertently caught sight of her potions essay. What mess it was! How could one make such basic errors? Violetta watched as a pale fingertip brushed against her assignment. "You've made mistakes here. The answers can be found in this book," he said, handing her a potions textbook. This marked the first conversation between them after months of sitting across from one another, neither particularly good nor bad. Violetta confirmed that this Slytherin lad was indeed a reticent individual. He exuded a certain coldness, yet there was a hint of gentleness. As he turned to leave, Violetta's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, following him until he vanished from sight before glancing at the potions book in her hands. This time, it was not she who sought out the books he read. Rather, he had offered her the tome, albeit merely as a reference for her potions essay. Yet Violetta felt a sweet warmth bubbling within her heart, akin to savoring a slice of her favorite cake. Causing her cheeks to flush and her lips to curl into a smile she struggled to suppress, fearing it might appear foolish. However, she found herself unable to contain the sweetness that spread through her heart. Although it pertained to potions, perhaps it was worth taking a look. Yet, her mind was consumed by the memory of the young man's outstretched hand. His fingers were quite striking, pale and slender, with a faint hint of pink at the nails, long and elegantly defined. She wondered what it would feel like to touch them. Was it his handwriting or his hands that had captivated her gaze? As a Ravenclaw, she lamented her lack of scholarly zeal. Her attention had been wholly captivated by someone else. Chapter 2. The Sweet and Sour Sensation. The following day, when Violet encountered the boy once more in the library, she took the initiative to change her seat, moving from her usual spot to sit beside him. Violet had never altered her position before, and when he glanced over in mild surprise, she offered him a friendly smile. Beneath her dark hair, her ears flushed with warmth, betraying her otherwise composed demeanor. "Hello," Violet extended her hand. "I am Violet, Violet Lane." Her voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the rustling of pages and the shuffling of feet around them, yet the boy closest to her discerned her words. They had crossed paths numerous times, yet neither had expressed a desire to introduce themselves. Unable to resist the urge to draw closer to him, Violet reached out her hand. Though not inherently socially anxious, she felt an overwhelming nervousness, fearing that this reticent boy might disregard her. Fortunately, their almost daily encounters over the past few months and the previous day's conversation about the potion book had created a slight connection between them. The boy paused, perhaps taken aback, and replied in a somewhat stiff tone, "Snape. Severus Snape." In Slytherin, introductions typically begin with the surname, reflecting their emphasis on family honor. Although Snape did not regard his surname as particularly honorable, he adhered to the custom nonetheless. To those from other houses, Slytherins often appeared aloof, suggesting a reluctance to engage further. Violet felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly rallied her spirits. Learning his name was a step forward. Perhaps one day she could address him by his name, or even a nickname. However, before Violet could even contemplate using a nickname, a girl swiftly fulfilled that dream. She was a striking girl with red hair and green eyes, Lily Evans from Gryffindor. Many in Ravenclaw admired her, and Violet had naturally come to remember her from the numerous conversations she had overheard. "Sev, do you know about this potion?" Their discussion revolved around their assignments. Yet Violet couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Snape and Evans had retreated to the sunlit side of the library. Violet, possessing keen eyesight, noticed the faint smile that graced Snape's lips when he sat beside her, transforming him momentarily into a typical boy. He appeared relaxed and at ease. How sour it felt. Violet imagined she had consumed 10 lemons, the bitterness settling in her heart. She wished to discuss potion transformation with him. She longed for Snape to engage with her more casually, perhaps even share a laugh. Until now, she had assumed Snape was incapable of laughter. Realizing now that it was merely because she had not yet earned the title of his friend, Violet forcibly redirected her gaze. What was she thinking? Why did it matter so much whom Snape befriended? It was entirely normal for him to have other friends. She couldn't assume he was solitary just because she had seen him alone before. "I'm not jealous, not at all." Yet, despite her protests, the jealousy lingered. It seemed that she and Snape were not yet close enough to even earn the right to feel jealous, which only deepened her discomfort. Violet felt the tears welling up within her. Soon after, Lily departed from the library. Violet, feeling despondent, attempted to read but found herself unable to focus on a single word. When footsteps halted beside her, she turned to see the dark-haired boy once more. His black eyes resembled a deep well or the night sky, profound and tranquil, imbued with a certain chill and indifference. His long eyelashes cast shadows upon his eyes, reminiscent of the dappled reflections of trees on a midnight lake. What beautiful eyes! Snape wondered why she was staring at him with such an absent expression. He finally broke the silence. "I need to get through." Snape's usual seat was further in, while Violet occupied the outer space, blocking his path. Startled, Violet quickly stood to grant him passage. She truly was prone to blushing. Snape observed her flushed ears and cheeks, which resembled ripe red apples. In the rare moments he communicated with her, this Ravenclaw girl displayed such vivid embarrassment. Perhaps she thought she was concealing it well. But Snape was quite perceptive to such details. He surmised that she might not be adept at engaging in conversation. He did not dwell on it further. He had seldom witnessed Violet interacting with others. Violet perceived Snape as possessing an aura of distance, unaware that he felt similarly towards her. She appeared to be a cool and aloof Ravenclaw, her dark, slightly curled hair framing violet blue eyes. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, she had always sat silently across from him, engrossed in her reading, often delving into books on transformation, many of which he had also read. When others greeted her, she would respond with a faint smile and nod, exuding an air of distant chill, like a breeze that wanders freely atop a tower, unseen, untouched. The serpent in the dungeon and the eagle atop the tower. Snape had never considered that they might share any common ground. They simply happened to be accustomed to sitting opposite each other. Yet, a small accident had led Snape to take a seat beside her, and from that moment, their first words had been exchanged, marking the beginning of their connection. Chapter 3, Halloween. They exchanged a glance, yet nothing was spoken. Snape settled into his familiar spot, retreating into the shadows cast by the sunlight. This place felt more comfortable. However, Violet beside him was far from at ease and appeared to be a mixture of excitement and overwhelming embarrassment. Why on earth did she keep staring into Snape's eyes? Though undeniably captivating, it was quite embarrassing. Snape watched as Violet oscillated between silent frustration and blushing silence, pondering how peculiar Ravenclaws truly were. Unbeknownst to her, her silent antics led Snape to misconstrue her as an oddity. Stealing a glance at his notes, Violet was astounded. He was writing his own spells and runes. Merlin's beard. He was truly a genius. Suppressing her inner scream of astonishment, she grasped her quill and began diligently composing her essay. Clearly, she needed to exert herself more. Since discovering that Snape excelled in nearly every subject, save for flying, she occasionally sought his guidance on various matters, predominantly concerning spells. Her potion grades were dismal. While Snape's were exemplary, she feared he might be appalled by her potion essays. "Senior Snape, do you know how to write this essay on the spell?" Snape handed her a few books. "Consult these. Ask if you don't understand." Snape was not particularly fond of conversation. It could be attributed to his disposition or perhaps the changes of adolescence. Had Violet not posed questions, they could have remained in peaceful silence, undisturbed. Violet herself was not inherently chatty, yet being near Snape left her feeling restless and yearning to speak to him. A single conversation could brighten her day. She regretted not having approached him earlier. Violet found herself questioning whether she had developed feelings for him. This was entirely normal. Her birthday was in November, and she was nearing 14, an age when young girls often experience infatuation. Wizards tended to mature earlier and were more attuned to their own emotions. Moreover, He was such an intelligent individual. Violet felt that most Ravenclaws paled in comparison to his brilliance. Upon learning that he ranked first in his fourth-year class, she was certain that indeed, most were not as astute as he. Severus Snape is not as rigid in his pursuit of knowledge as one might expect. Violet discovers that he adeptly modifies potion recipes and spells, even creating his own. It is indeed a pity that he did not enter Ravenclaw. Why the sigh? It is unclear when their interactions became increasingly natural, unlike the initial encounters where they sat in silence, avoiding conversation. It's unfortunate that you did not join Ravenclaw, upperclassmen. Otherwise, we might have known each other sooner. The distance between the Slytherin and Ravenclaw common rooms is rather great, and previously, Violet did not frequent the library often enough to make it a habit. Snape himself is not particularly flamboyant or attention-seeking. It was only in the latter half of their second year, when Violet sought out potion books for her paper, that she truly noticed this Slytherin youth. He was as quiet and still as the trees in a forest, continuously absorbing knowledge and growing. Violet felt fortunate to witness his brilliance, including the rare tenderness concealed beneath his seemingly aloof exterior. The closer she drew to him, the more she succumbed to her fascination. Violet even wondered if Snape carried a love potion with him, for what else could explain her profound affection for him. During his sorting, the Hat considered placing him in Ravenclaw, but ultimately, both the Hat and Snape himself chose Slytherin. He relishes knowledge, but his pursuit is primarily to arm himself and gain power, rather than a genuine love for learning. Snape cast a cool glance her way, remarking, "You hardly embody Ravenclaw. Your foolishness is remarkable, particularly regarding that potion paper. Was she truly a Ravenclaw?" Violet pouted. "Well, you're certainly more skilled than I am. My forte lies in transfiguration." With a flick of her wand, she transformed a quill into a small owl, raising an eyebrow at Snape as if to ask, "What do you think?" He responded calmly, "Not bad," offering no further praise. Violet slumped at the table like a weary kitten. She was still unfamiliar with Snape. For him, saying not bad was already a significant compliment. Madame Pance's stern voice echoed from nearby. No transfiguration in the library. The owl's hooting had disturbed her. Violet sighed in disappointment. As October waned and the air grew colder, Halloween quietly approached. The festive atmosphere invigorated Hogwarts. On Halloween, everyone donned costumes and reveled, abandoning their uniform black robes for a riot of colors, all distinct in their house hues. The students appeared vibrant and lively, a testament to youthful exuberance. Violet spotted Lily Evans dressed as a witch, accompanied by a disheveled vampire, alongside various ghosts and demons. But where was Snape? Violet could not find the person she sought. On this Halloween, she did not see him at all. Though she had not always encountered the Slytherin daily, their recent exchanges had increased his presence in the library. Yet today, he was entirely absent. The little ghost clutched her candy, unable to find the person with whom she wished to prank. As the evening ball commenced, Violet finally spotted Snape lurking around a staircase corner. He still wore his Slytherin robes, somewhat worn and ordinary. Amidst the vibrant costumes, he appeared strikingly plain. The boy moved through the shadows, his black hair and robes blending into the darkness. Yet his face remained distinctly pale, resembling a wizard from a Muggle book. A ghost, draped in a mere sheet, turned abruptly and hurried to block his path. Candy, or a trick? She finally spoke to the person she had been seeking. Chapter 4. The Kitten. Snape recognized Violet's voice, rendering him speechless. He had thought the cool Ravenclaw was a composed individual. "What are you doing?" "It is Halloween night." Violet, emboldened by the fact he could not see her face, edged closer to him. "Aren't you going to join the Halloween festivities, upperclassmen?" "Boring," he replied, showing no intention of changing out of his Slytherin attire. If he was not attending the ball, then where had he been? "I did not see you in the library." Violet nearly intruded upon the Halloween ball to find him. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of whom Snape might invite to the dance. Brewing potions. With everyone else off enjoying the Halloween activities, the potion-making environment was tranquil, which he relished for its solitude. Oh, Violet suppressed a smile. As long as he was not going to the ball with a girl, that was sufficient. She poked Snape's arm playfully. "You haven't given me any candy yet." According to Halloween customs, he was supposed to be tricked. "I have no candy." It was unlikely that Snape would have such frivolities on him. What a solitary individual he was. Violet realized that he was quite exclusive, and only recently had they begun to grow familiar with one another. Perhaps discussing these mundane Halloween topics with her represented a considerable gesture of friendship on his part. How much more significant was Evan's place in his heart? Violet had witnessed Snape smile at that girl. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of candy, placing it in his hand. "Here, I brought some. With candy on Halloween, you won't be pranked." She performed a simple charm, causing the candy to emit ghostly shrieks. "I've cast a protection charm on you. No trickster can approach Severus Snape." Snape regarded her oddly, instinctively grasping the candy in his hand. Violet's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Upperclassman, shall we go to the library to read? I have some questions related to my courses that I would like to discuss with you. Let us go?" On a night when library patrons were scarce, even if they arrived a bit late, there would be available spots. Violet unwrapped a piece of candy, savoring its sweetness. Upon leaving the library, Violet felt a sense of melancholy. It was not solely because she adored reading. As a Ravenclaw, she certainly appreciated books. Yet she leaned more towards practical application. She simply felt a twinge of sadness that when returning to the common room, they would not be on the same path. Exiting the library, they diverged, each heading their separate ways. The Ravenclaw common room was at the top of the tower, while the Slytherin common room lay beneath. There was a sense that their paths would only intersect at this moment, after which they would go their separate ways. The angst and whimsical thoughts of a teenage girl. In her first year, Violet had not known Snape. The Ravenclaw students preferred to remain in their tower, not meddling in others' affairs or gossiping, and were not particularly aware of the happenings at Hogwarts. It was not until a snowy day in December that she learned of the marauders and the conflicts involving Snape. The boy who tangled with Lily Evans, with his unkempt hair, along with 3 others, had cornered Snape by the Black Lake, casting dark curses upon him. While Snape's abilities were indeed commendable, facing 4 opponents was daunting. The sheer number posed a lethal threat. Even if Lupin did not actively attack Snape, he still had to shield his friend from the impending curse. From the thicket, a small cat suddenly sprang forth, fiercely scratching the face of the so-called heartthrob of Hogwarts. Black, before sinking its teeth into Potter's wrist and refusing to let go. The frenzied little feline exuded an audacious spirit. Where did this cat come from? It hurts. Let go. The nimble cat managed to release its grip and evade the spell cast by Lupin just in time. The 4 of them flailed about, unable to catch the elusive creature, for Snape had already regained his overgrown teeth due to the jinx and was now prepared to retaliate. They found themselves preoccupied with Snape, leaving no room to contend with the cat, and any attempts to seize it would result in being struck by the malevolent spells from the opposing Slytherins. After all 4 had taken their turns swiping at the cat, it finally darted over to Snape's side, hissing fiercely at them. The 4 marauders bore the marks of their struggles, particularly Potter, whose youthful face was marred with scratches. As they departed, they could not resist hurling a parting threat. "Consider yourself lucky today, you mucus monster." Snape emitted a disdainful snort, utterly disinterested in engaging with them. Their animosity had been long-standing, dating back to their initial encounters on the train. While Snape may not have hailed from a lineage as illustrious as Potter or Black, he was far from the type to capitulate. Should a confrontation arise, he would not shy away. Snape understood that in such circumstances, retreating even a single step would invite a far more dreadful fate. He must endure until he acquired the power to vanquish them all. Remarkably, the presence of a mere cat brought their conflict to an unexpected conclusion. Moreover, some students had noticed the commotion, and if they continued, the professors would surely arrive. The 4 marauders made their way to the hospital wing, leaving Snape lingering in place. Crouching down, Snape scrutinized the little black cat, whose paws were adorned with white gloves, and whose eyes shimmered a captivating shade of blue-violet. He discerned that its eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of a Ravenclaw girl he had met in the library. Though the cat was speckled with twigs and leaves, and its fur appeared somewhat disheveled, it was evident that it had been well cared for. Likely just having ventured out for a frolic. Whose pet could it be? Hogwarts permitted students to bring pet cats. The once fierce little feline softened, letting out a gentle mewl as it elegantly sidled up to Snape's leg, nuzzling against his calf. A fluffy little creature. Snape reached out to stroke its back, the velvety texture of its fur providing a surprising comfort. "Thank you, but I can manage them alone." The cat rubbed against his hand before nimbly darting into the underbrush. Its footsteps nearly inaudible, fading swiftly into silence. Severus, a girl with fiery red hair, rushed over from the castle, slightly breathless from her haste. "Have Potter and the others been bothering you again?" Upon hearing of the incident, Lily had rushed over, but it appeared the situation had already been resolved. Potter would never confront Snape in Lily's presence, likely aware that she would take Snape's side, for they were friends. In front of Lily, Potter would limit himself to verbal slander and personal attacks against Snape and the Slytherins. However, when Lily was not around, their animosity would only escalate. And physical confrontations were not uncommon, as Snape would not tolerate their pranks. "It's over now." Snape did not engage in further conversation with Lily. Potter would refrain from attacking Snape before her, not wishing for her to feel sympathy for the half-blood, and Snape would remain silent, his pride forbidding him from showing vulnerability to a girl. He pondered the little cat, wondering who its owner might be, contemplating whether he should perhaps offer a gift in gratitude. Although it was merely a cat, it had indeed aided him. Chapter 5, Violet. Lily accompanied Snape to their potions class, and upon seeing them together, The quartet returning from the hospital wing could not resist making snide remarks. It was Slughorn, however, who insisted on separating them, for the marauders must not disrupt his potions prodigies. After class, Snape and Lily parted ways. They could not always be together, only encountering one another during classes or in the library. Moreover, Lily had her own circle of friends. Snape was not her sole companion. While Lily played with her friends, Snape often found himself alone in the library or beneath a tree by the Black Lake, reading. If Lily wished to find him, she could always locate him in those two places, though recently, Snape had preferred the library to the lake. The marauders were also hesitant to cause trouble under the watchful gaze of Madame Pants, and in the library, Snape felt a sense of tranquility. He had come to know a certain individual there, who, despite appearing somewhat peculiar, was not unlikable. Though clumsy in potions, she excelled in transfiguration. She bore no prejudice against Slytherin and would not admonish him for perusing books on dark arts. She did not look down upon him for being a half-blood from a modest background. She enjoyed discussing academic topics with Snape. Perhaps all Ravenclaws had a love for learning. With her, Snape felt no irritation. In her eyes, he was simply a brilliant student, adept at potions and charms. As the winter chill deepened and snow began to fall, the Ravenclaw girl beside him donned a sky-blue scarf. Her black curls contrasted beautifully against the crisp blue, yet the girl, who initially seemed aloof, was not as cold as she appeared. "Senior, I don't quite understand this question." As she leaned closer, Snape caught a whiff of a delicate floral scent mingled with a refreshing hint of mint, reminiscent of moonlit grass in the Forbidden Forest. Imbued with a cool fragrance that evoked tranquility and comfort, her dark locks cascaded down, blending seamlessly with his own, creating an unusual intimacy. Snape was momentarily taken aback, subtly drawing back. Did she not harbor any wariness towards boys? "Senior?" Snape picked up his quill to make a few corrections to her paper. "Next time, don't lean in so close." Her hair was nearly brushing against his face. The boy, concealed beneath his dark hair, felt his ears flush slightly. He was not accustomed to such proximity, finding it almost uncomfortable, akin to being burned. How can a senior be considered merely someone else? Violet smiled, revealing her teeth. Her initial coolness and distance all but vanished. "You are my Ravenclaw crown, capable of answering all my questions." Ravenclaws often revered those who were wise. Snape quipped. "What if one day I cannot provide an answer? Will you simply seek another crown?" "Not at all. If you cannot, I will learn on my own. And then you can consult me." "Humph. After all, you are a clever Ravenclaw." Snape's lips curled slightly, perhaps finding her remark amusing. Or perhaps his mood was simply favorable at that moment. Violet was momentarily stunned. He smiled. The rhythm of her heart raced within her chest, her ears burned, and her fingers tingled. Despite the winter chill, she felt as though several warming charms had been cast upon her, generating a sense of warmth. "You look lovely when you smile." His allure lay hidden, akin to the profound night sky, initially overlooked, yet once one began to delve deeper, the more one focused, the more one would be drawn in. Violet clenched her fingers, striving to regain her composure through this repetitive motion. How could she not harbor feelings for him? As Snape reached for a book, he inadvertently locked eyes with Violet, who had been gazing at him with an expression of deep admiration. Violet had long harbored a secret habit of watching him, and Snape was aware, though she would always avert her gaze before he could catch her. The last time he had witnessed her in such a foolish state seemed like it had occurred not long ago. What could possibly lead a Ravenclaw to possess such a foolish expression? Clean and innocent, her presence made him somewhat hesitant to gaze too long. Her eyes, reminiscent of her name, sparkled with a stunning shade of blue-violet akin to violets. The cool azure blended with the mysterious purple, creating a beautiful and resplendent hue, like a gem submerged in the night sky. Such colors evoked in Snape the image of a black cat with white paws. The difference between human eyes and feline eyes is vast, yet theirs bore an almost identical tint. Snape turned his head away, suddenly inquiring, "Do you have a cat?" "Huh. Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" She replied, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "I saw a black cat today, and its eyes resembled yours." "So, you encountered her, did you?" "I do indeed have a cat. She is a black cat with white paws." Violet's fingers curled inwards, and she could scarcely meet Snape's gaze. Awkwardly picking up her quill, yet unable to write a single word. "Why haven't I seen you bring her along? She prefers to play alone, always running about. Hardly ever staying with me." Violet's ears flushed with a hint of crimson. "Do you like her?" "No, I mean, do you like cats?" "Moderately." Snape neither favored nor despised them. He did not keep pets. "However, your pet helped me today. What does she enjoy? I would like to bring her a gift." "She enjoys. I think she probably likes you." "She should like you. She typically avoids contact with others." Indeed, I am precisely that aloof feline." Violet lowered her head to conceal the blush on her cheeks, her quill skimming across the parchment in chaotic strokes, mirroring the tumult of her heartbeat. I believe she would appreciate anything you offer her. Of course, cat food is out of the question. She does not eat it. She finds her own meals. Snape did not delve further. He preferred to respect the privacy of friends, as Slytherin often granted space to those close to them. Although he was uncertain about what had piqued the cat's interest, who could truly fathom the whims of a feline? I see. What is her name? Veal. She is called Veal. It is quite normal for my cat to share my nickname, right? Absolutely normal. It is definitely not out of personal sentiment. Would you bring her out one day? A gift is best given in person, after all. Well, I cannot really control a cat. So perhaps she will find you on her own. Your cat seems rather free-spirited. During dinner that evening, a small cat dashed into Slytherin's domain, leaping onto Snape's lap. Meow? It was the same kitten he had encountered before, and instead of shooing her away, Snape gently ruffled her fur. How did you come here alone? Where's your owner? He glanced towards the Ravenclaw long table, but did not spot the girl. Have you finished eating so quickly? Your name is Veal? Meow? The kitten's voice was soft and delicate, nuzzling against his hand as if affirming her name. Quite adorable indeed. Snape's typically cold and brooding demeanor softened slightly. He produced a green bow tie and affixed it around her neck. A gift for you. After dinner. The kitten hopped down from Snape's lap and scampered up the stairs leading to the tower, glancing back at him before finally disappearing. Snape gazed at the warmth slowly fading from his palm, still tinged with a faint, fuzzy sensation. Alas, she was not his cat. Chapter 6. The matter of secret affection. Since returning from the previous night, Violet's roommate had been grinning foolishly from time to time. Yulia could hardly tolerate it any longer. Have you fallen in love? You look like a fool. It started as a mere jest, but the sudden silence of her companion piqued the girl's curiosity. Have you really? Which house is he from? Who is the one who has captured the heart of our Ravenclaw flower? Violet, cheeks flushed, sat up in bed. You're exaggerating. There is no such thing as a Ravenclaw flower. Besides, I have not even started dating. In her hands, she held a green bow tie. She had received a gift from Snape, although it was not intended for her as his junior. The pangs of unrequited love often come with a sense of longing and trepidation, hoping the object of one's affection perceives their feelings, while simultaneously fearing rejection upon revelation. Yulia pinched her cheek. Our Violet is so beautiful. Who could possibly reject you? Violet lowered her head in embarrassment, murmuring softly, he doesn't even know I like him. Are you planning to remain in secret admiration forever? Violet hesitated, gently stroking the green bow tie, her eyes filled with conflict. Actually, this is quite nice. I haven't made up my mind to confess. Loving someone is inherently a joyful experience, even if it is a secret admiration. While many claim that unrequited love is bittersweet, Violet felt no bitterness at all. Simply being able to meet Snape in the library each day brought her immense joy. Yulia noticed the green bow tie Violet was caressing. It's rather small, like something meant for a pet. Is your crush a Slytherin? Are you planning to gift that to his pet? Green is a color often favored by Slytherin, which made her assumptions understandable. Though Ravenclaw does not indulge in gossip much, they are not entirely devoid of it, especially when it concerns their friends. No, this is a gift for my pet. And you intercepted your pet's gift? Yulia chuckled, seemingly taken aback by her roommate's infatuation. Infatuated. Violet tied the bow tie around her wrist, her right hand gently stroking it as she lay down to drift into slumber. Violet was a born animagus. At merely a month old, she spontaneously transformed without ceremony or potion. As a child, she seamlessly transitioned between human and feline forms, often losing track of her own identity. What others perceived as her aloofness and remoteness was merely the prideful demeanor of a cat. She did not possess a clear and distinct sense of self. Growing up, Violet often felt she might be a cat person, both cat and human, yet neither entirely. Such a unique gift often led to complications. Much like natural legilimens unable to control their reading of others' memories, or metamorph magi unable to conceal their emotions, or seers who were often ensnared by their own prophecies. Violet struggled to discern her own identity until she fell in love. As Dumbledore once said, love is a profound force. Violet found her anchor in humanity through her affection for another. Her parents did not care whether she was a cat or a human. They loved her nonetheless. For the acceptance of wizards is remarkably resilient. Nevertheless, she loved a person and thus could not fathom that someone might fall for a cat. Suddenly, Violet deeply wished to be human. The once aloof and distant cat gradually became more human-like. Previously, Violet would never have internally screamed or lost her composure at the thought of confessing to Senior Snape. This sensation was extraordinary. Her emotions became unstable, yet filled with joy, occasionally tinged with a hint of sourness, but that bittersweet essence encapsulated the feeling of youthful love. Yet in Violet's dreams, she remained a cat. In her dreams, Violet the cat lounged in a corner of the library. A sleek black cat entered, snuggling against her, tucking its paws atop the books. The pure black feline playfully swished its tail against her back, entwining its tail with hers, sending delightful shivers down her spine, as if soothingly grooming her face with its soft fur. The cat, adorned with white gloves, joyfully pounced onto her. The black cat nimbly evaded her, adopting a teasing demeanor. He leaped from the table, transforming into human form. The youth with mid-length black hair tied back appeared notably tidy and refreshing, enhancing his handsomeness. He smiled gently at Violet, saying, "I know you like me." Violet had never witnessed such a tender smile from him before. It was akin to melting snow, with the breath of spring carrying a hint of chill, yet brimming with life. Stunned and exhilarated, Violet stammered, "Would you be my boyfriend?" Yet, what escaped her lips was merely a mewing sound. The more anxious she became, the more her words eluded her. The impetuous little cat leaped onto Snape's lap. With a thud, she tumbled from the bed, awakening from the dream. What a peculiar dream it was. Violet felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her throughout the morning. When she encountered Snape in the library, he wore his usual impassive expression. He would frown slightly at particularly challenging questions, his hair cascading down, seldom noticed beneath the shadow of his fringe. This lent him an air of gloominess and aloofness, making him seem unapproachable. In truth, Snape had quite an appealing appearance, albeit a bit slender. Violet mused about how charming his face would look if it bore the same smile as in her dream and had his hair tied up. Snape thought, could she not gaze at me so intently? A slight tilt of his head brought his gaze to meet Violet's, which he found rather foolish. Her eyes, undeniably beautiful and belonging to a Ravenclaw, perplexed him with their apparent silliness. Oddly foolish, yet it made Snape's ears flush. "What exactly are you staring at?" he asked, his brows furrowing not in anger but in curiosity. Since their first encounter in the library, this girl had looked at him countless times. Snape's hair was now clean and voluminous. Her gaze was difficult to ignore, even bordering on offensive, yet he sensed no malice in it. He had merely washed his hair. Did she intend to continue looking at him like this? "Could you perhaps smile for me?" Violet demonstrated a lively, sweet smile. Snape thought, so she finds my lack of expression unappealing? Did she wish to see him tie up his hair? Violet considered reaching out to sweep aside his fringe for a glimpse, but it felt too presumptuous. Snape was not one to welcome such familiar gestures, so she restrained her eager hands. Snape's lips curled downward slightly, boring. "Go write your paper." Violet gazed at his features hidden in shadow. "What a pity. You're quite handsome." Snape turned her head back, thrusting a quill into her hand, ensuring she did not witness the blush blooming on his cheeks. "Do your homework." Chapter 7. The Cat Strikes. The snow fell heavier, draping the mysterious Hogwarts in a white cloak. Students and professors had adorned Hogwarts for Christmas. The Great Hall boasted a grand Christmas tree, reportedly brought back from the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Mistletoe was strewn about Hogwarts, providing a touch of encouragement for the youth. Undoubtedly, Hogwarts' Christmas festivities could not be complete without the Christmas ball. Violet discreetly inquired if Snape had a dance partner, only to receive a teasing remark about her poor potion grades, suggesting that a Ravenclaw who failed to study should not be thinking about dancing. However, Snape disclosed that he intended to work on potions during the Christmas season and had no plans to partake in any lively festivities. His schedule was tight. He was either studying or concocting potions for profit, as if something were relentlessly pursuing him. The time spent in the library was perhaps his most tranquil, even though he continued to jot down notes and refine spells. Though it was not the first time she had marveled at this, Violet still found herself astonished anew. A genius. How could no one have noticed this prodigy? Violet felt a surge of pride in her discerning eye. She had long prepared a Christmas gift for Snape, planning to present it before the holiday break. Yet, as the festivities began, he vanished. After a considerable search, she finally spotted him by the Black Lake, exchanging gifts with Evans under a tree. The scene was a touch too idyllic, causing Violet's heart to churn with envy, far more sour than consuming 100 lemons. Suddenly, Potter, who had not been seen for a while, interrupted them. The quartet had likely been grounded by Professor McGonagall during this time. Violet certainly did not favor that reckless, impulsive boy, especially after their previous confrontation with Snape. Her disdain for them had only deepened. Yet, at that moment, she felt compelled to utter, "James Potter, you do possess some redeeming qualities." However, when he brandished his wand to challenge Snape, Violet's anger flared. She spotted Potter's 3 friends lurking in the bushes, wands at the ready, waiting for an opportune moment to ambush Snape with a curse. Yet again, it would be 4 against 1, and a sneak attack at that. Shameless. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I shall protect Snape. The cat strikes. The strength of an animagus is not merely that of a small creature. Violet's animagus form may be petite, but it was sufficient to kick Potter into the Black Lake. The impending conflict among the 3 and the ambush from the 3 hidden in the bushes went unnoticed. A shadow darted swiftly past. Potter plunged into the black lake. Snape? Lily. Black. Lupin. Wormtail. Help. I can't swim. Snape recognized the familiar cat and scooped her up. As for Potter in the black lake, he was rescued by the three unexpected figures emerging from the bushes and the kind-hearted Lily. Snape was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the three. How many eyes were upon him while he delivered a Christmas gift? Those three might be plotting against him from behind. The atmosphere was tense. With a dark expression, Snape cradled the cat and spoke briefly to Lily before departing, vowing to choose a different location for his next Christmas gift, ensuring he wouldn't return near the Black Lake. The little white-pawed black cat nestled quietly in Snape's arms, as if she had not just been the mischievous feline that had knocked someone into the lake. Snape gently squeezed her paw. Though he held no particular fondness for small creatures, he could not deny her undeniable cuteness. So tiny and fluffy. Veal? Meow hee hee hee. He called me Veal. How could this cat sound just as silly as her owner? Do you know where Lon is? I haven't given her my gift yet. Meow? Cats often feign busyness in awkward situations. At that moment, the little cat busily explored, her claws playfully tugging at his clothing. Never mind. I have a gift for you too. The cat looked curiously as he opened a box to reveal a cat comb. I asked the pet shop staff, and they said cats usually enjoy being groomed. Snape brushed her fur, and the little cat relaxed entirely. Meow? Being a cat is truly delightful. I envy the other version of myself. It seems you quite like it. Come find me whenever you want a grooming. After all, she was Violet's pet. And having aided him in fending off two marauders, Snape could muster some patience. He was now willing to admit that cats were indeed adorable. Snape searched thoroughly for Violet, but found no trace of her. The gift remained in his hands, unable to be delivered. Cat, feigning busyness. I must take my leave, lest the gift goes undelivered. The cat leaped down from Snape's arm and turned back to call out to him. Meow, I'm off now, Senior. See you shortly. Snape ruffled her head. When you see Lon, bring her to me. Her Christmas gift is still with me. Meow understood. Snape met the cat's gaze in the shadows. Her pupils dilated, appearing round and foolish. Yet the blue violet of her eyes was strikingly similar to Violet's. A peculiar sensation flickered within Snape's heart. But he quickly brushed it aside. What nonsense was he contemplating? Lon was barely halfway through her third year. How could she possibly be an animagus? Chapter 8, Potions Notes. After returning to her human form in a secluded corner, Violet hurried back to find Snape, clutching the gift. Senior. The usually stern and unapproachable Snape softened slightly at the sight of Violet, his frown easing. Where have you been? I searched for you for ages. His tone was not entirely unkind, betraying a hint of the mild reproach reserved for a close friend. Violet produced the gift box from behind her, choosing a deep green that would appeal to Slytherin, while adorning it with a ribbon of Ravenclaw blue, symbolizing their harmonious friendship across different houses. Merry Christmas, Senior. This is a gift for you. Snape handed her the gift box he had held for quite some time. Merry Christmas. Where's Vale? Did she not come with you? That strange feeling within Snape resurfaced. Violet and Vale had never been seen together, but surely that was improbable? She was only in her third year, barely past the halfway mark. I haven't seen her. The warmth of the gift box burned Violet's hands, having absorbed Snape's warmth over the time he held it. She dared not address Snape's question and busied herself with unwrapping the gift. Inside was a notebook with a green cover. Violet opened it, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Senior, this is you took my potions notes. If you fail again, I will brew you into a potion. Snape threatened softly. I will definitely pass. Violet's cheeks flushed, and she momentarily forgot her initial embarrassment. What she held was not just Snape's notes, but his meticulously transcribed records. Having seen his previous notes, she knew how wild and chaotic his handwriting could be. His potions textbook was a battlefield of ink, the fierce strokes threatening to tear the pages, often scribbling corrections alongside the crossed-out text. To the untrained eye, it might appear as the frenzied scribblings of a student gone mad. Snape had neatly recopied those chaotic revisions into this notebook, presenting it as Violet's Christmas gift. Violet was ignited with a newfound interest in potions. This was a treasure bestowed upon her by a scholarly genius. Just passing? Snape clicked his tongue, finding her aspirations rather modest. At the very least, she should aim for an E. I will strive for an O. In truth, Violet had already been passing, occasionally achieving some ES, especially while studying alongside a genius like him. He would often pose questions about potions, and Slughorn was not overly harsh with students. Most wizards' potions were rather mundane. As long as they were brewed correctly and not poisonous, Slughorn would typically grant a passing grade. Obtaining an O from him sounded difficult, but it was far easier than gaining Snape's approval in potions. Violet doubted that her O from Slughorn would impress Snape, seeing it as merely average. Not bad. Snape seldom praised her. He opened the gift Violet had given him. Inside lay a soft, warm, deep green scarf, accompanied by a wizarding robe. I made it myself. Violet wished to clarify that it was not store-bought. My mother is a robe designer. I learned a bit from her. It might not be perfect, but I'll improve. Snape had received few gifts in his life, as he had very few friends. Lucius and Lily preferred to bestow potion ingredients upon him, and Snape's own gifts were usually potion-related. As someone who adored potions, such gifts were never amiss. This was the first time he received clothing from another, appearing to be casual wear rather than formal attire. It felt somewhat peculiar. How did you know what size I wear? He remained silent for a moment before posing the question. Violet's ears flushed slightly. Just a guess. If it doesn't fit, I can adjust it. She had seen him so many times that she had a rough estimation of his size. Does Senior not like it? No, I quite like it. Snape placed the clothing and scarf back down, maintaining a facade of calm, though his heart raced uncontrollably. A guess? How could she have gauged that? What had she been observing about him all this time? Snape felt as though he had been playfully teased. Yet her demeanor was so normal that he feared finding offense would be more abnormal. Will you be going home for Christmas, Senior? I will remain at school. May I write to you, Senior? You may. The two engaged in casual conversation as they walked. The prior silence of sitting across from each other in the library for half a year, now a distant memory. Every word exchanged elicited a response. Snape, unaware, had slowed his pace, instinctively waiting for the Ravenclaw girl, their steps gradually synchronizing. Chapter 9. Snape Sr.'s Observation Diary. Date: XX year X month X day. Weather: overcast. I have decided to write a diary, aptly titled Snape Sr.'s Observation Diary. I have developed feelings for someone named Severus Snape, a Slytherin. Severus, oh Severus. What a melodious name it is, akin to an enchanting spell that brings joy. Alas, he insists on being addressed by his surname. Calling him Snape feels so ordinary. I have resolved to call him Senior instead. Date: XX year X month X day. The weather in England remains unremarkable. I feel a tinge of discontent. Senior smiled at Evans, yet remained cold towards me. Angry. I feel sour. I overheard students mention that Senior and Evans were friends from the beginning of their enrollment, perhaps having grown up together. They have gone to a sunny place to write essays, leaving me here all alone. It's distressing. But then Senior returned. Joyful. I truly like him. Date: XX year X month X day. The weather is as it is. The Senior I admire is a genius. I must reiterate, a genius. How can someone be so proficient in potions and charms? Does he have any subjects he struggles with? Oh, I heard he isn't very good at flying. It's merely a minor flaw. I can teach him to fly, Date: XX year X month X day. The weather is passable. Today I discovered that Senior had a conflict with a Gryffindor marauder. They dared to 4-on-1 him. How shameless. Senior fought them off single-handedly. He is truly formidable. Senior is the best. Cheering. The first time I engaged in combat in my animagus form, I realized that my agility remains quite remarkable. I fought alongside my Senior with fervor. He was exceedingly gentle with me in my feline form, even stroking my head. The Senior is good, the cat is good, and the marauders are bad. Suddenly, he inquired if I owned a cat, which took me by surprise. Was the color of my eyes too similar? Fortunately, he did not dwell on it, perhaps thinking I merely acquired a cat with eyes that matched mine. After all, who could possibly become an animagus in their second year? He would never suspect that it was a natural gift of mine. I deceived my Senior into believing that my cat's name was Vale, which is my nickname. I am a mischievous girl, crossed out. Please don't be upset, Senior. Once I've lured him in, I shall reveal the truth. He even called me by my nickname, Poor Severus, toyed with at the whim of a cat, crossed out. Oh dear, today my Senior smiled at me, XX year, X month, X day. It's a bit chilly, and it seems snow is imminent. I dreamed of my Senior last night. The cat-like Senior is so cool and adorable. He smiled at me. Senior, such behavior might just lead to a kiss, crossed out. I spotted the usually stoic Senior in the library. I wonder what his smile would look like. Not a fleeting grin, but a warm, gentle expression. He possesses striking features. His eyes are particularly captivating, reminiscent of a beautiful night sky. Every time I gaze into his eyes, my heart races uncontrollably, and my face burns with heat. I hope he doesn't think I am unwell. Alas, he always lets his hair fall to obscure his face. If only he would make an effort to groom himself. He would undoubtedly be a handsome young man. I told him I wished to see him smile, yet he merely frowned. Is he unhappy? Why? I know so little about him. I do not even understand the reason for his discontent. Each day I see him brings me joy, and I hope he can find happiness in my presence. Wishing him joy every day. Senior, I have feelings for you. XX year, X month, X day. It has begun to snow. I witnessed my Senior and Evans exchanging gifts beneath the trees by the Black Lake. How harmonious and beautiful this scene appears, crossed out. I refuse to acknowledge it. Potter suddenly intruded between my Senior and Evans. All right, I concede. Potter, You possess a modicum of merit. Keep them apart. How dare he raise his wand against my senior? 3 others lurked in the bushes, spying. I suppose I am also part of that clandestine audience. Cough, crossed out. Before they could act, I promptly sent Potter tumbling into the Black Lake. Do not underestimate an animagus. Though my physique is small, my strength is considerable. Hands on hips. My senior lifted me into his arms. He groomed me. He crossed out. My senior is indeed an exceedingly gentle and kind mentor, having prepared a gift for the cat as well. Earlier, I sought my senior. Now he seeks me. What a twist of fate. I must transform back immediately. Senior, do not love the cat too dearly. Love me instead. Crossed out. I adore the gift my senior presented. It is a handwritten set of notes. I shall cherish it for a lifetime. I wonder if he will appreciate the gift I have prepared. Will I see him adorned in it upon returning from the Christmas holiday? Alas, I cannot measure his dimensions in person. I can only estimate. Surely, the difference is negligible? Crossed out. What am I thinking? I know nothing of my senior's physique. Crossed out, crossed out, crossed out. Violet, a lady should not entertain such thoughts. Cough. But I am a cat, not a lady, so I may indulge. In the softly lit bedroom, the girl blushed as she closed her diary. Outside, the snow fell heavily. Quiet enough to hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, akin to her uncontrollable affection. I wonder how my senior is faring at Hogwarts. Perhaps I shall write him a letter and send a few treats, hee. Chapter 10, Christmas Gingerbread. Snape chose to remain at Hogwarts for the Christmas holiday. He would never willingly return to that loathsome home, except during the summer. Hogwarts is splendid, and magic is delightful. Despite some bothersome individuals, overall, Snape finds happiness here. He can freely study potions and practice magic. He takes pride in being a wizard. After the holiday, Snape delved into the Forbidden Forest to gather ingredients. He cannot afford the more expensive materials, thus he must scavenge within the forest, which is fraught with peril. He has encountered centaurs, spiders, and diracles, and has even found traces left by unicorns. A significant portion of the rare materials he possesses was foraged from the Forbidden Forest. He is exceedingly cautious, having yet to be caught, aside from the centaurs, who do not deduct points from Slytherin, with a bag full of ingredients. Snape returned to brew potions in an empty classroom he had discovered earlier. He prepared the beautification potion for Malfoy, along with some for the apothecary. There are also a few ingredients that cannot be sold in regular potion shops. Typically, Malfoy purchases them, or Snape uses the aging potion to sell them in Nocturne Alley. Eileen's allowance barely sustains him until 5th year. To practice additional potions and cover future expenses, he must rely on his own efforts. Since 2nd year, he has had to venture into the Forbidden Forest and gather materials from classes, while also assisting Slughorn to accumulate more ingredients for potion making. Meeting Lucius Malfoy has alleviated some of his financial burdens. His days are no longer spent solely in the relentless cycle of brewing potions for profit, and he can afford to split a canute. Malfoy is particularly generous with the beautification potion, with only slight modifications to its flavor and scent. He secures Snape's potion materials and living expenses. Regrettably, Snape continues to allocate most of his galleons towards purchasing rare potion ingredients to practice more valuable brews. Although he is now concocting potions that are relatively precious and fetch a good price, this approach still renders his existence a bit precarious. Potion making is not merely a matter of learning what is in the textbook. In Snape's view, that book should have been discarded long ago. There are advanced potion courses that are not taught at all, forcing him to learn independently. He seeks out professors to access books in the restricted section, buys his own materials, and experiments. If luck is on his side, he might become an apprentice to a potions master, who might share their knowledge generously. Yet, Snape lacks such fortune. Aside from possessing considerable talent in potion making, he has little else to offer. His appearance is unremarkable, his demeanor unpleasant, his speech harsh. He hails from a troubled family and possesses no remarkable traits. Slughorn would never take a liking to someone like him. Without a potions master to mentor him, Snape must rely solely on his own diligence. Many potion ingredients are not inexpensive. Purchasing just a few would deplete Snape's already meager galleons. As for his appearance and attire, these considerations do not enter Snape's mind, at least not at present, as he lacks the means to squander money. He only spends his galleons on what is absolutely necessary. Fortunately, his talent for potion making is indeed commendable, having read numerous potion books provided by Eileen during his youth, which contained some of her notes. He treasures the experiences of a potions master. His mother taught him potion making in this manner, allowing him a semblance of solace to endure a troubled childhood. In his 3rd year, Severus Snape discovered an unoccupied classroom within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, a school replete with secrets where many students unearthed their hidden sanctuaries. It was a place devoid of visitors, and he had fortified it with numerous protective charms, finally granting him a refuge to diligently pursue his studies in potion making, as well as dabble in a touch of dark magic. Despite his friend's admonitions to steer clear of the dark arts, it was abundantly clear that he had disregarded their warnings. He was unwilling to relinquish his fascination with dark magic. Much like he could never forsake potions. In the realm of Slytherin, power was the foundation of his existence, an entity he could neither abandon nor desire to abandon. Slytherin students possessed a profound understanding of their aspirations, yet his friends remained oblivious to his true intentions. In that empty classroom, remnants of his potion ingredients and completed brews lingered, and he contemplated selling some in the days to come. On Christmas Day, as he sat in the great hall, 2 owls delivered gifts to him. One was a familiar owl from the Malfoy family, which he deftly instructed to take away the exquisite potion he had received. The other was an unfamiliar messenger. Naturally, the gifts from Malfoy consisted of potion ingredients. The powdered horn of a bicorn and the skin of an African snake hinted at the potential for crafting a polyjuice potion, which he intended to share with Malfoy. Given the value of the materials, the other parcel contained not potion ingredients, but a bag of delightful gingerbread. A card slipped out, and as Snape picked it up, his eyes widened slightly, and his expression softened. "Dear Senior, today is Christmas. Merry Christmas. I made some gingerbread with my mother and sent you a bit. I hope you like it. Don't stay up too late brewing potions, and remember to have Christmas dinner. Violet Lawn." The message from his Ravenclaw friend on this festive day stirred an odd sensation within him. While he instinctively recoiled from such attention, he felt an undeniable softness within his heart. The fact that someone cared whether he partook of Christmas dinner was a novel concept. It seemed that from the moment he first encountered, or rather, had yet to formally meet this peculiar girl, she had intrigued him. Snape was aware that she would secretly observe him and was cognizant of the books he had read. Initially, he questioned whether she was investigating him. Yet he soon recognized that Violet harbored no ulterior motives or malice. It was as if his uniqueness captivated her, merely drawing her gaze. Whenever he turned to see her, he either caught her avoiding his eyes or met her gaze directly. In those beautiful, innocent eyes, almost foolish in their purity, his reflection stared back, a somber, indifferent, an unkempt version of himself. Why did she always look at him in such a manner? Those clear, untainted eyes mirrored a shadowy, unfeeling soul. Snape sought to dismiss these thoughts, yet he felt as though a delicate feather was teasing his heart, compelling it to beat anew. He exhaled slowly, observing how his already vacant black eyes grew even more hollow, momentarily consuming all emotions. All unease and restlessness subsided. Snape's mental shielding had made notable progress. He possessed an unexpected talent for these spells. The first time he wielded magic, he felt its precise, wondrous beauty, a manifestation of his innate wizardly prowess. However, when compared to the mundane spells taught in class, he found himself drawn more to the allure of dark magic. He found curses much easier to cast than white magic. With an air of tranquility, Snape opened the bag of gingerbread, extracting a piece to savor. It was not overly sweet. Perhaps the Lawn family preferred a subtler flavor. Or perhaps the girl had adjusted the recipe for him. Snape believed the latter was true. It was prudent not to be overly presumptuous. Having even a couple of sincere friends felt like a considerable blessing to him. Anything beyond that was not his concern. He carefully stored the ingredients for the polyjuice potion, initially considering brewing a small batch that night, but Violet's card advising him to remember Christmas dinner lay nearby. Upon his third glance at that card, Snape realized he ought to partake in dinner. He had no desire for a trivial oversight to mar his potion-making efforts. Not a few students remained at Hogwarts over the holiday, and the school had prepared a lavish Christmas feast. Familiar faces and strangers alike gathered around the long tables to share the meal. The Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors were particularly boisterous, while Ravenclaw maintained its usual quietude. Snape was the sole Slytherin to remain at school. Despite dining alone, he maintained the quiet elegance characteristic of his house. Casting a disdainful glance at the Gryffindor across from him, who was devouring a chicken leg while loudly conversing with friends, Snape ate sparingly, for his stomach was not robust. Frequent hunger in his childhood had inadvertently conditioned him to subsist on minimal sustenance, allowing him to endure the day on very little food. However, this had rendered him exceedingly thin. No matter what he consumed, he failed to gain weight. Throughout his upbringing, he had never been one to eat ravenously. Only once, in a moment of extreme hunger, had he overindulged, resulting in discomfort that taught him never to repeat such behavior. The most significant influence in his life had been his mother, Eileen, a well-bred pureblood witch, though not from a prestigious family and long fallen from grace. She could still be considered a minor noble and was a Slytherin alumna, dining at the same table as her from a young age. He had naturally adopted her refined manners. On his first day in Slytherin, he noted that all the students exhibited similar poise. To outsiders, it might appear as mere pretentiousness. Yet it was an ingrained formality etched into their very being. For Snape, dining was merely a means to sustain life, unlike others who viewed eating as a pleasure. He considered it a waste of time. Thus, after a mere quarter of an hour at the Christmas dinner table, he began to feel a twinge of annoyance. The clamor across the table was bothersome, and he found the food unremarkable, far less appealing than the gingerbread gifted by Violet. During dessert, he ordered only a pot of black tea to accompany the gingerbread. He had never been fond of overly sweet treats, yet this gingerbread was perfectly balanced. It was not cloyingly sweet. Rather, it exuded the aroma of wheat with a subtle sweetness lingering on the palate. Paired with the slightly bitter tea, it was just right. As Snape savored the most ordinary gingerbread of Christmas, he unexpectedly felt a flicker of tranquility. Chapter 11. Intrigue. Violet had never contemplated attending school with such eagerness. Perhaps it was because this time, there were individuals she yearned to see. Upon returning to school after the Christmas break, Violet once again spotted Snape in the library. He wore the Christmas gift she had bestowed upon him. The boy sat in a shadowy corner, his pale fingers gripping a quill, his long black robes cascading down, lending an elongated appearance to his legs. His dark hair framed his face, appearing freshly washed, soft and voluminous, with the ends curling slightly, like dark plush that beckoned to be tousled. Feeling the weight of her gaze upon him, Snape raised his eyes and found her there, just as he had suspected. As she approached with a buoyant step and took a seat, a sense of inexplicable calm washed over him. He realized he had grown accustomed to her presence, to the delighted certainty that this girl would invariably appear in the library, would sit with him in that corner, reading, writing essays, and occasionally inquiring about coursework. During the 2 weeks of Christmas, Severus Snape felt an undeniable emptiness in her absence. Upon reflection, it seemed they had only truly known each other for about 3 months. Prior to that, they had merely sat across from one another in silence. Yet, her presence had become more frequent than anyone else's in Snape's life. Habit is a formidable force, effortlessly allowing someone to step into one's world. "Senior, you look splendid in that outfit." Violet generously offered her praise, for it indeed suited him very well. In the library, conversations had to be whispered softly. With only a mere fist's distance between them, their voices intentionally hushed. Leaning slightly to hear one another, there was an innocent hint of budding romance. Snape suddenly caught a whiff of the faint floral fragrance that enveloped her. Had her scent always been so pronounced? Amidst the mingled aromas of parchment, ink, books, and wood, Snape's instinct for potions emerged, precisely identifying Violet's unique scent. Her cheerful and buoyant tone lightly brushed against Snape's heart like a feather. The young man straightened abruptly, realizing he had leaned too close. Violet appeared to have no defenses against others, but he could not afford to be so casual. He had only donned this attire today, having washed his hair, and had specifically come to the library on the first day back from the holiday. Who was he trying to impress? On this first day back, the library was remarkably empty, creating an atmosphere akin to a private rendezvous for the two of them. Snape suppressed the slightest stir of excitement, firmly convincing himself it was merely the throes of adolescence. "Thank you. Is it inappropriate?" she inquired. "No, it is quite suitable," he replied. Though it was perhaps a tad loose, Snape was thinner than Violet had imagined. Yet, there was no discomfort. Her assessment was surprisingly accurate. Soon, the holiday atmosphere faded, and the academic rigor resumed. Specifically regarding Snape, Violet suspected he had not taken a break at all. Snape demonstrated a small spell to Violet. Muffliato. This incantation was more effective than whispering, ensuring that no one would overhear their conversation. Snape spoke at a normal volume, yet Madame Pants remained oblivious to their exchange. "Is this an incantation you created?" Violet, hailing from a wizarding family with a Ravenclaw lineage, was well versed in many spells, but had never encountered this one. Snape nodded. "Yes. It has just been perfected. You might find it quite convenient." Violet wrote the incantation in the notebook he had gifted her, inscribing it on the front page beside her name, as if it had become a small token of affection. "I've memorized it," she declared. Violet's aptitude for charms was not as lacking as her skills in potions. After Snape corrected her gestures and pronunciation, she succeeded on her second attempt. "Your defense against the dark arts must be quite proficient as well," she ventured. His initial casting had employed a silent spell, a technique taught in 6th year, yet Snape, even as a 4th year, was already quite adept. A faint smile graced Snape's lips. "It's satisfactory." Violet had learned to interpret his satisfactory as a mark of excellence. She no longer felt the need to reiterate just how intelligent Snape was, for it had become a commonplace realization to her. On the first day back, Violet found herself in detention after a disastrous explosion in potions class. Thus, a new facet of her senior emerged, Snape, assisting Professor Slughorn in the dungeons. However, Violet was meant to be serving her detention, and under Snape's curious gaze, her eyes began to dart about. "Lane, perhaps you could consult Snape regarding your potion queries. You've made some progress last semester. I hope you haven't forgotten what you've learned so soon," Slughorn suggested, his tone lacking heat, yet tinged with subtle disdain. He instructed Snape to oversee Violet's detention tasks before turning to leave, for Slughorn preferred socializing and attending balls over lingering in the dungeons. Snape had corrected the assignments of numerous first- and second-year students, and while he had much to do, Slughorn assigned him a hefty load. At least this assistantship provided Snape with ample materials and some galleons, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Snape had encountered many students in detention, yet this was his first encounter with Violet, given that he had only begun assisting in 4th year. Lane. Yes, Violet replied sharply, startled. Snape's voice resonated clearly in the quiet dungeon, only interrupted by the crackling of the fireplace. Who took my notes claiming that one must achieve an O in potions? Slughorn's grading criteria were far more lenient than Snape's. Among those he had seen in detention, none were anything but brilliant at blowing cauldrons. And now there was Violet. I was mistaken. I will improve next time. Violet was adaptable. She knew better than to make excuses in front of someone with such high standards in potions. The reason was simple. Violet had not touched a cauldron over Christmas, and her skills felt somewhat rusty. Her natural clumsiness in potions meant that her passing grades relied solely on muscle memory from constant practice. Once she paused, issues arose. Particularly since she was attempting a potion she had never brewed before, with no prior experience to draw upon. Even consulting Snape's notes had not yielded success. Humph. Snape's voice was as cold as if it had emerged from a frost-laden cellar, more daunting than Slughorn's. Tomorrow, I shall oversee your potion making. I am quite curious to see how a Ravenclaw's cauldron might explode. Chapter 12, Shrinking Solution. Indeed, there was nothing more terrifying than being caught by Snape while crafting potions. In that moment, Violet discovered that Slughorn was rather lenient by comparison. Has your brain been gnawed upon by a troll? I have already written that you must stir clockwise 12 times, and then counterclockwise 10 times. Do not stir too quickly. The potion will splatter. Too slowly. Are you planning to brew a pot of the thick sludge dredged from the depths of the Black Lake? Violet, by Merlin. Who knew that the senior in the library could be so gentle? How had he transformed into this during potions? The young man tapped his black wand against the table, pulling her wandering thoughts back into focus. Senior, Violet said, looking up at him with a pitiful gaze, akin to a mistreated kitten. How can a Ravenclaw be so foolish? Snape lamented, exasperated. Yet, under her pleading gaze, he felt an involuntary softening of his resolve. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he grasped Violet's wrist, guiding her to stir the potion at the correct pace. Violet had measured the ingredients accurately, but she seemed unable to perceive the reactions between the potions. Her sense of timing and force woefully inadequate. The interplay of potions could lead to failure with the slightest miscalculation. If the timing was off, it could lead to an explosion. Different ingredients reacted uniquely, and a skilled potion maker harmonized their interactions, akin to a symphony, merely a few notes, yet through careful arrangement. They could become a breathtaking melody, precise and beautiful. To Snape, the potions most students produced were little more than noise. On the 12th circle, add the fig peel. Violet complied, following his directions. Snape exhibited remarkable patience, unhurried, as if orchestrating a melody. He focused on the potion, while Violet's gaze remained fixed on him. I have no potion on my face, she thought, embarrassed at being caught stealing glances. Violet redirected her gaze back to the potion, as if to take an oath. The liquid gradually transformed into a mysterious purple, then a delightful pink, and finally, a vibrant green. Under the guidance of both her and Snape, though primarily Snape, the concoction had achieved perfection, unlike the murky orange poison she had crafted during class. The dazzling green was stunningly beautiful, a testament to the remarkable raw materials that could culminate in such a magnificent elixir. It appeared quite promising, untainted by the initial clumsy handling of the ingredients. As Snape spoke, he inadvertently leaned closer to Violet. Their proximity was already quite intimate. Violet instinctively glanced up towards the sound, nearly colliding with Snape. He still held her wrist, and the sudden closeness of their eyes meeting was electric. Snape, flustered, quickly released her hand and stepped back, inadvertently colliding with the table. The stirring rod that Violet had been grasping struck the cauldron with a resounding clank. An unforeseen accident unfolded. The tilted cauldron splashed potion, most of which landed on Snape. The shrinking potion was meant for ingestion, with just a drop capable of reducing one's age by approximately 10 years. However, being doused in the potion would yield immediate and significant effects. Senior, Snape's suddenly diminutive form caused him to lose his balance, and he tumbled to the ground with a thud. His black robes hung loosely about him, revealing a gaunt chest adorned with faint, lingering scars. Violet Lawn. Young Snape was on the verge of exploding with indignation, his cherubic face flushed with a noticeable hue of anger. The senior was indeed angry. Violet's heart raced. Yet not from guilt over his fury, but rather, "Aw, how adorably cute he is," unable to resist the temptation. Violet playfully pinched the soft flesh of young Snape's cheeks. Snape was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action, as if struggling to comprehend what she had just done. Then, in a fit of indignation, he swatted her hand away. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Senior, it was your abrupt withdrawal of my hand that led to this mishap. You cannot blame me," Violet retorted. After a brief moment, she shrank his clothing and, quite naturally, scooped up the now 6 or 7-year-old child into her arms. "Snape? Put me down. Absolutely not. Senior, you are a child now, and I must protect you." Violet's maternal instincts surged forth. Snape, suddenly enveloped in her embrace, felt as if he might burst into flames. "Lon, I assume your brain hasn't been devoured by a troll. The shrinking potion merely makes me appear smaller. My magical abilities remain intact. I am not truly a 6-year-old child. I am still your senior. If you call my name, I will put you down," Violet declared. Confident that Snape would not resort to using his wand against her, Snape ground his teeth, his voice hissing like a small venomous snake. An adorable little creature yet to grow its fangs. "Violet. Senior, you were incredibly cute as a child." Violet seized the opportunity to steal a quick kiss on the top of his head, and then affectionately ruffled his currently fluffy hair. Snape used jasmine-scented shampoo, she noted. He swatted at her hand, but the strength of a child was minimal, merely resembling a playful pout. He could only brandish his wand, which was longer than his arm, in a futile attempt to ward off the possibility of being lifted high by this exuberant little eagle. "What shall we do now?" Violet crouched, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him, her blue-violet eyes brimming with affection and adoration. She felt no need to conceal her fondness. For Snape was merely a child at this moment. Yet, within, Snape was not truly a 6 or 7-year-old boy. He felt slightly scorched by the intense gaze of this eagle. Glancing at the empty shelves, Snape recalled that he had sold all the potion ingredients during the Christmas holidays, including the components for the aging potion. Unfortunately, he had not prepared any materials for it. What a stroke of bad luck. At this precise moment, he found himself devoid of any ingredients for concocting an aging potion. Should he seek out Slughorn or Madame Pomfrey? Absolutely not. Snape was determined not to be seen in this state. If anyone discovered that he had been splashed with potion while brewing, he would become the subject of ridicule among his enemies. Wait, a day is sufficient for the effects to wear off. Chapter 13, A Special Birthday. Senior Severus. Please don't be angry. Violet's mischievous fingers couldn't resist poking at the soft flesh of his cheeks. The little bundle wore a solemn expression that might have been intimidating, yet in Violet's eyes, he was utterly adorable. How she longed to give him a gentle nibble. "You, finish your shrinking potion essay right here, and brew another potion. If you end up with anything less than a passing grade after all this, I shall confine that foolish Ravenclaw to detention. Brew potions." Violet could sense an authoritative presence emanating from the diminutive Snape, as if he were about to deduct 50 points from Ravenclaw at any moment. Fiery little Severus was simply too cute. "What are you grinning at? Hurry and write your essay." His fury was indeed formidable, yet his small stature rendered him irresistibly charming. Snape, oblivious to the fact that his diligent junior was consumed with thoughts of hugging and nibbling him, found himself unable to remain idle. With nowhere to go, he grasped a cauldron that now appeared quite large in his tiny hands, standing atop the table to start brewing the exquisite potion that Lucius required this month. The beauty potion was not particularly difficult to concoct. However, the initial taste and aroma were far from commendable, and noble clients always had high expectations. Few possessed the skill to refine a potion, enhancing its appearance and fragrance without compromising its efficacy. Potion making was notoriously challenging, and while most wizards had dabbled in it, those who excelled were few and far between. Snape happened to possess such a gift. A future exceptional potion master was worth investing in. The bonds of Slytherin friendship were often forged in such interests. Yet, Snape had not anticipated that his clients would not require particularly powerful or rare potions, but rather seek to purchase beauty potions from him daily, insisting on enhancing them to possess delightful scents and jewel-like hues. Snape could almost brew this potion with his eyes closed, merely by scent. Violet observed quietly as the little wizard prepared potions, bottled them, and organized them. Given his diminutive stature, he could only manage these tasks while standing on the table. Utterly adorable. "Have you finished your essay?" Snape's stern gaze swept toward her. Previously, he had been indifferent to Violet watching him, having grown accustomed to it. Yet now, in his smaller form, his past seemed to be laid bare before her. And he was no longer the intelligent, formidable senior. He was merely a pitiful little monster from Spinner's End. One glance from her was enough to set off Snape's anxiety. "I'm done, Severus." Snape instinctively resisted. "Do not call me by my name. Show a bit of respect for your senior. Little senior, go brew your shrinking potion." If Violet continued to tease him, he would surely erupt, and she could only suppress her laughter. If smiling would lead to being expelled, would it be wise to do so? Senior, are you hungry? Allow me to fetch some food. It is already dinner time. You should go eat and return by yourself. Do not concern yourself with me. Missing a meal won't be fatal. Regardless, he would undoubtedly remain here until the effects of the potion wore off. Senior, please leave. Snape brusquely pushed her out. Practice your shrinking potion tomorrow. Do not trouble me any further. At that moment, Snape bristled with defensiveness, rejecting everyone, even his childhood friend Lily. He likely would not wish to face her in his current state. In his youth, he had been synonymous with weakness and powerlessness, a version of himself he loathed. Violet gazed at the door that had just closed before her. Though the senior was charming, he was also fiercely resistant to the approach of others. Once the sound of footsteps faded, Snape exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced at his hands, small and frail, as if they could snap with the slightest pressure. Emblematic of his pitiful and impotent childhood, he hoped Violet had not seen him in such a state. Aside from his youthful visage and a hint of chubbiness on his cheeks, there was little to commend about him. Snape wished to avoid catching a glimpse of pity in Violet's eyes. Violet perceived him as intelligent and formidable, the very image Snape aspired to embody. He drew his wand and ignited the candles in the empty classroom. Staying up late had become second nature to him. As he prepared some ingredients for a potion, the classroom door swung open. "Senior, I'm back," Violet exclaimed, carrying a well-prepared meal, dessert, and drink, and without waiting for a response. She busily arranged them on the table. "Didn't I tell you to go back?" he retorted. "But you haven't had dinner yet. If I let you go hungry because of my tutoring, I would feel guilty. I brought some food from the hall. Choose what you like." "Missing a meal won't kill me," Snape replied, accustomed to such deprivation. "But it will be uncomfortable." Violet insisted he should not starve himself. "You're too thin. You need to eat more." "What? Do you think I'm too frail?" Snape's tone had a sharp edge, emphasizing the word frail. Violet was not particularly attuned to others' emotions, but she discerned the stress on Snape's word. "You are quite impressive, but skipping meals is detrimental to one's health." In stark contrast to Snape's minimalistic approach to food, Violet could not abide the sensation of hunger. "This must be the first time I've shared a meal with you," Violet expressed with an inexplicable excitement. The Hufflepuff table was adjacent to the Slytherin one, preventing her from sitting beside him. At best, she could only observe from afar in the bustling hall, gazing at the solitary figure of a Slytherin snake. It felt remarkably distant, much like their common rooms, one high in a tower and the other deep underground. This was their inaugural meal together. Snape's defenses, previously erected, faltered under her words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Destined to remain strangers, they found themselves together in this empty classroom, a curious twist of fate. In Snape's presence, Violet struggled to maintain her usual cool demeanor, frequently inquiring about his preferences, regardless of his limited responses. In his youth, Snape had shared meals with Eileen. But as he matured, he found himself surrounded by Slytherins. Eileen seldom conversed with him, and he had few friends among the Slytherins. Snape had grown accustomed to silence during such moments. Yet now, a person had arrived, engaging him in conversation over a meal. The topics were trivial, revolving around his culinary preferences, what he wished to eat the following day, and other mundane matters, such as which professor she favored or the latest additions to the chocolate frog cards, including new sweets from the Honeydukes. Snape was unfamiliar with these discussions and found little interest, merely nodding in response. Eventually, he realized he had overeaten, his stomach feeling uncomfortably full. How much had he consumed amidst Violet's chatter? He set down his fork, utterly satiated. "Senior, are you done already?" Violet frowned slightly. "You've eaten so little." Snape could not help but doubt that he had consumed less than ever before. Perhaps it was because he had shrunk. The exceptionally skilled potioneer knew that the shrinking potion would not affect his appetite. He had merely overeaten. Nevertheless, Violet believed otherwise. Rising, Snape felt a discomfort in his overstuffed belly. It seemed he would need to brew a digestive potion. Why on earth was he concocting a digestive potion for both himself and Violet so late at night? Snape could not fathom the events of the evening. He appeared to have strayed from his own path, veering towards another's trajectory. Instinctively, he prepared a cherry-flavored digestive potion, recalling Violet's fondness for cherry cake. Digestive potion. Remember to drink it after your meal. Violet had eaten considerably more than he had. Snape worried she might be unable to sleep due to her fullness. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows, intertwining in an unspoken warmth and tranquility. Yet, this was not a scene Snape was accustomed to managing, and the discomfort heightened his heartbeat. Drink the potion and return soon. This time, Snape resumed his usual demeanor with Violet, no longer so sharp and abrasive. "All right, Senior, good night. Remember to conjure yourself a bed and blanket. It's quite cold in winter." As he escorted her to the door, the diminutive Snape suddenly said, "Thank you for spending my birthday with me. Good night, Violet." Violet. Is today your birthday? January 9th? Violet. Senior. My birthday is November 1st. Will you celebrate it with me next year? Of course. Violet departed, delighted, having secured a promise from her senior for the following year. Having enjoyed a satisfying meal, Snape felt drowsy. He had no desire to stay up late that night. His birthday fell on the day after the Christmas holiday, which coincidentally was today. Though he had experienced a bit of misfortune with the shrinking potion, overall, it had been a rather pleasant day. The dim, cold atmosphere of the empty classroom in the basement was warmed by the flickering candlelight and the lingering aroma of bread, stew, and dessert, making the long winter night feel a touch less frigid. Chapter 14. The Eruption of Conflict. The next day, when Violet spotted Snape in the library, he had returned to his original form. She sat beside him, cast a soundproofing charm, and exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, I followed your method to brew the shrinking potion, and I received an O in today's potions class." She had utterly astonished Slughorn. "Remember to review," Snape replied, not particularly surprised. Taking his notes, he guided her through the potion-making process once more, despite the unfortunate incident of being splashed with the potion himself. If she failed to achieve an O, Snape would have been more furious than Slughorn. "In my third year, the final exam was also on the shrinking potion. The content at Hogwarts rarely changes. A single individual instructs 7 grades, inevitably overlooking certain details, leading most educators to perpetuate their past habits. Surprisingly, the vast majority of students manage to grasp but a handful of potions over the course of an academic year. However, professors at Hogwarts typically do not intentionally set students up for failure. The repertoire of potions commonly taught in the third year is rather limited, and the shrinking solution stands out as the most suitable for a final examination. Although it is prone to errors, with careful attention, it is not insurmountably difficult. It effectively reveals students' proficiency, allowing even those with minimal success to attain at least an A, provided they avoid concocting poison or exploding their cauldrons. In mid-January, a particularly heavy snowfall blanketed the grounds, prompting most students to huddle within the common room, unwilling to venture outside. Yet, a few spirited and mischievous souls engaged in snowball fights outdoors, especially the Gryffindors, whose enthusiasm remained undiminished even in the frigid winter air. Upon exiting her defense against the dark arts class, Violet caught sight of the Gryffindors frolicking in the snow, most notably a red-haired girl joyfully tossing snowballs. Her dark red locks shimmered in the sunlight, radiating warmth akin to a flickering flame, drawing those nearby into her inviting warmth. Truly, she was a breathtakingly lovely girl. The very embodiment of a Gryffindor goddess. "Isn't Lily absolutely stunning?" exclaimed a boy, unable to restrain his admiration as he observed her. With tousled hair, bespectacled, and fair-cheeked, he did not appear unfavorable. It was James Potter. Violet's brow furrowed slightly. She harbored a disdain for him, considering the 4 upperclassmen who conspired against her. It was indeed remarkable that she would find any affection for Potter. Potter failed to recognize Violet, after all. It had been a cat that had kicked him into the Black Lake and left him with scars. In his recollection, he had never encountered a Ravenclaw girl in conflict. "James Potter, do you have a crush on Evans?" Violet discerned the glimmer in his eyes, reminiscent of the one she had observed when seeing Severus Snape. Yet, his demeanor and actions left much to be desired. "How did you know? Is it that obvious?" he stammered. Violet let out a cold laugh, her expression mirroring that of Snape. "Is your notion of affection to antagonize Evans' friends, hoping she will notice you? It is truly laughable. Your childish, despicable, and tiresome behavior, bordering on bullying, will never earn you the favor of the girl you admire." Potter perceived a familiar adversary shadow in her, transforming this girl, who initially seemed somewhat amiable, into something rather loathsome. "You speak just like a certain Slytherin brat, equally detestable." Violet felt a surge of irritation, her composure slipping. "You foolish Gryffindor. You will never match Severus' intelligence. It takes all 4 of you together to dare confront him. Coward." Violet's passions were always vividly expressed. She seldom encountered these 4, often choosing to ignore them, but this time Potter had initiated the conversation. Her impulsiveness grew, causing her discomfort, and her mental defenses weakened. Those concealed sentiments, those thoughts unspoken, erupted as fury directed at the invaders. Both drew their wands, aiming at one another. "Potter, what are you doing?" From a distance, Evans noticed the standoff, unaware that whenever Potter came into her line of sight, she instinctively looked his way. Initially, it was out of caution, to protect her friends, for he was certainly unpredictable within Gryffindor. But with repeated glances, could her perspective shift? Evans approached, incensed, resembling an enraged lioness. "Are you now harassing a Ravenclaw girl?" Potter looked utterly aggrieved. "She insulted me first, and she was speaking to that Slytherin brat. Do not speak ill of Snape. You can insult me all you like." "Coward. Fool. Only a despicable person would attack the weak in numbers. Even Merlin would be ashamed of you." Violet's complexion flushed with rage. She did not require Evan's protection. The venomous words flowed from her lips, seemingly unending. Perhaps today, she realized just how adept she was at cursing. You vile girl. You defend that dark wizard. Are you planning to learn dark magic as well? Enough of this quarrel, Evans exclaimed, steadying the somewhat unsteady Violet. Are you unwell? You do not seem quite right. Violet shrugged off Evan's hand, her azure eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Potter. She had secretly investigated some aspects of Snape's life, albeit only within the school. The Slytherin's discrimination against half-bloods, his old-school robe, his relentless brewing of potions for profit, the constant dark circles under his eyes, and those 4 Gryffindors. They perpetually stirred trouble for Snape, casting curses in the corridors and hurling verbal insults. Their animosity had persisted since their arrival at Hogwarts. Yet, Snape had but one ally. Lily could not always be by his side, for she was a kind-hearted and rule-abiding Gryffindor, unlikely to employ spells against classmates. However, if words could halt their torment, this conflict would not have endured for over 3 years. Violet recognized Potter's affection for Evans. She was oblivious to their underlying tensions, but without a doubt, Evans was a significant reason for Potter's animosity toward Snape. The more Evans intervened to protect Snape, the deeper their rift grew. It was an unquenchable smoldering fire. An undisclosed jealousy clashing with fragile, yet resolute pride, poised to ignite an unforeseen disaster at any moment. I am perfectly fine, Violet retorted sarcastically. James Potter, your insults are as feeble and powerless as you are. The Gryffindor temperament could hardly withstand provocation, especially from a pure blood raised in affluence. Tarantaligra, Violet flung her Ravenclaw scarf, which transformed mid-air into a majestic eagle. Yet neither managed to strike the other, as they were both swiftly apprehended by Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, Miss Lawn, I believe I require an explanation. Chapter 15, The Stray Kitten. Professor Flitwick, as Violet's head of house, was summoned as well. Lawn. Flitwick was incredulous. How could his usually docile and astute student have engaged in a brawl with Gryffindor in the corridor? Yet, recalling certain past events, it was not entirely surprising. Lawn. You do not appear well. You may need a trip to the hospital wing. I am fine, Headmaster. Violet felt quite well, fully aware of her actions. McGonagall indeed held a fondness for Violet, appreciating her remarkable transfiguration skills. Had she transformed her scarf into such a splendid eagle in class, McGonagall would have likely awarded Ravenclaw extra points. However, today, Violet appeared far from her usual compliant self. Her face was flushed, brows furrowed, exuding a cold and furious demeanor. Her eyes tinged with bloodshot hues, as if a fire of hatred burned within her. The verbal skirmish had been instigated by Violet, with Potter launching the first spell. Both received equal reprimands, each penalized 20 points and sentenced to a week of detention. Yet, when McGonagall demanded an apology from Violet, the girl reacted like a provoked cat, hissing defensively. I will not apologize to him. He should be the one to apologize to others. Potter never reflects on his actions. Why should I be the one to apologize? An angered girl is seldom reasonable, and in her current state, Violet was deaf to all reason, stubbornly clinging to her convictions. Flitwick, Lawn, you instigated this conflict. Headmaster, I absolutely refuse to utter a single word of apology to him unless he first seeks forgiveness from Senior Snape. Apologize to that insufferable brat? You must be dreaming. Huh. You are not worthy of my apology. The two appeared on the verge of a heated altercation within Professor McGonagall's office, prompting the enraged professor to command them both to silence. At that moment, she finally comprehended the turmoil surrounding Violet. She was aware of the discord between the quartet of marauders and Snape, yet no matter how many detentions she imposed, they would inevitably clash again. McGonagall felt utterly exhausted. At times, she harbored a twinge of sympathy for that Slytherin child, who seemed to lack the privileged upbringing of Potter and Black. Consequently, she often imposed harsher penalties on the 4 miscreants. However, if the young Gryffindors could be pacified merely by a few hours of detention, they would no longer be true lions. The conflicts among children are often pure, and thus, exceedingly difficult to resolve. Each possesses their own set of standards. Unwilling to heed the counsel of adults, perceiving their words as riddled with deceit, Flitwick, observing Violet in a state of furious agitation, cast a diagnostic charm. The already sharp tone of her voice became even more piercing with surprise. Violet, you must go to the hospital wing immediately. You are running a high fever. I'm fine. Violet instinctively retorted, furrowing her brow as she suppressed her discomfort to maintain an appearance of normalcy. Evans, escort Miss Lawn to the hospital wing, Flitwick instructed, with Evans, a witness to the scene, also being summoned. However, she found herself unable to interject amidst their quarrel. Her expression appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze towards Violet tinged with complexity. Violet evaded Evans' grasp, resembling a cat bristling with defenses. I will go on my own. I won't trouble you, Senior Evans. Headmaster. I will collect my detention details from your office later. For now, I must head to the hospital wing. She articulated her intentions with clarity before taking her leave. Were it not for her flushed face and Flitwick's diagnostic results, one might fail to recognize her feverish condition, as she merely seemed more irritable than usual. As Snape exited, he overheard the students gossiping about a brawl between a Ravenclaw and a Gryffindor in the corridor. He paid little attention to the idle chatter. He still had to deliver potions to the hospital wing for Slughorn. Each winter, a significant number of young witches and wizards succumbed to colds and fevers due to their disregard for the changing climate, leading to a considerable spike in the consumption of invigorating potions. Slughorn was somewhat overwhelmed, and during his tenure as a teaching assistant, Snape was responsible for preparing a small portion of the simpler potions, for which he was duly compensated. Children, please be patient. The new potions will arrive shortly. There's no need to rush or wander about, Madame Pomfrey was reassuring a student when Snape arrived with the new potions. Snape, you finally made it. Do you have the invigorating potions? Bring me a bottle at once. Snape placed the potions on the counter and retrieved a bottle of invigorating potion. Madame Pomfrey held a girl's shoulder firmly to prevent her from moving restlessly. She resembled a cat, with its fur bristled, glaring with bared teeth, her face flushed abnormally. Violet. Snape maneuvered around Madame Pomfrey to approach her. You have a fever? He touched her forehead, feeling the heat radiating from her skin as if it were ablaze, threatening to ignite his own. Senior, Violet's fierce and defensive demeanor softened slightly, subconsciously trusting the person before her. Even in her vulnerable state, she believed he would not harm her. Madame Pomfrey, relieved that someone could manage the restless young eagle, felt a sense of ease. Outside, a throng of young witches and wizards awaited. Snape, keep an eye on her. Do not let her wander. She is running a severe fever, and I must attend to other students. Understood. Snape was somewhat familiar with Madame Pomfrey, not only because he frequently delivered potions while assisting Slughorn, but also due to his status as a regular visitor to the hospital wing. As Snape opened the potion bottle, Violet unexpectedly embraced him, her unnaturally hot face and breath resting against his neck, igniting a flame that scorched his skin. Senior, I scolded Potter on your behalf. Had Professor McGonagall not intervened, I would have struck him. When one is ill, they often become vulnerable, and each person's response varies. Some become lethargic and crave sleep. Others require tender care, while some erect walls of defense around themselves. Snape froze, uncertain whether it was her breath against his neck or her disdainful mention of Gryffindor that left him paralyzed. Did she understand the animosity between him and those four? Was she defending him? Snape felt a desire to chastise her for meddling, as his pride did not necessitate a girl to champion his cause. Yet, at that moment, Violet appeared pitiable and fragile, akin to an abandoned stray cat, her damp hair clinging to her forehead and neck, radiating a heat that could melt stone. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Snape guided her to sit on the bed, bringing the potion to her lips and administering it. A faint green liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth due to her current lethargy. Snape wiped it away with a casual gesture. Do not concern yourself with that arrogant Gryffindor. Next time, do not allow yourself to reach such a state. Violet felt dizzy, her mind a whirlpool of confusion, leaving her in an unstable state. Earlier, while observing Evans in the corridor, she had felt out of sorts, as Violet typically did not pay attention to others. Even if that person was Snape's childhood companion, she felt a twinge of jealousy at the thought that someone she liked had a better friend, someone with whom he had grown up. But that was the extent of it. However, in her feverish state, her thoughts became muddled, and her irritability resurfaced, causing her to fixate on that girl, pondering what qualities Snape admired in her. Could she measure up? Then, Potter had suddenly approached her to speak. Violet bore no ill will towards Evans, nor did she feel outright jealousy. She merely felt a pang of envy, while simultaneously acknowledging that Evans was genuinely a good girl, despite her instinctive desire to refute that notion. However, Potter had long been categorized as an adversary in Violet's mind. She had not only slapped his face, but had also shoved him into the Black Lake. What outcome could possibly arise from her feverish, dizzy, and unstable approach towards him? The only reason a confrontation had not ensued was Professor McGonagall's timely arrival. Even if Violet were not feverish, a clash with Potter would still be inevitable. It would simply depend on who instigated the conflict first. Violet's fever did not cause her to lash out at the professor or Evans, indicating that her ire was directed solely at one individual, or perhaps four. Snape laid her down on the bed. Rest for a while, you will feel better soon. Steam began to rise from her ears, dissipating the abnormal heat radiating from her body. Violet grasped his robe, her grip weak, easily breakable, yet she held on to Snape. Senior, I feel so dizzy. Could you stay with me for a while? Snape paused, silent, then sat down. Violet revealed a faint, reassuring smile, her eyelids growing heavy. fluttering open and closed like a trembling butterfly. The hospital wing was generally quiet, punctuated only by Madame Pomfrey's occasional exasperated shouts and the distant moans of students. Gradually fading into the background, the scene before her grew increasingly blurred and washed out. The little cat, having mustered strength throughout the day, finally succumbed to slumber, closing its weary eyes. Chapter 16. The Past of First Grade. The efficacy of the potion was formidable. By that evening, Violet had completely recovered from her fever, though her complexion remained somewhat pallid. Madame Pomfrey, initially reluctant to release her from the infirmary so soon, was aware that Violet had astronomy class that night. Missing a lesson was far more dreadful for a Ravenclaw than being hospitalized. Madame Pomfrey was incensed, insisting that on such a frigid night, students should not be compelled to gaze at the stars. Such circumstances only exacerbated the number of students falling ill. Violet first sought out Professor McGonagall to extend her apologies. At that moment, her demeanor and tone were less than ideal, yet she held the utmost respect for Professor McGonagall and had no intention of causing her any trouble. Next, she approached Professor Flitwick to retrieve her detention assignment, preparing to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. The once tempestuous kitten reverted to her original, docile self. However, when McGonagall instructed her to apologize to Potter, Violet, though markedly less irate than before, still opted to decline. Her tone merely softened. Yet, this lucid and rational refusal signified an unwavering stance, leaving no room for negotiation. As she settled into her seat at the Great Hall that evening, Yulia regarded her with a somewhat peculiar expression. Violet, I never expected you to possess the courage of a Gryffindor, engaging in a skirmish in the corridor. Violet, however, was largely indifferent to the incident. She had already confronted them, albeit no one recognized that the white-gloved black cat was she. Her nature was not one to passively endure. Why should she? Were the Gryffindors permitted to flout school regulations, launching surprise attacks, engaging in 4-on-1 confrontations, and wielding malevolent curses, while any retaliation from others was deemed a transgression? Was such reasoning not utterly absurd? Yulia, I believed you understood that I am not one to curry favor with others. When they provoke me, I shall certainly retaliate at any time. They have harmed those I hold dear. I could never simply dismiss it with the words, they meant no harm. Yulia's smile faltered, her mind involuntarily conjuring past events. It dawned on her that their dormitory housed 3 occupants, Yulia, Violet, and Avery. Yulia, a muggle-born witch, felt a sense of inferiority when confronted by the pure-blood wizards of Hogwarts. She often pondered why she had been sorted into Ravenclaw, frequently struggling to answer the riddle posed by the bronze knocker. Her appearance was rather unremarkable, marred by a previous battle with acne. Violet, a half-blood, exuded an air of aloofness and detachment, embodying a quintessential Ravenclaw's tendency to be lost in thought, preferring solitude over interaction. Avery, also a half-blood, contrasted sharply with Violet. She was proud and sought to derive a sense of superiority from Yulia's muggle heritage, harboring a distinct disdain for Violet, perceiving her as indifferent to her existence, though this was perhaps a truth. The cruelty of young girls often manifests in whispers and shadows. They would conceal her clothing, discard her shoes, inscribe ugly upon her mirror, all while feigning camaraderie with cheerful smiles, yet secretly wielding knives to tear each other's garments. Yulia found this terrifying. She felt powerless to confront the little witch, paralyzed by fear that such torment might befall her. A mere bystander, she hesitated to assist Violet, opting instead for a facade of ignorance, glossing over the discord. Violet, inherently disinclined to engage, found no unbearable weight in their silence. However, when her belongings vanished and red markings appeared on her mirror, she recognized the bullying for what it was. At that time, she was but a first year when Avery, with a mock-friendly demeanor, approached her. Violet suddenly struck Avery squarely in the face. Without wand or magic, Violet compelled her to beg for mercy. When upperclassmen intervened, Violet had even taken a bite out of Avery's flesh. Like a cornered animal, she retaliated with fervor. Avery was so frightened that she dared not confront Violet again, even going so far as to request a room change from the headmistress. Yulia, as their roommate, was likewise summoned. Fearful, she refrained from speaking the truth. Compared to Violet's blatant aggression, she feared Avery's insidious bullying far more. She could only assert, it was merely playful banter among friends. Avery bore no ill intentions. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick did not dismiss the incident as mere childish frolic. Avery was indeed reassigned to another dormitory, and both girls faced a year-long detention. This incident transpired within the Ravenclaw common room, hence it remained undisclosed, with no one the wiser. To outsiders, Violet still appeared a well-mannered and amiable child. No one could fathom the ferocity she displayed in retaliation. Yulia feared that Violet might seek revenge upon her, the bystander. Thus, she approached Violet to apologize. offering myriad excuses, her fear, her cowardice, her lack of courage, hoping they might start anew, perhaps even forge a friendship. She vowed she would never treat Violet in such a manner. Yulia simply yearned for peace of mind, wishing for Violet to relinquish her anger, fearing that in the dead of night, Violet might rend the flesh from her arm. However, Violet harbored no intentions of revenge. Instead, she remarked, "I remember you, the one who helped me retrieve my uniform." That night, overwhelmed by guilt, Yulia wept, releasing all the fears and insecurities that had plagued her since her entrance into the magical realm. She repeatedly uttered apologies, not out of fear, but from a genuine sense of remorse. Neither of them uttered the words, "Are we not friends?" Yet, from the following day, their relationship undeniably improved. Yulia and Violet complied with their detention duties, polishing trophies, cleaning Hogwarts without the aid of magic, and patrolling the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Yulia recognized her own culpability. Professor Flitwick had not punished her, and Violet had not sought revenge. She had willingly participated. All of this transpired during their first year. In the time that followed, Violet remained her usual self, remarkably aloof, not particularly close to anyone. Yulia, by virtue of being her roommate, had a few opportunities to converse with her. She enjoyed their exchanges. For Violet never mocked her Muggle heritage, nor did she ridicule her inability to answer the bronze knocker's riddle, nor comment on her acne. Violet resembled a creature that flits at the periphery, listening to Yulia's troubles without derision. Yulia would braid her hair, and Violet would occasionally lament the difficulty of potion class. Yet, one day in the latter half of their second year, Yulia noticed a subtle transformation in Violet. Was she becoming more human? She could not quite articulate it. The former Violet, akin to a small animal, had been largely indifferent to others, perhaps engaging in brief conversations once familiarity was established, but reacting with fierce retaliation when provoked. Did wizards truly resort to biting one another in conflict? Recently, Violet's expressions had diversified. She began to smile, exhibit a hint of bitterness, and show traces of youthful innocence and shyness. Astonishingly, she even appeared to have developed a crush. Yulia felt a twinge of envy, that familiar pang of a friend witnessing another's affection bloom. Yet, she was genuinely delighted for Violet, for she had discovered someone to cherish. For the past 6 months, Violet had radiated joy, her countenance perpetually adorned with a smile upon Yulia's sighting. Violet's allure blossomed, embodying a vibrant, youthful beauty. She laughed splendidly, excelled academically, and exhibited a demeanor that appeared both obedient and considerate, to the extent that Yulia momentarily forgot the fierce, tooth-bearing Violet of their first year and the absence of Avery, who would no longer haunt her presence. "I deeply regret that Violet is experiencing a dull ache in her heart. They harbor no malice? How could that possibly be?" At times, that seemingly amusing laughter is the very embodiment of a prankster's malevolence. If the mischief of the marauders were to befall her, Julia feared she might crumble under the weight of it all. Only from the vantage of an observer does it seem humorous. Furthermore, a significant reason lies in their choice of targets for their pranks. Whether it be Filch or Snape, their personalities are undeniably irksome. When pranks are inflicted upon them, they stand alone, devoid of steadfast friends or protective family members. At least Filch has the devoted Mrs. Norris, a kitten that accompanies him on his patrols. At night, when he catches students wandering about, he is relentless, particularly towards those who bully him, especially the infamous quartet, punishing them severely and confining them. As for Snape, relying on Evans to seek vengeance against that group is akin to hoping Snape will rise as the next Dark Lord. This unlikable Slytherin truly has no one resolutely by his side. Julia, a Ravenclaw, once remained indifferent to such matters, even chuckling at the marauders' antics. Yet, she suddenly recalled that none of the marauders' pranks had ever elicited a smile from Violet. Would she think of the things Avery had done to her? Julia's heart sank further. "Julia," Violet pulled her back from the depths of guilt and sorrow. "I didn't mean to imply you. I simply detest them. You are too quick to blame yourself. And that is not good." Violet pushed a delightful Yorkshire pudding towards her. "Have something delicious. Do not overthink everything." Julia felt her eyes welling with warmth. She realized her greatest fortune was having Violet as her roommate, as she always managed to pull her from the clutches of self-reproach. Chapter 17, Hidden Affections. Julia sliced through the pastry before her with her knife, pairing it with salad dressing and the roasted beef beside it. The delectable food eased her tension slightly. She cast a quiet charm. "Violet, I am genuinely curious. Why do you admire Snape? He does not seem particularly endearing." She attempted to phrase it delicately. In truth, Julia could not discern what made him appealing at all. When Violet had been feverish in the infirmary, Julia had visited, only to be shooed away by Snape. It was her first encounter with him. Perhaps they had crossed paths before, but she had paid him no mind. Snape appeared to be an exceptionally aloof individual, like a dark stone submerged in icy water. Even the notion that he had no friends was believable to Julia. Yet, he not only had a Gryffindor goddess as a friend, but also captured the heart of her roommate, the Flower of Ravenclaw, as Julia had dubbed her. It was rumored he even had dealings with Malfoy. Oh, upon reflection, he is rather impressive. But what is it that draws you to him? Violet frowned slightly. I am not entirely sure. Initially, I merely sought references for my potions essay and found the book he had taken. While waiting for him to return it, I discovered the other books he was reading. For some inexplicable reason, I began to read the books he had perused, and I realized he is truly remarkable. Violet smiled, her azure violet eyes flickering with the flame of her concealed affection. You cannot fathom how astoundingly intelligent he is. The books he reads, aside from potions, which I cannot discuss, are beyond my comprehension. He has read many tomes, including those on ancient runes and comprehensive spell theory. Even then, I knew he was attempting to create his own spells, yet he was only a third-year student. Violet's face lit up with youthful excitement. Snape had an extraordinary ability to ignite her emotions. Though he appears cold, he is indeed quite gentle. He even taught me potions without disdain. He is remarkably handsome, especially his eyes. Every time Violet beheld his eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. They resembled the tranquil, profound night sky, with long lashes casting a shadow of deep indigo, concealing his tenderness. He kept his goodness hidden, which was why Violet initially felt so envious of Evans. He smiles at me. Whenever she drew near him, she discovered delightful surprises, unaware of how many facets of himself he had concealed. In any case, who could possibly dislike him? Julia, engaging in conversation with a girl so enraptured, is quite futile. Moreover, as a visual enthusiast, could Snape truly be considered attractive? He is exceedingly handsome, exceptionally dashing, utterly debonair. Upon reflection, Julia realized she had not truly observed his face. She only remembered his long hair and distinctive nose, which imparted an aura of gloom and aloofness, simultaneously sharp and piercing. It seemed rather daunting for Violet to befriend him. More handsome than Black. I mean, without bias, Black does have a fine face. Humph. My senior is more handsome. He is both striking and knowledgeable. Black is merely a foolish Gryffindor. Julia abandoned the discussion of who was more attractive. People's appearances evoke different feelings in various individuals. When enamored, every virtue of a person is magnified. Conversely, when one harbors disdain, even the slightest flaw renders them loathsome. For one to admit that an individual they dislike possesses good looks, their appearance must hold considerable authority. Julia believed that Gryffindor's Black was indeed quite striking. And although her distaste for the Marauders had grown due to Violet, she could not deny his attractiveness. It was evident that her roommate had cast a spell of extraordinary beauty upon Snape, making him unrivaled in Violet's eyes, the sole heartthrob of Hogwarts. Are you planning to tell Snape any of this? Julia inquired, observing her love-struck roommate. What you have said makes me blush. It would be a pity not to share it with him. If you do not express your feelings, he will never know. Violet appeared somewhat perplexed. She had harbored her feelings for Snape for nearly a year now. They had exchanged names and become friends, yet the thought of confessing had never crossed her mind. She concealed her affections, indifferent to whether others knew, yet too timid to voice them to Snape. However, no one possesses the ability to read minds. If feelings remain unspoken, the other person can never know. I will think about it. Julia reminded her, Valentine's Day is just around the corner. The festivities will rival those of the Yule Ball. Young hearts will express their affections through various overt and subtle gestures. Though confessions can occur on any day, revealing one's feelings is often more challenging than one might expect. It requires courage and a gentle nudge. The Christmas ball, mistletoe, and Valentine's chocolates are imbued with unique significance, providing those who struggle to voice their sentiments with a more nuanced opportunity for expression. In truth, it is not difficult. All she needs to prepare is a piece of chocolate, along with a note or a simple phrase. It is far quicker than knitting a scarf, yet infinitely more daunting, especially for one so accustomed to secretly adoring Snape. The longer one harbors unrequited feelings, the harder it becomes to articulate them. Love is often a fleeting impulse, and once infatuation becomes habitual, the fear of losing the current relationship looms large. Violet now felt a tinge of apprehension. Because she currently shares a delightful rapport with Snape, they can immerse themselves in literature, collaborate on assignments, and engage in discussions about charms, potions, and transfiguration. The thought of confessing her feelings, should it jeopardize this connection, fills her with trepidation. Although Valentine's Day has yet to arrive, her heart is already pounding within her chest, yearning to break free from its concealed affection, yet fearful of rejection. This intricate emotion causes Violet's cheeks to flush and her ears to burn. She wishes to clasp her chest, terrified that her heart might leap forth and reveal her feelings for Snape. Chapter 18, The Invitation. Violet is enlightened by Julia. She realizes that she must take action. even if she cannot muster the courage to confess outright. She must at least let him know that he holds a special place in her heart. She must make her senior aware of her affections. With a determined spirit, she sets out. However, Violet sadly acknowledges the limited opportunities for encounters with Snape. In their 4th and 3rd years, their schedules do not align. They can only sit together in the library or during their potion brewing sessions in empty classrooms. In the Great Hall, the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables are positioned diagonally, making it difficult to see each other without a concerted effort. Initially, Violet found it sufficient to meet in the library, but now, with her desire to act, she feels time is slipping away. As she observes couples departing hand in hand after dinner, an idea strikes her. She navigates through the crowd to the Slytherin area, seeking out a solitary serpent. Senior. Snape turns, his brow slightly furrowed, and casts a warming charm on her. Aren't you supposed to be heading to astronomy class? Why not cast a warming charm on yourself? Is your spell work as foolish as your potions? Violet feels a sudden warmth envelop her. She finds his inconsistency rather endearing. Is he truly concerned for me? No. Violet grips his arm, guiding him to a more secluded path meant for just the two of them. Senior, do you have time this week for Hogsmeade? Would you accompany me? For what purpose? Violet hadn't actually planned any activities beforehand. Perhaps for tea and to buy some sweets? The words nearly slipped from her lips, dull and uninspired. Yet, as she clutches his arm, her warmth seeps through the fabric of their uniforms, a comfort even a cold-blooded serpent might yearn for. Her azure violet eyes, imbued with a hint of pleading, render a refusal difficult to utter. All right, I need to purchase a new quill and replenish my ink as well. Violet beams, her eyes sparkling like fragments of stars. Senior, let us meet at the castle entrance on Hogsmeade Day. Snape nods in agreement. Just don't end up bedridden in the infirmary again due to astronomy class. Violet huffs, both annoyed and powerless, playfully soft in her retort. It was merely a cold from one astronomy class. Is it necessary to dwell on it? I shall be careful. Violet playfully pinches his arm, gently, like a cat's soft paw, retracting her sharp claws. Goodbye, Senior. Farewell. Snape remains oblivious to the blush blooming on Violet's ears in the dim light. His left hand, recently grasped by her, tingles slightly, especially where she had pinched him, leaving a lingering itch, as if her soft paw had poked his heart. Snape clenches his left hand. Where does she derive all these little gestures? TSK, so bothersome. He activates his mental barriers once more. Still preoccupied, Snape has no classes that evening and checks on the potion he is brewing, a complex concoction requiring a month of careful observation, with precise timings for adding new ingredients to witness its evolving transformations. He hastily completes his assignments, continuing to refine his spells. Thus, another day slips away. The arrival of Hogsmeade Day comes quicker than Snape anticipated. It feels as if merely a blink has brought him to that day. Having pulled an all-nighter, Snape's eyes betray his fatigue, dark circles evident in the mirror reflecting his pallid complexion, greasy hair, and slightly frayed robes. In winter, hair doesn't become oily as swiftly, but his passion for potion-making subjects him to the steam that makes it prone to greasiness, limp and clinging to his face, obscuring his naturally curly locks. Snape wonders what merit he possesses to warrant an invitation from a girl to Hogsmeade. It must be akin to Lily's concern for his solitary nature. The last time he ventured to Hogsmeade was over 6 months ago with Lily, who fretted over his relentless studying. What hardship! Snape asserts his love for learning. Knowledge and power are what education provides him. An outing merely replenishes ink supplies, and encountering those marauders left a sour taste, resulting in everyone parting on bad terms. Snape has ventured out with Lily thrice, each time plagued by those 4 boys, a most unpleasant memory. Perhaps Lily understood that inviting Snape would invariably result in Potter's interference, leading to discontent, thus refraining from extending further invitations. With a sigh of frustration, Snape showers and changes into the attire Violet gifted him, a garment he has never worn while brewing potions and seldom outside. It appears as fresh as ever. He tidies himself and exits. Amidst the excitement of his peers on Hogsmeade Day, the girls chatter about delightful sweets and attire, while the boys express greater interest in Quidditch. Snape feels detached from it all. He cannot resonate with the exuberance and joy of youth. What is there to enjoy? He would rather concoct a new potion. Crafting the perfect elixir or gaining inspiration for a new spell would bring him far greater joy. As he walks, a faint scent of citrus wafts to his nostrils. Senior. Snape feels a tug at his sleeve and turns towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, his heart skips a beat. Violet. Violet shoots him a mock reproachful glance. Have you forgotten me after just one evening apart? You. Even if Snape were blind, he would discern the effort Violet has put into her appearance. She has swapped her Ravenclaw robes for her own attire, a white shirt adorned with multiple bows and a flamboyant deep blue coat with silver eagle buttons. Her hair is styled in a high ponytail, intricately braided, looking both neat and elegant. Having known the likes of Lucius and his refined aristocracy, Snape understands the meticulousness of a well-prepared ensemble. Surely, she must have used the beauty potion. The scent of the citrus-infused potion lingers, akin to a sweet little orange. Her already lovely face shines even brighter, captivating attention. Damn it! Snape diverts his gaze, his ears flushing beneath his dark hair, his tongue tinged with saliva from her citrus aroma. What is the meaning of her dressing up? Is it merely for a trip to Hogsmeade? Changing clothes is one thing, but is the beauty potion truly necessary? Snape muses, I suppose I still do not fully comprehend girls. Chapter 19. Severus, are you on a date? Violet poked Snape's arm, the very spot she had pinched earlier. Senior, shall we? Severus Snape observed that numerous boys and girls were casting admiring glances towards the enchanting Violet. Her exquisite beauty was undeniably captivating, especially as she had meticulously adorned herself, showcasing the blossoming allure of her youthful femininity. Her beauty was striking enough to induce a sense of disquiet within him. Snape even found himself questioning whether he had been too casual in his attire. Yet, it was merely a trip to Hogsmeade, and he had already made an effort by donning new robes. He felt entirely led by her. As she guided him into the tea house, seated him, and placed their order, the attentive Slytherin noticed that the establishment was filled with couples, each pair seemingly entwined in their own world, their gazes sticky and affectionate. Why were they holding hands? Snape looked at the girl before him as she eagerly flipped through the menu, searching for the dessert and drink she desired. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, while inside the tea house, the atmosphere felt rather warm. Senior, I've made my selections. What would you like? She inquired. The same as you, he replied, uncertain if she had noticed the peculiar ambience of the tea house. He hoped she had not, for he had no idea how to explain it. But then again, she was the one who had brought him here. What need was there for explanation? Violet ordered 2 servings of citrus cake and a pot of tea. Violet. Snape hesitated. He wanted to ask her why she had chosen this place. Did she realize its uniqueness? Was it her own choice, or a recommendation from a friend? He was at a loss for words, fearful of the answers he could only imagine. What's wrong, Senior? She asked, sensing his distraction. Nothing, he replied, swallowing his confusion. It's just my first time trying citrus cake. I wonder how it tastes. My friend said it was delightful, just like the fragrance I'm wearing, she remarked. Snape was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it too late to change his order? This was indeed a place recommended by her friend, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. The magical pastries arrived swiftly, leaving no room for him to reconsider. The citrus scent had enveloped him. His acute sense of smell could not be denied, as the sweet aroma was overpowering, eclipsing all else. Familiarity with the scent caused his tongue to salivate, yearning for a taste. With an impassive expression, Snape scooped a spoonful of cake, the sweetness of the cream mingling with the undeniable citrus flavor. Senior, is it delicious? She inquired. It's acceptable, he replied, feeling a slight headache creeping in. Besides the citrus cake, he was also seated next to a person imbued with the same fragrance. His keen sense of smell picked up the scent from a distance, creating an illusion as if he had bitten into a small orange. Snape wished to shut off his sense of smell. Why must he perceive things so distinctly? It felt rather intrusive. He scolded himself inwardly. After leaving the tea house, Violet expressed a desire to purchase a new outfit. Senior, which one do you think suits me best? She sought his assistance in selecting a garment. How could he possibly know which would be fitting for her? Snape lacked any aesthetic sense for clothing. Perhaps Violet was aware of this, as she selected several options, inviting him to choose from among them. He pointed to a black one. This one? All right, shopkeeper, she affirmed. Wait, Snape interrupted, gesturing toward a blue garment instead. The blue one would suit you better. She should not don such a dreary, uninspiring black. Violet decided to purchase both. After their shopping excursion, Violet accompanied him to replenish his ink supply. Snape selected 2 bottles of black ink while Violet was enthralled by the beautiful shimmering, color-changing inks. Senior, look at this color. Isn't it stunning? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The blue-violet hue resembled the flecks of light in her own eyes. This one is lovely too, she continued, holding up a silver-green bottle, the Slytherin color, dark and rich like a forest shrouded in mist. The girl had a special fondness for these exquisite inks and quills. Snape assisted her in trying several bottles of color-changing ink, and she ultimately decided on 2, reminiscent of the colors of her eyes and that of Slytherin. Why choose Slytherin colors? He wondered. There are also Ravenclaw colors. Do you like silver green? Indeed. Violet nodded emphatically. In the library, it was the silver-green emblem of the little serpent that had captivated her. Besides black, Snape was left with only the Slytherin colors. He resembled a forest emerging from the blackened earth, both cold and vibrant. A girl with red hair and striking green eyes strolled in with her friend, coincidentally crossing paths with Snape and Violet. Lily's green eyes widened in shock, akin to a startled cub. Severus? Are you two on a date? Snape was taken aback by her words. No, he stammered. What led you to think I was on a date? I merely accompanied a friend for tea, helped her buy some clothes, and selected 2 bottles of ink. Lily's expression conveyed disbelief as she glanced at the girl beside Snape. Violet left a profound impression. More tempestuous than the fiery cub, particularly quick to voice her opinions, nearly clashing with Potter for Snape's sake, and showing no hesitation even in the presence of professors. Yet today, she appeared unusually docile. Lily almost doubted her own recognition of the girl. Nevertheless, Violet's distinct blue-violet eyes were unmistakable. Hello, Lily Evans. I'm Severus's friend. You can call me Lily, she introduced herself. Their last encounter had not been ideal for introductions, as Violet had been feverish and somewhat delirious. Not a suitable time to become acquainted. Violet leaned back in surprise. She had not anticipated Lily would take the initiative to introduce herself. Violet Lane, she replied, tilting her head slightly. A friend of the senior? She mused, wishing to be more than just friends. Snape's heart settled back into place, dispelling the fleeting pang of disappointment. See, I told you it was merely a friendship. Chapter 20, Sweetness. This marked Violet's first formal introduction to Evans, or perhaps now she could simply call her Lily. She had heard of the latter's name long before. Outstanding academic achievements, captivating beauty, a favored student of Professors McGonagall and Slughorn, the goddess of Gryffindor. The title of goddess was merely a colloquial nickname among students, never formally bestowed as a beauty contest. Violet's first impression of her was that she was the girl who could elicit smiles from Severus. Violet had no intention of approaching her. She was not naturally outgoing and had taken months to forge a connection with Snape. After exchanging names, they did not intend to walk together, as they were still strangers. And Violet had finished her shopping. Their first encounter was merely a nod of acknowledgement before parting ways. Snape, having been invited out by Violet, naturally chose to accompany her. As they brushed past Lily, Snape experienced a peculiar sensation. He turned to watch the red-haired girl as she and her friend began selecting the lovely trinkets that girls adore. Previously, his gaze had always been fixed on Lily. There was nothing strange about it. After all, Lily was his only friend. Should Snape divert his attention to others who were irrelevant? He clung to her tightly, fearing that this precious, singular friendship might slip through his fingers. Their first meeting had been when he discovered she was a young witch, and he had shared with her the invaluable potion book that Eileen had gifted him. It was all he possessed, only these tomes. Fortunately, she was a kind-hearted girl, undeterred by Snape's poverty or the notoriety of his family's name. She was the first ray of light that Severus Snape beheld in Spinner's End. On the train, he even contemplated compelling her to join him in Slytherin. Yet, sunlight is elusive. He was a man engulfed in darkness, and as night descended, the daylight would inevitably retreat. Lily had gone to Gryffindor, made new wizarding friends, and had a certain Potter, who sought her attention with great fervor. Snape had nothing. The further the sunlight receded, the closer he drew to obscurity. He had felt anger and jealousy, questioning why Lily could not have him as her sole companion. He had even quarreled with her, ignoring her for 3 days upon their arrival at school. In retrospect, such behavior seemed quite juvenile. Friendship was never meant to be exclusive. Lily could not be confined to just one friend, and neither had he, having gained a second friend himself. Snape followed Violet outside, snowflakes landing on him only to vanish almost instantly. The warming charm he had cast enveloped him in comfort. This winter was not particularly frigid. Perhaps it was a folly from the outset to attempt to grasp a ray of light. It slipped away faster than the snowflakes melting in his palm. The only thing within his reach was power. This was the very reason he pursued the study of dark magic, despite the objections of friends. Senior, why are you lost in thought? Is it so dull to be with me? Dull? Snape stood in the snow. His heart stirred since the moment he laid eyes on Violet that day, utterly unaware of his own actions. Until now, he had possessed but one female friend. Yet, he had never shared tea with Lily face to face, especially not in a cafe reserved for couples, nor had he ever picked out clothes for her. He was uncertain whether friends of the opposite sex engaged in such activities. It felt rather ambiguous. Perhaps he was overthinking? No one forbade friends from behaving in such a manner. I'm just contemplating something. Come on, don't you have to go to Honeyduke's for sweets? Honeyduke's was the most popular shop in Hogsmeade. Merlin knew how much young wizards adored sweets. What was so delightful about those sickly sweet confections? Snape could not fathom it. Violet had bought some chocolate. Would you care to try some, Senior? Before Snape could respond, a piece of chocolate was offered to his lips. Since it had already brushed against him, how could he refuse? He surrendered, biting into the chocolate, which melted on his tongue. How does it taste? Too sweet. It's a bit painful for the teeth. Snape was accustomed to bitter flavors, but this cloying sweetness was alien to him, evoking a sense of inner resistance. He feared that such sweetness might erode the protective barriers he had erected around himself. Honeyduke's is a bit too sweet. Next time, I'll make you a less sugary batch. We can ease into it. You'll surely come to accept this sweetness. Snowflakes settled upon her fluffy hair, forming a delicate white layer. He was suddenly reminded of the white-pawed black cat, Wilhelmina. There was a certain resemblance among beloved companions. Today's excursion to Hogsmeade was unexpectedly smooth and harmonious. And Snape felt that time had flown far too swiftly. He had not pondered potions or spells, nor had he been burdened by the weight of heavy tomes and numerous materials. In truth, he hadn't spent much time walking with Violet. Most of their time had been spent sitting, sipping tea, selecting clothing, choosing ink, and purchasing a few sweets. Compared to his usual hectic days, today was astonishingly relaxed. Snape was capable of staying up late brewing potions and attending classes the next day, with ample energy to spare. Yet now he felt fatigued. The weariness he had suppressed suddenly surged forth. How he longed for a place to rest. The resurfacing drowsiness was not easily dismissed. Snape's mind struggled to function, and his vision darkened. Just before his eyes closed, he glimpsed Violet's surprised expression. "I'm merely resting for a moment. I'll awaken shortly." Snape dreamt not at all. It felt as though he had merely blinked, and yet he felt immensely refreshed. His physical and mental fatigue dissipated. His senses gradually returned. First came sound, the lilting strains of classical music. Then, the aroma of citrus, the rich scent of coffee, and the faint warmth of floral notes enveloped him. As for touch, something soft and resilient cushioned his head. His long lashes fluttered open, his dark eyes merging with the shadows before widening abruptly. Before him lay a deep blue coat adorned with patches of white shirt, a pallid face flushed with the hues of twilight. Snape felt as if he had been scorched by flames, almost leaping away. Remaining in this position for another second might incinerate him. He gazed at the crumpled fabric on her lap. How could she allow a boy to rest upon her legs? Anger surged within him. Yet Violet lay against the sofa, deep in a sweet slumber, and he could not bear to rouse her. Instead, he sat in silence on the sofa, his face ablaze. The aroma of coffee was rich. There was no need for contemplation. It was undoubtedly a cafe. Snape glanced at the time. He had slept for 2 hours. Merlin above. How could he have succumbed to such sudden drowsiness? Had he truly fallen asleep? Here he was, carried by a girl to a cafe, continuing to recline. A tempest of emotions swirled within him. He should not have stayed up late the previous night. Violet had yet to awaken, and the hour was still early. Snape ordered a cup of coffee, waiting for her to stir. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. The sky was dimming. Snape's fiery gaze fell upon Violet. Yet upon seeing her, he instinctively softened. It was his sudden slumber that had precipitated this scene. He had no right to reproach Violet. After settling the bill, Snape lifted Violet effortlessly, cradling her belongings as he made his way back to Hogwarts. He cast a concealment charm, ensuring that rumors of her romance would not circulate upon her awakening tomorrow. Snape was not particularly robust, yet Violet was even lighter and softer than he had imagined. Her warm, plush head resting against his shoulder, her breath cascading onto the nape of his neck, sending his heart racing uncontrollably. Mind-closing spell, mind-closing spell. Severus Snape. Do not entertain such chaotic thoughts. Some things are not meant for your touch. Empty your mind, empty your mind. Snape granted himself no room for fanciful notions. That would be far too indulgent. This fleeting moment of warmth while embracing her was sufficient. Chapter 21, Meow Meow. Snape returned to Hogwarts, cradling her. The youth had yet to fully develop. He seldom partook of meals, and his strength was not particularly remarkable. Halfway through, he had to resort to the levitation charm for assistance. Perhaps he ought to exercise more in the future? Otherwise, he might face disdain. What future? Did he still dare to hope for one? Such a naive fantasy. Snape grimaced, shoving aside those inappropriate thoughts with the mind-closing spell. The sky had darkened. The snowy night was devoid of starlight, enveloped only in profound darkness. Darkness was the realm he knew best, and at this moment, he held a girl within his embrace. Sunlight could not penetrate the night, yet now there was a girl accompanying him in the shadows, nestled in his arms, their closeness evoking a sense of yearning and attachment. Snape gazed down at the girl resting against his neck, her cheek pressed against him, flushed with a soft pink hue. Her lips were pouted, rosy, as if still tinged with the sweetness of cake and coffee. Her eyes were closed, revealing only her lashes and the shadows they cast. The snow continued to fall, growing ever heavier, yet the air remained uncharacteristically warm. Severus Snape was unaware of the location of the Ravenclaw common room. The whereabouts of the common rooms of all 4 houses had never been disclosed. He could only carry her towards Hogwarts. Why couldn't tea time slow down? Even just a little? To prolong this moment, if only for a while longer. Violet, wake up. His voice was soft, more akin to a lullaby than a call to awaken, imbued with a tenderness that was almost astonishing. If you don't wake up soon, I shall take you to the Slytherin common room. Did you know? The Slytherin common room is situated by the Black Lake. From there, one can gaze upon the wonders beneath the lake's surface. With a stroke of luck, one might even catch a glimpse of the giant squid. It is pleasantly cool in summer, and in winter, the warmth of candlelight and the hearth makes it bearable. The decor is adorned in silver and green. You adore that bottle of ink. Perhaps you would find the Slytherin common room to your liking as well? Snape observed the girl's trembling eyelashes and ceased his gentle coaxing. Her violet blue eyes met his dark ones in the night. Awake, are you? His voice returned to its customary indifference. The gentleness that had just spoken of the Slytherin common room vanished without a trace. He set Violet down and placed the belongings she had purchased into her hands. Next time, do not fall asleep outside. You fool, you might be sold without even knowing. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Good night, Senior. Good night, Violet. Violet stood by the Black Lake, watching his figure fade into the snowy night. She swiftly turned and, after a few hurried steps, dashed back to the Ravenclaw common room. Ah! Violet raced up the tower, returning to the top floor, answering the riddle at the door almost absent-mindedly as she rushed back to her dormitory. She shed her coat and shoes, leaping onto her bed and pulling the covers over herself. Muffled, deliberately subdued screams echoed from beneath the blanket. Whoa, oh meow 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 whoa. Even a cat's meow slipped out. Julia remarked, "You do realize this is quite terrifying, don't you?" Violet had been awake before Snape lifted her, feigning sleep, nearly succumbing to slumber before he carried her, waking once more. Throughout the journey, Violet had remained alert. How had she controlled her heartbeat, her breath, her very eyes? Faking sleep proved far more challenging than she had anticipated. In that fleeting moment, Violet's cleverness shone brilliantly as she emptied her mind, imagining herself as an oblivious cat, feigning sleep. She had experienced such mindlessness before. All it took was to immerse herself in the past. She had mastered the art of mental closure. And then, she was rewarded with an unprecedented boon. Although she regretted not having a chance to snuggle close to little Severus, she had been carried all the way back from Hogsmeade. The Slytherin common room was indeed by the Black Lake. Ah, how could he have been so gentle at that moment? I can hardly contain myself. Violet, how can you be so useless? Couldn't you have controlled yourself a bit more? Just listen to him for a few more moments. Violet screamed, pounding her bed and rolling about. Once more she rolled. With a thud, she tumbled off the bed. Violet sat on the floor, leaning against the bed's edge. She had calmed down somewhat, yet the silly grin on her face showed no signs of fading. Julia needed no inquiry. She already comprehended how Violet had spent her day. She wore a smile akin to that of an innocent 3-year-old. Would Snape truly not disdain her? Had her confession succeeded? Ha ha ha, not yet. Then why are you so jubilant? Julia couldn't fathom how mad Violet would be if her confession actually succeeded. Violet glimpsed that tender self which Snape had kept veiled. Severus Snape concealed all that was beautiful and soft behind a fortress of sharp spikes and indifference. Even the faintest perception of it left Violet enraptured. But tonight, she truly heard and felt it. Were it not for her heart's uncontrollable fluttering, she would have continued to feign sleep. What was the Slytherin common room, after all? What harm would it bring to enter? Yet, she found herself powerless to do so. Did this heart truly belong to her? Why was it so unruly? Why did it refuse to heed her commands? She nearly lost control of another part of herself, her animagus screaming to emerge, yearning to transform. Her two hearts raced together in turmoil. Julia, I believe I have fallen for my senior. Her voice floated lightly, melding with the breeze atop the Ravenclaw Tower, drifting over the banks of the Black Lake. Chapter 22, Enlightenment. The turmoil within, the inability to sleep, was not confined to a solitary cat in the Ravenclaw Tower. Snape lay in bed, unsure if it was due to having slept earlier or the chaotic rhythm of his heart. He could not find rest. He must have been cursed this evening. Severus dared not recall what had transpired earlier. How could he, Severus Snape, speak in such a revolting tone? Fortunately, Violet had been asleep. Otherwise, he might have leapt into the Black Lake in a fit of rage, casting her a forgetting charm or even one upon himself. Snape longed to erase all memories of the night. Merlin must be jesting. He could scarcely believe that the person he had been was himself. His mind had been filled with the most distasteful thoughts. How could he have wished to kiss her? Insanity. Snape possessed a fair grasp of mental closure techniques, yet it was merely adequate. No one practiced legilimency with him daily. He could not control every thought, nor could he effortlessly hide memories to avoid revisiting them. It was precisely because the sensation was so shameful. His mind replayed it again and again. Mental closure could not suppress it all. Damned. Snape pressed his hands against his temples, frowning, employing mental closure to gradually dissipate those memories, fragmenting them into the tome of recollections. As long as he did not revisit them, they would not resurface unbidden. His black eyes became hollow and vacant. The clouds obscured the stars and moon, leaving only an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Snape closed his eyes. His mental closure had improved. and he was finally able to drift into slumber. Slytherin and Gryffindor shared many classes, such as potions, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and history of magic. Lily, as a friend of Snape's from the same year, often sat beside him during classes. Lily naturally noticed Snape's change. He had appeared calm and relaxed the day before. A rarity, Snape typically held himself tightly wound. She believed he had finally found a place of peace, and she was pleased for him. However, today, Snape was even more aloof than before. In History of Magic class, few paid attention, for Professor Bin spoke in a manner that was all too soporific. Most opted to read and memorize on their own after class. Suddenly, Lily inquired, "Severus, have you had a falling out with Violet?" Fragments of last night surged forth. Though merely a small shard, enough to cause Snape's brow to twitch, yet it did not spiral out of control. No. Then why is it not a cause for joy that you spent time with a beautiful girl yesterday? It was not a date, Snape quickly retorted. Do not speak so carelessly. It would tarnish her reputation. Lily regarded him with a sigh and a shake of her head. At times, she felt that Snape possessed an intelligence that defied humanity, so perceptive she suspected he might read minds. However, at times, she found herself believing that the boy must be made of stone or wood, entirely devoid of any feeling. How could he remain indifferent when that girl had adorned herself so beautifully for a date with him? Lily yearned to convey to him that perhaps he should ponder a bit more on the possibility that the girl might harbor feelings for him. She wished he could muster a little courage, even to merely test the waters. Lily was genuinely anxious for him. Yet, emotions are beyond control, and she could not guarantee that her feelings were accurate. What if Violet was merely an exquisitely charming girl in her everyday life? Her meddling might inadvertently cause harm to Severus. Nonetheless, Severus's behavior was infuriating. Couldn't he, as a boy, take the initiative? If only he possessed a fraction of Potter's confidence and tended to his appearance, he would likely have secured a girlfriend by now, unlike others who perceived Severus as sullen, greasy, and peculiar. Lily recognized her friend as remarkably exceptional. No, rather, profoundly outstanding. Apart from flying, she had never witnessed him struggle to master anything. He was indeed meticulous, albeit lacking in verbal communication. He had an appealing appearance, though he seldom bothered with his grooming. The steam from potions wreaked havoc on his hairstyle. While Lily had devoted considerable effort to avoid her own hair appearing greasy, yet his temperament and obstinacy were truly lamentable. Lily had quarreled with him numerous times due to his reticent demeanor, ultimately reminding herself that losing her temper would only lead to her own distress. Engaging in arguments with Severus would only serve to infuriate her further. "Severus, why don't you take the initiative?" Lily remarked. Good girls won't wait around forever. Violet was in her 3rd year, but it was not uncommon for 2nd years to engage in romantic pursuits. 4th and 5th years were the most active in dating, as students at that stage were eligible to attend the Christmas ball. With a dash of courage, one could simply invite a girl they fancied to dance, and afterward, find a spot beneath the mistletoe to confess. Success rates soared to nearly 99%. Lily remained single because she had yet to find a boy she wished to dance with. Arrogant Potter was the first to invite her, yet she had no inclination to entertain such a brash and haughty boy. They always bullied Severus, and until they realized their mistakes, Lily would not consider him. In her eyes, Severus was quite admirable, yet since he had never extended an invitation to her, she could not take the initiative, especially as she did not harbor romantic feelings for him. Moreover, all the boys who approached Lily were chased away by Potter. Perhaps Potter believed he had done well in scaring off potential rivals, but Lily found him increasingly detestable. Whenever she thought Potter might not be so bad, how he treated his friends, made them laugh, and cared for others, his arrogance would resurface, shattering her budding impression as he once again taunted Severus with that nickname, seeking to provoke him. Almost always, they were the ones to initiate trouble. Ultimately, the boy Lily agreed to accompany to the ball was a Hufflepuff. All the Gryffindor boys had been sent away by Potter. Yet he could not deter those from other houses. Violet, now in her 3rd year, would have countless suitors by the time she reached 4th year. For she was undeniably a stunning girl, a Ravenclaw, both intelligent and beautiful. Severus clutched a quill in his hand, now broken. Isn't this simply maddening? Lily mused, though she genuinely felt elated for Severus. Being a Gryffindor, she often found herself caught in the middle between him and Potter, for she would never resort to violence against someone from her own house, particularly knowing Potter was not entirely wicked. He possessed many admirable qualities. Severus was not without flaws either, and Lily's allegiance did not rest solely with her friend. She was unable to mediate their conflicts, nor could she unwaveringly support Severus without reservations. Sometimes, a friend's neutrality and leniency toward an adversary could be a form of harm. Yet now, he had someone who would unconditionally support him, someone who would fiercely defend him with the most scathing words and engage in physical confrontations on his behalf. Lily wished for her friend not to miss out on a girl like Violet. Her purity and steadfastness were undoubtedly what her insecure friend needed most. She felt a desire to play matchmaker, yet the 15-year-old girl was uncertain about the most appropriate approach, fearing she might inadvertently create complications. She could only subtly remind him that if he did not act soon, that wonderful girl might be whisked away by someone else. Ugh! Severus glared with resentment at the broken quill in his hand. Lily's words compelled him to think. Violet was far too beautiful. She would undoubtedly receive countless invitations. How infuriating! Violet was still just a third-year student. Who dared to be so shameless as to invite a third-year student? How could Hogwarts host so many dances? Halloween balls, Christmas balls, graduation balls. How could they endure dancing every day without breaking their legs? Violet, as a third year, was already so stunning. Severus could hardly fathom what she would look like in fourth year. The mere thought of a horde of dim-witted oafs vying for her attention made Severus' anger boil uncontrollably. He wished to cast the killing curse on them all. Damn it! Severus employed a clemency to suppress his volatile emotions. Something was amiss. He was not himself. Ever since that evening returning from Hogsmeade, everything had spiraled out of control. Severus had so little, and Violet had so boldly approached him. Since that afternoon in third year, he had always spotted her in the library. She had stolen glances at him countless times. 70 or 80 times in a single afternoon. She would read the same books he had, as if he were unaware. Her gaze always lingered upon him. At that time, Severus was not even her friend. What was so special about him? Severus did not know. But how could she look at anyone else with such an adoring, jubilant, and lively gaze? She should never have stirred his emotions in the first place. She ought not to regard him with such admiration. She shouldn't sit beside him in the library day after day, studying and doing homework together. She shouldn't curse and fight on his behalf. And she certainly shouldn't be so kind to him. That tea shop, that cafe, why did she treat him so? Severus wished he were truly made of stone. Then he wouldn't have to entertain such thoughts, and his heart wouldn't race so uncontrollably. He wouldn't have fallen for her. Chapter 23, Valentine's Day. The day after the Hogsmeade visit, the two found themselves once more seated in the library together. The changes within their hearts remained unspoken, yet outwardly, everything appeared unchanged. After all, the library was not a genuine date venue. Madame Pants would not allow such frivolity. They were there to study, after all. Yet, studying alongside someone one cherishes elevates the spirit inexplicably. Violet was perpetually in high spirits. While Severus experienced this sensation for the first time, an uncontrollable surge of joy coursed through him, more vivid than before, and his heart raced with newfound exhilaration. Not long after Severus realized he had developed feelings for the girl a year his junior, Valentine's Day approached. The Hogwarts trolls began to stir restlessly. Thankfully, no one had yet dared to profess their feelings in the library under Madame Pants' watchful eye, but Violet was not always by his side. Nor was she perpetually present in the library. Their class schedules were entirely misaligned, leaving him oblivious to the whereabouts of the Ravenclaw common room. Today, Potter once again sought to trouble him, attempting to prevent him from approaching Lily this Valentine's Day. Snape was thoroughly exasperated if they came to confront him. Let it be so. Today, his temper was tenfold more volatile than usual, and his retaliations were increasingly fierce. On this Valentine's Day, the four of them ended up in the infirmary, while Snape, tending to his own wounds with potions, remained resolute. Violet, however, had not accepted the love letters or chocolates offered to her. Instead, she was on a quest to find Snape. He was not in the library, nor was he with Lily. According to the Badger, he had gotten into a scuffle with the Marauders. Not in the infirmary, Violet eventually discovered him in a deserted classroom, a hidden sanctuary known only to her through the secret he had established. "Senior," Violet exclaimed as she rushed to his side, her gaze falling upon the scars adorning his face, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart, wishing to administer punishment to the four who had caused him harm. Snape's pale complexion made any mark conspicuously apparent, resembling the aftermath of a Muggle brawl rather than a wizard's duel. Despite his disdain for Muggles, he had grown up amidst them. In his first year, lacking any spells, he had resorted to using his fists. Today, however, his temper flared excessively, a rare return to such brutish methods of conflict. "Violet, what brings you here?" he questioned, his voice laced with irritation. "I couldn't find you in the library, so I thought you might be here." "Senior, may I help you with your wounds?" Snape merely nodded, handing her the vial of white fresh essence he had been working on in class. "Did those four trouble you again?" "I could defeat them," she asserted bravely. Snape, however, wished to dissuade her from feeling pity for him. He did not require such sympathy. One day, he vowed to grind those four into the ground. The white fresh essence stung as it touched his wounds, causing him to flinch slightly before regaining his composure. "Of course, you are the strongest, Senior. How could those four possibly best you? Is it painful? Shall I blow on it?" The warm, slightly moist breath brushed against his cheekbone, bearing an intensity that startled him, causing him to recoil. His brows knitted together, giving him an intimidating appearance. You must learn to cherish yourself as a young lady. Do not treat a boy so casually. He was acutely aware of the unsavory thoughts that could plague a boy of such an age, and even with the mental barriers he had erected, he sometimes struggled to maintain control. Violet, sensing his intense reaction, wondered if her gentle touch had inflicted harm upon him instead of comfort. Senior? She inquired, feigning innocence. Her large, pure eyes reflecting an untainted demeanor that made it impossible for anyone to remain angry with her. Snape felt his ears grow hot as he sat down, her habitual actions often leading to misunderstandings, gently nudging him toward retreat. Whenever he reacted too strongly, she would adopt that pitiful guise, leaving him alone with his tumultuous thoughts. He reached out to ruffle her hair, soft and plush, reminiscent of a cat. Do not do this again, he admonished, feeling utterly despicable. He knew he had no right to deserve such a beautiful, warm Violet, yet his racing heart was beyond his control. When I was a child, my mother would soothe my injuries. Does that annoy you, Senior? Boys despise such things, so you mustn't do that for any boy. It would be best if girls refrained as well. Oh, I shall heed your words, Senior. With a heart unwilling to settle, he curiously asked, have you managed to stabilize your shrinking potion and learn any new potions? Violet was still so young. Romance was far too premature. Why concern oneself with Valentine's Day? She should be focusing on her studies. Violet's evasive glance revealed her recent lack of diligence in potion practice. Humph, a perfect opportunity to compel her into brewing potions. You must achieve an O in your potions final. I shall keep an eye on you. First, complete your essay. My cauldron is currently in use. Who else gets caught studying by their crush on Valentine's Day? Oh, it appears to be me. Snape finally grasped the reality. How could he ensure that other little trolls did not approach her? As long as Violet remained engrossed in her studies, that would suffice. He possessed the ability to teach her. Students should be dedicated to their studies. A light dawned upon Snape. The effects of the white fresh essence were swift. His cheeks returned to their original pallor, devoid of any trace of injury. In the secluded classroom, they were utterly alone, quieter and more concealed than the library. The air was thick with the scent of potions and various ingredients, most notably the aroma of moonlight grass and mugwort, familiar and comforting to Snape. He had left this Violet in his domain. Violet, armed with a quill, faced a blank piece of parchment, her thoughts somewhat vacant. What? I must write my essay here on Valentine's Day? She mused, looking up to find Snape's gaze fixed upon her with a determined intensity. I will write, she stammered. After all, hadn't she gone to the library to work on their essays together? It was merely a change of scenery. Here, it was just the two of them. Violet quickly regained her composure, a sweetness blooming within her reminiscent of tasting Valentine's Day chocolate. The library was where they had first met, but this place was equally enchanting. Once Violet completed her potion essay for Snape's review, his guidance had ensured her consistent achievement of O grades, although her potion making still required a touch more finesse. Slughorn was astounded by her progress. This is what one-on-one tutoring from a scholar looks like. Senior, it's time for dinner, Violet noted, observing him lost in his books. Oblivious to the passage of time, which caused her concern, Snape emerged from his literary reverie. If she did not call him, he might miss dinner and be forced to wait until the next day to eat. Let us go. Their time together was fleeting, fragmented. Snape began to cherish the moments they shared. As they prepared to part, Violet produced a square, deep green box from her bag and thrust it into Snape's hands, not allowing him the opportunity to refuse or respond. Happy Valentine's Day, Senior. With that, she turned and left, leaving a bewildered Snape standing there. Watching her figure vanish among the throngs of students, Snape could no longer discern Violet's presence. She had a knack for teasing him before disappearing. Her intentions always shrouded in ambiguity, her character exceedingly vexatious. He fervently hoped she did not extend such behavior to others. Returning to the Slytherin table, Snape paid no mind to those around him or the evening meal, opening the box Violet had unexpectedly given him. Inside lay a piece of chocolate, square, unadorned, lacking any card. She was engaging in somewhat ambiguous gestures, yet never crossing the line. Each time Snape pondered too deeply, he would soon dismiss his thoughts as overreaching. Having received so little kindness in his life, he struggled to discern its nuances. Perhaps Violet was simply offering him a gift for the holiday, as everyone around him received Valentine's Day chocolates, while he remained empty-handed. Was she pitying him? Just as Lily had once feared that his reclusive nature might lead him to invite her to Hogsmeade, Snape was well aware that Lily preferred to wander with her female companions. He was hardly articulate and did not grasp the nuances of what girls enjoyed. Surely, he wouldn't spend his leisure time discussing potion ingredients and combinations outdoors. Even if Lily had a penchant for potions, she would likely find such a conversation rather tedious. As for Lucius, he would never accompany Snape out for a stroll. For the younger student would only offer veiled mockery of his taste. One ought not to invite trouble upon oneself. Their relationship was largely transactional, devoid of genuine emotion. Gazing at the excessively square and overly pristine chocolate, Snape let out a slight sigh, only to be unable to suppress a chuckle shortly thereafter. This particular chocolate was one he had purchased during his last trip to Hogsmeade with Violet. Were it not for that reason, he might have indulged in a flurry of thoughts. What she truly felt eluded him, yet he found himself rather pleased. After all, Violet had bestowed upon him the Valentine-esque chocolate. Perhaps it was the realization of harboring unwarranted sentiments that brought him joy over this perfectly square confection. He took a bite. It was not merely a cloyingly sweet chocolate. It was infused with an abundance of hazelnuts and almonds, which tempered the excessive sweetness to a level he found quite agreeable. Violet had skillfully adjusted the ingredients and flavors of the chocolate, yet it retained its original form. In truth, confectionery was not so disagreeable after all. Chapter 24, Quidditch. As the winter snow began to melt, it ushered in a hint of early spring. The Quidditch pitch was brimming with spectators, buzzing with excitement. Today marked the match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Although Violet held little interest in Quidditch, she had come to support her friend Julia, who had been selected as Ravenclaw's chaser. Julia was overwhelmed with emotion. "Violet, I swear from now on you shall be my dearest friend, the kind who hands me the broom when I take on the Seekers." "Oh my, I thought I was merely an inconsequential roommate in your eyes," Violet retorted. "Your snot is about to end up on me." She handed her a tissue to wipe her nose. "Julia, you will undoubtedly make a splendid witch. Your emotions are quite abundant." Julia paused for a moment, unable to discern whether Violet's remark was a compliment or a slight. Violet continued, "Julia, one of your opponents happens to be a Potter. Take him down. I'm cheering for you. You don't mean to suggest that you came to watch the match solely to tell me to take him down, do you? How could you think that? I am not that kind of person. Perhaps I didn't know before, but now I believe you are." They exchanged playful banter, alleviating some of the tension. Today was her first match, and it was impossible not to feel nervous, with so many students from Hogwarts watching. Facing off against last year as champions, the Gryffindor team. Julia was the youngest on the Ravenclaw team, not yet 14. Initially a reserve player, the upperclassmen, busy preparing for their newts, had to let her take the field first. When she received the news, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. She had spent several days in a state of anxious anticipation, and the previous night, she had barely managed to sleep, tossing and turning until the early hours. She had thought she wouldn't get the chance to play until her 4th year, but many things happened unexpectedly. What seemed trivial to the upperclassmen was, for Julia, the most significant event of her 3 years at Hogwarts. She was about to step onto the field as a formal chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Violet took her place in the stands, while Julia entered from another side with her teammates. Julia's eyes immediately landed on Potter across the pitch. His tousled black hair was unmistakable, and the Gryffindor Seeker's title was a bit too ostentatious. Aesthetically inclined, Julia even admired his features for a moment. Generally speaking, boys aged 14 to 16 were at their most attractive. Beyond that, they were no longer the type she fancied. Moreover, European youths had a fleeting period of beauty. Now was the time to appreciate it. Though Potter did not possess the commanding presence of black, he was nonetheless a handsome youth with rosy lips and white teeth. Wearing glasses, he appeared somewhat bookish. Yet the pride and confidence in his eyes betrayed the fact that he was undoubtedly a spoiled child of pure-blood lineage. Julia genuinely admired his self-assuredness. He even had the audacity to greet Evans from Gryffindor, who looked at him with disdain as if oblivious to it, smiling in a rather foolish manner. Were it not for the conflict between him and her friend, Julia might not have been averse to shipping this strikingly attractive pair from Gryffindor, but at that moment, she had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Her sole focus was on returning the ball on the field. Julia glanced toward the Ravenclaw section. Violet had not left. Students from Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and a few from Hufflepuff and Slytherin were all watching the match, alongside Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Julia felt her ears burn. This was her first experience in such a public setting, and while it felt humiliating, it was also exhilarating. Her heart raced uncontrollably, sending her blood coursing through her veins, igniting a fervent excitement within her. The rhythm of her heartbeat harmonized with the wind, and the Ravenclaw eagle was poised to soar. A certain green serpent mingled among the blue Ravenclaw eagles, accurately locating the lone target. "Violet, you didn't go to the library just to watch a dull Quidditch match?" A deep voice laced with disdain broke through. "Senior, what brings you here?" Violet hadn't extended an invitation for him to attend the Quidditch match, primarily due to Snape's overt disdain for such a perilous aerial sport. "This is my friend Julia. She has been selected as a chaser for Ravenclaw. Today is her first match, and I came to support her." Snape could not differentiate between the various positions in Quidditch. He held no interest in the game whatsoever. "Yes, I am aware." He had seen the note Violet had left for him. Snape had not intended to come. What interest did he have in the match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor? Yet, sitting alone in the library had left him with a sense of silent solitude and emptiness. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to the presence of that figure beside him in the library. He found himself reluctant to read alone. Snape had not always been in the library. As a Slytherin, he had been quite intrigued by the area near the Black Lake. However, after leaving the library, he unconsciously found himself drawn to the Quidditch pitch. Gryffindor was restless. The Seekers quickly devised a new spectacle to cheer Potter on. A dazzling array of fireworks erupted on the Gryffindor side, forming lines and proclaiming Gryffindor's inevitable victory. "Go, James Potter!" Snape scoffed coldly. What a tedious display from Gryffindor. Yet, it undeniably attracted considerable attention, including Violet, who cast a glance their way. What is there to look at? Snape thought, wishing to pinch her cheek and redirect her gaze. Do not pay heed to those Gryffindor antics. The older students from Ravenclaw could not allow Gryffindor to monopolize the spotlight. They organized a group of students to conjure a giant eagle on their side, with blue lights shimmering to spell out Ravenclaw for the win. Surely, our house's eagle is far more beautiful, isn't it? Snape gazed at the smile adorning her face, and the faint pangs of bitterness and jealousy that had lingered within him suddenly dissipated. She was a clever student from Ravenclaw. How could she possibly harbor affections for a Gryffindor fool? For the first time, Snape acknowledged Violet's intelligence, though regrettably, the girl lacked the ability to read minds. The early spring breeze, carrying a hint of winter's chill, caressed gently as new buds began to unfurl. In this Quidditch match, Ravenclaw fell slightly behind. Initially, they had a lead, but Gryffindor seized the golden snitch at just the right moment. Following the match, both teams exchanged amicable handshakes, a gesture of camaraderie. Potter cast a glance at the newly emerged beater, Yulia, his eyebrows raised and chin slightly lifted, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet his smile remained genuine. You weren't half bad. Let's do this again sometime. It was Yulia's first match, and during the first half, all her strikes had been directed towards Potter. Her mind was a blank slate, save for Violet's urging to take him down. The opposing team's flying skills were exceptional, and she failed to hit him even once. Amidst this competition, Yulia learned how to play her Quidditch. All her worries and chaotic thoughts, the timidness and trepidation, vanished as she soared through the air, leaving only the exhilarating heartbeat of freedom. Flying was her magic. The thrill coursing through Yulia had yet to fade. As an ordinary Ravenclaw, she had never spoken with someone as renowned as Potter. The acknowledgement from her adversaries felt rather gratifying, yet she lifted her chin, adopting a Slytherin-like arrogance. Consider yourself lucky this time, Potter. Next time, I'll knock you down. Unfortunately, her lack of intimidating presence elicited laughter from both teams. However, considering her fierce determination on the field, the Gryffindor players joked with Potter, just don't let the little sister take you down, James. We'll plaster your heroic tales all over the locker room. Potter chuckled along with them, brimming with youthful exuberance and cheer. He thoroughly enjoyed the day's Quidditch, even though he had been relentlessly pursued by a younger player, nearly getting struck several times. Yet as a Gryffindor, he relished such thrilling encounters. The intent of his opponent was to strike his broom, not to physically harm him. That was a venomous thought reserved for Slytherin's serpents. Previously, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff beaters had focused primarily on defense, aiming to drive the bludgers away from their teammates. Yet the newly recruited Eagle had proven that offense could indeed serve as the best form of defense. If only they had targeted a Seeker rather than Potter, who could have anticipated that today they would catch the golden snitch. The Ravenclaw captain pondered whether it was time to revise their strategy. With a player as talented as Yulia, they would surely surprise Hufflepuff next time. Once off the pitch, Yulia reverted to her shy demeanor, appearing nothing like the beater who had aggressively pursued her opponents. Unbeknownst to her, she had already garnered a small fan club. The other three chasers rushed over to embrace Potter in celebration of their victory, and Yulia sought out Violet. Just as she was about to give her roommate a hearty hug, she halted in her tracks under Snape's icy gaze, her smile faltering. Why was Snape here? Hello, Senior Snape. Yulia genuinely could not fathom how Violet managed to endure Snape's chilling presence. It was quite daunting. Snape nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that his presence might be unsettling to Violet's friends, so he informed her that he would be in the library waiting for her, and took his leave. Violet, taking the initiative, hugged Yulia briefly. Yulia, you played splendidly in Quidditch. Really? Yulia's excitement surged once more, the chill of Snape's aura dissipating, allowing the girl to express herself freely. Did I truly play well? I was so nervous that my hands are still trembling. I can hardly recall what I did on the pitch. The Ravenclaw boys and girls are bound to become your fans, Yulia. Yulia exhaled deeply, smiling up at the sky, which was remarkably blue today. I adore flying, and I love playing. Soaring through the air, she finally felt liberated from the shackles that had bound her spirit. discovering her talent and strength that bolstered her confidence to face all her fears. The wind tousled her hair, obscuring her features, and her slightly choked voice melded with the breeze. I used to envy you, so many of my classmates. Violet remained silent, simply listening to her. You are all so intelligent. While I felt so ordinary. Yulia turned to smile at her, tears vanishing into the air, sparkling like stars ignited in the night sky. Now that I've found what I love, in Quidditch, I won't fall short compared to any of you. Here, you certainly cannot best me. Let's introduce ourselves again, Yulia Victoria. In the future, I aspire to become a professional beater. The girl had unearthed her dream within the magical realm. Magic is the power of the soul. And at this moment, Yulia carried an unknowable strength within her. Chapter 25, Appetite and Height. Violet bid farewell to Yulia. Their conversation had been brief as Yulia had to attend Ravenclaw's post-match strategy meeting. Violet returned to her faithful library, though she appeared somewhat dazed. What are you pondering? Snape gently tapped her cheek with his quill. She was acting strangely, often lost in thought. The feather's soft touch brought Violet back to reality. Senior, I might not be Yulia's only friend anymore. The once timid girl had shone brightly today. Violet had known Yulia since arriving at Hogwarts. While their first encounter had not been particularly pleasant, they had gradually forged a friendship. Perhaps Yulia feared encountering someone like Avery again or felt too inadequate to befriend other Ravenclaws. Regardless, her only friend had been Violet, and arguably, it had been solely Violet. However, after today, Violet realized she would have many friends. There was no jealousy, nor was there sadness, yet she felt a slight awkwardness, akin to the sensation of losing a close friend. Yet, she also felt a sense of joy for Yulia, for she had finally liberated herself from the shackles of her own timidity and unleashed her power. Violet quickly came to understand that she needed only to rejoice for Yulia. Her friend was an eagle soaring in the sky, not a fledgling too timid to seek her protection and assistance. Snape surprisingly grasped her current emotions, recalling how he felt when Lily was sorted into Gryffindor. Are you upset? Not really. I felt a bit awkward at first, but now I am genuinely happy for her. Snape scoffed. The girl was far more open-minded than 11-year-old Snape. She hardly needed consolation. Friendship is never singular. Being open-minded is advantageous. It took Snape quite some time to comprehend this. Lily was merely his friend. He could not prevent her from making new friends. Senior, then what is truly unique? Violet inquired earnestly, her cerulean violet eyes fixed upon him. Snape parted his lips slightly, but ultimately sealed them shut. He could not articulate it. His lips sealed shut like a clam. The word that escaped from them felt utterly misplaced. Was it love? The great power of love, as articulated by Professor Dumbledore. Violet engaged in a silent dialogue with herself. It seemed as if she was merely probing a commonplace question, akin to their previous discussions about the essays. In search of an answer, Snape's heart, akin to a tranquil lake, was disturbed by a stone cast into its depths, sending ripples across its surface. He instinctively recoiled from the notion of love, while simultaneously yearning to be that singular person for Violet. Perhaps, he did not fully comprehend the essence of love. Yet when Violet inquired about what it meant to be unique, an answer instinctively surfaced in his mind. As the library grew increasingly deserted, Violet glanced at the time. Oh my, Senior, it's already mealtime. Snape did not lift his gaze. You may go ahead. I shall finish this book. Violet shot him a look, then another, until Snape was compelled to acknowledge her unusual demeanor. What do you wish to say? She adopted a serious expression, prompting Snape to do the same. Senior, you are 15 this year, am I correct? Yes. Violet tugged at him to stand, gesturing to illustrate their height differences. Snape was slightly taller than Violet, but not by a considerable margin. Senior, my mother says that not eating will hinder my growth. Soon, I'll be taller than you. I remember that you detest the Marauders. And aside from Peter, they are all quite tall. Snape's expression darkened swiftly. Aren't they merely a tad taller than I am? His gaze turned perilous as his fingers pinched her cheek, the very flesh he had longed to grasp on the Quidditch pitch. Do you think I am short? Senior, please don't pinch so hard. I am merely concerned you might not grow taller. Ouch, that hurts. Snape was nearly amused with rage. Just you wait. We'll see who the real shorty is. He strode out of the library towards the Great Hall. What if the person he fancied doubted his future height? Snape's force when cutting meat today was particularly pronounced. Had Violet been seated at the Slytherin table, she would surely have witnessed his ferocity. Snape had not contemplated how tall he might grow in the future, nor did anyone seem to care about inviting him to meals. He often forgot, until his stomach reminded him it was time to replenish his strength. He was aware that inadequate nutrition during adolescence could impede growth. Yet his constitution was poor, and he consumed less food than even Violet, a girl. Observing his peers, particularly the Gryffindor students voraciously devouring their meals, he came to realize the true appetite of adolescence, as growth demanded sustenance. Snape now profoundly understood the potential of his future height being less than desired. Yet, as he gazed at the food before him, he found himself unable to eat. Surely, he wouldn't eat to the point of bursting, deciding to approach the problem differently. He acknowledged his modest appetite. To ensure that his adolescence did not lead to a future where he would be shorter than his nemesis, or potentially even shorter than Violet, he resolved to delve into the study of new potions. If the nutrients in food were difficult to absorb, surely he could manage to consume the essence contained within a small vial of potion? Why should he measure his appetite against others? Snape was determined to forge his own path. Producing a nutritional potion was child's play for him. A fortnight later, Snape presented Violet with a vial of potion. It shimmered with a pale golden hue, pristine and transparent, like sunlight filtering through rain. Senior, what is this potion? It is a nutritional potion of my own design. Next month, I shall provide you with another vial. It is far more easily absorbed than food. The corners of his eyes lifted with a hint of pride. When discussing potions, his typically cold and somber black eyes sparkled with a hint of starlight. Violet's heart raced at the sight of him. Senior, you look quite adorable. This appears quite different from the nutritional potions available outside. I have improved it. This differs from those emergency concoctions. It is most effective when consumed before meals. Snape refrained from divulging the intricate details of his research, such as how he had combined the nutritional potion with digestion potions, enhancing it with properties that promote growth and aid digestion. He simply stated, "We shall see in time who the real shorty is." He still recalled Violet's words doubting his height. Violet cherished Snape's current demeanor, proud and self-assured. Senior, how childish. Chapter 26, a specialty belonging to one alone. If you are to brew potions, allow me to provide the ingredients. Violet winked at him, pulling him aside, and though she had already cast a spell, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, Senior, are you free tonight? The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, igniting a cascade of tingling sensations, setting ablaze the space where it lingered, rendering Snape's mind momentarily blank. She was so unguarded. Snape gritted his teeth. Perhaps it was also because his feelings had shifted. Ever since he realized his affection for Violet, her every action held the power to sway his heart, tugging at it with ease. Snape's heart raced, his right ear tingling, his nose still tinged with her scent. Violet was utterly oblivious to his turmoil, while he struggled to maintain his composure. How many times must I say it? Do not stand so close to a boy. Violet pouted, I understand. But I shall not heed your warning. Look, your ears have turned red. What do you intend to do with me tonight? The mention of the night conjured images of nocturnal escapades. The Gryffindor students relished such activities, possessing a fervent enthusiasm for challenging school rules, undeterred by the prospect of being caught by professors, treating it as a game. Other houses lacked such fervor for nighttime adventures. Hufflepuffs were generally obedient, typically eating and retiring to bed without a care. Ravenclaw and Slytherin students, when out at night, did so with a quiet purpose. Snape had ventured out at night before, yet no one had ever invited him, especially not a girl. Couples from different houses who struggled to align their schedules often chose to meet during the night. Snape once again activated his mental barriers to dispel the wandering thoughts. How shameless, Severus Snape. How could you entertain such notions? Just look at yourself. You hardly exude the charm that would attract anyone. I mentioned I would provide the materials for your potions, did I not? Let us meet by the Black Lake at 9:30 tonight. The Black Lake. Slytherin students adored that obsidian-hued lake, and Slytherin couples frequently sought its serene shores for clandestine rendezvous, sometimes catching faint echoes of mermaid songs or glimpses of passing octopuses. The lake was vast, and only the fortunate would witness its wonders. Snape found it difficult to voice his suggestion to change venues, a secret joy blossoming within him. He was unaware that Violet felt similarly when she brought him to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, a favorite haunt for young couples at Hogwarts. Even if they could not yet voice their feelings openly, fearing rejection, they harbored secret hopes that the other might see their concealed affection. The rendezvous was set for 9:30 in the evening, yet Severus Snape arrived rather early. As soon as the curfew for nocturnal excursions commenced, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself and slipped away into the night, navigating the familiar path with ease. In the past, Snape's nocturnal ventures typically involved brewing potions or foraging for herbs in the Forbidden Forest, seeking out nocturnal plants such as moonlight grass and starflower. However, tonight's outing was to procure potion ingredients for a girl who had asked him. Snape did harbor some curiosity. Violet could have easily handed him the materials during the day or even the following morning, rather than inviting him out at night. Yet, he chose to remain silent on the matter, feigning ignorance. The moon hung resplendent in the sky, full and unobscured by clouds. Snape stood by the edge of the Black Lake, surrounded by clusters of early spring blooms that had either unfurled their petals or withered away entirely. Before that day arrived, no one could discern the outcome. The girl he awaited approached, bathed in silvery moonlight. "Senior, you arrived so swiftly." Though the agreed hour was 9:30. Neither possessed the patience to wait that long, and they convened by the Black Lake at merely 10 minutes past 9. Without hesitation, Violet seized his hand. "Come, Senior. I shall show you your potion ingredients." To Snape's astonishment, Violet led him into the Forbidden Forest. Together, they flouted the rules against nighttime excursions and trespassing in the forest. "Are you well acquainted with this place?" he inquired, moving with an ease that suggested countless prior visits. Although Snape himself had ventured into the Forbidden Forest as early as his second year, he still felt a twinge of apprehension, his expression betraying a hint of severity. "Do you realize how perilous it is within the Forbidden Forest? It is not a place for students. But you seem quite familiar with it as well," she retorted, instinctively sidestepping branches that might crackle underfoot, moving soundlessly through the underbrush. Clearing his throat, Snape turned his head slightly, feeling somewhat ill at ease. After all, it was best not to draw undue attention while trespassing in the forest at night. "I visited frequently during my first year. As one of my detentions involved patrolling the forest with Hagrid, I came back just recently due to a confrontation with Potter." Snape was already aware of this incident. On the day she fell ill, he had just departed the hospital wing when he learned of it. Primarily, it was Potter's loose tongue that divulged secrets, mocking him as they crossed paths. "Previously, you relied on Lily for protection. Now, you're being shielded by a Ravenclaw girl." A brief inquiry revealed that this Ravenclaw girl was indeed Violet. The specifics of the confrontation had reached Snape through Lily. In the professor's office, she had shown no hesitation, demanding that Potter and his friends apologize first. Had McGonagall not intervened promptly, a duel would have surely ensued, spells exchanged. She consistently performed such unexpected acts. And Snape understood that Lily, being a Gryffindor, would face difficulties if she were to overly defend him, a Slytherin. Over time, he had noticed a shift in Lily's attitude towards Potter and his circle, no longer perceiving them as merely reckless and arrogant, but rather as a blend of both admirable and despicable traits. Lily had witnessed too many instances of bullying within Gryffindor and had also observed Potter's virtues. To her, Snape was merely a childhood companion. Their interactions diminished after their respective houses were assigned, and Gryffindor likely harbored no fondness for Slytherin. Otherwise, she would not be concerned about his studies in dark magic, having been unaware of its existence before their enrollment. Deep down, she wished for a reconciliation between Snape and the Gryffindors, believing both sides possessed commendable and flawed qualities. Snape understood her well, and upon recognizing her change of heart, he did not demand that she stand steadfastly by his side as a Slytherin. Yet who could resist yearning for a singular, special connection? He longed for someone to fight alongside him during clashes with Gryffindors, to retaliate when they hurled insults his way, regardless of right or wrong. No one had ever made an unwavering choice in his favor. Eileen's first choice had been Old Snape, while Lily had chosen Gryffindor. In the Muggle world, he felt like a pariah. Even within Slytherin, a house that prized blood purity, there was no place for a half-blood like him. Violet, the girl he had met in the library, was initially an acquaintance of few encounters. Had it not been for her forthright gaze, he might have overlooked her entirely. Their conversation had sparked on a day when Snape noticed a glaring error in potion knowledge that he could hardly believe a Ravenclaw would make. His seriousness regarding potions compelled him to speak up. He was grateful for that spontaneous moment of earnestness, for it marked the beginning of their connection. He found himself visiting the library with increasing frequency. Perhaps he had harbored feelings for her long before that night. But the uncontrollable emotions that surged within him forced him to confront this truth. She was neither Eileen nor Lily, nor was she one of the haughty purebloods from Slytherin. She was something uniquely his. Unbeknownst to him, Violet had guided him deep into the forest, where they encountered no other creatures along the way. The tranquility belied the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, rendering it akin to an ordinary woodland. As they pushed through the underbrush, a shimmering veil of silver light emerged before them. The moonlight grass glimmered under the moon's glow, illuminating a small herb garden for Snape. He recognized the potion ingredients at a glance. Common and rare, ordinary and precious, all flourishing harmoniously in a manner that suggested careful cultivation rather than random growth. In a secluded corner, he noted the presence of a rare and perilous mandrake, still in its immature stage. "Senior, this is my gift to you, a herb garden." "For me?" Snape's throat felt parched, his heart fluttering with a bittersweet pang of overwhelming sweetness. This little garden must have required considerable effort. The materials in the Forbidden Forest tended to grow sporadically. No one would gather them in such a manner. Some plants were particularly finicky, necessitating careful attention to layering, sunlight, and rainfall. The Forbidden Forest was a treasure trove, yet its valuable components were seldom found together. "How did you manage to cultivate this space for herbs amidst the forest?" Snape inquired, aware of the challenges posed by its inhabitants. Such an artificial herb garden would be deemed unnatural and discordant by the centaurs, and even the smallest creatures could wreak havoc upon it. A garden required meticulous care. It was not simply a matter of scattering seeds and expecting them to flourish into a bounty of potion ingredients. This attentive girl had noticed Snape's worn robes and his modest circumstances. He would not accept gifts of excessive value, whether it was a Christmas present or this herb garden. Violet had crafted it with her own hands. Time and thoughtfulness surpassed the worth of galleons. Violet smiled mysteriously. This is Veil's territory. No other creatures will venture here. During her first year, Violet had a particular penchant for traversing the forbidden forest in her cat form, becoming well acquainted with much of its expanse, even having explored the unicorn's dwelling. She had made friends with several magical creatures. This location was a small clearing where she had once discovered moonlight grass, a spot frequented only by the occasional unicorn, which had now become her domain. During her last visit to the forbidden forest for her labor service, with the assistance of Hagrid, the knowledgeable keeper of this enigmatic hunting ground, Violet managed to uncover a plethora of precious herbs. She carefully transplanted a few into this locale, finally departing from the ubiquitous daisies and mistletoe that typically adorn the landscape, creating a gift worthy of presentation. Where had Will been all this time? It had been ages since she last laid eyes on him. Since returning from Christmas, she had not encountered that feline once more. Snape remained oblivious to whether this absence was due to the prolonged time Violet spent with him. Violet mused. She must be off socializing with her friends. She has quite a number of magical creature companions. Indeed, Violet possessed a wealth of magical creature materials. Alas, her friend's fur, even a single strand, could potentially serve as a resource. She had even coaxed a feather from Fawkes, though, to be precise, it was not a matter of plucking, but rather a clever ruse involving a morsel of food. Yet, Violet's potion-making skills were woefully inadequate, rendering the materials nearly useless in her hands. She intended to gradually bestow them upon her senior potion master, who would surely appreciate them. That cat, which had once assisted him in scratching a Slytherin and subsequently sent Potter tumbling into the Black Lake, had occasionally sought her out for affection before Christmas. However, for reasons unknown, it had vanished since. Although he saw Violet every day, her pet remained elusive. Did it no longer hold any affection for him? This was the only conclusion Snape could draw. The thoughts of a cat's mind were often inscrutable. Violet immediately countered, impossible, realizing her excitement. She took a moment to regain her composure. She had simply grown fond of a particular cat, following the creature daily. She saw Snape every day. There was no need for an animagus. Snape found this response rather unexpected. Perhaps the next time he encountered her, he would suggest she seek out her senior. Yet, maybe he ought not to interrupt a cat in love. Merlin's beard. Even cats were engaging in romance. He had only just begun to acknowledge his feelings for Violet, and now he found himself inferior even to a mere feline. Contemplating the matter of love, Snape discreetly glanced at Violet, only to be scorched by her beauty. Hastily averting his gaze, the violets bathed in moonlight were exquisite, and he resolved to cherish this memory. Thank you for your herb garden, Violet. I shall concoct any potions you may require in the future. Violet received the promise of a potion master, a future master of potions, with surprise. Really? Can I request any potion? Her melodious voice resonated distinctly through the night, carried by the wind into Snape's ears. Anything at all. Snape never offered such promises to others. Yet now he felt it was inconsequential. Violet could grant him something special, just as he could reciprocate with a unique gift for her. Whatever she desired. Even if it was beyond his expertise, he would endeavor to learn. Violet pondered, her eyes twinkling, yet struggled to pinpoint her preferred potion. I suppose I don't have anything particularly in mind right now. Perhaps I could ask for a growth potion later, so I can be taller. Taller than you, Senior. This was clearly a dream. Senior. Snape could not help but chuckle at her puffed-up demeanor. Realizing his laughter, he cleared his throat and returned to his usual impassive expression, though a faint smile betrayed him. I will grow taller than you. Snape suddenly felt rather juvenile, squabbling over height with a girl. However, for a 15-year-old boy, height was an issue of great concern. Being shorter than the girl he admired was indeed a grave predicament. Humph. Then remember to eat and sleep well, Senior. Otherwise, you won't surpass my height. Snape nodded, replying, very well. He recognized it was merely Violet's concern for him. Snape was known for his stubbornness, rarely swayed by anyone, even regarding matters as trivial as eating and sleeping. Yet, he found himself wishing to improve, to become better, and then what then? Snape had yet to clarify this for himself. He had not fully resolved such a determination. Chapter 28, Boggett. Violet, particularly concerned about sleep and height, did not linger in the forbidden forest with her senior for long. After providing him with the route to the herb garden, they parted ways to return to their respective common rooms. Snape stealthily returned to his dormitory, where no one paid heed to the half-blood's late return. Lying down, he gazed out at the Black Lake, feeling fortunate that day, as he faintly discerned the melody of mermaids. Precious memories from the evening resurfaced vividly in his mind. The warmth of that day lingering in his heart, merging with the distant songs outside into a lullaby that lulled him into a gentle drowsiness. The adolescent, who typically experienced shallow sleep, remarkably enjoyed a deep slumber that night. At that moment, Violet felt exceptionally distant from her senior, the sounds reaching her ears entirely different. Julia, returning from Quidditch practice, flopped down to sleep soundly, lacking the time to gossip with her friend about the progression of their romantic entanglements. Unlike Snape, Violet heard only the whispers of the wind. Spring's climate was particularly delightful, and fortunately, there was no rain today. It was an exceptionally beautiful day. With a smile lingering on her lips, Violet closed her eyes. The following morning, as Violet had breakfast, she cast her gaze towards Slytherin, spotting a familiar figure. "Senior, you're here for breakfast today?" It seemed he was genuinely concerned about his height. Violet drank the potion Snape had given her last time. It was sweet, with a hint of orange. Her senior had a knack for improving the flavors of potions. Violet had only ever tasted such delightful potions from him, which endeared her to them even more. Each time she consumed medicine in the hospital wing, she wished it were a potion provided by her senior. Certain it would be far more palatable. "Snape, are you sure?" After breakfast, they headed to class. Ravenclaw students never arrived late to their studies. After finishing their meal, they headed straight to class, devoid of any inclination to frolic or wander. Today's morning classes included transfiguration, herbology, and potions, while the afternoon held divination, care of magical creatures, and defense against the dark arts, culminating in astronomy and history of magic in the evening. Violet partnered with Julia, and they often walked together. Violet excelled in transfiguration, earning 5 points for Ravenclaw during the lesson. Julia's control over her magical abilities had improved significantly, and her newfound confidence in flying extended to other subjects, even those she traditionally struggled with, no longer leading her to wallow in self-pity. Although Ravenclaw consistently achieved commendable grades, Violet's abysmal potion-making skills were a rarity. However, she had made significant strides recently, earning praise from Slughorn. No potion master would wish to witness a genius who blew up cauldrons. During the 2-hour lunch break, Violet headed to the library to work on her potions essay from the morning class. With Snape's guidance, it was not overly challenging. The lunch break passed in a rush, and Violet had to part ways with her senior, attending her divination class alone, as Julia had opted for divination instead. They would reunite in care of magical creatures class. Julia lamented to her about spending an entire class merely drinking tea in divination, having seen nothing at all. She had initially hoped to foresee the future like the witches in storybooks, shrouded in mystery, but instead found herself simply sipping tea, gazing into crystal balls, and playing with tarot cards. She felt nothing as she played tarot cards with her friend, who also lacked the gift of foresight. The game involved drawing a card and crafting a story based on it, preferably one tinged with tragedy to garner higher scores. Julia remarked that with a bit more story accumulation, she could pen a book. Among the divination class, the highest achiever was Lockhart, whose tales were captivating and exquisitely written, prompting the professor to award him top marks. Julia preferred to believe that the professor's favorable assessment was influenced by Lockhart's good looks. Violet cherished the care of magical creatures class, as she could sense the creature's intentions, an instinct she referred to as wild intuition. On this day, the professor introduced a Kneazle, a creature resembling a cat, who lounged haughtily, indifferent to the witches petting it. Violet possessed an uncanny ability to understand its speech, or rather, his. She could converse in feline language, a trait her parents speculated might stem from a mutation in their lineage. Given that there was no history of such a gift in their family, if indeed it could be called a gift, this was a closely guarded secret, as her parents forbade her from disclosing it. Being too unique sometimes incited unnecessary conflicts. The malice of children can be unexpectedly simple yet profound. For instance, during her first year, Violet endured an entire class with the Kneazle incessantly grumbling. Those who petted it without offering food faced its wrath, and the creature's vocabulary was so rich that Violet found herself unable to heed the professor's words. After class, she borrowed Julia's notes. Violet refrained from petting the Kneazle. Julia assumed she simply disliked cats. In truth, Violet subconsciously felt a kinship with the creature, believing it inappropriate to stroke a male Kneazle. The final class of the day was defense against the dark arts. Previously, the professor had introduced a boggart, and today it was time for their encounter. Violet had prepared in advance, aware of what a boggart was and the incantation needed to confront it. However, the idea of facing her deepest fears was unsettling. What did she truly fear? Upon reflection, Violet realized her life was quite content, devoid of any major calamities. It was merely the ordinary existence of a student. If pressed to identify a fear, perhaps it was the thought of a senior discovering her feelings and rejecting her. She shuddered at the notion, already feeling sorrowful. When her Ravenclaw's boggart transformed into Violet herself, she pondered, so this is what I looked like in my first year, so small and innocent. The students began to stir, surprised at the revelation that one student's boggart could take the form of another. Most were more concerned about trivial matters, such as being reprimanded by the professor, arriving late, or failing at Quidditch. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor noted the girl's fright, prompting him to intervene and banish the boggart, casting a curious glance at Violet, who stood a short distance away, appearing obedient and sensible. Soon, Violet faced her own boggart, with her wand at the ready. She watched as a fourth-year Slytherin emerged from the wardrobe. The boy's countenance was as dark as a stormy English sky, his cold eyes devoid of emotion, embodying an abyss of despair. Though Violet had envisioned her boggart, witnessing it manifested before her tightened her heart. Violet thought, this is not real, this is not real, this is not real. The senior would never regard me in such a manner. The Slytherin regarded her with indifference and raised his wand. How absurd. Violet would not permit him to speak, swiftly casting her spell. Only a fool would expose their vulnerabilities to the crowd. If the boggart were to reject her, the entire school would learn of a Ravenclaw harboring a secret infatuation for a Slytherin. Rest assured, students are perpetually gossiping. Good news seldom escapes the confines of one's home, while scandal travels far and wide. The cold, sullen Slytherin suddenly transformed, donning the robe Violet had gifted him. His hair tied back as he smiled gently at her, an image she had once dreamt of. The boy appeared striking, with sharp and deep-set features. His eyes captivating like the night sky, long lashes casting shadows of indigo. As he smiled, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, exuding an inexplicable allure. He did not possess the delicate beauty of a pretty boy, but radiated an undeniable charisma. Violet stared at him, entranced, while the surrounding students collectively gasped. Afterward, Yulia, brimming with excitement, whispered, Violet, you never mentioned how handsome Senior Snape is. By Merlin, I can hardly bear such a dark wizard's gentleness. My dear, you have dined exceedingly well. Yulia had concocted an entire narrative for Violet. I thought I had mentioned that he was handsome, Violet replied. Perhaps she had. But Yulia had forgotten, as her subconscious did not fully accept Snape's attractiveness. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class buzzed with energy, invigorated by the handsome boggart, a youthful atmosphere permeating the air. However, this particular boggart had malfunctioned, turning individuals into more attractive versions of themselves. Professors McGonagall and Filch were restored to their youthful selves, with Filch even sporting cat ears reminiscent of Mrs. Norris. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor appeared pallid, hoping McGonagall would not take his life. And what of Filch? Surely, he would not pursue him in vengeance? The Slytherin transformed by Violet's spell became the subject of much speculation. After class, Violet found herself detained alongside another student, as her boggart had frightened them, necessitating the professor's intervention. Failing to address the situation could jeopardize their final exam scores. Chapter 29. Acting on a whim, Violet found herself unexpectedly aligned with a former roommate from her first year, who was now visibly terrified by her presence. Nearly pressed against the wall as though standing before a ferocious beast rather than a mere third-year student. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor sighed at the sight of the two, one standing obediently, as if detached from the situation, and the other cowering, too fearful to approach. Perhaps it would be best to leave this matter to Flitwick? After all, he was merely the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, not the head of Ravenclaw, nor their maternal figure. With decisive resolve, he chose to delegate the issue to Flitwick, advising them, the final exam will feature today's boggart. I do not wish for any student to fail, understood, ladies? It is merely a figment of your imagination. Violet discerned that the professor was eager to avoid further complications. She was indifferent to her companion's feelings. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the cabinet containing the boggart. I wonder, in animagus form, would the boggart still emerge? The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor discreetly sent a message to Flitwick. The boggart was both a trivial matter and a significant one. It wielded no inherent power. Yet a wizard's mind is a source of their strength. How can one confront a boggart if they cannot conquer their own fears? Moreover, professors generally prefer students to pass, wishing to avoid the hassle of remedial exams. However, the next Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor would likely not be the current one, so perhaps it mattered little? Flitwick was equally vexed. Students of Ravenclaw tend to be quite well-behaved, lacking the mischievousness exhibited by McGonagall's little lions. Every year, Minerva devises methods to manage her spirited cubs. Violet and Avery are the most overtly confrontational students that Flitwick has encountered since assuming his teaching role, prompting him to investigate whether students were engaging in clandestine antics. And indeed, there were quite a few. Ravenclaws are often too silent and composed. Even their bullying is subtle and goes unnoticed. Flitwick lamented that such cleverness is misapplied. At least McGonagall's lions display their conflicts openly, and their detentions are straightforward. However, the astute Ravenclaws, upon sensing the headmaster's scrutiny, concealed their mischief. A wise eagle does not invite trouble for itself, for provoking the good-natured headmaster is ill-advised. 2 years later, the two girls found themselves once again in the headmaster's office. Lennon, Avery, it has been 2.5 years since that incident. I trust you have matured and comprehended the complexities of life. Eagles should soar freely and not be ensnared by their own limitations. Especially you, Avery. I hope you have not forgotten that you are an eagle. Flitwick, during his own schooling, likely faced similar challenges. Yet, he paid them little mind, for he aspired to soar to loftier heights, indifferent to the muck beneath his feet. However, not all his students possess such a resilient spirit. Flitwick is willing to offer shelter to fledglings, though he would never hinder their flight as they mature. Do you have anything to say? He inquired. Now is the time to express everything while we are all gathered. Flitwick observed the two girls, who had yet to reach his height, but his presence was powerful, gentle, and engaging, qualities that endeared him to Ravenclaw students. Violet spoke first. In truth, Headmaster, I have forgotten her name. I believe the past has not significantly impacted me. It was merely a minor obstacle. I may have been somewhat ruthless towards my adversaries, as I refused to allow them to impede my spirit and freedom. It is more difficult for me to swallow my pride than to act as I did. So I do not regret my actions at that time. Such is the quintessential Ravenclaw perspective. She has never been one to concern herself with the opinions of others. Had she not sensed hostility, Violet might not have taken action at all. She does not regret her violent intervention, which halted the bullying, and she accepted her subsequent detention without reservation. Violet is not one to engage in self-doubt. The perpetrator's name is not worthy of her memory. Had it not been for today as Boggett revealing her, Violet would not have recognized Avery at all. Flitwick nodded and turned to Avery. The pale-faced girl. And what of you, Avery? I know you harbor regrets, yet you have never offered an apology. Avery lowered her gaze, her frail face framed by glasses, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Perhaps Flitwick had granted her a measure of courage, allowing this girl, once terrified by first-year Violet, to finally confront her. I am sorry. You simply could not tolerate me, could you? Violet interjected, voice steady. Fortunately, your disdain was directed at me. Had it been Julia, it might have taken her much longer to recover. Violet understood her own disposition. She may not have intervened on Julia's behalf, as her emotions were too dulled at that time, and Ravenclaw students often acted discreetly, making it harder for her to recognize the bullying others endured. She herself only came to realize it after a considerable period, initially believing herself to be simply unlucky, before ultimately confronting the bully in the common room. Violet noticed Avery's face, flushed with shame and embarrassment, as if she were on the verge of tears. Perhaps she genuinely understood her mistake. But that does not necessitate Violet's reconciliation. Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. One might mistakenly think I bullied you. What is past is past. I have not held it against you. I believe we need not pursue a friendship. Headmaster, you would not insist that I must befriend her, would you? Flitwick shook his head. That is your choice. Ravenclaw employs a hands-off approach. Flitwick would not micromanage like McGonagall. Were it not for the dark arts professor seeking him out, he might have allowed them to resolve their differences independently. So, may I take my leave, Headmaster? I am quite hungry. Then go and eat. I am not the wicked old professor who would detain students during mealtime. Violet felt a twinge of regret for missing the opportunity to do homework with her senior due to this conversation. Ravenclaw offers a multitude of courses, and Snape's classes are no exception. The schedule is packed to the brim. Violet chuckled at herself for devoting her last moments of leisure to a secret infatuation. Yet, she felt content, so it was not a loss. Avery did not leave. Instead, she lingered in Flitwick's office and reportedly even had dinner there. Violet was unaware of what the headmaster had discussed with her, but afterward, Avery no longer avoided her and could greet her normally. This newfound normalcy startled Julia, who feared the past might repeat itself. She was currently filled with fervor to protect her roommate, only to find that Avery was merely offering a simple greeting. Chapter 30. In her eyes. Snape was now thoroughly exasperated by Violet's Boggett. The day after Violet's class ended, students began to inquire about the identity of the handsome Slytherin she had conjured. It was rather simple. It pointed directly to Snape. As Violet had only interacted with one Slytherin, they spent their days studying together in the library. Those who came to see the handsome fellow were destined for disappointment. Snape was not an approachable individual, nor was he the gentle and elegant Slytherin they envisioned. The library, usually sparsely populated, was now overflowing with students eager to catch a glimpse of Snape, surpassing even those who flocked to see Black. Snape, his patience wearing thin, wished he could cast a curse upon the entire world. And the true instigator? She was now too afraid to appear before the furious senior. In such a mood, Snape launched indiscriminate attacks on all who approached, leaving the girls who had come with innocent intentions feeling crushed. For Snape was not the tender, graceful gentleman they imagined. He was, in fact, a dark and venomous serpent. Engaging him in conversation for more than 3 exchanges would likely end in tears. He had the audacity to call a sweet girl a troll. What a frightful boy he was. Merlin only knows how he was bestowed with such a sharp tongue. Though the future Snake King was young, his presence was formidable. None dared to meet his gaze for more than 3 seconds. Fearing their secrets would be laid bare before him, a small kitten emerged from the bushes, cautiously approaching the brooding young snake, brushing against his leg. Meow, I'm sorry. Senior, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to. Snape regarded the long unseen Vile, gripping her by the scruff of her neck and lifting her. The kitten curled into a ball, looking pitiful. Snape's eyes were icy. Did your master send you to apologize? He clicked his tongue and placed her on his lap, roughly ruffling her hair. You should have come to apologize yourself. It lacks sincerity. In the secluded herb garden of the Forbidden Forest, Snape found himself the subject of curious gazes from all around. Those who sought him out returned disappointed. Snape was left with a heap of unearned frustration. Even the kitten was subjected to his wrath as he vented his anger. While Snape was busy weeding and pest control, the little kitten stealthily slipped away, making way for Violet's return. Senior, I am sorry. Snape froze. When he turned, the girl stood by a blooming daisy, the wind gently lifting her hair. I had thought that the busy Ravenclaw had no time to pay attention to her Slytherin friend. My dear senior, I apologize. I was mistaken. Violet understood how awkward he could be, having realized it since the incident when he turned into a child. She had no idea that her boggart would lead to such an outcome. It could only be said that her classmates were exceedingly eager to see a handsome face. What fault does Mississippi Lane possess? The blame clearly lies with me, the brooding and greasy serpent. Her senior had already entered a state of fury, indiscriminately lashing out at everyone. Anyone who crossed his path would be met with rebuke, rendering him particularly unapproachable. Yet, perhaps he did not genuinely reject Violet's approach. For he stood in the little herb garden she had gifted him, a place that belonged solely to them. Violet had yet to coax him, but her senior had already bowed his head to her. Just as he was willing to tutor her when he transformed back into a child, his tongue remained sharp, making it difficult for anyone to discern his true nature beneath his biting words and provocations. Violet knew she had a slight privilege. She dashed forward to grasp Severus's wrist. Senior, did you not say before that I could request any potion from you? May I do so now? Humph. Severus asked gruffly, what potion? How stubborn yet soft-hearted he was. Uttering such words implied a concession on his part, did it not? A potion that could bring a smile to your face. Severus, he shot Violet a fierce glare, but regrettably, she was not intimidated by his gaze. For her senior stood in the very place she had gifted him, gathering herbs, which instilled a sense of confidence within Violet. There is no such potion. Your senior would never foolishly grin like an idiot. However, I could provide you with a dreamless sleep potion, should you wish to dream. Severus was not angry about Violet's boggart. Rather, he was aware that he did not embody the idealized version she conjured. He was neither handsome nor gentle, nor did he smile often. His hair was greasy, and his life was fraught with difficulties. He and the person she had envisioned were from entirely different worlds. Compared to a handsome and gentle boy, the unkempt, ill-tempered, and poor lad was always less favored. Those who beheld Severus's true self would inevitably be disappointed, and he feared that Violet would be, too. He could not transform into the boy she wished for. I have seen him without needing to dream. What? Violet chuckled. Did you forget that you smiled at me once? Dreams are nebulous, making it difficult to envision a precise likeness. Yet Violet clearly remembered Severus's gentle and cheerful smile, even if it faded swiftly. That night, in this very place, I merely conjured the version of you that I have seen. Who knew they would be so enamored with the aftermath? Violet felt a twinge of annoyance. She was still vexed, for that smile was intended for her. Severus was momentarily speechless at her words. The anger, perhaps laced with inferiority and jealousy, was suddenly whisked away by the wind, dissipating into nothingness. Violet had manifested the Severus as she perceived him. Even the boggart emerging from the wardrobe had not been so dire. The students adored the Severus scene through Violet's eyes. Yet what they observed and what Violet perceived were evidently disparate. Severus's ears burned. Was he perhaps too uniquely different in her eyes? Why would my boggart take the form of you? Severus's tone was still somewhat stiff, yet lacked the biting sarcasm that typically accompanied his remarks. A boggart embodies a person's deepest fears. Was Violet afraid he would raise his wand against her? Severus could not fathom why she would entertain such a notion. When had he ever raised his wand at her? The knowledge that the girl he liked harbored fear of him, transformed into a wholly different figure, made his heart feel constricted. When Severus grew despondent, he lashed out at all. If he could not find solace, neither would he allow others to. I fear that you will no longer tutor me, nor accompany me to the library, nor permit me in the empty classrooms. She feared he might come to loathe her. Unwilling to engage with her ever again, Violet was reluctant to return to the days when they sat face to face in silence. Humans are always greedy for more. Severus's cheeks twitched. Such candid words made him somewhat uncomfortable, yet they also brought him joy. You think too much, he replied. Slytherins do not easily abandon friendships. Violet thought to herself, but what she desired was not mere friendship. Her fear was not of Severus raising his wand against her, but rather of the words that might follow. Chapter 31, The Elixir of Joy. Where's Veer? The observant Slytherin noted that a certain little cat had vanished again. Veer stood beside him, needing to concoct an excuse for another self. She must have gone to find her beloved cat. That peculiar suspicion stirred something within him. An unsettling intuition. The cat had been present just moments before Violet arrived, and now it was nowhere to be found. Such coincidences could not occur once, twice, or thrice. Yet, Severus had no concrete evidence to support his suspicions. He could only suppress his doubts for the time being, seeking answers later. The commotion surrounding the charming Slytherin quickly faded, for no one found the handsome figure they had imagined. Severus would occasionally be teased by some, but such trivial matters among students would soon dissipate into obscurity. As the end-of-term examinations approached, the two became engrossed in their studies, oblivious to the world around them. Violet and Severus enrolled in numerous courses. While not so many as to require a time-turner, their schedules remained full. Severus managed quite well, having experienced third year already. After fourth year, he had dropped an unnecessary course, allowing him time to delve into potion-making and spellcraft. Violet admired her senior's energy. Her own dark circles were becoming evident. Under such academic pressure, Violet temporarily suppressed her feelings of infatuation. After the exams concluded, she completely relaxed, indulging in a deep slumber in her dormitory. The atmosphere at Hogwarts post-examinations was particularly delightful, as their minds could finally relinquish the burden of knowledge. The anticipation of the long summer break brought joy. Alas, such happiness did not belong to Severus. Alone in an empty classroom, he savored his last moments of tranquility, while other students eagerly awaited the summer. It was the time he despised most, for he had to return home. Hogwarts, though far from perfect, was a place he cherished. Here, he could wield magic, and here, he could see Violet. The home he returned to held nothing worth looking forward to. Upon awakening from her deep slumber, Violet's first instinct was to head to the library. Finding it devoid of people, she redirected her steps to the empty classroom. Her senior rarely ventured to places beyond these few. Severus was indeed brewing potions. The steam rising caused his greasy hair to cling to his face, yet the brilliance in his eyes was particularly captivating. Those who are diligent exude the greatest charm. Violet gazed at him, entranced. What appeared exceedingly challenging to her in potion-making seemed effortless and natural in Severus's capable hands. He casually retrieved a vial from the shelf and handed it to Violet. The small glass bottle contained a potion of golden hue, radiant like sunlight. Is this the elixir of joy? Indeed. Did you not desire a potion of joy the last time we spoke? The crafting of advanced potions often necessitates a considerable amount of time, with the shortest requiring at least 6 or 7 days. While some more intricate elixirs may take as long as half a year, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Severus must meticulously devise a schedule for himself to ensure that the timing of ingredient additions does not conflict with his classes. Violet had warmed the small vial in her hands, and even before drinking it, she already felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The sixth-year students had already mastered this potion. Violet gazed at him with sparkling eyes. This elixir of joy appeared to be of the finest quality, capturing a sliver of sunlight within its tiny confines. Did you think I was boasting when I said I could provide you with any potion you desired? If it were not for the pressing demands of my studies, I would have presented this elixir to you much sooner. Of course not. I know your potions are unparalleled. You will undoubtedly surpass Professor Slughorn in skill. With such diligence and talent, Violet had seen him poring over countless thick tomes of potion-making, texts that were entirely beyond her comprehension. Yet, the potion was intended solely to bring him joy, so please, drink this vial. Violet discerned that his demeanor was somewhat melancholic, not angry, nor the usual detached mask he wore to conceal his inner turmoil, but rather an authentic gloom and indifference. His eyes mirrored the boggart Violet had first encountered, devoid of emotion, a dark abyss with no end in sight. Severus knew the effects of the joy potion he had brewed himself. I despise this uncontrollable elation. Just a small sip would suffice. I only wish for you to feel a tad happier. Violet approached him, a faint floral scent mingling with the aroma of mint. Even amidst the plethora of potion ingredients, Severus could keenly detect her fragrance. A flicker of joy began to surge uncontrollably within him. Akin to the golden hue of the joy potion, casting warm rays of sunlight into the darkness of his heart. This was not an elusive sun, but rather his own elixir of joy. Sometimes, allowing oneself a moment of happiness is not an unforgivable act. Severus understood the potion's effects, but had never dared to partake himself. He had only consumed 2 drops of the elixir, for too much would render the exhilaration uncontainable. Upon imbibing the potion, Severus's initial reaction was to acknowledge the commendable quality of his own brew. The taste was slightly bitter. Joy potions were meant to induce happiness, yet he feared that a sweeter concoction might lead Violet to overindulge. After all, it was a potion, and excessive consumption could yield adverse effects. A touch of bitterness was just right. Following the bitterness would come a wave of joy, distinct from the happiness charm, which merely provokes laughter without genuine elation. Resembling a spell that incites uncontrollable laughter, rendering it ineffective for those engulfed in sorrow. For them, it may well be a curse. The joy potion, however, permeates the entire being, emanating from within, evoking memories of happiness that dispel lingering sadness, casting a golden hue upon the perception of the world. Yet potions are not a panacea. The joy potion requires the drinker to possess memories that allow them to confront their darkness. Otherwise, ceasing its consumption may lead to being overwhelmed by profound sorrow. Dosage is crucial, which is why Severus limited himself to 2 drops. A sense of ease washed over him. He recalled lying beneath a tree with Lily, basking in the sunlight, the first Christmas gift he received, the acceptance letter delivered by Hogwarts owl, selecting his wand. Boarding the train with Lily, Violet's blue-violet eyes watching him in the library, the little cat that Violet helped him push into the Black Lake. The handmade wizarding robe she gifted him for Christmas, a bag of delectable gingerbread that holiday, the potions they brewed together, the dinner they shared on his birthday. The carefree days in Hogsmeade, and the moonlight grass scene during their nocturnal escapade into the Forbidden Forest. Did he truly possess so many joyful memories? Those recollections breached the barriers he had erected in his mind, flooding forth without his conscious control, as the joy of the past permeated the present. The sunlight flowing through the darkness warmed all his memories, causing his eyes to well with unshed tears. Are you happy now, Severus? He gazed at the girl who had appeared most frequently in his joyful recollections, unable to suppress a smile. Yes. Chapter 32, A New Image. The joy potion lifted Severus's spirits, and for the first time on the train home during the summer holiday, his face was not set in a scowl. He understood that upon arrival, he would not be greeted by a place filled with cherished memories, yet in this moment, he felt genuinely relaxed and content. For he had not yet reached that destination, and Violet was by his side. Perhaps in this buoyant mood, he took the initiative to tie his hair back for the first time. May I assist you in binding your hair, senior? Violet eagerly offered her help. It's a bit unkempt. Not at all. Violet cheerfully swept back his strands. He had washed his hair yesterday, and only the front was slightly flattened from the potion's steam, while the rest remained fluffy and voluminous. Please, allow me to help. I beg you. Very well. In light of his pleasant mood, Severus was more amenable. Violet untangled the messy hair he had hastily tied up, using transfiguration to create a small comb to tidy it before securing it back. The sensation of her fingers weaving through his hair was a delightful tingling, inviting relaxation. The hair tie she used was her own, transformed into a vibrant green, as it suited him splendidly. All done, Violet had only gathered the top half of his hair, leaving the rest to cascade freely. At this moment, Severus's expression was not so cold or brooding, nor did he furrow his brow. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips, and his gaze sparkled with a newfound brightness, no longer the dark, fathomless void it once was. The shadows beneath his eyes took on a slightly weary, yet endearing quality. Just as Violet had envisioned, he appeared strikingly handsome. She gazed at him, grinning foolishly. You look truly wonderful, senior. In the past, Severus might have frowned, turning away and dismissing her, perhaps believing she was jesting and sulking in silence for a while. However, buoyed by his cheerful disposition, Severus merely responded gently. Do not tease your senior so. Come now, we must gather our belongings for the train. The normally aloof and sardonic Severus possessed a remarkably pleasant voice. It was unclear when he had outgrown the raspy tones of adolescence, now resonating with a deep and melodious timbre. Violet felt a delightful tickling in her ears. By Merlin, that gentle Severus by the Black Lake re-emerged that night. The joy potion had indeed brought forth his happiness. Violet knew that her senior typically did not experience such elation. It was the joy potion that had unearthed his joy. She wished for him to smile like this in the future, even without the potion, to feel sufficient happiness and delight. Severus gathered his wand, several vials of potions, and some books and notes, donning a pair of muggle clothes as he boarded the train. For after all, it was merely summer vacation. Yet upon noticing that Violet was also empty-handed, he inquired, What about Viral? Are you not bringing her back with you? Violet felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Oh no, I forgot. She can find her way home on her own. I need not worry. A perfectly good excuse. A wizard's pet is certainly not an ordinary cat. The Kneazle is quite adept at navigating its surroundings. Really? Snape gazed into her eyes. Violet found herself unable to divert her gaze. His eyes resembled a dark ocean, drawing her deeper into their depths. Truly, indeed, a lie, without the need for legitimacy. Snape was acutely aware of her deceit. Her lashes fluttered, and a lovely blush crept across her cheeks and ears. He recognized that Violet was lying to him. Yet he felt no anger. Surely, 2 drops of Felix Felicis couldn't have such an effect. However, her flushed ears appeared rather endearing, and he found himself reluctant to be angry with her. It's best this way, Mississippi Lane. Snape averted his gaze. If he continued to look, he might be compelled to kiss her. Perhaps it was the gentler tone he adopted in that moment, for he appeared genuinely joyful. He referred to her as Mississippi Lane, and Violet felt assured that her senior was not truly angry. If I were to conceal something from him, would he be upset? That would depend on the nature of the matter. Yet, gazing into Violet's eyes, Snape felt there was little to warrant his ire. I would prefer if you acknowledged your mistake, and then I would not be angry. Violet's boggart had made him somewhat famous at Hogwarts. Yet Snape had never been angry for more than 3 days. What irked him more was her absence from the library. Merlin above, today her senior was exceptionally amiable. How delightful. Snape boarded the train with Violet, choosing not to seek out Lily. Primarily, he wished to remember only Violet in this new light. In truth, the train had barely begun its journey, and the effects of the potion had already begun to fade. Nonetheless, that sense of ease lingered in his heart. Snape made no effort to shatter it, pretending to remain under the potion's influence, basking in the joy it provided. This was not difficult, as sitting in the same compartment with Violet, just the 2 of them, discussing various magical topics, brought him genuine relaxation and happiness. He simply did not employ a clemency to lock away his thoughts, temporarily reveling in this warmth. After parting from Violet, Snape returned alone to Spinner's End. The dark alley seemed to threaten to engulf him like an abyss. Painful memories resurfaced. Snape undid his hair, letting the strands fall chaotically, partially obscuring his vision. He grasped the green hair tie in his hand, hoping to draw some semblance of the joy he had previously experienced, allowing him to evade the encroaching darkness. Snape's control over potion dosage was as precise as his brewing, merely 2 drops, which did not compromise his rationality. Yet, submerged in joy, he found himself indulging more than before, yearning to create more memories with Violet, more cherished moments. He believed Violet might appreciate his hair tied back with a smile. She had transformed her boggart into this version of Snape, so surely she would find it pleasing. The desire for her approval flowed freely, fueled by the lingering effects of the potion. When Violet offered to tie his hair, he did not refuse. What a wretched person he was. Such thoughts could easily be subdued by a clemency, yet he chose to indulge them. Even after the effects of the potion faded, he maintained his previous gentle demeanor. Would she even like it? A slight thrill coursed through him via the hair tie on his wrist, quickening his heartbeat. He had never engaged in such behavior before, and now he felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, this sensation was not unwelcome. Perhaps the residue of that joy still lingered, preventing him from succumbing to anger. The day had grown late, yet Snape was not hindered by the darkness. The gray-black smoke rising from the chimneys obscured the moonlight, and a fetid stream flowed outside Spinner's End, exuding a noxious stench daily. The alley was littered with debris from unknown origins, the houses dilapidated, and within the illuminated ones, shouts and cries for mercy echoed. An abandoned alley, home to a community rotting in the shadows. The residents here were deserving of any harsh epithet one could conjure. Yet, this was his home. Snape gripped the hair tie tightly, striving not to be consumed by the darkness surrounding him. He walked to the innermost, smallest, and most dilapidated house. Number 19, Spinner's End. His home. Chapter 33, Another Boggart. Violet returned to her loyal abode at 7, Rose Lane. Violet was a half-blood. Her mother was a Muggle witch, and her father was also a half-blood. The family resided in the Muggle world, eschewing wizarding enclaves. Naturally, a confusion charm was subtly cast to prevent the neighbors from noticing anything amiss. Mrs. Lane held a greater affection for the Muggle world than for the wizarding one, perhaps owing to the fact that both her parents were exceptionally learned scholars. From them, Mrs. Lane understood that ordinary people could possess formidable strength as well. She felt proud of her parents, and equally so of herself. Regrettably, Mrs. Lane did not possess the same keen intellect as her parents. In comparison, she felt somewhat ordinary. Yet this did not diminish her parents' love for her. They were not fearful of the magical outbursts she experienced as a child. Rather, they meticulously documented them, attempting to discern their causes. Rather than dread this peculiar power, they feared it might be an unknown ailment, as the young witch often suffered physically during her magical episodes. Whenever someone labeled her a freak or a monster, her parents would charge forth, delivering even harsher retorts to the offending parties. Scholars, when insulted, tended to employ more cutting language, often without any grounds for their accusations. Mr. and Mrs. Lane must have cherished this warmth within her, appreciating her family and parents. Otherwise, as a wizard, he would not have chosen to lead such an ordinary life in the Muggle world. Violet also held a deep affection for her grandparents, despite having startled them several times due to her animagus transformation as a child. Once they accepted this, they expressed a desire to explore how one could transform into an animal. Violet was born into a wonderful family, although she grew up in the Muggle world. She received ample love and suffered no prejudice or bullying. She even attended Muggle primary school without incident. Her grandparents held no disdain for her magic. Occasionally, they would express great interest in what the neighborhood cats were saying. After encountering more wizards at Hogwarts, Violet became acutely aware that not everyone shared her good fortune. "Well, my dear, you've returned just in time. Are you hungry? Dinner is ready." The train was punctual, and so was Violet's arrival home. As she stepped inside, the house was aglow, and a sumptuous dinner awaited. Mr. Lane waved his wand, and her luggage floated effortlessly upstairs to her room, landing gently. Each time she returned home for the holidays, she would see her parents waiting for her to share a meal, a simple yet blissful routine. "I'm home." On the day she received her O.W.L. results via owl post, Violet excitedly transformed into a small kitten and scampered up to the third floor, where her father's library and alchemical laboratory were located. Meow. The sound of a kitten was familiar to Mr. Lane, who remained undisturbed. The man, seated amidst piles of various alchemical items, calmly set aside his wand and metallic tools. "Father, you promised that if I achieved an O in ancient runes and charms, you would teach me alchemy." Violet had transformed back from a cat into a girl, the transition so swift it was nearly imperceptible. She excitedly brandished the owl-delivered report card. Flying and arithmetic divination received an E, while everything else was an O. This included her potions class. The alchemy course at Hogwarts is only available in the 6th year, necessitating certain OWL's qualifications, and presently, Violet was not yet able to attend alchemy classes at Hogwarts, so she had to rely on her dear father for preliminary studies. Mr. Lane glanced at the report card and appeared somewhat astonished. "Veal, has your potion-making finally clicked?" Mr. Lane's skills in potions were respectable, not quite that of a master potion maker, yet undeniably superior to the average wizard, given that there exists a degree of overlap between alchemy and potion-making. Mrs. Lane, belonging to Hufflepuff, was also quite adept in potions. It thus came as a surprise that their daughter was so slow to grasp the subject. Violet felt her ears flush. It was likely that her success in potions was not due to her own insight, but rather the guidance of a certain little serpent. "Ahem, that is not important, father. I wish to learn alchemy." Violet had dabbled in a bit of alchemy with Mr. Lane before, but only at a mischievous level. This time, she aspired to create a genuine alchemical item. Alchemy, much like potion making, is fraught with peril, as even a minor misstep could lead to an explosion. In practical potions classes, the professors were particularly vigilant, ready to whisk away any potion ineptitude, Violet, before it could result in a cauldron's detonation. As she embarked on her first encounter with authentic alchemical items, it was imperative to enlist the supervision of an alchemist. Her father was an alchemist, and her mother a fashion designer, creating not only wizarding robes, but also some Muggle attire. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff seemed to have little in common, each excelling in entirely different fields. Yet, when the two were together, an atmosphere arose that made Violet feel as though she could not interject. They both harbored a fondness for Muggle studies, having met in the Muggle studies class. Mr. Lane was particularly enamored with various Muggle trinkets, often modifying them into alchemical devices. A pursuit he could only share with a younger student, Mr. Weasley, as the wizarding community prohibited the circulation of Muggle items. Mr. Lane's attic was nearly brimming with Muggle items repurposed for alchemy, leaving little room to navigate. "Father, if you do not sort through these Muggle items soon, there will be no space left for new alchemical creations. These cannot circulate properly in the wizarding world, and selling them to Muggles is even less acceptable." Mr. Lane, regarding these items he created out of interest, felt a twinge of frustration. "Perhaps I shall take some to Diagon Alley one day, but shoo, do not mention it to your mother." Hufflepuffs are inherently characterized by a resilient integrity, which makes them less fond of the mixed-bag environment of Diagon Alley. Of course, Mrs. Lane had learned to turn a blind eye to her husband's antics, as long as he did not overreach. Before officially embarking on her alchemical studies, Violet had to assist her father in organizing the attic. Mr. Lane would create small alchemical items out of interest, and Violet often managed to unearth delightful trinkets from her father's collection. Although she was merely helping Mr. Lane tidy up, Violet felt like a kitten that had stumbled upon a treasure trove. This one is too large to sell. This one is unattractive. Sell it. This one is lovely. Father, may I keep this cup? She pointed to a pair of delicate white porcelain cups adorned with violet patterns, charmingly petite. Mr. Lane waved his hand. Take it. There was also a music box that, when opened, would snow, a bracelet that invigorated the wearer, and a hairpin that defended against minor curses. Clearly, these little items were prepared by Mr. Lane for his daughter, who would come seeking treasure. In the corner stood a solid wooden cabinet with an Eastern aesthetic, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Violet instinctively opened it, catching sight of a familiar Slytherin boy, comically managing to return a boggart to its place. Turning around, Violet found her father observing her with a bemused expression, a mix of jest and a hint of melancholy. My dear, you have developed a fondness for a Slytherin boy. This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. What to do now that her father had discovered her budding affections? Violet felt a rush of embarrassment. Yet the cat tilted its head defiantly. Indeed, I have taken a liking to a Slytherin. She then sneakily glanced at her father's expression. Father, you do not oppose this, do you? My veal has truly grown up. Why would I oppose? We are Ravenclaws, free to follow our hearts. Your mother and I have always supported you from behind. Soon, Mrs. Lane learned that her daughter's heart had begun to flutter. You know, dear, I do not oppose you dating. Feel free to bring him home to meet us. Observing others in love was far more entertaining than experiencing it oneself, especially when Violet became flustered and embarrassed. Violet had previously maintained a rather subdued demeanor, rarely losing her composure. Had she not firmly asserted that she was not in a relationship, Mrs. Lane would have likely wished to meet that Slytherin boy the very next day. During the summer, after completing her assignments, Violet generally spent her time reading and practicing transfiguration and charms. As her two elder relatives were not particularly adept in potions, and with no cauldron available at home, Violet had no means to practice potions. That evening, as she lay in bed, a restless energy surged within her. She pondered the boggart in the alchemy room upstairs. Suddenly, the girl vanished from her bed, replaced by a cat that nimbly leaped down and scurried up to the attic. Today, she swiftly returned the boggart to its cabinet, regrettably missing the chance to glimpse her handsome upperclassman. Moreover, she harbored a small question that remained unverified with her professor. Would a boggart appear in its animagus form? Would her upperclassman maintain his appearance? Or would he transform into a cat as well? The small black kitten, with white paws, grasped her wand in its mouth, deftly pawing at the closed cabinet door. Aside from its ability to transform into the greatest fears of those who encountered it, a boggart possessed no other capabilities. Some thoughtless individuals regarded it merely as a mischievous magical creature. Such beings often emerged from dark, forsaken corners. And even seasoned wizards could be startled if they were not cautious. For children, whose life experiences were limited and devoid of profound sorrow or joy, boggarts were the easiest to confront. The class was scheduled for third year precisely because their magical abilities were suitably attuned, and their youth spared them from grave worries. A simple incantation could banish these creatures that delighted in probing the shadows of human hearts. As they matured and became more acquainted with boggarts, understanding their characteristics, they would be prepared mentally to face them, regardless of how fearsome their transformations might become. The black mist swirled forth. No one had truly seen the form of a boggart. Some wizards speculated that they possessed no true shape, merely transforming in accordance with the fears of those who beheld them. Violet gazed at the adult wizard in black robes lying on the ground. Blood streaming from the gaping wound in his neck, mingled with dark bruises. The entire cat froze. Chapter 34, Dark Magic. Violet circled around to face the wizard, scrutinizing his features. Oily, medium-length hair hung messily over his face, his complexion an unhealthy pallor, and his brow furrowed with an amalgamation of pain, fatigue, and irritation. His prominent hooked nose and thin lips were notable. Though his eyes were shut, Violet felt certain they must be black, unfathomably deep eyes, reminiscent of her upperclassmen. A profound sorrow and anguish enveloped her, threatening to overwhelm her. It was a pain Violet had never experienced in her 14 years of life. Yet on the other side, a flicker of rationality remained within her, enabling her to perceive the sanity of the sorcerer before her. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the kitten's eyes. It was impossible. He could not be the senior. She had never encountered a senior like this before. Violet's heart was in turmoil, struggling painfully yet rationally to discern the identity of the person before her. He appeared unwell. If he could open his eyes, they would undoubtedly have lost the brilliance of the stars, leaving only darkness behind. Violet committed his visage to memory, as when she returned to her human form. Perhaps the anguish of rejection by her senior would eclipse her fear of that rejection, and the boggart would not transform back. How absurd. The girl leaned against the cabinet, the intricate patterns causing discomfort against her back, as silver moonlight filtered through the high windows, cascading onto her face. Her cheeks were already stained with tears. Yet she could not utter a single sound of sorrow. The first letter Lily received during the summer break came from someone she had not anticipated, Violet Lan. Snape had never disclosed his address to Violet, nor did many know where he resided. However, Lily had numerous friends, and with a little inquiry, she could easily uncover such information. Coincidentally, Violet had a recently prominent friend, Julia. Though Violet was situated in Devon, a distance from Cokeworth, magical means of transportation rendered the journey swift. I apologize for the intrusion, Evans. This is a gift for you. Violet had gone to the trouble of seeking out others' addresses and arranging a meeting, of course, also preparing a small token of apology. Inside the gift box lay a bracelet that a young girl would surely cherish, an alchemical trinket casually crafted by Violet's father, left to her discretion after being handed over. The girl with dark red hair and emerald eyes did not mind the interruption. They met beneath a grand tree in the park. What a beautiful bracelet. Just call me Lily. Senior Evans feels so distant, she exclaimed, delighting in the surprise as she donned it. This was the Western way of expressing affection. All right, Lily. Are you looking for Severus? Lily tilted her head, admitting, actually, I'm not quite sure where he lives specifically. I only know he resides in Spinner's End. She gestured in the direction. It's over there. After you walk there, turn left and go straight. There's a small alley nearby. But my parents won't let me go play there. Not only did her parents disapprove, but Snape had never spoken to her about Spinner's End, discouraging her thoughts of venturing there. Lily only knew that her friend hailed from that place. Merely emerging from such an environment had subjected him to the disdain of those around him. Out of curiosity, Lily had once followed him, but it had angered Snape, resulting in a fierce argument between the 10-year-olds, though they eventually reconciled. Yet, Lily understood that it was not a place she should explore if she wished to avoid estranging her friend. Sometimes, knowing when to halt can be a virtue. Had she not, out of curiosity, allowed Snape to take Penny's letters when they were young, perhaps her relationship with her sister would not have soured so grievously. Regret was now futile. Penny no longer wished to converse with her. Perhaps this incident taught her that excessive curiosity and impulsiveness could inflict profound harm, leaving her devoid of the desire to delve into Spinner's End. She had matured, no longer impulsive and self-righteous as she once was. She despised Potter and his companions. Yet was it not also a reflection of her disdain for the impulsive girl she had been? Severus is not fond of his friends going there. Perhaps you could wait for him in this park? He used to come here to read during holidays. The wind stirred the already withered leaves on the ground, resembling butterflies taking flight. Lily sighed. I haven't seen him around these days. Are you quite worried about your senior then? You still call him senior? I can't quite discern the nature of your relationship. It sounded somewhat detached, yet bore an air of unique intimacy. I do worry about him. Severus has few friends, and it seems he has begun studying dark magic. With the Death Eaters rampant and him in Slytherin, a place filled with dark wizards, I am greatly concerned he may stray from the right path. Yet Snape's obstinacy was not something Lily could easily assuage with mere words. She wished for him to refrain from dark magic. His potion-making skills were already remarkable and astonishing. Yet Snape had never acquiesced to her pleas. The boy who once used magic to make flowers bloom and transform leaves into fluttering butterflies had now adopted the hues of Slytherin. His expressions had dwindled, growing increasingly somber. Even in Lily's company, the pure joy they once shared in childhood had dissipated. Lily watched as her friend distanced himself further, powerless to intervene, only able to whisper that it was not yet the direst of times. Moreover, Snape had finally made a friend, one outside of Slytherin, which offered her a modicum of solace. Violet's gaze held a hint of surprise. Lily was unaware that her senior had already delved into dark magic. Violet had noticed the presence of numerous dark curses in the spell book Snape had been perusing during his second semester. In class, he learned white magic, yet privately, he was engrossed in books filled with dark curses and explanations of dark magic. It was merely a matter of time before he opened the restricted section in front of Violet. Perhaps he had already done so. She simply remained oblivious. Lily, I do not believe that studying dark magic is inherently wrong. Ravenclaw also studies dark magic. How could the knowledge-loving Ravenclaws solely engage with white magic while neglecting the vast expanse of dark magic? You merely view dark magic through the lens of pure knowledge. Do you not? Are you aware that excessive use of dark magic can impact one's psyche? Violet nodded. I am aware. I have read that paper on the unforgivable curses and the emotional resonance of wizards. Oh, Lily replied, having never encountered such a biased paper. The impulsive side of Gryffindor was subdued in the face of Violet's calm demeanor, which appeared so convincing, logical, and well-reasoned, rather than a mere outpouring of heated thoughts. The reason unforgivable curses are deemed unforgivable is that there are no counter-curses. Generally, dark curses are categorized under dark magic, and more potent dark magic possesses counter-curses. Why do you think that is, Lily? Because. Lily fell silent for a moment. Gryffindors believe that all dark magic is evil and unforgivable. They do not differentiate among the various forms of dark magic. Violet answered the question, because the dark wizards who devised these dark magics were not inherently evil or unforgivable. They left themselves a chance for repentance. Lily's mind buzzed. A chance for repentance? She regarded Violet, this girl who was scarcely younger than herself, with a complex expression. Gryffindors would never hold such a perspective. The emotional part of Lily felt that she had misspoken. Once one delves into dark magic, it is impossible to cease, leading ever further down the path to unforgivable acts. Yet the rational part of her contended that perhaps Violet was correct. Otherwise, why would so many lethal dark curses exist alongside counter curses? You articulate much, but can you refute the influence of dark magic on individuals? I cannot. Lily suddenly felt elated. As if to say, see, you too acknowledge that dark magic has an impact. Yet everyone has a shadowy side, Lily. Not all hearts can remain radiant and untainted. They yearn for power, yet still leave themselves a path for retreat, indicating that their hearts are not entirely engulfed by darkness. Apart from the 3 unforgivable curses, which necessitate a profound intent to kill, inflict pain, and exert control, other forms of dark magic can be confined within certain boundaries. To prevent losing oneself to chaos, one must maintain clarity and rationality. The anguish that arises from suppressed anger can be far more tormenting. Thus, its release may offer some relief. Aside from those who wield the unforgivable curses as instruments of vengeance, I believe few wizards would succumb to darkness merely through the use of dark magic. Unlike Potter and his companions, who incessantly proclaim the malevolence and terror of dark magic, Violetta possesses a remarkably rational perspective. She does not engage in meaningless disputes, unlike Snape, who tends to respond to rebuttals with heightened fervor. Lily, however, struggles to comprehend her viewpoint. Her discontent stems merely from her unpleasant interactions with Petunia, who now harbors a strong aversion towards her. Lily has never harbored extreme loathing or hatred for anyone, nor has she ever felt the seething urge to obliterate everything around her. Her heart radiates warmth, untouched by darkness, rendering her incapable of grasping hatred or murderous intent. Consequently, she cannot fathom the existence of dark magic. Chapter 35, Spinner's End. Your words resonate with reason. Yet Lily finds herself at a loss to counter Violetta's assertions. She does not wish to appear as a furious lion, merely roaring in an attempt to overpower her opponent. The calm demeanor of Violetta only serves to make her feel somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, her aversion to dark magic remains steadfast. Regardless of how enchanting or alluring Violetta claims the theories of dark magic may be, Lily instinctively recoils from such notions. She neither enjoys nor will ever embrace hatred. Violetta blinked. It matters not. If you do not wish to learn, then simply refrain from doing so. Lily felt as though she had swung her fist into emptiness. Was this truly the crux of their discussion? Had their earlier contention culminated in such a simplistic conclusion? Yet, one cannot prevent a senior from delving into dark magic. Violetta reminded her that her senior clearly did not possess the same radiant disposition. He required dark magic and reveled in it. Otherwise, his resentment and fury would have nowhere to manifest. Though Violetta had not known him for long and had spent even less time in his presence, she could still sense the turbulence within him, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The turmoil concealed beneath was not impulsiveness or recklessness. Her senior was far from impetuous. His rationality was somewhat intimidating. After much contemplation, she concluded that what he concealed was undoubtedly a profound reservoir of dark hatred. A darkness he would never showcase before his closest friends. Why are you sharing this with me? Lily had initially felt elated upon making a new friend, but now a tightness gripped her heart, for Violetta's words seemed to contradict her own beliefs. Lily detested dark magic, while Violetta saw nothing wrong with it. Much like her discussions with Severus, where he also failed to acknowledge any fault in dark magic, she found herself unable to sway their opinions. While Snape's silence allowed her to engage in arguments, Violetta displayed no inclination to quarrel, and Lily found herself outmatched in debate. Because you are a friend of my senior. The rationale was disarmingly simple. Her senior would undoubtedly not wish for his friends to misunderstand him. He was always acutely aware of his actions, rendering any attempt to impede him futile. Lily could not converse with Violetta for long. The Ravenclaw girl was far too adept at delivering grandiloquent arguments for her to counter. Doubt crept into Lily's mind. Had she erred? Had she made a mistake akin to when she had taken Petunia's letter? Even after knowing Snape the longest, Lily could not confidently assert that she understood him. He never confided his thoughts to others. The fragments he revealed were limited. After returning home, Violetta sat on a swing in the park for a while, until the sky grew dim. Severus, who Lily claimed frequently visited the park, had not appeared. Had something gone awry? Violetta gazed towards the direction Lily had indicated, where a colossal chimney belched dark smoke, casting a pall over her mood. Spinner's End was her senior's secret. She rose and began to walk in that direction. He had merely prohibited Lily from entering. He had not barred her from doing so. A newfound confidence surged within her. The abrupt cessation of their usual activities must signify something significant. Outside Spinner's End, a fetid stream meandered, littered with debris. The alley was lined with weathered brick houses, austere and cold, while the smoke from the distant chimney shrouded the area in a grimy haze. A place forsaken by the modern era. Scattered refuse littered the ground, and a few children threw stones at the windows of nearby houses, their shouts echoing from within. Did her senior reside here? Violetta felt a pang in her heart, as if it were being squeezed, a bittersweet ache. No wonder he had barred Lily from entering. Should she venture inside? Surely, he would scold her if he found out. Violetta's gaze darted around as she contemplated transforming into her animagus form in a secluded spot before proceeding. Violetta. The sound of her name froze her in place. And she slowly turned around. A boy clad in black stood behind her, a white flower pinned to his chest. Unbeknownst to her, he had grown considerably taller. His long hair cascading down in disarray, obscuring the sides of his face, giving him an air of brooding detachment. His voice, low and frigid as if encased in ice. Cut through the air, what are you doing here? Severus had never anticipated encountering Violetta in Spinner's End. She was dressed in muggle attire. A pale yellow t-shirt emblazoned with letters and denim shorts. Her long hair was elegantly pinned back with a fresh hair clip, exuding a gracefulness and purity that seemed out of place in such a grim locale. Senior. Upon seeing his youthful, pale face, Violetta felt her eyes welling with tears. The sorrow from encountering that boggart flooded back, and she experienced a joy akin to rediscovery. Overwhelmed, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Thank goodness. Her senior was still there, a source of warmth amidst the chaos. The boggart was merely a boggart. In that moment, Violetta's anxiety and pain dissipated, her arms clinging to him as if to affirm his existence. The shame, pain, and anger Severus had concealed were momentarily scattered by her unexpected embrace, rendering him speechless. The girl nestled against his chest, akin to a playful kitten, alleviating some of his own resentment and pent-up anguish. He fought against the urge to break down. His teeth clenched in frustration at the vulnerability she had unwittingly exposed in him. Who allowed you to come here? I came on my own. Severus grasped her face tightly. I despise being deceived. Violetta, her eyes glistening, met his gaze. I would never deceive you, senior. Lily had indeed advised her against coming here. Severus noticed others watching them, primarily fixated on Violetta. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The girl had matured, presenting herself as if she had stepped out of a muggle fashion magazine. Her complexion vibrant and her figure well-developed, radiating youthful exuberance. She was utterly captivating. This exquisite violet was not a flower that could thrive in Spinner's End. Severus took her by the hand and led her away. Come with me. Violet now felt at ease. For her senior had assured her that wherever he chose to take her, she would follow. Severus led her to the park they had frequented before. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, he found himself at a loss for words. The prideful youth was reluctant to reveal his most vulnerable self. Senior, why do you have dark circles under your eyes again? Violet suddenly reached out, gently massaging his furrowed brow and caressing the shadows beneath his eyes. The vitality and health Severus had painstakingly regained during his school years through a proper routine and nourishing potions had vanished, leaving him pale and weary. Severus turned his gaze toward her eyes. In the dim light of their surroundings, her eyes sparkled like precious gems, radiating only affection, acceptance, and delight at his presence, free from pity or disdain. Within the depths of those eyes, he found it impossible to conceal his true self. I'm sorry. The headband you gave me broke. When old Snape had raised a bottle to strike Eileen, Severus had rushed to intervene. The protective charm of the headband had snapped. Yet he bore no wounds. Instead, he had frightened the drunkard away. Violet brushed aside his hair, embracing him once more. Next time, I'll gift you a new one. I've been occupied with my mother's funeral. Even if Severus had remained silent, Violet could discern that he had recently attended a funeral. For reasons unbeknownst to him. The words slipped from his lips. He could not contain the anguish threatening to overwhelm the 15-year-old boy he was. At that very moment, Violet appeared by his side. Someone he treasured deeply. He was torn between the fear of exposing his true self to her and the yearning for her acceptance, for her companionship. Hoping she would not allow him to remain alone in the loathsome confines of his existence, Violet tightened her grip around his hand. May I stay here with you, senior? Severus's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. He closed them, pondering whether Violet could read his thoughts. How was it that she always seemed to know what he desired? Chapter 36. Embrace. Severus abruptly inquired. May I hold you for a moment, Violet? Of course, she replied. Releasing her hold on his shoulder, she turned to him, arms outstretched. Severus pulled her into his embrace, lifting her onto his lap, burying his face in the crook of her neck. This was the first time he had held someone in such a manner. The embrace enveloped him in warmth and solace, a feeling he had long forgotten since the downfall of his father and the revelation of his magical abilities. The relentless cycle of hurt and suffering had taught him to be wary and guarded. Who would offer him such intimacy? After his 11th birthday, Eileen perhaps believed her mission had concluded, having introduced her son to the magical world. From that day onward, she became ensnared in the beauty of her fantasies, losing herself in memories while her son faded from her sight. It was conceivable that in the infancy of his memories, Eileen had cradled him in her arms. But those moments had left no lasting impression. Instead, he was left with the daily torment of alcoholism and domestic abuse, with wounds and blood as his constant companions. The children of Spinner's End were increasingly wretched, bullying those weaker than themselves. Severus had to be more ruthless to survive among them. Yet he could not escape the whispers and rumors that surrounded him. Lily was a kind-hearted girl, his friend, who would, in moments of excitement, tug at his hand, insisting they twirl together. But at some point in his recollections, he realized that no one had embraced Severus anymore. Only malice, endless and unyielding, confronted him. In both the Muggle world and Hogwarts, he felt like an outcast. Only Lily shone as a solitary light during that time. Yet, the blissful girl could never fathom the darkness that enveloped her friend. When Severus cautiously revealed the tome of dark magic to her, he was met with a warning. Steer clear of such things. You ought to be more cheerful and make friends beyond Slytherin. Dark magic was feared and deemed horrifying, a path leading to despair. Yet Severus had long dwelled in darkness. All he yearned for was an embrace that could comfort him through the long nights of solitude. Why did Violet never seem to concern herself with the so-called evil, mad, and terrifying dark magic books he had perused? Inadvertently, he reverted to the fragile state of his childhood in her presence, but she did not mock his frailness or the scars exposed on his chest. Instead, she naturally draped clothing over him, shielding his dignity. Now, even in Spinner's End, her presence felt almost commonplace. It would hardly be surprising if she ventured into that house one day. Violet's fingers wove through his disheveled hair, gently taming the wild strands. He felt warm droplets cascade down his neck. Her senior had always been strong and resilient, concealing every trace of vulnerability along with the remnants of beauty within. Violet never perceived him as brooding or indifferent. She simply felt a profound sense of empathy for him. The rhythm of their heartbeats gradually synchronized, and the lights from distant houses flickered on, casting warmth in the dim park, where only their shared comfort radiated. Severus had struggled to sleep in recent days, burdened with the arrangements for Eileen's affairs. Living with old Snape had taken a toll on her health. More grievously, her heart remained ensnared in dreams of the past, never experiencing true happiness again. Every summer when he returned from Hogwarts, he brought potions to aid her, perhaps still clinging to the hope of restoring the gentle mother who had once loved him. Yet the outcome was merely a futile endeavor. She had long since lost the will to live. No one could save a soul yearning for death. Severus found himself at a loss for what to do in Spinner's End, yet he had nowhere else to go. The moment he spotted Violet on the path of Spinner's End, his heart nearly ceased to beat. She resembled an angel sent by Merlin to rescue him. Diving into his embrace, Severus tightened his grip around her waist. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of ambition, a desire for a destination. Beyond mere power, there was also her. Violet. Thank you. The cold, hardened Severus softened in her embrace, as the long-standing hatred and disdain that gnawed at his heart gradually dissipated, leaving only the warmth of the moment. In this embrace, the fragile, shattered pieces of him began to mend. He needed no potion of euphoria or any other elixir, even without her slumbering beside him. Severus could find solace and, perhaps, muster the tenderness to utter a simple thank you. He released her, forcing himself to extricate from that intimate, warm embrace that felt so uniquely his. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat quickened upon leaving her side, every inch of his skin clamoring for another embrace. Just a moment apart, and he already felt a pang of longing. However, they had yet to establish any formal identity between them. The sadness of needing a mere hug felt overwhelming. Severus feared that if they continued embracing, Violet might begin to suspect his less than pure intentions. In the darkness, he could still discern the outline of her eyes, her nose, and her crimson lips. His youthful lips quivered, yearning to voice his innermost thoughts. Yet he swallowed his words before they could escape. He, a mere impoverished boy from Spinner's End, possessed nothing, after shedding tears in her embrace. He felt both vulnerable and wretched, and how could he dare confess his feelings to the girl he admired? Severus wished for her affection not to stem from mere pity. Would you like another hug, senior? Violet remained blissfully unaware of any potential impropriety in her senior's actions. Perhaps she simply did not care. On the contrary, She felt her heart flutter at the sight of her fragile, tearful senior, a beauty rarely seen in its brokenness. She had seen through him. Just one more hug. Are you feigning pity, Severus? How shameless. Violet is merely feeling sorry for you. Do not overstep your bounds. As Snape extended his arms to embrace her, he berated himself internally. The senior could hold her as long as he wished. The boy's ears flushed crimson, and his heart skipped a beat. Do not utter such enticing words. Snape gazed upward at the sky, where countless stars twinkled with an eternal glimmer. The breeze that swept through felt exceptionally gentle and serene. He truly did not wish to return home. He longed to walk alongside her. Violet, why did you suddenly come to find me? I missed you, senior. The girl's candor left him slightly dazed. I had a nightmare related to you. I was frightened, so I came to seek you out. I had no idea you were still so timid. There is much you are unaware of, senior. You don't even know that I have a crush on you. Snape indulged himself for a moment before releasing her. If he held her any longer, his malicious intentions would be laid bare. Are you truly alright staying out this late? Where do you live? I shall escort you home. I live in Devon. Snape. Violet playfully nudged him, causing both his arm and heart to tingle. Can I come here to find you tomorrow? Come whenever you wish. In the darkness, the girl's voice sounded particularly soft. Perhaps they unconsciously lowered their voices, reveling in the tranquility and tenderness of the moment. I will come. At 2 in the afternoon. Remember to meet me, senior. All right. Then I shall take my leave, senior. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As the door key activated, in the blink of an eye, the girl vanished from his sight, leaving him alone. Snape turned away, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could still look forward to their meeting the next day. Chapter 37, Friends. Snape walked through the familiar narrow streets until he reached number 19 at the very end. Upon entering, he did not notice the drunken wretch. He paid no mind to the other's presence and ascended to the second floor. Snape placed a vial of potion at the doorway, releasing a bitter-scented mist. To drive away muggles, no incantation was needed. A single vial of confounding potion emitted sufficient magic. No one would disturb him here. Hogwarts forbade students from using wands off campus. Yet the ministry had yet to devise a means to infuse every potion with tracking threads. On his first day back, he had witnessed that old fool, on the verge of collapsing, sending Eileen to buy him alcohol. Had Snape not intervened to block the bottle the drunken man hurled, he would have never broken that headband, thus preventing injury. Had Eileen not stepped in at the last moment, perhaps that old drunk would have learned just how fearsome a wizard could be. Before Snape could act, the man had already fled in fright. In his mother's final words to him, she implored him not to harm his father. Ever since Snape had attended Hogwarts and learned potion-making, old Snape had been utterly at his mercy. If it hadn't been for Eileen's intervention, Snape would have made that old fool aware that a wizard was not a being to provoke. Even the simplest prank of itching powder could become a nightmare for that muggle. Eileen feared that once she left, no one would restrain Snape any longer, and she clung to his hand, seeking his promise not to lay a hand on his father. Snape acquiesced. Now, he and the drunken man merely cohabited the same house, each avoiding the other. Old Snape would likely never find Severus, as he could not enter the room guarded by the confounding potion. In the dead of night, shouts and the shattering of bottles echoed from downstairs. Yet no matter how mad he became, no one would pay him any heed. Snape clicked his tongue in annoyance. Next time, he ought to brew a few vials of sound-dampening potion to bring back with him. Otherwise, he could not contain the seething rage that threatened to overwhelm his reason. He truly did not want to acknowledge that his father could be such a man. Snape employed a mental sealing technique to clear his mind before gradually drifting off to sleep. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes. Snape pondered why Violet had chosen 2 in the afternoon for their meeting. If possible, he wished to spend the entire day with her. His Violet was not the kind to sting him with sunlight and flames. Rather, she exuded a faint fragrance at night that lulled him to sleep. Snape had never enjoyed staying in Spinner's End, whether as a child or now. He preferred that little park and the grand tree. He had cherished it even before meeting Lily. It grew large and lush, solitary yet resilient. Even if he were alone, it mattered not. Meeting Lily had been a mere serendipity. Before encountering Violet, Snape had met Lily first. The girl with dark red hair stood at the foot of the hill, gazing at Snape. Severus. Lily approached him. You're reading again. Every time I think I've worked hard enough, I see you and realize I still haven't done enough. Lily doubted if she had been driven to study so diligently by Snape's example. Snape enjoyed reading. The knowledge of magic brought him tranquility. With no wand to wield, there was little else to do besides read. After a brief silence, Lily suddenly said, Yesterday, I told Violet your address, whom Snape had already surmised. Besides Lily, only Hogwarts owls knew he resided in Spinner's End. I'm sorry, as your friend, I don't truly understand you. Lily was stubborn, yet not entirely closed off to others' opinions. If someone spoke to her sincerely, she would listen intently. Violet said you wouldn't abandon dark magic, and I cannot stop you. Snape's hand paused over the pages of his book. Yes, she speaks the truth. The extreme thoughts and dark impulses within him could only find release through dark magic. He was innately suited to it, both in mind and talent. Dark magic allowed him to perceive himself. Lily forced a smile, pulling her lips taut. I knew it. Severus, do you realize I despise dark magic? I know. You are a pure-hearted girl. You cannot wield dark magic. In the past, when Snape heard his best friend express her disdain for dark magic, his heart would tighten painfully. It felt as though he were engaging in an endeavor no one endorsed, as if dabbling in dark magic equated to his fall from grace. Even his friend believed so. I can never support your study of dark magic, Severus. Promise me that any dark magic you research will have a counter curse. Aside from the 3 unforgivable curses, any dark magic possesses a corresponding counter curse. Lily exhaled sharply, still somewhat vexed. Her friend's ideals diverged completely from hers, and Lily could not change him. Just as Snape could not alter Lily's views. The existence of counter curses might be the only point of common ground they shared. Yesterday, I heard Violet expound on the principles of dark magic. Why can't the world consist solely of white magic? Lily's thoughts were innocent and pure, as if she expected kindness from every soul in the world. Yet, such a reality is unattainable. Severus, never resort to dark magic for malevolent deeds. Otherwise, we shall cease to be friends and become adversaries. Lily had foreseen that her friend would never relinquish dark magic, and the protracted struggle between them, characterized by incessant quarrels and growing distance, erupted today. Perhaps the early detonation would ultimately mend their friendship, for they were once the best of companions. Today, Lily resembled a tempestuous little lion, releasing the pent-up frustration from yesterday's disagreements with Severus. She was utterly exasperated with their constant arguments over dark magic. Do you realize how harsh and unpleasant you become when you are angry? I truly wonder how Violet endures your temperament. Please, refrain from studying dark magic in my presence. Every glimpse of your dark magic tome causes my heart to seize, threatening to induce a cardiac affliction. I understand. Lily's lips twitched. She felt as though she alone was losing her composure, while Severus remained as stoic as ever. He had once laughed in their childhood, yet with age, he had grown increasingly indifferent and somber, incapable of opening his heart or engaging in conversation. She could not fathom why Severus had transformed in such a manner, just as she struggled to comprehend his refusal to abandon dark magic. The mere thought of dark magic made her eyelids twitch. She could never grasp the terrifying and dreadful nature of such sorcery. All dark magic is predicated upon the suffering of others, an outpouring of malice and wrath that only engenders pain. Yet, she could not dissuade Severus, only endeavor to accept his choices. Lily. So, we shall remain friends, correct? Severus cherished their friendship, and Lily felt the same. It was Severus who had introduced her to the wonders of magic in their youth. After arriving at Hogwarts, their disputes had become frequent, and Lily had a premonition that if this continued, they would inevitably sever ties. It was perhaps for the best that they had aired their grievances. She no longer obstructed Severus's studies of dark magic, and he assured her that every dark spell would have a counter curse. Lily felt a significant weight lift from her heart, no longer preoccupied with the fear of her friend's potential downfall. Perhaps Severus himself was unaware of the transformation he was undergoing. He appeared to be improving in ways that were difficult to articulate. His demeanor had shifted, no longer shrouded in gloom and indifference, but rather tinged with a newfound gentleness, as though his sharp edges had been smoothed over time. Of course, you have always been my friend. Chapter 38, Summer Adventures. Lily set aside a great burden from her heart, regaining her original optimism and vivacity. Severus, during the summer break, you should consider inviting Violet. You truly cannot remain cooped up in your studies. Lily feared he might miss out on his chance at love. Surely, he would not wait for Violet to pursue him. Would he? The last time that girl came to inquire about Severus's address, Lily was convinced. She had genuine feelings for him. Violet has arranged to meet me here this afternoon. Okay, I might have spoken too soon. She was fretting over her friend's romantic entanglements while having never experienced love herself. Severus closed his book and posed a question that left Lily astonished, doubting if he were indeed himself. Lily, how do you keep your hair so neat and dry? You know, potion vapors can be quite damaging to one's hairstyle. Lily, unable to contain her laughter, she erupted into giggles, exclaiming, "Ha, Severus. Today is your day? Have you finally come to appreciate the significance of a good hairstyle? Do you still dare to venture out with that greasy mop of yours?" Ha! Lily had long wished to address this. Severus's habitual unkemptness suggested he had little regard for her feelings. Who would want to be around someone who picks at their feet in front of someone they admire? Severus. I concocted a shampoo infused with a touch of potion. It protects my hair, ensuring that even during potion brewing, my hairstyle remains intact. I'll share the recipe with you soon. I had previously asked if you wanted a sample, But you steadfastly refused. I thought you would remain obstinate forever. It seems you were merely waiting for a girl you fancied. Lily understood everything now. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Violet elegantly navigated the Flu network and arrived precisely. Hello, Violet. Hello, Lily. Lily presented a gift to Violet. The bracelet you gave me is lovely. I truly cherish it. This is a token of my gratitude. Lily had anticipated Violet's visit and had hurried home to retrieve a beautiful deep blue hairpin adorned with a large bow. Would you like to wear it? Allow me to assist you. Violet uttered a single sentence before losing the opportunity to speak, and when she regained her senses, she found herself adorned with the grand bow. It suits you perfectly. So adorable. Lily gently nudged Violet towards Severus. All right, you two have a chat. I'm off. Farewell. Goodbye. Violet, what just transpired? It was as if someone rushed in, petted a cat, and then swiftly departed, leaving the feline bewildered. Severus beheld Violet's expression of bewilderment for the first time. Reminiscent of a startled kitten, unable to resist, he reached out and ruffled her hair. She never rebuffed his affectionate gestures, causing his heart to flutter. Had Lily always been this way? Violet was experiencing the exuberance of Gryffindor for the first time. After all, they were Gryffindors, often overly enthusiastic. Severus observed the girl beside him. She had changed her hairstyle, braiding her hair on both sides and securing it at the back, with the rest cascading naturally, lending her an air of gentleness. It was the perfect complement to the hairpin, deep blue like a butterfly resting atop her head. Truly beautiful. Was there ever a day when she wasn't? As Violet turned her head, Severus discreetly averted his gaze. Before Violet's arrival, Severus's friends had inundated him with a plethora of romantic advice, yet now he found himself at a loss regarding where to begin. He casually inquired, "Will you be bringing Will along next time?" "Senior, she's in a relationship. It's not convenient." In a relationship? Severus's ears flushed slightly, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "Are there any enjoyable places near your senior's home?" Severus tucked away his book. "I'm not entirely certain." Severus had little opportunity to venture out during his youth, and even his most distant memories were unclear. "May I take you out for a bit of fun then?" "Very well." Violet expressed her desire to take him on an exhilarating adventure, and Severus found himself entering a Muggle amusement park for the first time. The cacophony was deafening. Watching a group of individuals scream on the roller coaster, Severus turned pale, reminiscent of his experiences on a flying broomstick. And then there were the pirate ships and drop towers. Muggles certainly possessed considerable courage. Severus observed the trembling legs of those disembarking from the roller coaster, feeling a sense of embarrassment swell within him. This only solidified his resolve to steer clear of such contraptions. "Senior," hearing a familiar voice. Severus turned to find a headband placed upon him. Violet gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "Senior, the cat ears are undeniably adorable." Severus's face flushed, and he contemplated removing the headband, yet he hesitated, captivated by Violet's gaze. He purchased a black cat ear headband for Violet to wear in that place. With both of them adorned, his embarrassment lessened considerably. Severus brushed the cat ears atop Violet's head, finding them strikingly reminiscent. Violet and Will bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Severus adamantly refused to partake in perilous amusements such as roller coasters and drop towers, ultimately opting for the haunted house and the Ferris wheel instead. In the haunted house, Violet remained glued to Severus's side throughout, and he began to comprehend the dynamics of this male-female pairing more profoundly. They were all a bunch of scheming individuals. Upon exiting the haunted house, Severus was bewildered by the encounters of the day, his entire being flushed with warmth. The Ferris wheel lacked the thrill of the haunted house. Yet it was just the two of them. Muggle tricks were indeed plentiful. Severus's heart raced, fearful that the sound of his heartbeat would be audible to the person opposite him. "Senior, look outside. Is it beautiful?" As the Ferris wheel ascended to its zenith, it surpassed the towering buildings, as if distancing them from all the earthly clamor and disturbances, leaving only this moment of tranquility and serenity. Severus cast a glance, quickly captivated by Violet, who was pressed against the glass window. His gaze was utterly transfixed. It was beautiful. Summer vacation had its merits. The troubles of Spinner's End and the sorrow of Eileen's departure gradually faded into the distance, no longer twisting into the torment that plagued him. After watching the film, darkness had begun to envelop the sky. The two parting individuals felt a tinge of reluctance. "Senior, could you tell me your exact address? I wish to send you a letter. 19 Spinner's End, second window on the second floor." Revealing this seemed inconsequential. After all, she had long known her residence in Spinner's End, having visited and seen the place herself. "Goodbye, Senior. I will write to you before I seek you out next time." "All right." Severus watched her as she returned with the door key, then made his way to the flower shop to procure a bouquet of daisies for Eileen's grave. The sky dimmed, and few visitors graced the cemetery. Only Severus was present. Having spent the day with Violet, Severus appeared quite different from his usual gloomy, disheveled self. He wore a newly acquired, albeit plain, yet tidy shirt and black trousers. His long hair, tousled by the night breeze, and his expression bore a newfound tranquility, no longer so cold and distant. Severus bore a striking resemblance to his father in his youth, and it was precisely this visage that, in the end, did not gaze upon her with madness and resentment, allowing Eileen to awaken in her final moments. She let go of her burdens, and everything came to an end. She implored Severus not to harm old Snape, for a wizard's soul ought not to be shattered in such a manner. She urged Severus to leave this place, not to emulate her, nor follow her path. Severus laid the daisies before the gravestone. I shall not be like you, Eileen, spinners, and shall no longer ensnare me. Farewell, Eileen. Chapter 39, 5th year. The day after his outing with Violet, Severus received a letter. The owl he had encountered once during Christmas rapped on his window early in the morning. Upon Severus opening the window, the owl dropped its cargo into his arms and perched expectantly at the sill. Severus crumbled some biscuits on the table and opened the box the owl had brought. Inside was a petite white teacup adorned with illustrations of violets and cats, accompanied by a confection resembling violet blossoms. There was also a letter. Dear Senior Snape, the teacup is part of a pair, the other resides with me. Do not stow it away. Rather, place it where you can see it easily. Perhaps when you return, it will bring you a small surprise. Of course, it is merely a small surprise, of little significance. I do not wish for you to harbor excessive expectations, lest I disappoint you. Today, I must accompany my father to learn about alchemy, hence I cannot join you, but I can still write to you, can I? The dessert was crafted by my mother and me. I believe you do not favor overly sweet delicacies, so I reduced the sugar. I experimented a bit with Eastern-style desserts, as their confections tend to be less sweet, which I thought might suit your palate. Devonshire, being close to the sea, boasts beautiful oceans and beaches. The sky and sea meld into a splendid shade of blue. In spring, my street, Rose Lane, blooms with flowers. Perhaps you could visit when you have the time? Yours, V. L. Severus traced the elegant script of the letter, envisioning the girl seated at her desk, quill in hand, perhaps glancing out the window at the scenery. The image of the wind tousling her hair was surely enchanting. Severus penned a response, entrusting it to the owl for delivery. Dear Violet, writing dear made him feel a bit flushed. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. The dessert was delightful, and I shall never be disappointed. Devonshire sounds quite lovely. I will visit when I have the opportunity after graduation. Yours, S. S. Severus carefully placed the small teacup on his desk, within easy reach. This charming and delicate object seemed somewhat out of place amidst his room filled with books and potion ingredients, as if it belonged more to a girl's collection. When Severus visited the park to read, Lily presented him with the shampoo potion recipe she had promised. Severus, will you be able to enhance the scent of this potion? Even mixed with shampoo, the aroma remains quite pronounced. I wouldn't want my hair to smell sweet yet bitter. Certainly. I shall look into it and provide you with the improved recipe soon. Lily truly admired his potion-making prowess. Unable to fathom how he had mastered those textbooks even before attending school, effortlessly refining his potions after the first attempt. He was undoubtedly gifted with the makings of a potions master, yet he stubbornly clung to his dark magic. Alas, he could not dwell on this matter. They had agreed not to quarrel over dark magic any longer. During the holidays at home, where magic was forbidden, Lily lacked Severus's patience to sift through those obscure tomes. She was a normal girl who needed rest and play. Wasn't summer vacation meant for enjoyment? She would study after having her fun. Upon returning home that afternoon, Severus discovered what the small surprise Violet had mentioned was. The petite teacup was filled to the brim with red tea. The reflections of violet blossoms danced within, creating a mesmerizing tableau of beauty. Severus took a sip. The robust flavor, with its bitter undertones, lingered pleasantly on his palate. He ran his fingers over the small cat depicted on the teacup. It was indeed a trinket a little girl would cherish, as lovely as the shimmering, color-changing inks she had purchased. Yet, it introduced a vivid brightness into his otherwise somber existence. Suddenly, his desk was adorned with a small cluster of violets, mirrored in the petite teacup. Violet busied herself with alchemy, for no one taught her during school hours, and most of her time was spent corresponding with Severus. Violet S. Owl, Carlo, had also become familiar with him. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and when the school term commenced, Severus spotted Violet at platform 9 3/4. Just from her silhouette, he recognized her instantly. Lily, now the new Gryffindor prefect, was somewhat preoccupied and did not accompany Severus. He approached and lightly tapped Violet on the shoulder. Violet, Senior. Severus's immediate reaction was to note how much she had grown. In 3rd year, she still bore a hint of youthful innocence, but by 4th year, she had blossomed into a young lady. Her long hair was intricately woven into a beautiful and complex hairstyle, adorned with a delicate pink rose. As she caught sight of Violet's astonished gaze, the words "how lovely" instinctively slipped from her lips. The light in the girl's eyes intensified. The time her mother had devoted to styling her hair and coordinating her outfit seemed to fade into insignificance, for she was now radiant and acknowledged by someone she admired. Violet's face beamed with an uncontrollable grin. Ahem, her senior was quite handsome as well. The two, engaged in mutual compliments, boarded the train before its departure, ushering in a new year filled with many little ones, adding a vibrancy and liveliness to the train. The Gryffindors were once again deceiving the younger students, claiming that the Sorting Hat would duel with a dragon, a tiresome tale they repeated year after year. Everyone had grown accustomed to it, and felt no inclination to correct them. A fifth-year Slytherin and a fourth-year Ravenclaw, seemingly without any common ground, found themselves seated closely together, unaffected by the rivalry between their houses. Alas, once they entered the Great Hall, they were destined to part ways to their respective long tables. Why were the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables so far apart? One Ravenclaw slyly slipped away, transforming into a small kitten, and made her way to the Slytherin table. Snape picked up the kitten, instinctively glancing towards the direction of Ravenclaw. Violet was nowhere to be seen. The boy's slender fingers scratched the kitten's chin, delighting in her purring, his eyes narrowing with joy. Once, twice, thrice, and 4 times could be mere coincidences, but could there truly be so many? The girl he fancied was a prodigy in transfiguration. Snape paid little attention to the sorting and was indifferent to which students entered Slytherin this year. He was simply engrossed in petting his little blue violet-eyed kitten. Dumbledore's annual address was predictably similar, with the only change being yet another defense against the dark arts professor. Was there truly a curse upon this subject? Why did it seem to change hands every year? During the meal, Snape fed the kitten a considerable amount of food, while he himself had scarcely taken a few bites. The food was disappearing at a steady pace, and the little kitten's belly seemed quite capable of holding it all. After dinner, the students returned to their respective common rooms. Snape regarded the kitten and asked, "Shall we take a look at the Slytherin common room?" "Meow, Senior." "I wish to go," the kitten purred, nuzzling his cheek and neck. The kitten was granted her wish to enter the Slytherin common room, where she learned their password, Pureblood. It felt a bit chilly here, starkly different from Ravenclaw's lofty, frigid atmosphere. This chill carried a hint of dampness, as the Black Lake lay just outside. The kitten admired the view of the lake from the Slytherin common room. No wonder Slytherin students were so pale, they hardly saw sunlight day in and day out. Snape truly wished to whisk this kitten away to his dormitory, but he had another occupant there. After savoring the view of the Black Lake from the Slytherin common room, Snape took the kitten outside. The moonlight was splendid tonight as he stood in the corridor, cradling the kitten in his arms, beside a flickering candle, her warmth contrasting with the cool air. Snape produced a comb and began grooming the kitten. "The gift has been here all along, yet you never come to find me," he remarked, pinching her paw playfully, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Meow, meow. Senior, I long to visit you, but I have school. I'm not a real cat," she replied. "I know you're busy with your romantic pursuits," he said, unable to suppress a chuckle, his deep, melodious voice causing the kitten's ears to twitch. Snape gently traced his thumb along her cheek. "But when you have a moment, do visit me." "Meow." "Okay." The kitten nuzzled his cheek in agreement, a clever little creature. Snape lifted her tiny paw and placed a kiss upon it. "I like you, Violet." He set the seemingly dazed kitten down, the wind ruffling his hair, his increasingly mature visage appearing strikingly handsome in the shadows. "Now off you go." Chapter 40, Snape's Transformation. The kitten's mind was in a daze, her paws feeling oddly numb. Had her senior's lips touched some potion? Why did her paws lack strength? The kitten's fur fluffed up, becoming even warmer than before. Turning away, she darted off, increasing her speed. Senior confessed to me. Although he called me Violet, that is essentially me." Snape watched as the kitten's figure melted into the darkness, the corners of his lips curling upwards. "She runs so fast." Yulia noticed her roommate acting oddly again, reminiscent of that day after their return from Hogsmeade, laughing and squealing. Quite alarming. On the first day of school, aside from the first-year newcomers, everyone else seemed quite lethargic, with only the Ravenclaw students swiftly entering study mode. This year, Yulia dropped divination, realizing she had no aptitude for it. It was better to invest her time in flying and Quidditch. Violet withdrew from care of magical creatures and began studying alchemy under Mr. Lane's guidance. The fifth-year curriculum, focused on preparing for OWLs, was less in quantity but more profound, demanding ever more time. Lily now found herself lingering in the library, astonished to discover that the bracelet Violet had gifted her was no ordinary piece. Whenever she felt fatigued or irritable, the bracelet would emit a slight chill, reviving her spirits. This was indeed an alchemical item. Lily contemplated that she must prepare a splendid gift for Violet this Christmas. The sight of the two engrossed in their corner of the library appeared daunting to join. Lily had no desire to intrude. A certain disheveled Potter, incensed that Lily had not danced with him in 4th year, intensified his efforts in 5th year. And this was merely the beginning of the term. In potions class, the brilliant Snape, Slughorn's favorite potion prodigy, enjoyed a slight advantage with Lily. For no professor could resist favoring an intelligent student, even if that student was as aloof and irritable as Snape. Slytherin's brilliance often bore an air of arrogance. This was not a flaw. Only the capable Slytherins had the right to be proud. Slughorn permitted them to delve into more advanced potions and even modify recipes during class. Although 5th years no longer required partners to brew potions, Slughorn still seated them together, valuing their ability to exchange potion knowledge, leaving the rest of the class to refrain from interrupting the discourse of potion geniuses. This arrangement was utterly glaring for a certain Potter. Previously, Snape had been quite unkempt, his gloomy demeanor starkly contrasting with Lily's presence. However, the current Snape had undergone noticeable changes. Observant classmates had begun to notice the transformation of this particular serpent. His hair was no longer greasy, and his expression lacked the previous coldness. He resembled a poised snake, ready to strike. Snape's hair was abundant, slightly wavy, and after being cleaned, appeared soft and fluffy. This volume was sure to elicit envy from those fond of hair gel. No longer frowning or scowling, though still lacking much expression, he now seemed considerably more serene. Occasionally, when the wind tousled his hair, his classmates finally shifted their gaze from Snape's formerly greasy locks, piercing glare, and prominent nose, allowing themselves to observe his face in a more tranquil light. Oh, the lace-trimmed dress of Merlin. Never has anyone remarked upon how striking Severus Snape appears. Ah, that enigmatic gaze, that noble bridge of his nose. Those elegantly shaped lips. His features cast shadows of exquisite beauty when illuminated. His hair, thick and voluminous, could easily overshadow 90% of British men. The way he diligently brews potions is both serene and captivating. The steam rising from the cauldron does nothing to disrupt the style of his hair, instead imparting a misty allure to his presence. How is it possible that Snape looks like this? Have my memories deceived me? Surely he must have consumed a potion of beauty. Where can one procure such an effective elixir? Though his garments remain somewhat tattered, his striking visage renders him appealing even when draped in burlap. The attire may be worn, yet it appears remarkably pristine, embodying the essence of a brilliant youth rising above his impoverished circumstances. Who was it that claimed Snape resembled a gloomy, oily serpent? That perception has been utterly severed. But what could account for the transformation of this disheveled, sullen boy into someone so handsome and refined? For a 5th-year boy approaching 16, the sole impetus for altering one's appearance is the onset of courtship. No lad desires to present himself in disarray before the object of his affection, even in destitution. Maintaining a semblance of neatness is paramount. Potter finds Snape's newfound allure astonishing. The former Snape never instilled fear in him. Although a hint of jealousy arose from Lily's closer bond with him, Potter had never truly perceived Snape as a rival. A reclusive, brooding serpent who shuns interaction cannot offer Lily the future she yearns for. His heart devoid of light or warmth, they would only drift further apart. Potter instinctively senses that a rift will eventually develop between them. Until then, he merely needs to speak ill of Slytherin to Lily, for it is grounded in truth. And he feels no guilt. Yet now, it seems that the tides have turned. That timid, insecure boy, who once shunned others, is beginning to change. More unsettlingly, Potter is oblivious to the identity of the catalyst behind this transformation, fearing it may be Lily herself. This is not merely about Snape's newfound handsomeness. Potter himself is not unattractive, and his friend Sirius is undeniably handsome. However, the willingness of an individual to transform themselves for love is a sincere and fervent emotion, beautiful and worth cherishing, and one that is difficult for others to interfere with. Furthermore, it appears that Lily's rapport with the former Sniveler has improved. She had always been concerned about his studies in dark magic, which often led to quarrels. But that no longer seems to be the case. Even if Potter informs Lily that Snape is studying dark magic, she merely casts him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. Such trust is hard to shatter. It is dire. Potter feels his romantic prospects dimming, plunging him into darkness. What am I to do? What if Lily truly develops feelings for that Sniveler? In a panic, Potter clutches his hair, further disheveling it. Ah, Lily, please no. Lupin attempts to soothe his frayed emotions, while Pettigrew merely echoes Lupin's words. Black leans against the castle wall, his gray eyes reflecting a hint of madness, lost in thought. As Lily returns to Gryffindor, she passes by the four of them. Merlin, what affliction has Potter succumbed to now? Can he not maintain his composure for even a day? Chapter 41, The Future Desired. Snape has little time to ponder the thoughts of Gryffindor's sworn enemy. His focus is wholly upon Violet. Her perception is remarkably acute. Now, whenever the upperclassman sees her, he smiles. Though not a full-blown grin, His expression has softened considerably, becoming more animated. His eyes sparkle with vitality. In her presence, he occasionally ties back his hair, as he does now while concocting potions in an empty classroom. When teaching her to brew, he stands behind her, guiding her hands as they stir together. Not merely her wrist, but her entire hand. Violet feels her face and ears flush with warmth, her heart racing erratically, terrified that the upperclassmen might hear it. The nutritional potion Snape brewed in 4th year had yielded excellent results. He has since shot up, now towering over Violet by a good half a head, his large, dry, warm hands enveloping hers. Can the upperclassman truly not sense her pulse? Gazing at the crimson hue of her ears peeking through her hair, Snape feels a sweetness and tenderness swell within him. He longs to embrace her, as he did that fateful night, yet fears that such suddenness might frighten her away. Violet, do not lose focus. Observe the changes in the potion closely. His voice, smooth as silk, resonates softly above her, sending tingles down her spine. The little kitten grits her teeth. How she yearns to bite him. Violet's potion is not particularly impressive, and Snape had previously expressed his frustration over it. Yet, upon reflection, this is not entirely disheartening. The girl he adores simply excels in a different realm, and having a potion master in her family suffices. Moreover, should Violet excel in potions, he would no longer be needed to guide her through each step. It is precisely her lack of proficiency that grants him the opportunity to hold her hand in this manner. Violet, my hands have gone soft. After successfully brewing a flawless potion, Snape assists her in transferring it into a vial, presenting her with the gem-toned aging potion. Violet delights in collecting the potions Snape concocts. Aside from a few exceptional brews, most are truly exquisite. The small glass vial holds a liquid reminiscent of gemstones, glimmering under the sunlight with delicate sparkles. Such luster can only be found in the most perfect of potions. Even when following Snape's meticulous instructions step by step, Violet cannot replicate the perfection of his brews. She suspects that the upperclassman possesses the ability to perceive the subtle shifts in the magical properties of the potion and adjust them accordingly. Unless a grave error occurs, he can even salvage a nearly spoiled potion, ensuring that every vial he produces is flawless. Were it not for his exceptional skill, he would not be sought after by aristocrats like Lucius to craft potions while still a student. Upperclassman, I believe you could indeed sit for the Potion Master Certification exam. Snape, indeed, it is worth considering. That certificate, bestowed by the Potion Association, signifies that one possesses the requisite stability and skill to provide high-quality potions. It allows for the opening of one's own shop, ensuring that those who purchase potions cannot excessively undercut prices. As a student, Snape finds that when his potions are sold in other shops, the prices can be quite harsh. His income primarily stems from Lucius's orders for his exquisite potions, along with occasional bespoke brews that cannot be sold in regular potion shops. As for the title of Potion Master, the association does not grant certification for that. Those entitled to the designation are undoubtedly the creme de la creme, requiring no flimsy piece of paper to affirm their status. Instead, it is substantiated by their published papers. The potions they have developed, the admiration and recognition of their peers, and their subsequent impact on the wizarding world, as well as their indelible mark on the history of potion making. Snape once pursued power, believing that strength alone could topple any obstacle. His desires for material wealth are quite modest, devoid of any inclination towards indulgence. The orders from Lucius and the occasional sale of high-grade potions suffice for his daily expenses, and Hogwarts takes care of his meals. When he returns home, the value of the galleon surpasses that of the pound, rendering it a frugal endeavor. Yet, Snape casts a glance at Violet. If he aspires to marry, to forge a stable relationship with another, then his current meager savings are utterly insufficient. Severus Snape is contemplating the long term. He envisions a particular individual woven into the fabric of his future with utmost seriousness and unwavering certainty. Yet, at present, he lacks the requisite means, with financial stability being paramount. His income derives from potion making, yet it is entirely consumed by the costs of potion ingredients. Fortunately, charms are less financially burdensome. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to afford even trousers. He requires a steady source of income. Without further ado, Snape approached Slughorn to express his desire to sit for the Potions Master Certification examination. Since Snape has yet to achieve an outstanding O in his Newt Potions exam, and has not even taken his OWLs, he understands that to pursue this certification, he must secure a recommendation from a Master of Potions. With Slughorn being the closest option available, it is rare for someone in their 5th year to contemplate such a formal vocational examination, yet Slughorn is sufficiently accommodating of prodigies. If he were unwilling to write the letter, Snape would find himself at an impasse. Naturally, this would not impede his OWL's preparations. He is capable of studying for both simultaneously, an exemplar of perfect time management, even utilizing mealtimes for study. Lily had considered whether to take the exam alongside him, but the intensity of her preparations left her overwhelmed. Being only in her 5th year, the formal potions master examination encompasses a vast array of knowledge. Not merely the brewing of advanced potions, but also extensive storage knowledge of common potions, as well as herbs, magical creatures, potion analysis, and antidote creation, among other subjects. Snape has even refrained from applying for a time turner, fully aware that while this alchemical object is powerful, it could very well disrupt his meticulously organized schedule, a cardinal sin for a master of time management. Lily harbors doubts about Snape's ability to juggle multiple tasks, for he is not solely focused on diligently attending classes and preparing for his OWLs. He is also immersed in his studies of dark arts and potion modifications. Does he truly possess only 24 hours in a day? On the day of Violet's birthday, Snape finally set aside his textbooks and quills. Why is the older student suddenly so eager to pursue the potions master certification? Violet lowered her gaze, requesting him to place the laurel crown upon her head. The laurel crown, imbued with an eternal charm, will never decay. With but a simple incantation, it can blossom beautifully. Snape has also dabbled in basic alchemy, inscribing protective spells upon it. On ordinary days, it can be shrunk down to serve as a bracelet or worn as a ring. This is a birthday gift for Violet. I had merely suggested in passing that I believe the older student possessed the requisite abilities to take the exam after graduation without issue. Lately, Violet has grown somewhat concerned for Snape. He is more formidable than the most studious Ravenclaw, managing his time without the aid of a time turner. Previously, I felt similarly. Snape gazes at the girl adorned with the laurel crown he crafted, realizing that the laurel symbolizes the honor and victory most cherished by Slytherin. Violet declares him her Ravenclaw diadem, and in that moment, she embodies Snape's laurel crown. Most students aspiring for potions master certification typically wait until after graduation. Who wishes to burden themselves with additional studies during their school years? The OWLs and NEWTs examinations are far more vital than the potions master certification, consuming the majority of one's mental energy. Yet I believe I require a stable income to secure the future I desire. The role of a potions master is most suitable. In Snape's earlier life plans, he envisioned only himself. His years of existence have been fraught with fragmentation and pain, and his aversion to love has rendered him incapable of forming any intimate relationships with others. Even upon realizing his affection for someone, that individual could never feature in his visions of the future. Such a family background leaves Snape utterly unprepared, unable to fathom accepting another person as a partner in life. Merely contemplating it induces suffocation, rendering thought impossible. He fears he might become trapped in love like Eileen, or transform into the wrathful, inept figure he dreads resembling. He cannot step beyond his self-imposed barriers, nor abandon the protective thorns he has erected. The brilliance of sunlight would pierce his eyes, while fire's heat would sear him. Only the shadows and darkness are fitting for him. Snape's inner world is thus characterized by loneliness and isolation. Until that night when he embraced Violet. A beautiful ocean of violets blossomed within his realm. What kind of future does the older student desire? Snape gently tousled the girl's neatly arranged hair, ruffling it playfully. His dark eyes bore into hers. In time, you shall come to know. Chapter 42, Legitimacy. On Violet's birthday, she spent the day with friends and the evening in a vacant classroom with Snape. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the boy's dark eyes scrutinized her, filled with a depth of emotion she could not decipher, yet igniting a fire within her chest. The future of the older student? In time, I shall know. Violet felt a rush of excitement, her cheeks flushing as a torrent of thoughts cascaded through her mind. Unbeknownst to her, her expression mirrored that of a bewildered kitten. Astonished and unsure how to respond, her eyes wide and round. Suddenly, Snape was struck by a thought. He yearned to know what she was thinking. Having been self-studying legitimacy, he instinctively cast the spell, though he halted before intruding upon her memories without consent. Yet he still glimpsed a memory she was harboring. It was himself. Legitimacy cannot truly read a person's thoughts or opinions. Mind reading, in essence, does not exist. If one were to liken a person's life memories to a thick tome, legitimacy merely allows one to peruse the pages of another's book, even uncovering memories long forgotten by the individual. As for the author's intentions, the legilimens must discern for themselves. Generally, those skilled in legitimacy possess remarkable judgment, often creating the illusion that they can read minds. In a fleeting moment, Snape glimpsed himself within Violet's memories, his present self, his past self, passing by yet captured with precision. He seemed somewhat different in Violet's eyes, too splendid, quickening his own heartbeat. Violet. She blinked, her face aflame, utterly unaware that in that unguarded moment, a second of her memory had been read by a legilimens. What is it, older student? Snape flicked her forehead playfully. Next time you gaze into a wizard's eyes, remember to exercise caution. You are quite susceptible to legilimency. Such a challenging spell. No student would dare to master it, right? Violet scooped a spoonful of cake, attempting to quell her inner tumult. As her gaze met Snape's deep, dark eyes, fathomless yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul, she asked, "Older student, you wouldn't happen to know how, would you?" Snape nodded. Violet was momentarily stunned, incredulous. "Older student. How did you learn? Who did you practice with? Isn't that an incredibly difficult spell?" Previously, while seeking a signature from the headmaster for access to the restricted section, she had come across an introduction to this spell. "I suppose I practiced on my own. Legilimency shares some commonalities with the memory charm. Before, Severus Snape would frequently employ the mind-blocking spell to seal away his memories, meticulously slicing and dicing those moments of humiliation and embarrassment to conceal them. He was well acquainted with the sensation of rifling through another person's memories. He could read his own recollections with precision and clarity, and, with merely a change of incantation, could do the same for others. However, he was not yet proficient in this art. While Snape was adept at wielding this spell, as a student, he could not engage in the invasive practice of legilimency on a daily basis, and he remained uncertain about the extent of his abilities in this regard. Nevertheless, if one were to gaze into his eyes, reading the surface memories of the present moment was still within his capabilities. Recently, he had been experimenting with the silent version of legilimency, and it was Violet who inadvertently fell victim to it. Did the senior just glimpse into my thoughts? Violet felt a rush of anxiety. Merlin above, did he just uncover the myriad of offensive thoughts I had about him? Fear crept into Snape's heart. "I did not intend to invade your mind. I merely acted on instinct while practicing the silent spell. I did not delve into your memories. Nor did I see anything beyond myself. I am not afraid, though it is quite embarrassing." "Senior, what did you see?" "I saw you," Violet explained with an unusually earnest expression. "That is simply because you were standing right before me." If her ears and cheeks were not so flushed, perhaps her argument would have been more convincing. Does she harbor feelings for me? For the first time, Snape became acutely aware of this possibility. He had never believed that anyone could hold affection for him, and even now, he dared not fully convince himself of such a notion. It was merely a suspicion. Love demands courage, and Snape was particularly lacking in self-confidence when it came to matters of the heart. Yet he would not relent. Once he resolved to pursue something, he never easily gave up. Unlike Gryffindors, who acted impulsively and recklessly, charging forth with fervor only to meet with dismal failure, Snape, a Slytherin, possessed an array of cunning strategies. He would provide Violet with whatever she desired, luring her into the trap of his affections, ensuring that by the time she realized it, she would find herself ensnared. Snape refused to entertain the possibility of failure. What a Slytherin sought was always the ultimate victory. Mere affection was too superficial. Snape yearned for her entirety. "This is splendid," Snape declared. "When you look at me, let it be with thoughts of no one else." Violet silently nibbled on her cake. The senior seemed to have entered a peculiar phase recently. He had washed his hair, maintained a tidy appearance. His expression no longer bore that cold and fearsome demeanor. His gaze often lingered on her, and he even smiled, occasionally uttering ambiguous sweet nothings that stirred her heart. He was tall and handsome, with a voice so melodious. Excelling in his studies, who would not be enamored by him? Especially now that he was no longer aloof or sharp-tongued, but rather radiated charm towards Violet, as if he had been replaced by a gentler essence. His transformation was so evident that anyone could see it. As the small birthday gathering concluded, and they prepared to return to their common room, Violet felt a flutter of anxiety and instinctively grasped Snape's sleeve. The allure of the senior was becoming increasingly apparent to others. Unlike Julia, Violet felt a strong possessiveness alongside her happiness for him. She had never considered Snape a friend and had no desire to be merely his friend. Observing Snape as slightly perplexed yet earnest gaze upon her in the dimly lit empty classroom, emboldened by the darkness, Violet summoned her courage. "Senior, may I request one more birthday gift?" "Certainly. What gift do you desire?" In a sudden burst of spontaneity, Violet stepped forward and embraced him. This was not the comforting hug from the summer, but rather one fueled by her genuine longing. The scent of sage emanating from him was intoxicating, and her heart raced without the need for a special reason. Love is difficult to conceal, especially when one senses the reciprocation. The girl gazed at him with fervent eyes. "Senior, I like you." Violet's lips were silenced, carrying the bittersweet taste of herbs mingled with the lingering sweetness of cake. Snape wrapped his arms around her waist, finally receiving the embrace he had longed for over the past months. He could not help but tighten his grip, bending down to rest his forehead against hers, peering into her eyes by the flickering candlelight. "I believe this matter ought not to be articulated by you." His voice was gentle, merging with the profound darkness of the night, akin to a breeze whispering through the towers, leaving a delightful shiver. "Might you grant me a moment?" Violet. Snape's fingers caressed the laurel crown atop her head, causing it to bloom under the influence of the small spell he had studied, emitting a subtle floral fragrance. Akin to emotions that could no longer be concealed, silent yet clear, Violet felt herself entranced, vaguely recalling that she had nodded, forgetting how she returned to her dormitory. Chapter 43, Cooperation. Throughout her return to the dormitory, Violet remained in a daze, removing the laurel crown and placing it aside, lying down and closing her eyes. Alas! An array of strange exclamations erupted within Violet, ultimately morphing into a silent scream. Did I just share a mutual understanding with the senior? Surely, right? In a fit of excitement, Violet transformed into a cat, playfully thumping her pillow and blanket. Once she managed to calm herself, sleep eluded her. Until she caught a whiff of the laurel's fragrance, the delicate floral scent reminded her that she was not merely dreaming. Violet was uncertain if the senior had sprinkled a calming potion on the flowers of the laurel crown, but in the embrace of that gentle aroma, she found tranquility and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, Snape reverted to his usual self. What else can a student do besides study? Especially as he prepared for both the OWLs and the Potions Master Certification exam. Proud of his innate talent, he was keenly aware that those who do not strive will inevitably be surpassed, and Snape was unwilling to fall behind. He aimed for nothing less than the highest distinction. As Slughorn's assistant, he received guidance, though the exam loomed close. Yet, Snape remained undaunted. He had concocted numerous potions and was not confined to the standard curriculum. Even before attending school, he had memorized the potions from Eileen's textbooks along with her insights. He had also crafted many advanced potions. Though he was still somewhat immature at the age of 15, he was not lacking in talent, which was why Slughorn had consented to his participation in the Potions Master Certification exam. That examination was scheduled for late December, with certificates to be issued after Christmas. After celebrating Violet's birthday, Snape would need to catch up on some potion knowledge. He would study with Slughorn, for he was the potions professor. Just as he and Violet had shared their heartfelt connection, he found himself ensnared in the dungeons. As Christmas approached, everyone busied themselves inviting their crushes to dance, and an atmosphere of flirtation enveloped the upper years. Mistletoe and ribbons adorned the heavy, mysterious halls of Hogwarts, infusing the winter with a sense of cheer and liveliness. Even the most studious Ravenclaws began to stir with excitement. In stark contrast, Snape remained in the potions professor's office daily, undergoing his studies. Slughorn grew weary of him, feeling as though he was being pressured by his assistant. Professors deserve to enjoy Christmas too, don't they? Hey, pass me the peanuts. Hey, pass me the peanuts. On the eve of the final day before the exam, Slughorn urged him to temporarily set aside his quill. Severus, you have relentlessly pushed yourself, and it is only a matter of time before it takes its toll. Your reservoir of knowledge is ample enough to conquer that potion master examination. Perhaps today you ought to indulge in some relaxation, for only then can you truly prepare for tomorrow's test. Slughorn understood the reasons behind your tireless efforts. After all, being a half-blood in Slytherin is no easy feat, especially with that individual's Death Eaters growing ever more formidable. He could occasionally overhear students discussing such matters within the halls. Snape must cultivate greater strength to secure his position in this ambitious institution. Go take a bath. Look at yourself. You have managed to appear somewhat presentable, yet now you have reverted to your former state. How do you expect to invite the girl you fancy to dance in this condition? Snape's hair had once again grown greasy, clinging to his cheeks, his complexion pallid. Eyes sunken and devoid of luster, dark circles beneath them, lips pressed into a thin line, slightly turned downward. The toll of relentless studying was evident. There was little more to be learned in a single day. Well, hasten outside to seek your little girlfriend. Slughorn propelled Snape out of the cellar, as he needed to prepare for his Slug Club ball. On this final day of revision, Snape was ushered from Slughorn's office. Although his appearance was far from admirable, his mind remained unclouded by the overwhelming influx of knowledge. In fact, he was imbued with a profound calmness, albeit slightly fatigued. Hogwarts had transformed into a lively place, and snow began to fall outside. Snape passed a boy approaching Violet to invite her to dance. Each year as this time approached, students were stirred by the tumult of adolescent hormones, all eager to ask their beloved girls to the ball. Snape traversed the shadows, resembling a specter from the past. Today was Hogsmeade Day, and he was spared from attending classes, leaving him uncertain of how to occupy his time. He decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather herbs for potion brewing, one of his preferred means of relaxation. A figure by the Black Lake caused him to instinctively halt. He stood in the shadowy corridor, observing the girl, his once dormant heartbeat igniting with fervor, the exhilaration temporarily dispelling his fatigue. Violet. Her long black hair framed her scarf, her silhouette in the snow somewhat ethereal, yet in Snape's eyes, She appeared resplendently clear and beautiful. It had been some time since he had last seen Violet. Their paths rarely crossed outside the library, and his relentless preparation for exams had further diminished their encounters. He almost regretted having taught her so well. She had not blown up a cauldron, and thus had no reason to visit the cellar for detention. The only solace he found was in the small cup of red tea she gifted him each day. Snape did not approach her, for he felt his appearance was too disheveled. He wished to avoid presenting himself before the girl he admired in such a state. He resolved to invite her to the ball once he had completed his exams and had tidied himself up. Surely, Violet would acquiesce to his invitation. There could not be another suitor vying for her attention, could there? The more one worries, the more likely it is that misfortune will befall them. Snape observed a Ravenclaw boy making his way toward Violet by the Black Lake, and a surge of anger ignited within him. As he prepared to stride forth, a spell from the side intercepted his steps. "Oh, Severus, have you been spurned by Lily? It appears you haven't washed your hair in days. It looks quite greasy." The familiar voice of his nemesis filled him with disdain. "I dare say it is you who has been rejected." A silent spell was cast, but after their prolonged skirmishes, they had developed a certain wariness toward his silent incantations. Though they could not completely evade it, they were quick enough to dodge if they noticed in time. Instead of loitering, why not immerse yourselves in a few more books to fill that brain of yours, which is as empty as a troll's? You think you can win Lily's heart with such presumptuous folly? Perhaps in another life, if Merlin permits a fool to have another chance. When Lily was absent, their clashes escalated beyond mere verbal taunts and pranks. They often devolved into physical confrontations, occasionally landing them in the hospital wing. Potter believed the primary reason Lily distanced herself from him was due to Snevelus's disparaging remarks. Coupled with their inherent conflicts, even the slightest provocation could ignite a full-blown brawl. Black had recently been in a particularly foul mood, and his aggression had intensified. Lupin was reluctant to instigate trouble, but felt compelled to support his friend's actions. Pettigrew remained unchanged, continuing his covert assaults. Snape's progress surpassed their expectations. His silent spellcasting had become increasingly adept, often striking them before they could utter the incantation. Only Black, with his reckless audacity, could match him for a brief skirmish, while the other three acted in concert. Snape had reached a point where he could hold his own against all four of them, his casting speed swift, and his comprehension of spells profound. Even with silent incantations, he could potentially intercept their spells, let alone their spoken ones. Onlookers had already been frightened enough to seek out a professor. Suddenly, a snowball was hurled into the fray, transforming into a white serpent upon hitting the ground. As Black instinctively struck the serpent away, he was caught by Snape's spell, his tongue adhering to the roof of his mouth, rendering him speechless. He was swiftly followed by a disarming spell that caused him to collapse in a daze. Potter was then struck back, and the castle's candelabras animated, morphing into serpentine forms that ensnared him, their grip unyielding and menacing. Colorful ribbons from the castle morphed into ropes, ensnaring Lupin and Pettigrew, lifting them aloft, bound by Snape's magic. "Senior, they didn't hit you, did they?" Violet rushed in, wand in hand, her breath slightly labored. She followed up with a transformation spell, ensnaring Black in the same serpentine candelabra. Good friends must always share the same fate. Violet approached, grasping Snape's hand and inspecting him closely. Noticing no wounds or abnormalities, she finally exhaled in relief. "You're truly remarkable. They couldn't defeat you. Not even all four of them." Snape gazed at her smile, unable to suppress the slight curl of his lips. While uncertain, he felt that the snowball that had been thrown was her doing. For the first time, Snape experienced working in tandem with another, and it felt remarkably gratifying. Chapter 44. I stand only by your side. Violet had merely been standing by the Black Lake to admire the snowy scenery. Upon learning that the Slytherin common room lay just beneath the lake, she developed a fondness for the place, often wandering there in hopes of encountering her senior. Regrettably, she had not seen him, but rather a boy eager to invite her to dance. She was aware of his intentions, and before he could speak, she noticed a commotion nearby. A group of students were fighting. Violet turned and immediately recognized her senior amidst the chaos. For Gryffindors were bullying him, and she could not stand idly by. Ignoring the Ravenclaw boy's words, she raced down the corridor, grabbing a handful of snow to hurl into the fray. Snape could hold his own against them solo. With her assistance, victory was swift and seamless. Upon confirming that her senior bore no injuries, Violet quickly took his hand and urged, "Let us go, senior. The professor should be arriving soon." As they ran, the girl burst into laughter. "Ha, senior. We made a great team. Next time their essay fight, be sure to include me." Snape had never achieved such a polished and decisive victory. Internally, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. "Are you not afraid of losing points for getting into a fight with your classmates?" "I am not afraid. I can earn them back." Severus Snape felt his heart racing, yearning to embrace her. Yet, at that moment, He could detect the potent scent of potions clinging to him, his hair having returned to its usual state, and his visage not particularly pleasing. After granting himself a few moments to refresh, he enveloped Violet in his arms. "Thank you, Violet." Snape had grown accustomed to solitary battles, relying on no one for assistance. However, this was merely a habit. In his lower years, Snape had been unable to contend against 4 adversaries, 2 of whom had been acquainted with magic long before. The only recourse available to him had been to retaliate with his fists or makeshift weapons, each encounter leaving him battered and bloodied. Later, upon learning spells, he still found himself outmatched. The pranks and obstacles he faced were incessantly vexing. Yet, his friend was a Gryffindor. Potter feared that Lily might aid Snape, but Snape understood that Lily could not firmly stand against her fellow housemates on his behalf. She would defend him against the marauders, seek out professors, and tend to his wounds, but she could not oppose her own house for his sake. After all, Snape was a Slytherin. Why would she engage in conflict with Gryffindors for him? Rather, Lily wished to draw Snape towards Gryffindor, believing it to be the superior house. She hoped her friends would embody integrity, kindness, and bravery, steering clear of Slytherin's malevolent habits. How could she possibly side with Slytherin? Snape's actions could be so ruthless that Lily would intervene to stop him. Thus, both Snape and Potter had tacitly agreed to avoid open conflict in her presence. Snape had previously heard Lily mention that Violet nearly came to blows with Potter because of him, but this time, it was not a mere near miss. It was a genuine altercation, right before his eyes. Snape cradled her face, gazing at the countenance that seemed so obedient and understanding. She would fight Gryffindor for him. Such a feeling was novel. Did Violet not perceive Gryffindor as valiant champions? They were anything but. They were nothing at all. Would she not detest a greasy, brooding Slytherin like him? Upperclassmen were indeed upperclassmen. They were not mere greasy, gloomy snakes. Upperclassmen were clever and formidable, the finest wizards of all. Please refrain from such self-deprecating remarks, for I stand firmly by your side. Those 4 are nothing in my eyes. Snape felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Yet he stifled it. Violet, Strands of hair fell over his face, making this moment unsuitable for a confession. He swallowed his words, simply holding her tighter. You stand solely by my side. Snape could not resist a chuckle. What a delightful sentiment. He ruffled her hair, wishing for her not to witness his current disheveled appearance. With greasy hair and a pallid, fatigued complexion, the soft, cool strands slipped through his fingers, sending a tingling sensation through his palm. Violet, feeling comforted by his gentle touch, nuzzled against his chest like a cat. Of course, upperclassman, you are the one who matters most to me. Violet actually relished the scent of potions that clung to Snape. Somewhat bitter yet, after prolonged exposure, surprisingly sweet. Ever since that unspoken confession and the embrace which followed, their relationship had only been separated by a thin veil. Violet would not mind taking the initiative to speak up, but Snape insisted that it should be his prerogative. She could wait a little longer. It shouldn't be for too long. The realization that the person one cares for reciprocates those feelings is an exhilarating sensation that cannot be concealed for too long. Just as Snape was reluctant to release her, his thoughts had become glaringly obvious. You too, Violet, you are my singularly most important person. Snape did not disclose his complete thoughts. Such feelings were too weighty to share with a mere 15-year-old fourth-year student. It would frighten her away. He needed to allow time to soften the burden of such heaviness. Patience was paramount. Once he sensed his emotions had calmed considerably, Snape finally released Violet. It seemed he had held her for an eternity, yet she had not rejected him. Their hands intertwined. Upperclassman, have you not been eating and sleeping well lately? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite severe. Is it truly that unsightly? Snape found himself somewhat concerned about his appearance. He had resolutely intended to present himself as she preferred, yet within mere days, he had returned to his former state. You look very handsome. Violet reached out, gently brushing her fingers over the dark circles beneath his eyes. But if you do not take care of yourself, I will feel distressed. A peculiar flush appeared on Snape's pale face as he grasped the hand she had placed against his cheek, rubbing it lightly. I shall be more mindful next time. He squeezed Violet's hand gently. Could you wait for me here for a moment? I need to return to the common room. All right, but please return soon. Indeed. Snape cast a warmth charm upon her. The girl had remarked that he did not care for himself, yet she often forgot to cast warmth charms during winter. Last winter, she had suffered from a high fever. Snape hurried away, moving swiftly, wishing he could instantly apparate back to the common room if Hogwarts permitted such magic. Pure blood. Snape dashed into the dormitory, a whirlwind returning to his quarters. A shower. Chapter 45. You are my soul dance partner. The adolescent pride of a young boy is remarkably intense, especially during the courting phase, always striving to leave a favorable impression before the one he admires. Violet was someone Snape had secretly envisioned in his future. How could he possibly present himself with disheveled hair before her? Lily's friendship afforded him a shampoo formula. which he had improved, effectively washing away even the lingering potion residue while protecting his hairstyle, leaving a naturally pleasant scent devoid of bitterness. Snape donned a fresh set of robes, and with the aid of a drying charm, his damp hair transformed into a voluminous, curly mane. Though his complexion still bore signs of fatigue and shadows lingered beneath his eyes, he appeared significantly improved. Snape returned, spending 20 minutes in preparation, emerging as a clean and handsome young man. Violet remained in the corner, awaiting him, albeit with an entourage of unrelated boys surrounding her. Beautiful girls always attract attention, especially one as intelligent and lovely as Violet, who appeared demure and seemingly incapable of refusing anyone. Many believed that simply initiating conversation with her would lead to an invitation to the ball. Mississippi Lane, may I invite you to accompany me to the ball? Upon seeing Snape's eyes light up momentarily, Violet rushed over and took his hand. She turned back to the Ravenclaw boy who had approached her, saying, I am truly sorry, but I already have a dance partner. The boy gazed into her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Even without her words, he understood he had no chance. Violet, appearing sweet and accommodating, had already declined nearly half of the Ravenclaw boys who had approached her. She linked her arm with Snape's as they walked away. Did you return just to freshen up? Violet couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. How could her upperclassman be so endearing? Previously, he had never cared about his appearance before her. Though he occasionally washed his hair, his demeanor remained aloof and unapproachable. Yet now he smiled at her. Am I your dance partner? Violet huffed, poking his arm. Doesn't the senior want to be my partner? No, I do want to, Severus replied, his initial ire fueled by jealousy. However, before he could unleash his frustration, Violet had already rushed over to entwine her arm with his, declaring she had a partner. The fiery jealousy that had been scorching within him suddenly transformed into a spectacular explosion of fireworks, bursting forth with a resounding pop, dazzling and beautiful. I was actually hoping to discuss this matter with you, he admitted, taken aback that Violet had spoken first. Severus stepped back slightly, taking her hand in his expression earnest yet resolute as he gazed into her eyes. Miss Violet, would you be willing to be my sole dance partner? For every day that lies ahead. I would, Violet replied, her cheeks flushed as she grasped his hand. By Merlin, the changes in the senior were astonishing. She had only ever imagined such a gentle version of him in her dreams. He had always been an emotionally rich individual. Yet he had never revealed this side to anyone. Perhaps in the future, only she would have the privilege of witnessing it. The senior was surely unaware of how charming he appeared when he smiled, his eyes narrowing in a delightful arc. His transformation had not gone unnoticed. Many girls at Hogwarts had begun to take interest in him, though he still bore a hint of fatigue and vulnerability. Understanding his exhaustion, Violet refrained from dragging him around to expend his energy. Instead, they settled in a quiet corner behind the castle. Before her, Severus found it remarkably easy to relax. The snowfall created a serene atmosphere, and soon he had dozed off against her shoulder. Recently, he had been so busy, having just fought off a raider, and the weariness was inescapable despite his attempts to unwind in the presence of the girl he adored. Part of his vitality could be attributed to the energy potions he concocted, but he knew he had to repay the toll. Once the potion's effects wore off, he would feel even more fatigued. Severus was adept at regulating his dosage, ensuring he did not overextend himself to the point of being both exhausted and sleepless. Quite the opposite, he found that just the right amount allowed him to drift off more swiftly when fatigue set in, almost like a sleeping draft. In the afternoon, as the heavy snow ceased, Severus finally opened his eyes. He could not fathom why he always slept so soundly beside Violet, even better than with the aid of potions. It was hard to believe he had once struggled with insomnia. Perhaps it was the sense of security she provided. Neither Spider Alley nor Slytherin were places that inspired such comfort. Violet, I apologize for dozing off again, he murmured. How was it that whenever he was with her, he either studied or slept? You could have woken me, she replied playfully. What kind of fool falls asleep with the person they like? That would be me. Violet, too, felt drowsy from Severus's somnolence. She yawned and leaned against his shoulder. But you look so tired today. I should have let you rest alone. I just didn't want to part ways with you, having not seen him for several days. Violet understood he was preoccupied with his potions master exam and refrained from interrupting him. Though she was relieved, he still drank the herbal tea she prepared for him each afternoon. You needn't feel sorry. Violet chose not to voice how serene and beautiful he appeared while asleep, his unguarded demeanor stirring something deep within her. It was remarkable that such a guarded individual could find solace in her presence. She felt distinctly accepted, allowed to step into his world, no longer just a transient, inconsequential figure. Severus reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The little cat seemed to revel in the attention, nuzzling against his palm. Aren't you bored? He inquired. Aware of his own dull nature, he was more adept at delivering cutting remarks than at bringing joy. Now, he was learning how to be kind to someone. which felt somewhat contrary to his instincts. Yet, when Violet smiled, even the behaviors he deemed foolish seemed forgivable, requiring no mental barriers to conceal them. Violet blushed at his gentle voice and laughter. "I'm not bored at all. This is far more enjoyable than discussing studies in the library." While she didn't dislike their academic discussions, they felt too ordinary, far from the essence of romance. She cherished the way Severus relaxed around her, a sign that she held a special place in his heart. "Of course, I don't mind studying with you in the library or brewing potions in an empty classroom," she added, her cheeks growing warmer. Merely being with him brought her joy. Severus's gaze lingered on her rosy lips, her words cutting through the winter chill, igniting a warm fire within him. He forced himself to turn away. Such sentiments made him yearn to kiss her. He sensed his defenses weakening. Even the mental barriers he typically relied upon seemed less appealing. He was acutely aware of his own surrender and loss of control. Chapter 46. Lily's disturbance. With a little time left, the two ventured to Hogsmeade. Although they had no particular items to purchase, neither was eager to return to their respective common rooms just yet. Neither had formally confessed their feelings, yet an unspoken understanding had developed between them, creating an atmosphere that others could not penetrate. Their previous visit had not been a date, but this one surely was. The raiders bound in the corridor had been rescued by Professor McGonagall. Violet's transfiguration was not something just any student could undo. Due to the humiliation of the incident, the four chose not to disclose who they had been fighting, though it was easy to guess. They merely hoped this would serve as a warning to the four unruly Gryffindors. The following day, Severus departed Hogwarts with Slughorn. He was not one for noisy company, and most were unaware of his true purpose. Gryffindor's arch-nemesis speculated he must have committed some grave error and faced expulsion or was engaging in clandestine dealings with the nefarious Slytherin. Potter and Black indulged in the worst possible assumptions about Severus, while Pettigrew blindly followed their lead, and Lupin remained unable to refute them. Lily had argued with them, but ultimately to no avail. However, Potter's invitation for Lily to dance had once again failed. This time, Lily stood her ground more resolutely. Her friends had assured her that even if they studied dark magic, they would leave her an opportunity to reconsider. She should no longer hesitate simply because those around her spoke ill of Severus. What if he betrayed her trust and fell into the wrong path by joining the Death Eaters? Lily declared she would manage it herself without needing others' opinions. Her defense of Slytherin had led to an argument with her Gryffindor friends. One of her roommates had been relentlessly mocked by the pureblood Slytherins, being called a mudblood. She believed Lily's support of Severus was tantamount to speaking for Slytherin, and Gryffindor could not tolerate such a betrayal, leading to their quarrel. Lily felt overwhelmed, unable to concentrate on her studies all day, and fortuitously encountered Violet in the library. With her Gryffindor friends in a tiff, she sought solace with her Ravenclaw friend. "Hi, Violet." Violet watched as Lily settled into her former seat, while she herself occupied the senior's spot. "Long time no see, Lily. This is indeed the sanctuary where you and Severus engaged in your studies, a place imbued with tranquility. As shadows descend, they carve out a small, cool space. Not quite suited for Lily's tastes. She would much prefer a sun-drenched setting." Violetta employed a silencing charm to block out distractions. "Did you come to seek me for a particular reason, Lily? Must I possess a specific concern to visit you? We are friends, are we not?" Violetta replied, "Very well. Friend, you seem somewhat different from before. I assumed you might have burdens to share." Lily usually radiated sunshine, her laughter and exuberance evident in every chance encounter, with even her anger being overtly expressed. Yet today, she bore an inexplicable melancholy, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Violetta, unlike Lily's Gryffindor companions, exhibited a certain detachment. However, her coolness was not akin to Severus' indifference. Rather, she resembled a gust of wind. Her appearance was innocuous, almost demure, evoking a natural instinct to soften one's heart in her presence, as if anything uttered would remain safe with her. The Gryffindors often clung fiercely to their opinions, reluctant to concede when they believed themselves correct, leading to confrontations that wounded both parties. Lily had quarreled with her friends due to Severus, and instinctively sought Violetta, hoping perhaps to glean some insight. "I had a disagreement with my friends," she confessed. Violetta listened in silence. "I spoke in defense of a Slytherin, and they believe I am aiding Death Eaters." "Ah, they think all Slytherins are Death Eaters." Violetta found nothing particularly strange in this. Gryffindors often possessed a peculiar obstinacy, firmly convinced of Slytherin's malevolence. The sentiment was reciprocated. "Now do you comprehend the situation Severus faces in Slytherin? Lily, his only friends were once Gryffindors like you. Pureblood Slytherins can be even more ruthless. Should they staunchly defend one another, their bond could become profoundly deep, and the one to transform Severus might be you." Yet, Lily does not firmly stand by her childhood friend. Her true allegiance lies with Gryffindor. Only when Severus is beset by bullying does she lend her voice in his defense. This does not imply that she has chosen Severus of Slytherin. Rather, she wishes for him to embrace the justice and courage emblematic of Gryffindor. Her motives stem from a desire to uphold the order and justice she cherishes, not merely from her friendship with Severus. Thus, she feels compelled to protect the weaker Severus of the moment, should Severus rise to a position of strength capable of quelling the aggressors. Her choice of whom to support might also evolve. In a sense, she too exhibits a degree of arrogance. Must one inevitably choose a side? Lily does not wish to make a choice between friends. You are overthinking this. Your brother is not a Death Eater. Violetta remarked. True friends will heed your explanations. You can convey to them that your brother is not malevolent and is indeed an exceptional individual. Julia had once been perplexed by Violetta's affection for Severus, a figure seemingly cold and unkempt. Yet, when Violetta articulated her feelings, Julia, though bewildered, recognized that Violetta was not jesting, and thus refrained from further comment. Ravenclaws never meddled in their friends' choices, nor did they seek validation for their own. Since Julia discovered Severus's striking appearance, she had taken to writing stories inspired by them in her leisure, gaining a bit of popularity among Ravenclaws. Lily, your troubles merely indicate that you lack conviction. Choosing Gryffindor while having a Slytherin friend is not inherently contradictory. Your brother has not committed any heinous acts, nor has he bullied classmates or caused daily chaos. The latter remark was not lost on Lily, who sensed an awkwardness in the implication that Gryffindor's indiscretions had reached Ravenclaw. Your brother simply lacks eloquence. Your friends need not engage him if they have nothing to say. He does not require you to make concessions. Lily, you can remain true to your principles. Those who cannot comprehend or accept you, who compel you to choose between them, are not your true friends. Ravenclaws possess an enviable perspective and an abundance of wisdom. In her environment, no one had ever spoken in Severus's defense, and individuals are inevitably influenced by their surroundings, especially young adolescents. When one's inner conflicts clash with external influences, impulsive choices often ensue. Lily suddenly appreciated the presence of a Ravenclaw friend. Gryffindors could be excessively impetuous, and Lily too possessed that impulsive side. The freedom and calmness characteristic of Ravenclaw could grant her clarity before making decisions. I think I understand why the Sorting Hat deemed Ravenclaws wise, she mused. You are being overly dramatic, Lily. She is merely dispensing a series of platitudes, Violetta countered, advocating solely for Severus. Chapter 47, The Potions Master Examination. Violetta's exposition of wisdom seemed to have alleviated some of Lily's tensions. Why concern yourself with the feuds between Gryffindor and Slytherin? Severus is merely her friend, and nothing more. If he errs, she will discern it and decide whether to sever ties or offer counsel. If he has done no wrong, she should support him. At least for now, in Lily's eyes. Severus has not erred beyond his engagement with dark magic, a matter they have already resolved. Preventing him from potentially straying down a misguided path may yield counterproductive results. Having erred in the past due to excessive stubbornness and impulsiveness, Lily was not unfamiliar with the consequences of irreversible mistakes. One cannot perpetually stumble over the same missteps, can one? In the afternoon, while observing the Quidditch pitch, Julia's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lily and Violetta together. She hurried over, linking arms with her friend, casting a fierce glare at the Gryffindor goddess. No matter how beautiful she was, she could not usurp her friend. Once Lily departed, Julia inquired, Violetta, I am your best friend, correct? Of course, always. Violetta was not one to easily forge friendships. She only offered guidance to Lily because of her connection to Severus. Julia was her best friend since their first year. Julia brightened. Shall we go watch my Quidditch match today? I might not attend the Quidditch pitch unless it's to see you play. Violetta continued her student life, as usual. After Severus was transported to the Potions Association by Slughorn, he remained alone. The first day consisted of theoretical assessments, encompassing not only potion knowledge but also various herbs, magical creatures, and even geography. The second day involved drawing exam topics and brewing potions in front of numerous examiners, followed by individual interviews in the afternoon. Severus was the youngest candidate in the examination room, having secured an early examination due to a personal recommendation letter from a potions master. The end-of-term potions exam at Hogwarts was relatively simple for Severus, akin to achieving an outstanding with minimal effort. However, the potions master qualification examination required an extensive breadth of knowledge. Merely attaining an outstanding in the Newt's Potions exam might not suffice to pass this assessment. True potions masters, akin to alchemists, are highly lucrative professions. While wizards may dabble in potions, the number of formal potions masters is rather limited. Talent and diligence are both indispensable. Severus Snape was acutely aware of his innate talent for potion making, though he had yet to succumb to the arrogance of believing himself invincible. In comparison to the older, more seasoned wizards, His gift lay perhaps in the realm of innovation. Professor Slughorn also recognized that if Snape wished to obtain that coveted certification, he must demonstrate an ability to enhance potions. The breadth of the examination was daunting, encompassing numerous aspects that required hands-on experience and first-hand exploration, which he could not amass in such a short span of time. Thus, he needed to exhibit sufficient ingenuity in his modifications to dazzle the examiners during both the potion-making and the interview segments. The following day, Snape drew the examination topic of the Elixir of Life, a potion typically studied and crafted in the 6th year, a highly regarded advanced potion. Each step, from selecting and preparing the ingredients to the techniques of brewing and the timing of additions, would be meticulously graded. The examination hall was pervaded by a hushed stillness, as all candidates were confident in their abilities, making no trivial mistakes. Even when slicing the chisperful, they did so with precision, producing minimal sound as they swiftly and accurately cut it into thin slices for inclusion. After completing the potion, Snape took a brief respite before entering the interview phase. Due to the considerable number of examinees, each candidate encountered slightly different examiners, typically consisting of a primary and a secondary evaluator. "Please take a seat, Mr. Snape," beckoned the chief examiner, an elderly gentleman adorned with spectacles, a renowned master of potions. He appeared sprightly and well-groomed, his voice resonant and robust. The chief examiner, a figure of prominence in the field, now faced Snape. The vial of potion Snape had crafted lay upon the table, its clarity and brilliance allowing sunlight to penetrate. Devoid of impurities and even possessing a subtle shimmer, Snape had, in record time, produced a flawless elixir of life, without a single flaw to be found. The recommendation letter from Horace had noted that he was merely in his 5th year, at the tender age of 15, truly a prodigy. The aged examiner, having witnessed many young talents over the years, could not help but express his admiration. "Thank you for your kind words." The chief examiner then proceeded to pose several inquiries regarding Snape's thoughts on improving potions, ways to expedite the process, and other related matters. It was well understood that the limited time allocated for the examination meant that many unfortunate candidates would struggle to produce a perfect potion, but those who succeeded would receive additional points. Snape, having considerable experience with potion enhancements, was well prepared for the challenge. The examiner presented him with the remnants of a mixed potion, prompting Snape to deduce the antidote and inquire about the appropriate measures for a patient who had consumed the concoction. This was a trap. The antidote required a lengthy preparation time, and by the time it was ready, the patient might be beyond saving. It tested his ability to handle a dire situation, a patient who could not afford to wait. The answer lay within the question itself. He needed not only to analyze the potion and formulate the antidote, but also to identify materials that could mitigate the effects of the mixed potion to prolong the patient's survival. Fortunately, Snape possessed a profound understanding of potions, allowing him to adeptly navigate the examiner's queries, including the underlying traps. With each response he provided, the examiner would record a score. The interview was the most excruciating part, as the examiner's expressions were visible. A weak-hearted examiner might furrow his brow to the point of tears. Snape found himself facing a legendary master of potions, the chief examiner for the year. After 3 hours of questioning, Snape felt parched. The examiner nodded thoughtfully, commenting, "Your experience is somewhat juvenile. Some of your answers were rather textbook in nature. Yet it is merely a matter of gaining a bit more experience. You are exceptionally intelligent, Mr. Snape, brilliant and innovative. Many potion masters shy away from altering the works of their predecessors, but you are distinctly different. Your brewing techniques are remarkably proficient. It is hard to believe you are merely a 5th-year student. It has been ages since I have encountered such a perfect potion in an examination setting. You are a genius who can perceive the very essence of potions. I hope to live long enough to witness your name celebrated worldwide." These were the final words from the examiner as the interview concluded. Snape's heart raced. He had never before received such praise from anyone. Students at Hogwarts often viewed Slytherin as a den of serpents, and Slughorn had always sought to extract some benefit from Snape. Such was the nature of Slytherin. The elder figures Snape had encountered were consistently disappointing, with Slughorn being the most commendable among them. For the first time, someone had told him he would achieve greatness. "I will strive to meet those expectations. Thank you for your blessings." This response, far warmer than his earlier cold retort, carried a genuine sentiment. Chapter 48, The Christmas Ball and Confession. Having received the chief examiner's blessings, Snape embarked on his journey back to Hogwarts. Whether he passed the exam would remain uncertain until after the Christmas holiday. Slughorn, having learned of Snape's meeting with the chief examiner, surmised that the certification was most likely secured. That old fellow was not one to casually interview candidates. With a significant milestone behind him, Snape felt confident about his prospects. After all, the chief examiner's parting words had been quite encouraging. If he were to fail, he would simply return the following year, having proven his mettle. Upon returning after a 2-day absence, Snape sought out Lily to request an assignment, intending to catch up on his studies in the library. He was determined not to fall behind, especially with the OWL's examination looming. Before leaving, he had assured her he would not neglect any of his coursework. Everything returned to its rightful course. "I'm back, Violet." The first person Snape wished to see was her. The girl was still awaiting him in the library. Though this time she had taken his usual seat, Snape no longer felt compelled to insist on their customary arrangement and instead seated himself beside her. Violet joyfully embraced his arm. "Senior, I missed you so much." Snape playfully pinched her cheek, replying, "I missed you too." The library forbade romantic exchanges, but fortunately, their secluded corner went unnoticed by Madame Pants. Shortly after Snape returned from his potion master qualification examination, the Christmas ball approached. The day before the ball, Violet received an owl from her mother. Her gown had long been prepared. On the day of the Christmas ball, the girls would arrive by carriage. While the boys awaited their partners, Snape donned a newly prepared outfit, courtesy of Lucius, who had also recommended a beauty potion that had taken him 3 months to concoct. Snape had always been puzzled by Lucius's excessive use of beauty potions, as he seemed to indulge in them as one would water, adorning himself like a flamboyant peacock. Now, Snape began to understand. It was likely all for Narcissa's sake, just as he now found himself captivated by Violet. As the girl in the blue-purple gown approached, Snape's gaze was instantly drawn to her, and the surrounding world faded away. Her cascading layers of blue and purple resembled a dreamy, ethereal mist. Her dark hair was elegantly tied back, adorned only with a simple laurel crown, his gift for her birthday. The once innocent features of her face now bore a hint of mature allure. Who designed that dress? Why is it so revealing at the neckline? Snape felt an overwhelming urge to remove his outer coat and drape it over her. She was breathtaking, and he wished to shield her from prying eyes. "Senior," Violet said as she linked her arm with his, "you look so handsome tonight." Snape tied his hair back, clad in attire that, while not ostentatious, remained entirely black, with the only embellishment being a pair of green gem cufflinks that lent a hint of vibrancy to his ensemble. The fitted clothing accentuated his tall, slender frame. "You are truly beautiful," he remarked, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Today, the younger student appeared exceptionally radiant, exuding a mature aura that captivated the attention of those around her. Snape shot a fierce glare at a boy who was staring at Violet. "Don't you have a dance partner? Why are you watching others? Senior, do you dance? Shall we share a dance?" Snape snapped back to reality, taking her hand and leading her to the dance floor. In Slytherin, there is no one who cannot dance. Do not underestimate me. Although he was completely new to the dance steps, he managed quite well, merely moving in time with the rhythm. Initially a bit stiff and lacking grace, he soon found his rhythm. His hand rested lightly on Violet's waist, the delicate sensation beneath his palm making him acutely aware of her fragility. Why did dancing require them to be so close? Snape had mentally prepared himself for this moment, yet he felt his ears redden and dared not breathe too loudly. Could she hear the pounding of his heart? It was no wonder that so many sought to invite the girls they admired to dance. Even if this beautiful experience graced his student life only once, it would be a cherished memory. The blue-violet dress blossomed like petals as it twirled, brushing gently against the fabric of the boy's dark trousers. "Senior." Snape's eyes remained fixated on her, causing Violet to feel a touch bashful. Senior. How long must we wait?" If he did not confess soon, Violet herself would be unable to contain her feelings. As the melody concluded, the girl leaned against his arm. How could her waist be so slender? Where did all the food she consumed go? Snape gently pulled her back, guiding her away from the dance floor. The next tune would be beyond the capabilities of novices. He led her toward a secluded corner. Couples who had just danced sought out quiet spots, and Snape was no exception. He did not wish for such a beautiful Violet to be seen by others, fearing the emergence of countless rivals. Initially, Snape had intended to prepare more thoroughly, at least to obtain his potions master certificate. Yet, at this moment, a peculiar impulse surged within him, compelling him to act. The seed he had unknowingly planted had taken root, breaking through the heavy fog within his heart, transforming into an undeniable presence. Sunlight, mist, and gentle breezes mingled, nurturing what could only be described as love. Snape felt a twinge of fear, yet an unwavering determination surged within him. This affection was mutual, not a figment of his imagination. Even though his past was not yet fully behind him, he had summoned the courage to embrace a new future, bolstered by Violet's love. Snape halted in a sparsely populated corner, holding her hand. His dark eyes met hers. "Violet, I initially planned to wait until I obtained my potions master certificate to speak with you, as I do not yet possess a stable life to offer you a future. I am uncertain if I pass this time. If I fail, I shall try again. I no longer wish to wait. I will strive to provide you with a future. With all my might. I wish to visit Devon with you and embrace you every single day. I will treat you with the utmost care, and I shall acquire anything you desire. So, Violet, would you consider being my girlfriend for a while? Violet felt as if her head might burst into flames. The sounds around her began to blur, and her vision grew hazy, leaving only the deafening sound of her heartbeat. Senior, you think so far ahead. He desired not just the title of boyfriend, but her future as well. It was for this reason he wished to obtain the potion's master certificate. Rising on her toes, Violet pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek, her voice a soft whisper in his ear. All right, I am willing. Chapter 49, The Potion's Master Certificate. The fleeting softness on Snape's cheek was soon replaced by an overwhelming joy. She had agreed. Snape bent down to embrace her, suddenly lifting her by the thighs. Senior, Severus. Snape looked up at her, his eyes radiating an unprecedented happiness. Even if he were to encounter his greatest rival at that moment, he would be unable to suppress his smile. Call me whatever you like. Violet wrapped her arms around his neck. Then I shall still call you Senior. For am I not the only one who addresses you as such? Indeed. Violet beamed. Snape held her briefly, as if to confirm her existence, ensuring she was not a figment of his imagination or a dream, then gently set her down, adjusting her slightly disheveled dress. May I request another embrace? My girlfriend. Snape extended his hand. Violet, like a playful kitten, leaped into his arms, warm and soft, dispelling all chill. She clung to his neck, nuzzling against him, disheveling her hair in the process. Snape tucked her hair behind her ear. You resemble a little cat. Violet leaned against his chest, her voice resonating with a soft tremor. Perhaps I am a little cat. What? Nothing, Violet replied, choosing not to divulge her secret. It was something for him to discover on his own. Very well. Snape suddenly said, if I find it, is there a reward? Violet felt as if her senior was becoming increasingly playful. What sort of reward does the senior desire? Snape gently lifted her chin, planting a soft kiss on her rosy lips, tender as melting winter snow, cool and fleeting, leaving only a faint impression. This. Violet instinctively pressed her lips together, feeling a tingle. With a slightly dazed expression, she asked, may I have another? Snape, initially embarrassed, exhaled softly, his hand cradling the back of her head as he pressed his lips more firmly against hers, lingering for a few moments. Violet, akin to a bewildered kitten, was left dazed after exchanging gifts with her senior, forgetting even how to return to her dormitory. Julia had returned from her dance partner without any lingering attachments, only to find Violet entering in a daze. She understood everything. Today's tale was brimming with inspiration. In the Slytherin common room, Snape was far from tranquil, even a bit too exuberant. Merlin above, he could hardly contain his laughter, leaving his housemates bewildered, suspecting Snape might be impersonated. Snape unwrapped his gift. It was 2 phoenix feathers, warm to the touch. Violet also spotted her gift, a bottle of perfume. It was a concoction brewed by Snape himself, a silver-green fragrance that transformed into a sea of blue-violet flowers when shaken. Violet sprayed a bit on her wrist. The scent was delicate and enduring, reminiscent of moonlit snow and faint violets. The next day marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday. Violet would return home for Christmas. Senior, may we arrange to meet in Diagon Alley for Christmas? Violet asked, clinging to his waist playfully. The day after their confession, they were to part ways. Severus Snape could distinctly perceive the fragrance of violet emanating from Violet herself, a scent he had crafted, subtle yet delightful to his senses. All right. Send me a letter when the time comes, he said. Violet, like a playful kitten, nuzzled against him several times before boarding the train, as if attempting to leave her scent upon him. Your waist is quite slender. Heh, she teased, her demeanor coy while her heart fluttered with excitement. Just before she dashed onto the train, she planted a quick peck on his lips and fled, leaving him exhilarated. Snape, momentarily bewitched, turned to find she had vanished, her departure swifter than that of a cat. He touched the corner of his lips where she had kissed him, feeling an inexplicable surge of frustration that he could not release, leaving him in a state of agitation. On Christmas Day, Violet accompanied Snape to Diagon Alley, returning home late in the evening. For days after Christmas, Snape received an owl from the Potions Association, along with his Potion Master certification he had passed. Snape procured an owl, intending to discuss a new collaboration with Lucius. Surely, Lucius would not object to partnering with the youngest professional potion master. In the future, exquisite potions might even be offered at half price. The Malfoy family wielded considerable influence, and before the end of the Christmas holiday, a small potion shop had already opened in Diagon Alley. Snape could not yet afford a larger establishment without Malfoy's assistance. Acquiring a shop in Diagon Alley would be a daunting challenge. The friendship between Snape and Lucius was a quintessentially straightforward and pure Slytherin bond, where mutual benefits were paramount. Malfoy sought an exceptional potion master, and Snape had already demonstrated his talent while still a student. Initially, Lucius intended to scout for a potion talent but instead discovered a prodigy. Each year, Snape continued to surprise them. Whatever potions Malfoy required, Snape could undoubtedly produce. The Christmas gifts Snape received yearly often yielded the desired reciprocation after some time. Their ability to provide each other with what they needed forged a Slytherin friendship, where mutual interests formed the strongest ties. Among Slytherin friends, quarrels were rare. As long as sufficient benefits were exchanged, nothing was insurmountable. The sense of not owing one another felt liberating. As Snape surveyed his modest, somewhat empty potion shop, he arranged the meticulously crafted potions on the shelves. Each vial represented the pinnacle of quality. With a sigh, he lamented the impending necessity to brew exquisite potions daily. Could Lucius not harbor any other interests? With the school year approaching, Snape could not afford to remain in the shop every day, nor did he possess the galleons to hire help. Unsold potions would need to be sold to other shops, and now that he held a certification, he realized just how ruthless their negotiations could be. He retained a few vials in the shop as samples and acquired additional owls for deliveries and correspondence. While he could not oversee the shop daily, he could accept custom orders. Yet, as an unknown half-blood, who would seek him out for bespoke potions? At this juncture, the illustrious Malfoy was unnecessary. However, individuals soon sought him out to interview the youngest potion master, and he had inadvertently become a spokesperson for the Potions Association. The examiner who had interviewed him, Master Potioner, recommended Snape to anyone who crossed his path. Featured in the Daily Prophet, it was only a matter of time before others expressed interest in assessing his skills. Accepting custom orders would allow him to request the client to provide materials, thus easing his burdens. Once he meticulously organized everything, Snape returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 50, Silver Cufflinks. Upon returning from the Christmas holiday, Snape was astonished to find that the Slytherins were significantly more amiable towards him. After all, he had graced the pages of the Daily Prophet as the youngest potion master, potentially a future potion master. Forging connections with him now would be more advantageous than after he attained that title. Once one becomes exceptional, the number of good people surrounding them multiplies. Consequently, Snape's first potion order came from his classmates. Many of the potions were not what students typically needed. Likely, their families had sent them to gauge Snape's capabilities. The day after the holiday concluded was Snape's birthday, a date Violet remembered vividly. In fact, not only she but several Slytherins who had investigated Snape's birthday were aware. And Snape had likely never received such an abundance of gifts before. On the morning of January 9th, a veritable downpour of owls astonished everyone at breakfast. "Senior, you are quite popular," Violet remarked, gazing at the classroom floor littered with birthday presents in disbelief. Snape, however, remained unfazed. "Do not find it peculiar. I am now the young potion master promoted by the Potions Association, and they merely wish to connect." Selwyn, not Flint, and Parkinson had once deemed him an unworthy half-blood for Slytherin. Now, the unspoken understanding was palpable. Snape remained clear-headed and rational. Fully aware of the reasons behind the influx of gifts, maintaining a facade of dignity sufficed. "Violet, are you here merely to marvel at the sheer volume of my gifts?" Snape inquired, his expectations for gifts resting solely on one. "Certainly not," Violet replied, producing a gift box. "Happy 16th birthday, Senior." Snape pulled her close and was the first to unveil her present. Inside lay a pair of silver cufflinks, intricately carved in the shape of snakes, adorned with small green gemstones in their eyes, encircled by a laurel pattern. "They are exquisite. I adore them," he declared. "May I assist you in putting them on?" "Of course," Snape replied, extending his hand. Violet deftly removed the buttons from his sleeves before adorning him with the new cufflinks. Instantly, Snape appeared more refined. Her gaze traveled up his arm, inevitably landing on the tie and buttons at his neck. "Violet, you look as if you wish to take a bite out of me." "May I?" Violet asked earnestly. "You may," he responded. Violet's eyes sparkled with delight. After all, they were now a couple. This, she assured herself, was perfectly normal. With flushed cheeks, she reached to loosen his tie and buttons, revealing his pale neck and collarbone. Snape habitually fastened his top button, exuding an air of restraint. Yet with the loosened tie and undone buttons, he appeared somewhat relaxed and alluring. He had never looked so disheveled. The slack tie and undone buttons hinted at his alabaster collarbone, tempting her to take a bite. Violet was entranced, tears threatening to spill from the corners of her eyes. Snape, feeling the heat of her gaze, stepped back slightly, only to have Violet tug at his tie, drawing him closer. The distance between them suddenly diminished. With prior consent established, Violet wasted no time. She boldly opened his collar and nibbled at his collarbone, her sharp canines leaving a slight sting. After the bite, she lingered to lick the spot. Snape's ears burned, his face flushed with an undeniable blush. Was she testing him? Violet met Snape's dark, desire-laden gaze and, emboldened, planted a firm kiss on his cheek, leaving a faintly rosy mark. Previously, she had been unable to elicit a response from Severus Snape, but today, She had succeeded in capturing the attention of her senior. Beneath his dark hair, his ears had turned a deep crimson, almost smoldering, and his voice had transformed into a low, husky murmur. Violet, do you believe me to be a good person? Violet blinked, her cheeks aflame. Of course, senior. You are undoubtedly a good person, the best in the world. As she surveyed the marks on his face and the distinct bite bruises adorning his collarbone. Paired with his pallid complexion, he appeared almost as though he had been subjected to cruel torment, rendering him all the more endearing. How could he look so captivating? Even in a state of vulnerability? Fortunately, only she could perceive this side of him. Snape, in a fit of agitation, clicked his tongue, his palm resting against the nape of her neck as he leaned down to nip at her lips, drawing her in for a brief moment. I am not a good person, he confessed, inhaling deeply, his fingers weaving through her hair before he enveloped her in his embrace, pressing her head against his chest and nuzzling the crown of her head. Next time, I shall not be so easily lenient with you. His words, though laced with a threat, were delivered with an undeniable gentleness, devoid of any menace, only serving to entice Violet further. After holding her for a spell, he released her, deftly fastening the buttons of his shirt and adjusting his tie. The clear bite mark was thus concealed beneath the fabric, along with all traces of his desire. Yet, the marks on his face remained. Snape felt a twinge of discomfort under her gaze. The lingering sensations of shame from earlier took some time to quell. He produced a thin certificate from his pocket, a credential from the Potions Association confirming his status as a certified potion master. I told you I would provide you with a bright future, he stated, handing the document to Violet. This is merely the first step. Being a potion master is one of the most lucrative professions beyond that of an alchemist, and few could pass the examination he had undertaken. The prerequisites alone, achieving outstanding in OWLs and newts in potions, herbology, and care of magical creatures, eliminated a significant number of candidates. The first theoretical test filtered out more, and the second round weeded out even more, leaving only a handful who earned the certification. Of the 27 who sat for the exam, only 6 succeeded. A remarkably high pass rate. Those who obtained the certificate not only possessed substantial theoretical knowledge, but also demonstrated the ability to produce potions that were consistently high in quality. For to fail would tarnish the reputation of the Potions Association. With this certification, Snape's potions would inevitably be in high demand. St. Mungo's Hospital, with its insatiable need for potions, would require a steady supply of premium potions from him, facilitated by the collaboration between the hospital and the Potions Association. While they would take a share of the profits, the rewards would still be generous. Furthermore, this certificate was recognized throughout the wizarding world, including abroad. Snape had never been one to relinquish his ambitions easily. He desired a future with Violet, and thus he pursued this certification. Now, he could finally present it to her, demonstrating that he was no longer the impoverished boy from Spinner's End, devoid of prospects. As a bona fide potion master, he was now capable of providing her with a future. Violet carefully stowed away the certificate, a mere slip of parchment. Yet it served as a tangible testament to her senior's efforts for their future. He was only in his 5th year, yet had already contemplated and prepared for everything that lay ahead. Overwhelmed with emotion, Violet embraced him, her eyes brimming with warmth, her heart racing as though it might escape her chest. Senior, I will treasure this. Those who occupied a special place in his heart would receive his utmost kindness. Though he was not adept at verbal expression, he had already begun to take action before the sweet words could arrive, embodying an unwavering determination that would not waver until his goals were achieved. Who could possibly dislike him? Certainly, Violet found herself incapable of such a feat. Chapter 51, The Patronus. In Violet's dormitory, a new presence had emerged, a protected potion masteress certificate, encased between glass and framed. It was safeguarded by powerful protective and dust-repelling charms, resting upon her bedside. Poor Julia, every time she glanced in that direction, she was reminded of it. The name Severus Snape shimmered faintly due to the magical contract. Damn it, must I endure this dog food? Julia found herself consumed with envy for Violet, to the point of contemplating finding a boyfriend herself. Expecto Patronum. Julia watched as Violet drew circles with her wand while reciting the incantation, but alas, only silvery smoke emerged. Are you learning the Patronus charm? Indeed, Julia, aren't you curious about your own Patronus? In truth, Violet had attempted the Patronus charm before. She possessed plenty of happy memories, but could not manifest a corporeal Patronus. She had never particularly contemplated it before. The Patronus charm was not an obligatory spell to master. Not everyone could summon a Patronus, thus it was not included in the final exam syllabus. However, when studying Dementors in defense against the dark arts, the professor would mention this spell, leaving the decision to pursue it up to the students. Most were indeed intrigued by their own Patronus, making it one of the most captivating spells for 5th-year students. Julia glanced at Violet's book, which contained an introduction and key points about the Patronus charm. She concentrated on recalling her joyful memories, waving her wand. Expecto Patronum. Yet, her wand too only produced silvery smoke. Is it that I am insufficiently joyful? Julia pondered. Our Quidditch team just defeated Gryffindor. I can hardly imagine a happier moment. Violet, harboring her doubts, sought out her Ravenclaw crown. Senior Snape. The Patronus charm? What are you thinking of when you cast this spell? I have so many happy memories, Senior. My parents, my grandparents. Julia, I am happy every day? Why can't I summon it? Snape felt a surge of joy at finding himself among her cherished recollections. After class, he took Violet to a quiet spot at the edge of the Forbidden Forest to practice the Patronus charm. Violet, it is not merely about happy memories. Choose a favorite memory. Then, the key lies in your conviction. It must be unwavering. When you recite the incantation, you must select that memory without hesitation. That is the memory you wish to protect, the one you wish to guard eternally. Snape, unbeknownst to himself, was quite adept at teaching. After selecting her memory and solidifying her resolve, she pronounced the incantation, Expecto Patronum. With an elegance that seemed effortless, Snape waved his wand, causing Violet to marvel at the graceful arc of his wand and the way his sleeves billowed. How could a wizard wield a spell with such precision and elegance? It was utterly enchanting. A silvery cat leapt from the tip of his wand, frolicking in the air, resembling a larger version of her own familiar. Violet, with her knowledge of cats, confidently declared, Senior, your Patronus is a cat. Your Patronus springs from within. It is the most genuine reflection of your soul. Violet's animagus form was indeed a cat. It was likely her Patronus would also take this shape. Oh my goodness, could our patron uses be a pair? The silver cat leaped onto Violet's shoulder, nuzzling her, its tail brushing against her cheek before it vanished. Yes, it had manifested as a cat. Severus gazed at her with a hint of tenderness, and I believe it is because of you. Why? Has the senior already discovered my animagus? Why do you say that? Little cat. Violet's ears flushed crimson, and a smile graced her lips. When did the senior find out? I suspected it the second time I saw you. Severus looked at her with wide eyes. Did she realize that her small gestures mirrored those of a kitten? At that time, I thought it improbable for anyone in their third year to achieve animagus transformation, doubting my own belief. Yet you and Vale never appeared before me together, which naturally aroused my suspicions over time. Moreover, certain traits of Vale's are remarkably similar to yours. Severus reached out to tousle her hair. Every time you mention Vale, your gaze shifts. When I speak of you in front of Vale, the little cat's demeanor is eerily alike to yours. You cannot conceal anything, and I am no fool. Although this answer may sound somewhat far-fetched, I choose to believe it to be true. So, was my guess correct? Violet joyfully embraced her astute senior and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Absolutely correct. 10 points for Slytherin. Severus bent slightly from her exuberance, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist. Truly like a cat, she so enjoys pouncing on others. Severus met her gaze. Then, as previously agreed, I am due my reward. Violet encircled his neck, rising on her toes to press her lips against his, gently rubbing against him. Neither of their eyes closed. They simply stared at each other, instinctively holding their breath. When Violet finally pulled away, her face was a brilliant shade of crimson. Whether from shyness or a lack of breath, it was unclear. Severus tightened his grip around her waist while his other hand cradled the back of her head, his fingers intertwining in her hair. Close your eyes, Violet. Obediently, Violet shut her eyes, and her soft lips met his once more. In the absence of sight, her other senses sharpened. A slight tingling on her lips ensued as Severus tentatively licked them, prompting her to part her lips and teeth. Thus began a tumultuous wave of sensation. Severus sensed her relaxation and seized the opportunity to pry her mouth open, seeking the softness within. Violet felt a shiver run down her spine, her body taut with tension. Instinctively grasping his hair, only to quickly relent and soothe the place she had just pulled. Her body grew increasingly pliant. Had Severus not been holding her, she might have collapsed. When Severus momentarily loosened his embrace, Violet instinctively extended her tongue, their lips still entwined by a delicate thread. Severus's voice held a hint of amusement. Gentle yet enticing. Are you foolish? Brief. After what felt like an eternity of holding her breath, Violet finally inhaled, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Her gaze averted from his, her head turning away shyly. A peculiar sensation lingered on her lips, the soft touch still echoing, rendering her limbs weak. Violet buried her face in Severus's chest, unable to meet his eyes. Severus pinched her flushed ear gently. May I kiss you once more? No. Violet realized her voice had risen too high, sounding almost like a rejection. Hastily, she tried to amend it. Next time, perhaps. She needed a moment to acclimate to this strange, electrifying sensation. Chapter 52, The Peculiar Patronus. Violet's cheeks burned as she clung to Severus, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Her gaze drifted, avoiding him, especially his lips. Stealing glances, she noticed that his once pale lips had taken on a rosy hue. The desire to kiss him again welled within her. Yet, she hesitated to act, only to be caught off guard as Severus leaned in to kiss her. His expression remained solemn, though the tips of his ears were flushed. Let us begin learning the Patronus charm. The little cat, incensed by his demeanor, playfully scratched his cheek, a mere pinch of Severus's face. He had gained a bit of weight since then, yet he remained remarkably slender. Violet inhaled deeply, choosing the happiest and clearest memory closest to her heart. Upon recollection, her heart would race. She realized these memories must be entwined with Severus. It was because of him that Violet earnestly aspired to be a person. Her emotions were easily stirred by him. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him in the library, he had been different. Violet could not pinpoint the origin of that distinct feeling that drew her gaze towards him, causing her heartbeat to spiral out of control, giving rise to affection. All her memories began to surface, tinged with a hint of sorrow but sweetened by delight. The senior was diligently striving for the future, his earnestness and love evident in his actions. This feeling was not a solitary endeavor. It was a love she wished to safeguard, a person she longed to protect. Forever steadfast, expecto patronum. As the incantation resonated, the cherished memories she had resolutely chosen began to flow forth, imbued with her love and hopes for the future. A guardian's heart. Magic surged from her fingertips to her wand, a radiant light blossoming, and silver mist gradually solidified into a complete form. A silver-white kitten, identical to her animagus, emerged. Violet laughed in disbelief. She had succeeded. The fluffy silver kitten scampered to Severus, leaping onto him, nuzzling his face and chin. The sensation of the Patronus was warm and delightful, with a soft, plush texture that evoked joy. Violet's face turned crimson. Why is your Patronus so? Vale, it seems your Patronus adores me. Severus playfully flicked a finger at the fluffy silver guardian, and the kitten's eyes followed his movement, appearing particularly animated. Severus, I adore you. Violet suddenly heard a voice, resonating from deep within her, akin to the one emanating from the Patronus cradled in Severus's arms. Strangely, Violet realized she empathized with the Patronus. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she approached him, embracing him. What is happening? It was not merely joy. It felt as though she might cry. Vale, what is it? Severus observed her unusual demeanor, one hand lifting the kitten while the other embraced Violet. I do not know. Severus placed the kitten on her shoulder, gently wiping her tears. Did summoning your Patronus bring you to tears of joy? It does not appear so. Have I upset Vale? She seemed to have found a long-lost treasure, her profound sorrow intermingled with exquisite joy. Her Patronus was remarkably powerful, manifesting as a fully formed entity on her first attempt. No, Violet shook her head. She recalled the uncontrollable sorrow that had engulfed her when she first beheld the boggart as her animagus. That pain had nearly overwhelmed her. Violet remembered frantically writing to Yulia that summer, her handwriting trembling as she implored her to help find Lily's address, losing her composure in the chaos. This emotion did not originate from me. It was from it. Violet lowered the Patronus kitten. It mirrored her appearance so closely. Perhaps it was a reflection of herself? You found me, Violet. She could hear its voice. Although it seemed to resonate within her heart, it echoed in her soul. Severus Snape was taken aback and filled with curiosity. He had heard rumors of a spell that allowed a Patronus to convey the voice of a wizard, but he had never encountered one that could communicate with a wizard. As he extended his hand, the small cat approached him, eagerly inviting him to scratch its chin, its eyes narrowing in contentment. It was obedient and utterly adorable. Violet's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled Snape's hand away, her voice quivering with emotion. Don't pet it like that. I can feel it. Yet, you seem to enjoy it as well. Humans are truly perplexing. Violet retrieved the cat and placed it atop her head, angered and embarrassed, lowering her voice to threaten. Don't say that again. Snape, suddenly admonished by his girlfriend, widened his eyes in surprise. What did I say? Or was it the cat that spoke? I was referring to this cat, Violet clarified, not you. This was a novel experience for Snape. He reached out to scratch Violet's chin and noticed that even the cat squinted its eyes in delight. It appeared that the sensation of empathy was indeed reciprocal. Violet suppressed the strange sounds she wished to utter and the urge to lift her chin, playfully biting his finger. Senior, no more chin scratches. Snape found himself stifling a laugh. You seem to quite enjoy it, much like a little kitten. Suddenly, the Patronus leaped onto Snape's shoulder and nuzzled against his neck. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Severus. Violet's magic was insufficient to sustain the formidable corporeal Patronus for an extended duration. The once vibrant feline Patronus transformed into a translucent form, no longer lively but rather resembling an ordinary Patronus, dutifully perched on the shoulder of the wizard it was summoned by, favoring his beloved. In Violet's subconscious, she knew the source of that voice had not departed. It lay hidden within her animagus, in an unseen realm. They were but one cat, perhaps preserving different memories. Violet's boggart was distinct from her own. Snape, cradling the somewhat bewildered Violet, noticed the Patronus on his shoulder had turned semi-transparent. And he grew concerned for her. What has happened? Can you share it with me? Violet pressed her ear against his left heart, listening to its rhythm for a moment. I don't know how to articulate it. Initially, I discovered my second boggart, and I saw. Violet faltered, as the sorrow and pain of that moment surged back. The Patronus leaped to her head, warmth, joy, and beautiful memories dispelling the anguish, granting her a sense of peace and happiness. Violet clung tightly to him, fearful that if she let go, he would vanish, her forehead resting against his heart, the steady, healthy heartbeat instilling her with a modicum of courage. Last summer, I encountered you and my boggart at home, the adult you and death. Chapter 53, The Other Side of Animagus. And then, Snape refrained from commenting on his own death, merely encouraging his girlfriend to continue. Violet gazed at him, realization dawning. Her boyfriend was only 16 this year, far from the visage of that boggart. There was nothing to fear. Moreover, she would strive to prevent that boggart from manifesting. Her senior was so remarkable, destined to become the strongest potions master. The life expectancy of a potions master was considerably long. Her senior must live to be 200. Violet resolved to no longer keep secrets from him. Do you wish to see for yourself? Legilimency. Hearing is but a perception, seeing is the truth. Violet wished for Snape to witness everything from her life. Aren't you afraid? I will see all your secrets. Legilimency will uncover everything, Snape cautioned her, and once you begin to resist legilimency, your head will ache tremendously. Snape could not fathom allowing someone to peer into his mind. Otherwise, he would not have first taught himself the art of mental occlusion. This spell was generally not deemed necessary. I am not afraid, nor will I resist your legilimency. I hope you can understand my past. As if we could grow up together. Violet had once been a carefree cat girl, never hiding secrets in her mind. The only secret she had was her infatuation with a Slytherin in the library, but having confessed, she felt no fear of her senior discovering it. Compared to their serious endeavors, Violet felt her spoken love lacked something. She wished for him to see that she truly loved him. Snape was always moved by Violet's ambiguous words, as she had an uncanny ability to articulate her thoughts. Whenever she concealed something, she would inadvertently hint at it, leaving him eager to uncover the truth. Snape ceased to resist. Instead, he leaned in and pressed his forehead against hers, gazing into her violet blue eyes. Do not resist. I will guide you through your memories. Simply show me what you wish for me to see. Most of the spells Snape had taught himself were rather ruthless dark magic, and legilimency was not a particularly friendly spell. No one desires to have their secrets laid bare before others. It is akin to running naked. Snape had learned the art of mental occlusion precisely to avoid such vulnerability, as it also allowed him to control his emotions. Snape disliked impulsiveness and recklessness. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to have learned mental occlusion. Yet, Lily remained oblivious, perceiving her friend as increasingly cold and gloomy. Legilimency was, in essence, the antithesis of mental occlusion. Snape's engagement with one would inevitably lead to the discovery of the other. He had always been drawn to spells, particularly dark magic. Having learned mental occlusion, it seemed only natural for him to delve into legilimency as well. After all, his moral compass was not so rigid. His aptitude for spells rivaled that of potions, and even with a rare and challenging spell like legilimency, Snape had managed to master it through his own efforts, requiring no assistance from others. In truth, Snape had already mastered silent legilimency, but for the sake of stability, he opted to vocalize the incantation, legilimens. This fearsome spell, used to pry into the secrets of the heart, seemed almost gentle in Severus Snape's hands at that moment. Violet did not resist his magical intrusion. Her gaze remained steadfast. It was a peculiar sensation. Even though her mind harbored no particularly hidden secrets, her body instinctively tensed at the sensation of invasion, her heart racing, urging her to strike this person and escape this state of being scrutinized. Violet restrained her body's instinctual reaction, lowering her defenses and, under the guidance of his magic, actively recalled her childhood. Thanks to legilimency, her memories were astonishingly vivid, as if they had occurred just yesterday. The dust of time gently brushed away, allowing even the emotions of those moments to resurface. Being a natural animagus, she had transformed into a kitten just a month after her birth. With loving parents and kind grandparents, she had a truly wonderful childhood. Violet possessed two modes of thought, the human and the feline, with the latter being more dominant in her early years, giving her an aloof demeanor, often expressionless and reluctant to engage with others. She attended a Muggle primary school and, at 11, arrived at Hogwarts, where she faced subtle bullying from a girl who would initiate conflicts. Perhaps believing she was indeed a cat, in a moment of stress, she had instinctively bitten off a chunk of flesh from her adversary's arm. She spent her first year in detention, but gradually, her relationship with Yulia improved. Until her second year, when she encountered Severus Snape, she began to undergo a gradual transformation. Her human cognition began to manifest, growing increasingly potent. It seemed her animagus ritual had taken 12 years to awaken her true self, suppressing the untamed essence of her feline nature. Snape discerned her infatuation with him. Recalling the words she had spoken, the time she had assisted him against marauders, and the diary she had written, overwhelmed by an intense sense of shame, he nearly halted the spell. Violet had yet to begin her rebellion. It was he, the observer, who almost faltered in maintaining the enchantment. He wrestled with his surging and tumultuous emotions, immersing himself in Violet's memories. He scrutinized their moments together during leisure outside of classes. Those subtle hints of unspoken affection and feelings that dared not surface. His gaze was so penetrating that Violet was once more enveloped by the emotions of that time. Her face flushing crimson. Had she been a cat, her fur would have fluffed up in surprise. Reluctantly, Snape guided her to continue her recollections. Curious about whether a boggart would manifest before her animagus form, she recalled there was one in the attic. Before her animagus, the boggart transformed into an adult wizard. A deceased one, strikingly resembling Snape. Indeed, it was almost an exact replica of him. In a flurry, she sought out Lily's address and soon learned of Snape's whereabouts in Spinner's End. Snape was aware of these past events as well. During the summer, while learning potion making, Violet sought to understand why her animagus boggart morphed into a visage she had never seen nor imagined. She suspected it was her inner self, the feline instinct that belonged to her animagus. The animagus transformation was inherently perilous. Failure could result in her becoming a cat permanently. The ritual involved the coexistence of two consciousnesses, with the stronger one prevailing. But how could she uncover another facet of herself? A hidden self that had never revealed itself. Perhaps slumbering deep within her psyche. Violet experimented with various alchemical items and spells to glimpse her inner self. Through the erased mirror, she envisioned a future where she married her senior, Snape. Mastery of the Obliviate spell eluded her. She could not yet summon buried memories voluntarily, at most clearing her mind. The memories drawn from the pensive yielded nothing remarkable. She tried numerous methods, yet only the boggart transformed into her unknown fear. Finally, she resolved to attempt the Patronus charm. As the Patronus emanated from her inner strength, she wondered if another version of herself might emerge as a result. She succeeded. As the memories faded, Snape ceased the incantation. Because Violet had not resisted his gaze, her mind felt somewhat numb and disordered. All her past and emotions were laid bare, particularly her childhood feelings, which were less vivid and fervent, more akin to gentle warmth. The tumultuous waves of her emotions during her unrequited love surfaced once more, allowing her to relive her affection. Snape did not deliberately pry into her secrets. He merely observed what Violet chose to reveal, arranged chronologically. He clearly saw the entire progression of her admiration for him. Gently cupping her chin, Snape leaned down to kiss the dazed Violet. Clever little cat. Chapter 54, Severus's Pocket. Violet, still in a stupor from the kiss, suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, I want to learn the Obliviate spell." Her cheeks flushed as her ears burned. "I absolutely cannot allow anyone but you to see my memories." The sensation of the Obliviate spell was indeed profound. Violet did not resist, thus avoiding intense headaches. However, the recollection of her past was so vivid that every detail felt as if it had occurred yesterday. She recalled curling up like a kitten in the corner of the bookshelf, squeezing into a cup to become a cup of cat, stretching out on the sofa as a cat strip, kneading milk on blankets, and other peculiar poses, all witnessed. It seemed there were still secrets in her mind she wished to keep. Snape tenderly stroked her hair, as if soothing a frizzy little cat. "Very well. I shall teach you." Violet nestled into his embrace, burying her head, reluctant to confront her younger self. "Why must I feel so embarrassed?" Snape gently pinched her paw. Her hands felt markedly different from his. While his were lean, hers were soft and plush, akin to a cat's paw pads. Snape was now convinced that his girlfriend was indeed a little cat, a natural-born animagus, a concept he had never encountered before. Two natures were destined to coexist within her, one more human and the other more feline. Snape did not mind this. Playing with a cat was rather delightful. How adorable it was. After all, she was a witch, and possessing something unique was not a drawback. Moreover, she was his cat. The translucent Patronus cat had long vanished. Snape inquired, "What were you discussing with your Patronus? Is she a reflection of your animagus cat?" She replied simply, "I just said I like you, but my magic cannot sustain her for too long." She appeared quite astute. Perhaps her memories held more than she realized, or else she would not have seen a dead version of him. Snape spoke nonchalantly of his demise, which incensed Violet. The senior will not die. The senior will live to be 200. The lifespan of a potions master is long. Snape caressed her face, dissipating her anger. I know. We will live to 200 together. Snape had no intention of courting death. He had yet to propose to his little cat. Promises made must be fulfilled. Snape's dark eyes were earnest and solemn. He was not one to jest lightly. Of course, I would never deceive Violet. Snape had already prepared a solid economic foundation for the future. Once he had determined his objective, he would no longer waver. Marrying Violet after graduation had become his utmost priority, prompting him to diligently pursue his potions master qualification. To him, she was as vital as the power he had sought since childhood, a presence he could never relinquish. The boggart of himself that he had seen within Violet's memories filled him with unease. This was not a peaceful time. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were wreaking havoc outside, with Hogwarts being the only semblance of stability. Some in Slytherin took pride in joining the Death Eaters. Had Snape not been stronger than them in potions, spells, and studies, he might have crumbled entirely, losing touch with individuals like Malfoy. Even so, verbal attacks and insults had never ceased. It wouldn't be long before Slytherin experienced turmoil due to the Death Eaters, as the house was rife with pure bloods, and Voldemort's doctrine was rooted in blood supremacy. In such unsettling times, witnessing his own potential demise was understandably alarming. He had yet to marry his little cat. The reason behind that boggart's appearance needed unraveling. No one would randomly conjure an irrelevant boggart, especially one so clear and distinct in its representation of death, with a wound on the neck resembling that of a serpent, a snake's bite. Either his death had been foretold, or he had genuinely witnessed it. Snape's expression turned grave. Next time Violet summons that cat Patronus, may I join you? We must uncover the reason behind that boggart's manifestation. Absolutely. Violet was determined to understand this matter, which was precisely why she endeavored to conjure another version of herself. Fortunately, her senior was still young. That male wizard appeared to be in his 40s. There was still time, which was precisely why she did not feel overly anxious. She could continue attending classes and even indulge in romance. Could she not discover her true self in over a decade? In fact, it might not even take that long. Once she mastered the Patronus charm, her guardian, that cat, would inevitably manifest. Violet had merely summoned hers a year earlier. I shall attempt to summon again. However, this time, the Patronus that materialized was nothing but a common guardian. Do not fret. Snape gently patted her head, advising that the little cat should not be so sorrowful. I believe it will emerge on its own. It is likely that your magical power was insufficient. During your first summoning, you exerted an excessive amount of energy. Try again next time. The guardian had solidified, its fur feeling remarkably tangible. Only the most perfect and powerful Patronus could take such a form. Violet's Patronus was indeed formidable, but her magical strength was evidently still lacking. Thankfully, she had merely summoned the guardian for a stroll. If she had needed to disperse a horde of Dementors, it might have drained Violet entirely. Snape casually produced a vial of magical energy replenisher for her. Here, drink this. You have expended a great deal of magic. Senior, where do you keep your potions? Violet inquired, eyeing him as he appeared to carry nothing. From where did he produce the potion? The taste was slightly bitter. The little cat's face scrunched up immediately. Next time, I shall prepare something sweet to carry with me. Truly, a little bitterness is hardly worth complaining about. After all, cats are meant to be pampered. Snape retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket for her. Violet's eyes widened as she extended her paw to rummage through the pockets of his wizarding robe. And Snape made no attempt to stop her. She pulled out a handful of potions, their vibrant colors resembling a collection of exquisite gems. Another handful, and yet another. Senior, how many potions do you carry? As a potion master, it's quite normal to have a few potions on hand. Senior, you even discreetly employed the undetectable extension charm. Without placing your hand inside, one would never suspect your pockets are so spacious. They appear utterly unremarkable. Just keep this to yourself, and no one will know. Is the Ministry of Magic's prohibition against personal use to be taken so lightly? How did Mr. Scamander acquire that absurdly large suitcase, then? He doesn't sell it, does he? The undetectable extension charm requires gradual expansion of space. Snape had spent 6 months perfecting just a small portion. However, it sufficed for carrying a few potion ingredients, as he had no need to harbor magical creatures in his pockets. Violet discovered a small cauldron. Senior, you even carry a cauldron with you? Oh, is there none left? No potion ingredients? Violet rummaged through and found a piece of candy, but it was gone. The materials are in the other pocket. Snape retrieved several boxes from his right pocket, each containing commonly used ingredients, meticulously categorized. He returned the items to their places in her presence, stuffing so many things inside without the pocket appearing even slightly bulged. Who would ever guess he carried such an abundance? Senior, You also have candy. That was given to me by you last Halloween. Snape was not fond of sweets, consuming them very slowly, and yet so much remained after all this time. Fortunately, they had a long shelf life. Then, Senior, do bring more next time, so I might take some candy from your pocket. Very well. Chapter 55. The Stag Violet uncovered a little secret of her senior. It turned out he was quite adept at the undetectable extension charm, secretly augmenting his own pockets. Not only did he carry potions, but also a cauldron and ingredients. How endearing. How could such a charming senior exist? Senior, with so many potions at your disposal, wouldn't it be swift to deal with the raiders? Just toss a vial and let it explode. Potions, aside from healing, can also be quite dangerous poisons. They do not deserve my expenditure of galleons. I wouldn't want to spend even a single canute on them. Snape could indeed brew numerous dreadful potions, and tossing one at them would ensure they would never forget the experience. However, each of his potions was immensely valuable. Those 4 were not muggles, and the smoke produced by the potions would be ineffective against them. Only the potions themselves would do. To waste the carefully gathered ingredients on them would be truly regrettable. Snape did not possess an abundance of galleons to squander on trifles. Spells, however, were a different matter. Casting them required no additional expenditure of galleons. After all, he had not yet extricated himself from poverty, and even if he had, Snape detested wastefulness when it came to potions. It was not merely a matter of galleons. It was his passion for potions that drove him. Snape valued that which he cherished deeply, be it potions or spells. Violet was no exception. Violet gazed at him with bright eyes. Senior, you truly are the most remarkable. Snape relished the way she looked at him. A sensation akin to being playfully pawed by a kitten, stirring a delightful warmth within him. He clasped her hand as they returned to Hogwarts Castle. Come. It is already late. I shall teach you the mind-cloaking charm next time. As they departed, Violet pulled him in for a good-night kiss before letting him go. 2 days prior, in their 5th-year defense against the Dark Arts class, they had discussed Dementors and the Patronus charm. The professor assigned them the task of practicing the Patronus charm, which they would be able to practice in the next class. Snape had summoned his Patronus that very day. Thus, during the subsequent defense against the Dark Arts lesson, he remained at the side, engrossed in reading or practicing other spells. Severus, are you not practicing the Patronus charm? Lily was also curious about her own Patronus, but no matter what memory she used, she could only produce a wisp of smoke. A Snivelus could never conjure a Patronus. Wicked souls are forever deprived of such guardians. Potter interjected into the conversation between friends. Meanwhile, his stag had already been summoned, galloping gracefully through the air. Potter, we were not speaking to you. Huh? Snape wore a disdainful expression. It was best for fools to remain silent, lest they invite ridicule. Snape explained the key points of the Patronus charm to Lily, correcting her gestures and the intonation of the incantation. The required memory was not merely happiness. Belief was of paramount importance. A strong conviction was something younger students found difficult to grasp, which was why this lesson appeared in the 5th year. So that's how it is. Severus, you truly possess the qualities of a professor. Your explanations are quite clear. Have you summoned your Patronus yet? What is it? It is a cat. Snape's demeanor softened involuntarily. It is my little cat. One must admit that Snape appeared rather well now. A good boy who maintained his cleanliness after falling in love. If only he did not regard others with such an arrogant and disdainful gaze. One would discover that he was quite handsome. Standing beside Lily, he deeply pained Potter's eyes. He was acutely aware that his superiority over Snape lay in his lineage, his courage, and the stable and beautiful future he could offer Lily. However, if Snape could muster the courage to confess, being childhood sweethearts would render him devoid of opportunity. Lily, I can teach you the Patronus charm too. Potter signaled to his friends, attempting to block the Snivelus. Black swiftly stepped in front of Snape. Snivelus, if you cannot summon a Patronus, do not waste Lily's time or mislead others. Snape rose to his feet, his wand flicking gracefully as he uttered the incantation with effortless ease. A silver-white kitten sprang forth, landing softly upon his arm. The youth tilted his chin upward, casting a condescending glance at them, his stature now surpassing that of Black and Lupin, thanks to the effects of prior nutritional potions. Slytherin and his feline companion regarded him with an air of haughtiness. How dare you fools speak to me of spells? Return to your practice for another decade. The defense against the dark arts professor noticed the discord brewing among them. It was a recurring theme each class. Why were these two houses continually placed together in lessons? The professor had no desire to witness an unprovoked duel erupt in his classroom. Thus he decisively separated the two factions, grouping Slytherins with Slytherins, while Gryffindors were relegated to their own side. The Patronus charm was commendable. Slytherin earned 3 points. As the latter half of the lesson progressed, more students succeeded in conjuring their patron uses. Eventually, Lily managed to summon hers as well, a silver doe. Potter excitedly circled her. Lily, your Patronus is a doe. Mine is a stag. We are a pair. He exclaimed. I knew you liked me, didn't I? Don't deny it. Your Patronus has already revealed the truth to me. Lily's cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment morphing into anger. Be quiet, Potter. This is mere coincidence. That only proves we are destined to be together. Merlin has bestowed upon us matching patron uses. Potter shot Snape an arrogant glance as he passed, his confidence soaring. See. Lily doesn't fancy you at all. Her Patronus bears no relation to your cat. She merely claims it's coincidental. Don't assume that just because her Patronus is a deer, she has feelings for you. Snape's affections lay with Violet, and he was indifferent to the connection between Lily's Patronus and the cat. Yet, why did he share a matching Patronus with Potter? Snape felt a twinge of betrayal. Did she harbor feelings for Potter, that adversary who had been a thorn in his side since their first year, always incessantly seeking to provoke him? Lily, do you like Potter? It was just a coincidence. My Patronus has no ties to Potter. Snape found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to believe her or not. Besides dispelling Dementors, a Patronus had other uses. He could delve deeper into its study later. Snape remained skeptical about the veracity of Lily's words. The possibility of coincidence was not entirely implausible, yet it left him feeling profoundly unsettled. He belonged to Slytherin and was not well versed in the happenings of the Gryffindor common room. At least it seemed that Lily did not despise Potter. Otherwise, why would she have conjured a deer? After the class concluded, Potter descended into a frenzy, eager to announce to everyone he encountered that his Patronus and Lily's were a pair. Lily's attempts to clarify the situation were eclipsed by his rapid dissemination of gossip. Chapter 56, Lupin's Dilemma. The news of Lily's infatuation with Potter had now spread throughout Hogwarts. Gossip had a way of embedding itself deeply in the hearts of many. Lily's roommates inquired as to when she would accept Potter's affections. There was no need for Lily to confess. The entire Gryffindor house was aware of Potter's feelings for her. Now that she possessed a doe Patronus, perfectly complementing Potter's stag, she found herself at a loss for words. Lily gazed at her Patronus. She adored her doe. It was so beautiful, so pure. Who wouldn't cherish their own Patronus? Resolved to cease her explanations, she acknowledged that her attempts would never rival the speed with which Potter and his friends spread rumors. Indeed, she harbored a strong aversion to Potter, yet she found it difficult to genuinely despise him. Did she like him? The mere thought of it left her flustered. She felt she shouldn't have feelings for him. He often bullied her friends. His personality was arrogant and reckless, and he consistently incurred demerits for Gryffindor with his nightly escapades. He was neither the brightest nor the most handsome, and his character left much to be desired. Yet, Lily could also see his virtues, his fervent loyalty to friends, his pursuit of justice, and his remarkable bravery. Whenever she was downcast, he would engage in antics to make her laugh. He meticulously prepared gifts for her every Christmas and birthday. No matter how many times she rejected him, he would always approach her with a smile, showering her with compliments as if she were the most remarkable person in the world. If only he could exhibit a bit more maturity and refrain from clashing with Severus, even if it meant merely ignoring each other. Perhaps he could indeed be a suitable partner. Alas, none of these hypothetical scenarios seemed realizable. Potter managed to achieve none of them. Lily had no desire to be with a self-important, immature boy who bullied his classmates. Snape remained oblivious to the turmoil within Lily's heart. He had already prepared himself for the worst. If his friend truly ended up with his bitter rival, any notion of blessing them was out of the question. Merely being able to ignore the existence of the other was his greatest concession. Snape did not care much whether Lily would be with Potter. After all, she was no longer his sole friend, and his affections lay elsewhere. He feared that paying too much attention to the romantic entanglements of his female friends might cause Violet to overthink, especially since he had seen in her memories that she had once expressed jealousy over his closer relationship with Lily. Boys with girlfriends had begun to maintain a healthy distance from their friends. Yet, it would be disingenuous to say that Snape felt no reaction at all. The possibility of his friend being with the person he detested most was an intricate web of complexity and betrayal that was difficult to articulate. The fond memories of childhood were slowly fracturing in reality, ultimately reducing to mere grains of sand over time. What remained was only the faintest semblance of friendship born from years of acquaintance. Given their different houses, this bond hardly constituted a strong one. They were merely ordinary friends. Recently, Snape had been busy yet content. He was preoccupied with brewing potions to earn some money and studying, while the Marauders, for reasons unknown, had refrained from causing him any trouble, which was certainly a cause for joy. However, his busyness had led him to neglect his meals. Violet frequently sought him out in empty classrooms. However, they would share dinner in this secluded place, as the great hall was far too crowded, and they were seated too distantly from one another. Only here could they be together. Senior, even when brewing potions, you mustn't forget to eat. Violet admonished with a serious expression, as if his neglect of meals were a grave matter. Snape had grown a bit more robust thanks to her nurturing. His once frail frame, hidden beneath his robes, had filled out somewhat. I understand. The growth spurts of adolescent boys often seemed sudden, without proper nutrition. They could resemble mere reeds. Snape was still in his growth phase. His previously stunted frame, suppressed by prolonged hunger, had surged in height after consuming the nutritional potions. Now reaching 6 feet tall at the age of 16, and he was likely to grow even taller. Violet, who had consumed the same potions, remained petite in stature. In contrast to Snape's tall and lean physique, Violet had become increasingly curvaceous, the effects of the potions manifesting in her form. Whenever he embraced her, Snape felt a mix of comfort and restlessness, just like now. Each evening before parting, Snape would hold her close for a moment of tenderness. No one understood her growth and changes better than he did. I truly wish I didn't have to let you go, Snape murmured into her shoulder. Why do we have so little time together? The moments they carved out for their romance during the day felt painfully inadequate for a couple so deeply in love. Senior, Violet chirped, planting a kiss on his cheek. May I visit your dormitory? Snape's mind jolted awake, and he lifted his gaze to her, incredulous. What are you saying? May I transform into an animagus? Violet nuzzled against his chest, her lips curling into a playful smile, exuding a charm that was both innocent and audacious in her words. This was the boys' dormitory. Severus was tempted, yet he knew it was utterly out of the question, absolutely forbidden. He could allow her into the common room. But the dormitory was a different matter altogether. Among boys, the atmosphere was rather casual, devoid of strict expectations. He had witnessed his roommates emerge from the bathroom bare-chested, meandering about in nothing but their shorts, often spending the entire evening without a shirt. Such scenes were ones he could never permit Violet to witness. He would be compelled to curse them with a hex for their indiscretion. Behave yourself, don't get carried away. Noticing Violet's displeasure, Severus retorted angrily. Do you wish for me to visit your girl's dormitory? What? Absolutely not. Julia resides there. That space is private, revealing a side of oneself that ought to remain concealed. While Violet herself might not mind being seen by the upperclassmen, Julia would not tolerate it. Violet was, after all, a fiercely possessive little cat, filled with jealousy. As dusk approached, the two strolled hand in hand down the corridor, savoring the fleeting moments together. They also caught sight of Lupin, rushing out in haste. Was that Lupin? Violet had a vivid memory of the marauders, having once suspended this very individual from the ceiling. Severus pulled her back, his gaze fixed on the direction in which the Gryffindor had vanished. The Whomping Willow. Don't concern yourself with him, Violet. How could I not care about him? Violet replied, her tone laced with a desire for retribution. That fellow has issues. Ignore him. What issues? Severus gently pinched her ear, cautioning. Do not be curious about matters that do not concern you, and certainly do not act alone. Severus sensed that it was a significant issue, one that could provide leverage over the marauders. He had investigated previously, but every time he approached the Whomping Willow, he found himself unable to proceed. He could not conquer that violent tree. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to where Lupin disappeared to each time he approached it. Was there a hidden passage nearby? Each time, he vanished inexplicably. At present, Severus had little interest in uncovering the marauders' secrets. He needed to brew potions for income, delve into dark magic, and nurture his romance, leaving him no leisure for such pursuits. If they did not trouble him, he had no inclination to engage with them from the outset. Come, I shall escort you to Ravenclaw. Since being with Violet, Severus had become familiar with the location of the Ravenclaw Tower. After bestowing a hearty goodnight kiss upon his girlfriend, he departed the tower at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the silver-white full moon emerged entirely from behind the clouds, illuminating the corridors of Hogwarts. Marking a night of the full moon, Severus gazed upon the moon, his curiosity and foreboding concerning Lupin deepening. Having learned the Patronus charm, he occasionally cast a silent glance at Lupin's shallow memories, primarily because viewing too much would arouse suspicion. Severus was reluctant to face a year of detention for probing into a classmate's mind. Time was precious. During those few days each month when Lupin appeared weakened, Severus had glimpsed the full moon in his shallow memories, every time without fail. Between the choice of pursuing the marauder's secrets and returning to rest to brew potions the following day, Severus opted for rest. He no longer wished to expend additional energy on those 4 individuals. His time as a potion master was far too valuable. Chapter 57. The Room of Requirement. In early March, an unusually intense torrential rain fell, casting a gloomy pall over the already dreary days of England. The rain and mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering daylight dim enough that one needed to light a lamp to see clearly. The air was damp, heavy with moisture, cold and uncomfortable. Brilliant white lightning split the dark clouds, followed by a deafening rumble that faded into the distance until it was no more. On this day in Hogsmeade, Few were inclined to venture outside. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white Patronus, a cat, leaped from the tip of his wand, exuding warmth and strength, dispelling the cold, damp air. The cat shook its body, stretched its back like a feline, grooming itself with care, clearly mindful of its appearance. It hopped onto Severus's shoulder, nuzzling against his face, its soft fur radiating the warmth and beauty of a guardian spirit. Severus mused. He had never realized how fond cats were of him. Violet touched her own face, feeling a rush of warmth at the cool, yet slightly warm touch of Severus's cheek. Wait, you can't just come out and snuggle with him. Don't think just because you're a cat, you can be that affectionate with him. I've never even done that, she exclaimed, frustrated. Violet grasped the Patronus by the scruff of its neck, pulling it away. Adopting a fierce demeanor, she demanded, quickly tell me. Why is your boggart an adult version of Severus? That must be your boggart, right? Violet felt as if the cat was rolling its eyes at her. Suddenly, it transformed into a wisp of shadow, slipping from her grasp and glancing back at the two of them. Follow me. Violet seized Severus's hand, exclaiming. She wants us to follow her. Then let us go? That was Violet's Patronus, and Severus had no reason to doubt her intentions. The rain pelted against the window, blurring the outside world, as if only they existed in this shadowy realm, following a glowing little cat. The two followed the feline through the narrow corridor, traversing the spiral staircase, ascending to the 8th floor, directly opposite the tapestry of trolls beating on a hapless Bane bridge. The little cat slipped through the wall, leaving just the two of them standing outside. Severus reached out to touch the wall for a moment, then knocked and listened for a sound, casting a spell to examine it. There was nothing unusual. Severus frowned, pondering why she had brought them here. Was there something she desired in this place? What did it have to do with that boggart? Close your eyes, then look. Violet shut her eyes, and as darkness enveloped her, another light emerged, sharing the vision of another cat. Violet pressed her palm against the wall. Severus, there's another space inside. A vast area filled with heaps of junk. What is this? A mountain of refuse? Violet beheld broken quills, parchment, ink bottles, textbooks, wine bottles, and a wizard's robe left behind by someone, along with a myriad of other items. Can you see it? Violet wished to step forward, but Severus swiftly enveloped her in his arms. There's a wall ahead. Do you want to crash into it? Don't move, or you'll hit the wall. His deep voice and breath brushed against Violet's ear, sending shivers down her spine, gradually tinged with an eerie, ambiguous warmth. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, nearly prompting her to open her eyes. Severus, I see a beautiful crown, one that emanates a dreadfully dark aura, as if it holds shattered souls, accompanied by a sensation of death. The crown appeared distorted in the eyes of the Patronus, shrouded in dark shadows, radiating malice, rendering it uncomfortable to behold. With only vague outlines visible, retrieve it, and seek out the headmaster. Vanquish Voldemort, or Severus will perish. Violet was plunged into darkness, her Patronus reverting to its original form. Unable to share her experience any longer, she suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Severus's dark gaze. The voice resonated deep within her heart, leaving Violet somewhat perplexed as to whether it originated from the cat or her own distant emotions. Suddenly, she embraced Snape, resolutely determined that she would not permit her senior to perish. What is it? What did the cat say to you? Violet inquired, gazing up at him. To her, her senior had always been commendable, yet a comparison between his present self and his past revealed a profound transformation. The former Snape had been brooding, aloof, and irritable, sharp and twisted, akin to a poisonous weed sprouting from dark shadows, bristling with thorns that would prick anyone who dared to approach, splattering them with venom. His chest had perpetually harbored a cold, sullen fury that even he could not escape. However, the man before her now appeared remarkably well. He exuded a newfound tranquility, his demeanor infused with a hint of the characteristic Slytherin pride that was not at all off-putting. His long black hair was tied back, his visage handsome, and although his gaze remained keen, it was no longer shrouded in the depths of despair. At 16, he had already acquired his potions master certification, his future brimming with limitless potential. He resembled an obsidian gem still in the process of being polished, subtly revealing glimpses of the profound beauty that lay ahead. He retained his identity as a Slytherin, yet he was a commendable one. Her senior was so admirable, he would only continue to improve, and a radiant future awaited him. There was no way he could become that boggart. She was undoubtedly here to alter that boggart. Violet resolved with determination. Was it not Voldemort? Together with her senior and Dumbledore, somehow drawn into their ranks, they would wreak havoc. She needed to enter and retrieve an object for him. Violet touched the wall, pondering how to gain entry. This was hardly an ideal place for a conversation. The 8th floor was not far from the headmaster's office and close to the Gryffindor common room, where that prideful pride of lions, as if their mouths were filled with Veritaserum, would never keep a secret. She had once heard whispers of a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement. also known as the come and go room. Yet, she had never quite grasped its location. Could this be that room? Previously, Snape had explored Hogwarts in search of a quiet place to brew potions and had naturally come across this not-so-secret secret of the castle. However, he had been unable to find the correct location and had settled for an empty classroom, for he lacked the curiosity to unravel all the hidden chambers and passages of Hogwarts. Fortunately, the 8th floor was generally devoid of visitors. Otherwise, their peculiar actions of tapping against a wall would have drawn attention long ago. Taken literally, the room of requirement implied that it would provide whatever room they desired. Snape queried her, "Violet, if you wish to hide a crown, which room would you choose?" Without hesitation, Violet replied, "Of course, a room for hiding things." "Then I wish for a room for hiding things," Snape declared, and the wall against which his hand rested transformed into a door, opening for him. They stepped into a vast space brimming with countless items, remnants of many individuals who had passed through Hogwarts. The task of locating a small crown within this plethora of belongings seemed insurmountable. Even Snape, typically patient, now bore a frown. Yet Violet, in her delight, embraced her clever senior. "You found this room," she exclaimed, pulling his hand in the direction she had just glimpsed from the perspective of her Patronus. "I know where the crown is." Voldemort had placed it atop the head of a specimen, resembling a true crown. Without the Patronus's perspective, it appeared to Violet merely as an ordinary yet beautiful crown. Crafted in the likeness of an eagle, it boasted a brilliant blue gem at its center, shimmering radiantly, with an inscription beneath declaring that exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The Ravenclaw Crown. Chapter 58, The Crown. Violet's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The view of the crown through her Patronus had been obscured by dark mist, preventing her from seeing it clearly. This was a relic of the founder of their Ravenclaw house, tarnished by Voldemort into something malevolent. This is the heirloom of our Ravenclaw founder. How could Voldemort do this? Does he possess no respect for the founders of Hogwarts? Snape cast a detection charm, his instincts regarding dark magic alerting him to the danger, and he pulled the agitated Violet closer. The moment the boy grasped the crown, he cast it aside. It can affect one's mind. Snape's mental shielding was robust, and now his mood was calm, yet the sudden, jarring sensation of irritation felt uncomfortable, subtle yet insidiously toxic, evoking memories of past shadows, along with faint temptations. Whispers echoing in his ears. Prolonged exposure could even lead to an unwillingness to relinquish it. It was exceedingly perilous. Snape recalled all his knowledge of dark magic, but could not identify anything akin to this malevolence. From the modified Ravenclaw crown, he sensed not only the inherent malice of dark magic, but also an essence of a soul. Recently, Snape had been studying soul-soothing potions and had gained some familiarity in this realm. He had encountered dark magic before. Yet this crown was more than just a terrifying artifact of dark sorcery. It contained a soul, imparting a sense of being alive or half alive, possessing a soul, yet not a complete one. Does my senior know what this is? Snape shook his head. Clearly, he was still insufficiently versed in dark magic, having never heard of or encountered such a vicious form. Should we investigate it? Snape lacked curiosity about others' matters, his exploratory urges wholly devoted to potions and spells. "Violet, let me examine this object first," he stated. How could he possibly overlook such a piece of dark magic? "Senior, did you not just say it is dangerous?" He had just pulled her back, yet he was now intent on studying it. "All dark magic is perilous. Violet, remain by my side. If I exhibit any signs of distress, you must knock this crown from my hands. This crown does not carry a lethal curse. I just checked. I assure you, I will not wear it upon my head. I merely wish to assess its condition. I possess experience with dark magic and shall exercise utmost caution." "Very well. But do not become too engrossed. This crown has already been transformed into a dark magical item by Voldemort." Her senior truly possessed a profound affinity for dark magic. Snape cast several different detection spells, observing it once more, his mental shielding operating at full capacity. Fragmented souls and the malice of death. This was an artifact birthed under the killing curse. Simultaneously, Snape felt its insidious allure, layer upon layer pressing upon his conscience, coaxing forth the malice that dwelled within him. Like a demon's whisper, it urged him towards madness and chaos, inciting him to eliminate those he found irksome. Snape furrowed his brow deeply, and before Violet could intervene, he had already hurled the crown to the ground. Naturally, the crown remained unscathed. Snape turned and embraced Violet, lifting her effortlessly and placing her atop a clean box, kissing her with a surge of fervor. His hands pressed against her back and neck, refusing to let her escape. Ugh, senior. Such a tempestuous and brooding senior had not been seen for quite some time. Violet reached out to embrace him, gently loosening the hairband from his locks and meticulously combing through his hair, strand by strand. Her acceptance and tenderness gradually soothed the serpent's sudden fury. He ceased to strike her with his venomous fangs, opting instead to tenderly lick her, rendering Violet's bones soft and making it necessary for her to cling to him lest she falter. The serpent parted her legs and held her closely, the warmth of his embrace smoothing over the shadows of his tempestuousness and the icy flames of his wrath, granting him a sense of tranquility and serenity. "I am truly sorry, Vile," he murmured, pressing a kiss to her lip, which bore the mark of his bite. Fortunately, he had not succumbed completely to madness in that moment, retaining just enough lucidity to refrain from drawing blood. "Does it hurt?" Violet's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The proximity of her senior was overwhelming, his breath cascading over her face. She felt inexplicably drawn to him and leaned in to plant a kiss upon his lips. Not painful, just a bit tingly. The slight sting stimulated her mind, inciting a whisper of exhilaration. Her lips, now reddened and ravaged, elicited a flush of warmth in Snape, who had never before kissed Violet in such a manner, his own lips now marked by his fervor. Yet, there was an inexplicable thrill in the traces left upon her, satisfying the darker, tempestuous facets of his inner self. Snape kissed the curve of her ear, his voice laced with mirth as he repeated his apologies. "I am truly sorry." The tomes he had perused on courting women prescribed a gentler approach, and he believed he had shown considerable restraint. That cursed diadem had unearthed his inner darkness, which he had sought to conceal. Snape's kisses descended, grazing her neck, where he nipped at her skin, coaxing forth a delicate whimper from her. Violet felt her cheeks burn with an intensity that made her heart flutter, her body growing weak under his touch. Did he truly feel remorse? She shot Snape a feeble glare, her eyes still glistening with moisture, unaware of how much such a gaze invited mischief. "Do not look at me like that, Vile." Snape lifted her, positioning her upon his lap, feeling an urge to prolong the moment. This infernal room, cluttered with hidden things, was hardly suitable for a rendezvous. As he inhaled her scent, he gradually regained his composure, the fiery turbulence within his heart dissipating. The diadem stirred primal desires within, and even the slightest lapse in vigilance could invite chaos. Snape cast a disdainful glance at the diadem, a crude artifact of dark magic, merely merging a soul with its form. It was both sinister and chaotic, devoid of any aesthetic value. Its power derived solely from the fractured soul encased within. That soul was immensely potent, enough to transform Ravenclaw's diadem into a formidable and malevolent dark artifact without further effort. For the first time, Snape witnessed the extent of the Dark Lord's power. A mere fragment of a soul nearly unraveled him, and he realized that the diadem had compelled him to don it. The fragmented soul would siphon the life force of any wizard who dared to release their own soul, thereby strengthening itself. Fortunately, few had dared to claim the diadem, otherwise Hogwarts would have surely witnessed a bloodbath. While Snape harbored a desire to encounter Voldemort and glean insights into dark magic, he deemed it prudent to refrain from risking his own soul and vitality. Let us return this to Dumbledore. Such a nefarious and troublesome dark artifact should be entrusted to the benevolent and illustrious headmaster. Though Snape spoke of Dumbledore's kindness and greatness, there was an unmistakable undertone of sarcasm, a Slytherin-style compliment that drew a faint smile from Violet, lifting the corners of her mouth. "Ouch, that hurts." The pain had been negligible before, but now, as the adrenaline faded, it began to throb. Snape, who had just been mocking the esteemed headmaster, now appeared flustered, his ears flushing as he employed his wand to heal the wound on Violet's lip. Chapter 59, The Headmaster's Office. Snape had mended the wounds on Violet's lips and the bite marks on her neck, yet a sense of disappointment lingered within him. He transfigured a piece of parchment into a bag and carelessly tossed the diadem inside, as if it were an object of great distaste. Something not worth even a second glance. Snape was deeply captivated by the allure of dark magic, yet he was acutely aware of its dangers. He sought power, the kind that could protect himself and safeguard Violet, not the kind that would taint him with madness and irrationality. For Snape, the prospect of losing his sanity was more terrifying than anything else. He had no desire to become a mindless fool. It was wise to avoid such uncontrollable dark artifacts. He understood that he was not the sunniest of souls, and encountering such things could easily draw forth his darker inclinations. Had Violet not accompanied him today, he might have struggled to resist the temptation to take the diadem for himself. The allure of such power was intoxicating. But Snape was no longer the brooding youth tormented by anguish. In the darkness, he had found companionship in his violet flower, and he was determined to protect that warmth, ensuring he would never succumb to the shadows. Snape extended a hand to his violet, their fingers intertwining securely. Is this the Dark Lord's weakness? He severed his own soul and placed it here. What purpose does that serve? Snape found it incomprehensible. To him, a soul was of utmost significance, the source of a wizard's power, and much dark magic was intertwined with the essence of the soul. Among students, Snape undoubtedly possessed the deepest understanding of souls, perhaps even surpassing many adult wizards. Thus, he was baffled as to why Voldemort would willingly fragment his own soul. Did he not fear losing his source of power? Some individuals simply failed to cherish Merlin's miracles, choosing instead to desecrate the realm of death. In truth, I suspect Voldemort possesses more than just this one, Violet remarked, recalling the sensations she had felt within the Patronus. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming power of the Patronus' sacred beauty that she had become acutely sensitive to such intense, malevolent evil. The diadem was the closest embodiment of malice, yet there were other directions from which it emanated, albeit more obscure. When I entered the Patronus form, I sensed a similar feeling from afar, a shared malevolence. Snape, aghast, wondered, how many pieces has he severed? Do the pureblood families realize they follow a madman who has split his soul? The thought of Slytherin students fervently extolling Voldemort's greatness filled Snape with a profound sense of dissonance. On one hand, there was the formidable, rational, revered, and beloved Dark Lord who would surely bring glory to Slytherin, and on the other, an extreme and deranged individual who had callously divided his soul into 5 or 6 fragments. Were these two manifestations truly one and the same? Snape now questioned the sanity of Slytherin. Hand in hand, they approached the entrance of the headmaster's office, obstructed by a statue of a gargoyle. Senior, what do you think Dumbledore would use as a password? Should we write him a letter to arrange a meeting? Vile. That is Albus Dumbledore, the president of the International Wizarding Federation, a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, chief of Wizengamot, and the greatest white wizard of this century. Snape scoffed, lacing his words with sarcasm as he rattled off Dumbledore's titles, transforming the accolades into something that felt utterly worthless. How could he possibly take the time to read letters from 2 young witches? He likely has a mountain of correspondence to sift through daily. It would be far more convenient to simply inform the headmaster that we wish to see him. Though whether he would entertain a Ravenclaw and a Slytherin is another matter entirely. Violet smiled at him, feeling an inexplicable charm in the seemingly sardonic senior. What should she do? Would it pose a problem if this diadem remained in their possession? This diadem possessed a soul and consciousness, capable of seducing individuals. One careless moment of wearing it could lead to grave consequences. Flexibility was essential. Sometimes it wasn't so difficult to see him. Snape drew his wand and summoned his Patronus. A mere door could not obstruct a guardian that traversed unseen. Senior, how did you come to know so many titles of Dumbledore? I can hardly remember them. Violet had no particular inclination to memorize such details. The foolish Gryffindors who oppose me drone on daily about their illustrious headmaster. I am utterly fatigued by it. The sound of clanging echoed clearly on this tranquil, rainy day, as the gargoyle seemed to receive its cue and leapt aside, allowing the grand door to swing open. They entered together, ascending to the top of the staircase, and knocked on the door. Come in, Dumbledore's voice resonated from within. The two grasped each other's hands tightly, and pushed the door open. A Slytherin and a Ravenclaw. It was their first time in the headmaster's office and their first encounter with Dumbledore outside of the Great Hall. He sat in his chair, adorned with half-moon spectacles, his piercing blue eyes sparkling with vigor, hardly resembling a man of a century. The Patronus perched upon the headmaster's desk dissipated into the air after Snape entered. When Fawkes, the Phoenix, noticed Violet, he flew over and nestled into her embrace. Fawkes seems to take a liking to you. Of course, we are friends. Violet playfully reached for his tail feathers once more. Their bond had begun when Fawkes encountered Violet's animagus form. The cat had instinctively pounced on the startled red bird, who, having just undergone a rebirth, was momentarily petrified, believing it was about to meet its end. Fortunately, Violet retained enough of her human sensibility to refrain from attacking Fawkes upon transforming back. It took a considerable amount of treats and kind words to soothe the frightened Phoenix afterward. Only Violet, alongside Dumbledore, possessed the ability to communicate with Fawkes, being gifted in the language of animals. Though she was a cat that relished the hunt, familiarity soon blossomed into friendship, and she had plenty of snacks that were not as excessively sweet as those Dumbledore indulged in. Dumbledore observed the somewhat anxious yet resolute couple holding hands, noting the boy's slight hostility as he positioned himself protectively in front of the girl. It has been quite some time since any student sought me out. I had thought Slytherin students disliked me. You are most welcome here. May I inquire your names? Violet Lane. It is a pleasure to meet you, Headmaster. Severus Snape. Snape held a certain disdain for Dumbledore, perceiving his smile as a facade. He also harbored a dislike for Gryffindor, and thus held no fondness for the so-called greatest white wizard of the century, who was often lauded by Gryffindors. However, despite his aversion, Snape was not one to act impulsively. He lifted a bag. May I place this on your desk? It's a parchment bag, recognizable as a transfiguration. This is a gift from us. The statement bore a hint of mischief. Dumbledore chuckled. But Ravenclaw and Slytherin do not appear to be the type to come here for pranks. Indeed, a young wizard remembers to bring gifts for the headmaster. It brings me joy. Would you prefer coffee or tea? Would you like a little candy? By the way, whose Patronus was that among you? Quite impressive. Dumbledore resembled the kind-hearted wizard he had been seen as during the start of the term. Yet Snape could sense that his gaze held a scrutinizing quality that belied the trust and kindness he outwardly projected. It is mine. We shall be departing shortly. So we won't intrude upon your afternoon tea, headmaster. Snape was adept at navigating such social situations. I hope you will take a good look at our gift, after all. The presence of such a dreadful dark artifact associated with the Dark Lord in the school is rather concerning. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the speaking Slytherin. Yet Snape had no desire to engage in afternoon tea with the headmaster in his office. Then we shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell, headmaster. At that moment, Violet, while feeding Fawkes, had plucked a feather. I told you it wasn't plucked. It was exchanged for treats. Dumbledore noticed this. What could he say when Fawkes consented? No wonder the old friend's feathers grow unruly. They have all been plucked. Chapter 60. The Dark Lord's Resource. Snape, like a slippery little serpent, quickly touched on the key points before making a hasty retreat. Dumbledore, being a man of dignity, would not forcibly detain them for questioning, thus granting Snape the opportunity to maneuver. Violet tucked the phoenix's tail feather into her pocket, feeling its weight. Senior, are we really just leaving? Did we not come to seek help from Headmaster Dumbledore? Veal, you must understand. Defeating Voldemort is Dumbledore's undertaking, not ours, and certainly not yours. You are only in your 4th year. Why rush to assist him? Let him seek your help. That way, you can extract more benefits from the greatest white wizard of the century. Snape continued, though I am uncertain of the purpose of that object. It is undoubtedly significant. Dumbledore might discern its importance. The more crucial the object, the more you can gain. After all, it is Dumbledore. Veal, opportunities to make requests of him are rare. You must seize them. Snape's expression turned serious. Veal, you must not mention that object to anyone, understand? If it is unimportant, that is one thing. But if it is vital, you will be in great danger. The Dark Lord shows no mercy. Also, you must intensify your studies in the mind-blocking course. Violet nodded earnestly. The fragments of a soul were unlikely to be insignificant. Snape was certain Dumbledore would be back to seek them out. Unless he was not curious about how they had obtained that object and how they knew it belonged to Voldemort. There was always a first and a second. Slytherin never revealed all its cards at once. The serpent speaking to him was a Slytherin, not a Ravenclaw. Such behavior already indicated they knew more than they were willing to share. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore retrieved the diadem of Ravenclaw and, at first glance, recognized it as the relic of the late Lady Ravenclaw. He placed the diadem upon his desk, its subtle yet persistent malevolence enticing the desires nestled within the heart. Dumbledore's countenance turned serious when he refrained from smiling. Every wrinkle manifested the authority of the White Wizard. The portraits in the office that had feigned slumber began to converse. Fawkes pecked at the treats Violet had left behind. Dumbledore affectionately stroked the phoenix's back. Is it truly that delectable, that you would part with a tail feather? He snatched a morsel of bird food, delicious, yet not sweet at all. Fawkes pecked him lightly. Are you unaware of the appropriate sweetness for a bird? Is that not what I ought to consume? With a new friend, he was finally spared from consuming an overdose of sugar. He suspected his feather loss was a consequence of Dumbledore's candies. Fawkes, once a student, has now embarked on a path of no return. Why do I always encounter such fates? Dumbledore cradled the phoenix, stroking its feathers. The phoenix exuded an aura of exquisite beauty, and at this moment, it was also the most magnificent time for Fawkes. Thankfully, you are by my side. Reflecting on the 2 young wizards he met today, Dumbledore found himself surprisingly troubled. Severus Snape, a Slytherin who appeared very much like one. Dumbledore was actually familiar with him, as the examiner for Snape's potion exam was a friend of his. The last time they met, he had mentioned discovering a prodigious talent in potion making. Hogwarts Severus Snape. Slytherins always act with a certain purpose. Why did he seek to obtain this potion master certificate so early? He is still a student and lacks ample opportunities to brew potions for profit. A half-blood, a genius. Born into poverty, with a pure-blood mother of no worth and a drunken father, considered a monster by the surrounding muggles during his childhood. Now, he is gaining fame at a young age, with numerous purebloods actively seeking to befriend him, and he has even established rapport with Malfoy. Is this the path of Voldemort? Snape merely lacks eloquence, exceptional social skills, and the charm to unite others. These are qualities that can be cultivated, especially now that he has attained some notoriety. Dumbledore should be grateful that Snape, after becoming more appealing, did not become enraptured by socializing, allowing all of Hogwarts to perceive him as a good person. Otherwise, it would be a repetition of the past. How is it that in this brief life of mine, I have encountered 3 talents with the potential to become Dark Lords, 2 of whom already are. As a centenarian, can I still hope for a peaceful twilight? Dumbledore recalled the Patronus and the hands of those 2 children intertwined. They must still be different. Severus is capable of love. He is protecting that girl in the presence of the most formidable white wizard. That is something Tom cannot learn. As long as that girl is by his side, he will not succumb to darkness. Dumbledore murmured to himself, I hope he does not stray from the right path. Snape, unaware of Dumbledore's contemplations, was oblivious to the fact that his experiences bore a resemblance to those of the Dark Lord. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Violet tucked the freshly plucked feathers of Fox into his pocket, casually grabbing a piece of chocolate to eat. Is this truly for me, Senior? It seems a bit wasteful for me to hold on to it. She already possessed several of Fox's feathers, which were either intended for Snape or Mr. Lane. Holding a phoenix feather, especially with her superior transfiguration skills, seemed like a waste, did it not? Violet, lost in thought, grasped Snape's hand and turned back toward the room of requirement. A tranquil room. Senior, can you concoct a potion that will allow me to dream? A dream potion? No. Violet replied. You see, Senior, my Patronus, due to my weakness, cannot maintain its most powerful form, preventing her from communicating with me. However, Violet appeared somewhat agitated, as if she had just realized something. Every time she speaks, her voice resonates from the depths of my heart. Is it not because she is essentially me, residing in my subconscious, in a place generally unseen? If I could sleep deeply and dream, would she come to find me? Otherwise, I only have a fleeting moment each day, which tests my patience greatly. We are both only half aware, not understanding what that thing signifies to the Dark Lord. In her dreams, Violet often found herself in the form of a cat. Perhaps her subconscious is feline? Thus, is there a potion that simply allows for sleep and dreaming, rather than seeking pleasant or nightmarish dreams? A commendable thought. Snape's eyes sparkled as he discussed potions. Very well, I shall return to refine a potion. Senior, will you be able to manage it? Your senior now only accepts custom potions, but I still have time. Senior, just tell me what materials you require. I will venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather them. Violet asserted her usefulness. Although she could not brew potions, she could certainly hunt for materials. I know many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, except for the Acromantula. They are too ferocious. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is a veritable treasure trove for a potion master. Unicorns, Acromantulas, and Flippers, among others, are not creatures one encounters casually. Snape patted her head, as the cat-like girl nuzzled against his palm. His girlfriend was far more familiar with the Forbidden Forest than he was, like returning home. Previously, Snape had harbored some concerns. But after she had taken him to see a unicorn and even trimmed its mane, he had found his resolve. Unicorns protect their friends. And while their abilities largely pertain to healing, it does not imply they are defenseless. A group of magical creatures whose powers revolve around healing often possess greater combat prowess than one might imagine. Very well, if I need anything, I shall let you know. Chapter 61, Horcruxes. Snape was engaged in researching new potions, while Dumbledore was investigating the true nature of the diadem. Dumbledore also took the time to swiftly examine Violet and Snape's backgrounds, confirming that they had no connections to Voldemort. He subsequently stumbled upon something even more extraordinary. The Ravenclaw girl was a natural animagus. This should not exist. It is a magic that completely transforms a person into an animal, birthing an animal consciousness within the soul. Such a talent should not manifest as an innate gift, even among wizards. It is exceedingly peculiar. Dumbledore penned a letter to an old friend, a seer well-versed in dark magic, inquiring about matters concerning the soul and how, as a seer, he perceived a natural animagus. Ermengarde, atop the tower. A certain fallen elder lay sprawled, his mismatched eyes gazing into the distance, lost in memories unknown. An owl arrived bearing a letter, marked with the familiar phoenix seal. The elder suddenly sat up as if jolted from a dying state. He retrieved the letter, opening it at an imperceptible speed. What of Tom? What is this? Will Dumbledore mourn for him? The splitting of the soul to create dark magical objects? Horcruxes? What a madman. It seems he is no longer Albus's favorite student. A natural animagus? Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes shimmered faintly. This man, once a harbinger of bloodshed, powerful and proud, now over a century old, had come to accept the fate of spending his twilight years alone in Ermengarde. Yet suddenly, his fingers trembled, and the letter slipped from his grasp. His prophetic abilities, dormant for years, had resurfaced. On one side, Dumbledore plummeted from the tower, while he himself was slain by a noseless wretch in Ermengarde. It was Dumbledore speaking to a green-eyed child. Do not pity the dead, pity the living. It was the vision Dumbledore beheld in the mirror of Eriste, of his family, including the departed Ariana, and also Gellert Grindelwald. On the other side, they had harmoniously celebrated Christmas at Hogwarts. Someone had gifted him the perfect youth potion as a Christmas present. Dumbledore had urged him to try again. The elder's gaze shifted from sorrow to sharpness. Powerful magic erupted from his seemingly frail body, rendering him formidable and imposing, appearing capable of living another century. Grindelwald firmly etched the visions seen by the seer deep into his mind. After many years, Grindelwald summoned his former subordinates. Nurmengard required renovations, and he also needed a new wand. The fireplace of Nurmengard is connected to the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Initially, when he was confined in Nurmengard, he yearned to secretly observe Dumbledore through a clandestinely crafted passage. Alas, he was promptly apprehended by Dumbledore as soon as the connection was established. Grindelwald stood before the fireplace, clutching flue powder, uncertain whether Dumbledore had sealed this passage. If he had not, then the headmaster's office awaited him. With a flicker, green flames ignited, whisking Grindelwald away and leaving only a trace of ash upon the ground. While Grindelwald was preparing to tidy up Nurmengard along with his own belongings, Dumbledore discovered a forbidden tome titled Advanced Dark Magic in the restricted section. This book referenced the seemingly eternal dark magic, the act of killing others to fracture one's soul and create Horcruxes. As long as a piece of the soul existed, true death would elude one. Remarkably, a fragment of Voldemort's soul resided within Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore had personally examined this, for there was none better acquainted with Tom than he. Even if it was merely a shattered piece of a soul, it undeniably contained an essence of Tom Riddle. Upon realizing the implications of this artifact, Dumbledore felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He had once believed Voldemort would, like Grindelwald, instigate another war to alter the world. His ideology of pure-blood supremacy bore a faint resemblance to that of Grindelwald's. However, Voldemort lacked the ambition Dumbledore had envisioned. His pursuit was not to transform the world's state, but rather to attain immortality. No wonder his followers were called Death Eaters, a title both surprising and fitting for Tom's self-serving nature. Yet, without a doubt, this Horcrux further complicated Dumbledore's predicament. As long as a Horcrux existed, Voldemort would never face true demise. Would it not be enough to spare a centenarian the burden of such a formidable adversary? If he could not be vanquished in one encounter, he could return countless times. Why should a centenarian grapple with such matters? Based on his understanding of Tom, could he truly reduce himself to merely being a Horcrux? Once embarked upon, how could such a path be halted? As long as he wished to live, one would invariably lead to another, unless the soul could not withstand the strain. The East often speaks of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Tom, that wily serpent, likely possesses far more than 3. How did those 2 children discover this diadem? What led them to realize it belonged to Voldemort? What else might they know? When Violet and Snape were summoned to the headmaster's office, they encountered an unfamiliar elderly gentleman, seemingly of a similar age to Dumbledore. He sat closely beside the headmaster, his demeanor arrogant, critiquing the overly sweet nature of Dumbledore's candies, and suggesting that his deep purple starry robe ought to be exchanged for something more spirited. Dumbledore chose to overlook this unexpected visitor, bidding Violet and the others to take a seat. The elderly man beside Dumbledore sported similarly silver hair, standing upright with vitality. His mismatched eye seemed to pierce through to one's very essence, encompassing both past and future. He casually inquired, "Are you the 2 students most favored by Dumbledore at present?" Snape felt an instinctive sense of danger. This man did not appear to share Dumbledore's temperament. No matter his thoughts, Dumbledore would never harm a student still engaged in learning. Yet this man exuded an air of disregard. Dumbledore's preference, it seemed, would undoubtedly lie with Gryffindor's lion rather than with Slytherin's serpent or Ravenclaw's eagle. Should any trouble arise, it would surely be from the lion. Violet sincerely remarked, "Aside from the Great Hall, this is only my second encounter with Professor Dumbledore. 3 days ago, I doubt he even recognized me." "Oh, indeed," the elderly man responded. "I find myself rather fond of you both." Dumbledore, striving to maintain a tranquil demeanor, stated, "I believe our gathering today is of great importance." Violet had unexpectedly acquired something far beyond her expectations. Dumbledore's exceedingly rare and precious materials, his research manuscript on dragon blood, his transfiguration manuscript, and a fragment of alchemical research conducted with his dear friend Nicholas Flamel. One must admit, Dumbledore was remarkably generous, far beyond what Violet had anticipated. Of course, it was also possible that Snape had inadvertently divulged some information, as Violet could sense the location of the Horcrux. This was how she had located Ravenclaw's diadem, which lay clearly within the headmaster's office, confirming Snape's assertions. To obtain this information, Dumbledore had to make considerable sacrifices. Little Eagle may be somewhat aloof, but who could forget that her boyfriend was a Slytherin? Slytherins never suffer losses. Those who cause them trouble will surely face dire consequences. In exchange for this knowledge, Dumbledore gleaned from Violet all she knew regarding Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Violet had transformed into a veritable fountain of knowledge. She summoned her Patronus. And Dumbledore confirmed that the entity he had seen enter his office previously was indeed Snape's Patronus. Their patron uses were akin, yet slightly distinct. Remarkable. Grindelwald gazed at the silvery, almost corporeal, vibrant cat before turning his attention to Violet. A natural animagus, perhaps? Quite intriguing. For Horcruxes existed, scattered across different locations. 3 were stored separately, while 1 remained in motion. Violet closed her eyes, utilizing her Patronus's perspective to indicate a direction. Snape traced lines on the map according to her guidance. Upon drawing the second line, he raised an eyebrow. This direction precisely led to his Slytherin friend, Lucius Malfoy's manor. This path illuminated their home, shining brightly like a firefly in the night, indicating the profound connection between their family and Voldemort. As the Patronus gradually became translucent, Snape produced a magical energy replenishment potion from his pocket for her. Although Violet's Patronus would not absorb enough magic to threaten her well-being, the temporary loss of considerable magical energy was still uncomfortable. Snape presented the map to Dumbledore, stating, "I suspect there is a Horcrux at Malfoy Manor. Here, this position is the only one with deep ties to the Dark Lord." Snape circled a specific location with his quill. For the first time, Dumbledore learned that Malfoy Manor was located here, as the Malfoys had never extended an invitation to anyone from Gryffindor. "I recall Lucius is your friend, is he not?" "Indeed," Snape replied. "Thus, I can assure you that as long as you can protect Malfoy and ensure he can escape unscathed during the ensuing reckoning, he will willingly deliver whatever the Dark Lord entrusted to him." Snape did not believe Lucius held any true loyalty to the Dark Lord. His allegiance might well stem from following in his father's footsteps. Following the death of old Malfoy from dragonpox, Lucius had no choice but to rely on Voldemort's power to control the family's influence, thus becoming ensnared in his service. Furthermore, there was the Dark Lord's slogan of pure blood supremacy. The Malfoys themselves were merely followers of the ultimate victor, their so-called pure blood enterprise extending even into the Muggle world. If Lucius were to discover that Voldemort was a madman who split his soul, and if Dumbledore's side presented sufficient interests, the question of whom he would follow would not be difficult to answer. Chapter 62, Dream Potion. Thank you for your reminder, Severus. I shall give it serious consideration. Recently, Severus Snape acquired Albus Dumbledore's manuscript on dragon blood research, along with some of his rare materials. Like a mouse that has fallen into a grain bin, he immersed himself in his studies, too engrossed to even comment on Dumbledore's benevolent demeanor. Dumbledore's collection, amassed over many years, is indeed remarkable, far beyond what Snape could currently access. If Dumbledore were to offer more materials, Snape might even return his smile. Alas, Dumbledore was not one to play the fool, having selected only one type for him. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were preoccupied with their own affairs. Snape, in turn, returned to his research on improved potions. Violet, however, found herself with the most leisure time, merely waiting for Snape to brew the potion, take a sip, and drift into slumber. The growth of magical power is not a matter of mere moments. A wizardess' strength gradually increases with time and age. They are merely learning to wield this power, with no swift, safe means to hasten their growth. For a fourth-year student like Violet, maintaining a formidable corporeal Patronus for an extended period proved exceedingly challenging. Even if she wished to sustain it, the absorbed magic would eventually reach a threshold, causing the Patronus to depart. Her Patronus would never harm her. Thus, to see her in another manner, one could only rely on a potion that would induce deep sleep and access her subconscious. Dreamless sleep potion was inadequate, as it did not induce sufficient depth of slumber and actively conjured pleasant dreams. The elixir of life was also unfit, as consuming it would result in an eternal sleep, devoid of dreams. Snape needed to concoct a potion that fused both qualities, capable of inducing a profound stupor akin to the elixir of life, while also guiding her to craft a dream similar to the dreamless sleep potion. Among the materials Dumbledore had allowed him to select, he finally discovered the suitable ingredient, the tears of a Baku. This wondrous creature from the far east devours human dreams. Yet its tears are simultaneously the most exquisite and fearsome substance for dream induction. It is said that someone who consumed its tears became ensnared in dreams for 30 years, crafting a blissful life for themselves, fulfilling all their regrets. However, upon awakening, they could not bear the pain of reality and chose a tragic end. Such a material is both precious and perilous. Unfortunately, this miraculous creature seldom weeps. It only sheds a tear when it encounters dreams that move it, an exceedingly rare occurrence. As precious as blood from a curse-free unicorn. To Snape's astonishment, Dumbledore's collection contains such a rarity. When given the chance to select, Snape unhesitatingly chose this ingredient, perfectly suited for the potion he was studying. The dreamless sleep potion offers no control over the dreamscape, while the elixir of life induces too deep a slumber. The tears of the Baku provide the ability to create one's own dream, an ideal match. Though only 2 tears were available, they sufficed. For 1 drop could induce 30 years of sleep. He would need to exercise caution in controlling the dosage. A month later, Snape observed the little white mouse stirring from its slumber after 5 hours, his expression one of astonishment. Success. Having utilized half a drop of the tears for his research, he had concocted a potion that allowed one to create dreams at will. In truth, the tears of the Baku should possess even greater potential. Snape had made no alterations, merely diluted them to temper their strength, lest one succumb to a slumber lasting decades. The previous little white mouse had slept for 5, 6, 7, or even 8 days without waking, and Merlin's beard, he had only touched the diluted essence. Snape ultimately diluted the potion to ensure it induced dreams lasting 3 to 5 hours. He added some auxiliary herbs to help maintain consciousness within the dream. He even prepared an antidote to administer if she could not awaken. Do not drink it just yet. I will accompany you on Hogsmeade Day. Snape did not immediately present the potion to Violet, but instead tucked it away. Why? She inquired. Didn't he, the senior student, bring me a potion to drink in the dormitory? A single vial could yield a delightful dream, or perhaps a particularly restful sleep, banishing all weariness. Is this what it feels like to have a potioneer boyfriend? How blissful. The newly crafted dream potion was transparent, yet upon closer inspection, a faint azure luminescence shimmered within. When shaken, it transformed into a misty, pale gray rain, tinged with blue. It appeared as a beautiful facade concealing hidden dangers. This potion was not as splendid as it seemed. The ability to autonomously create dreams sounded enticing, yet it delved deep into the subconscious, becoming too real and easily leading one to lose themselves. Regardless of whether the dreams conjured were good or ill, they would inevitably affect the mind. If the impact were beneficial, it could be tolerated. Some could draw strength and courage from a dream that felt like another life, while others might be adversely affected, losing their sense of self. Each individual would respond differently to this potion. Snape did not believe Violet's spirit so fragile that she would become lost in dreams, unwilling to awaken. However, the boggart of her Patronus cat did not appear to be a benign entity. Snape feared she might become ensnared by the sorrow of her dreams, mistaking them for reality. He would not allow such a fate to befall Violet. He must remain vigilant. On Hogsmeade Day, an exceptionally sunny day graced them. The two ventured to the 3 broomsticks, envisioning the appearance of Violet's home. Snape beheld Violet's house for the second time, stepping inside for the first. It was a beautiful, lovely abode, imbued with a gentle warmth. The breeze fluttered the light blue curtains, revealing a clear sky outside, while the pink roses on the table exuded a delicate fragrance. Violet beckoned Snape to sit beside her on the sofa. I wish to rest my head on your lap, for you have lain on mine before. Snape, who had been observing her home, was momentarily startled, his ears slightly reddening, recalling the events at the cafe. Very well. Snape had already calculated the dosage for her. It was a small vial, not even enough for a single sip. Remember, I do not know if you can see your Patronus cat, but I will be right here, waiting for you. Do not be deceived by the dreams. Senior, must you be so serious? Violet could not help but adopt a grave expression. It's not merely a matter of sleeping and dreaming. This is the tears of a Baku. Do you believe it to be some inferior dream potion concocted by a giant? Snape lightly tapped her forehead. But do not worry excessively. I have added auxiliary ingredients to allow you to remain conscious within the dream. I merely fear you might become too sorrowful. If Snape were to traverse into a dream where he beheld Violet as an adult, he might suffer a painful collapse. For Violet did not wish to create beautiful dreams for herself, nor would she allow things to unfold naturally. Rather, she might confront a profound nightmare brought forth by a cat. Snape hoped she would see her Patronus cat, yet he also wished she would not. Violet, it seems there is little necessity to delve into this matter. We already know Voldemort's weakness is his Horcruxes, do we not? The Patronus cat can locate them. Is it truly essential to know these things? I will be exceedingly cautious. Violet reclined on his lap. Senior, I must know, otherwise, I will be haunted by nightmares forever. Only by understanding the cause could she discern how to avert it. She did not believe that another version of herself would merely present her with an illusion. If such a thing were to occur, Violet would exhaust every effort to prevent it. If it were the senior who witnessed my demise, would he not seek to investigate? It is improbable. Snape's fingers grazed the vial of dreamless sleep potion, and he comprehended Violet's implication. To reveal half and conceal half is far less prudent than to discern the entirety of the matter. Even if the knowledge brings no pleasant sensations, at least one would know how to avert this yet-to-occur event. Snape handed her the potion and planted a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Veal, I shall awake you here. Chapter 63. Another Me. Snape had no time to adjust the potion's flavor, fearing that any initial mismanagement could result in unforeseen alterations. Given that research on the tears of a boggart is exceedingly scarce. Nonetheless, when Violet ingested it, she detected no flavor, as if she had merely sipped plain water. The potion's effects were always rapid. Scarcely had she swallowed when she fell sideways, as if imbibing the water of life and death. Snape supported her as she reclined, his palm resting against her forehead. Violet felt her consciousness plunge into a profound darkness, yet remained acutely aware. In that obscurity, she beheld a cat identical to her animagus form, adorned in the same black and white gloves, with those striking blue-violet eyes. Meow, 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 how foolish you are. What is there to behold? Severus was right. I shall assist you in locating the Horcruxes. No need to observe such things. Are you my Patronus cat? Indeed. The cat's gait mirrored her own, lacking the grace typical of felines, as it scampered clumsily. For the first time, Violet viewed herself as a cat from a human perspective, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. No wonder the senior often remarked on my foolishness. It appears to be true. Are you the animal that manifests when I am in my animagus form? Why do you appear in my Patronus? Violet finally conversed freely with her, posing all her inquiries. The cat leapt onto Violet's shoulder. Yes, because I harbor a fragment of memory that I wish to alter, I require you to find me. The Patronus is fortuitous. When you summoned it, it was because I yearned to speak with you, and it graciously lent me its form to manifest. Moreover, how fortunate it is that the power of the Patronus is most splendid. Voldemort's Horcruxes appear as conspicuous as dark spots on a sheet of white paper. Why can I also perceive the world through your, or rather, the Patronus's perspective? We are alike, yet distinctly different. If you choose to become a cat, you shall gradually become me, recalling all that transpired. Yet you opted to remain human, and astonishingly, you are with Severus. How peculiar. Regardless, we are one soul. Is it not natural for you to perceive through my eyes? Wherein lies the strangeness? The senior is so admirable. You must harbor affection for him, do you not? Of course, I cherish him, even love him. He is my master and my family. The cat's clear eyes regarded her, devoid of any desires. Oh, she is indeed a cat. Her affection is pure and untainted. In her eyes, nothing surpasses Severus in importance. He is her entire world. As a human, Violet would feel embarrassment at such declarations, yet her animal self remained blissfully innocent, simply stating what was a matter of course. Do you often view the world through my eyes? In your animagus form, it is only through the cat that I can emerge, residing within your subconscious, rendering you akin to a true cat. Do you know why I am a natural-born animagus? Violet had always struggled to discern her identity. Upon reflection, perhaps it was due to her ambivalence towards her human self, allowing her animal side to gain dominance. Being an animagus is fraught with peril. During the ritual, any fear, abandonment, or hesitation could lead to the animal aspect consuming one entirely, resulting in a true beast or a half-human, half-animal entity. Violet's 12-year journey of self-discovery has been nothing short of extraordinary. Her feline side does not wish to harm her. If she desires to be a cat, she may. If she wishes to be human, she can do that too. This matter is rather intricate. I believe it is what you wizards term a miracle of Merlin. I recall dying, then reviving, becoming a human, and again a cat, a natural-born animagus. The cat had not been so astute before. After all, she was merely a cat. Who would expect her to possess extraordinary wisdom? Yet, she had been reborn into humanity, and Violet's growth transcended her previous feline perspective, endowing her with intellect, rationality, and composure. While there may still be occasional instinctual responses, for the most part, she felt a profound tranquility. The formidable mental strength of humanity rendered her less susceptible to stress and enabled her to retain much. Only a cat remembers its past life. You are a newly formed human. Should you choose to be a cat, memories will gradually resurface. Having chosen humanity, you are now a completely new being. Why do you not seize this conscious entity? Is not being an animagus about mutual competition? Precisely for that reason, the ritual is perilous. But you are me. Why would I wish to harm myself? The cat found her inquiry peculiar. When one is truly kind, you understand, I am but a cat, unaware of my parents. Having wandered since I can recall. Violet, you even have someone you admire. When you are happy, I feel a sense of joy. I shall never harm you, nor myself. Violet gazed at her. She was the animal aspect of herself within the animagus, typically the most perilous part of the ritual, yet Violet empathized with her. They were not mere opposing reflections of a mirror, but rather a new flesh born from a singular soul. Violet, do you possess a name? He did not bestow one upon me. How unfair, is it not? Then we shall both be Violet. Violet stroked the cat's head, feeling a strange connection. Can you show me what has transpired with the senior? I wish to avert such occurrences. You have already sidestepped it. beginning from the moment you fell in love with Severus. That is a matter of the past, be it Merlin or the Grim Reaper. We have been granted a chance for renewal and should cherish the present. But you alone know, I am unaware. I am so afraid. I constantly dread that scene may manifest, often plagued by nightmares. I understand. At times, I find myself relieved that I ultimately chose to be human. Severus requires companionship. A cat may falter against Evans, as he would not develop affection for a feline. If you wish to see, then behold. Remain vigilant, do not fear. Severus is still awaiting you. The dream began to morph. Violet departed from the darkness, entering another dreamscape of her own creation. The initial scene unfolded in a rainy setting. Enveloped in mist, the English rain and fog seemed eternal, imbued with a dampness and heaviness that felt familiar, reminiscent of sights one might encounter on every street corner. Before her lay a cardboard box, adorned with an orange umbrella, the lone vibrant hue amidst the dreary weather, immediately catching anyone's eye. Inside the box lay a stray cat. As though it had always been a wanderer, fortuitously encountering a kind soul who provided it with a box and an umbrella to shield it from the rain. Such bright and vivid colors. Had she been a clean, beautiful, and delightful kitten, she would have long been adopted, rather than remaining in such a state. The kitten was emaciated, small enough to be cradled in one hand, devoid of flesh, its matted fur clinging to its body, dampened by rain. With its right front paw injured, oozing droplets of blood, it seemed that the rain could claim a life at any moment. As its gaze lifted, the cat, which appeared unlikely to survive the night, possessed exceptionally beautiful, violet blue eyes reminiscent of delicate violets. Eyes akin to those of Violet. Yet, it had only these exquisite eyes left. It was a pity. Had she possessed a healthier body, perhaps she might have found her way home. A cloaked wizard traversed through the dense fog, appearing more somber than the rain itself. Whether it was due to the bright yellow umbrella or his keen ears catching the faint mews of the cat, he approached the cardboard box. The wizard's hair, greasy and plastered against his cheeks, bore the indelible lines of worry etched into his brow over the years. His pallid complexion looked somewhat greenish in such dreary weather, devoid of color, exuding an air of unhealthiness and fatigue. His deep, dark eyes held a bottomless void, and the slight downturn of his lips conveyed a cold indifference, as though he had long forsaken any capacity for joy, leaving only a profound sorrow akin to the persistent rain of England. Despite his movement, he seemed utterly lifeless. Violet observed from within the box. That elder, transformed by a boggart. Chapter 64, A Grand Dream. Violet had become a cat, her dreamscape, conjured by her own imagination, spiraling beyond her control. Forced to let the narrative unfold as it would, she was merely a lucky cat saved by the cloaked wizard, who, upon her healing, delivered her to a pet shop. Violet glimpsed the home of her elder from Spidertail Alley and discovered that he had become Professor Snape. He appeared deeply unhappy, perpetually so, and the cat's attempts to solicit affection went unreciprocated. He seemed even gloomier than when she first encountered him, like the eternal, unyielding fog of England. The cat escaped her new owner's abode, venturing out in search of Snape. The surroundings were rife with Death Eater attacks, chaotic and frenzied. She had witnessed several individuals perish under the green light. Through her tenacity, she finally located Professor Snape once more. She was taken to Hogwarts. Professor Snape had ascended to the role of headmaster, a clandestine double agent known to no one, with Dumbledore reduced to a mere portrait on the wall. The cat beheld his Patronus, a resplendent and ethereal doe, guiding Harry Potter to locate the Sword of Gryffindor. On one occasion, he failed to return to the headmaster's office. Instead, it was the black-haired, green-eyed Potter who picked her up, inadvertently causing her to tumble into the pensive, where she witnessed the entirety of Snape's life alongside the green-eyed Potter. She witnessed his devotion, obsession, contradictions, hatred, rupture, divergence, regret, and love. When she finally escaped the pensive and followed the scent to find Snape, he was already lifeless. A gaping wound on his neck, inflicted by a great serpent, was a testament to his suffering, blood pooling around him as his body grew increasingly cold. The cat lingered beside Professor Snape's gravestone, departing amidst a heavy winter snow. Ah! The anguished, heart-wrenching cry shattered the stillness of the empty room. Violet. Snape lifted her, cradling her face as tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, her eyes reflecting a profound sorrow that even he could not escape. He could not bear to see her so grief-stricken. She ought to be joyful, perpetually so. Violet. Do not fear, I am here with you. Violet perceived his worried expression and clung to his collar, sobbing against his chest. Snot and tears flowed freely. The image-conscious girl had forgotten her need to appear composed before Snape. The sorrow and anguish of the dream threatened to overwhelm her, rendering her unable to stifle her cries. Violet wrapped her arms around his neck, tenderly stroking it, confirming its health and vitality. In a flurry, She used her wizarding robe to wipe her face, cradling Snape's face as she pressed her lips against his. With her eyes wide open, she gazed at him, tears cascading down, scalding and nearly burning his skin. After kissing him, she buried her face in the crook of his neck, continuing to weep. Snape held her close, gently patting her back. The only way he knew to offer comfort, a gesture reminiscent of how Eileen had once soothed him in his childhood. Tears flowed from Violet's eyes down Snape's neck, soaking his clothes, leaving searing traces behind. Snape pressed kisses to her forehead, cheeks, and lips. Let it all out. Violet cried until her strength waned, unable to produce sound. Only choking sobs, her eyes reddened and swollen. Snape wiped her tears and snot away, using several handkerchiefs to clean her up, well aware of Violet's fastidious nature. He asked her nothing, simply holding her throughout the afternoon until she calmed. Elder. Her voice was still thick with sobs and nasal congestion. I am here. Violet's eyes were red and swollen, almost too sore to open, tears flowing uncontrollably. The small cauldron tucked away in her pocket proved useful. Snape retrieved it and placed it on the table in Violet's living room, conjured by the Room of Requirement, to brew a potion. He accurately selected the desired ingredients and quantities from the herb boxes, concocting a potion, which he then applied to Violet's eyes with a damp handkerchief. The coolness soothed her inflamed, swollen eyes, restoring them to their normal state upon removal. The previously blurred visage of her elder became clear. Her elder appeared composed, calm, and handsome, capable of brewing potions for his girlfriend's eyes, not the gloomy, solitary figure from her dreams. Violet leaned in and kissed him once, then again, until Snape, unable to endure further, gently restrained her, bestowing upon her a prolonged and intimate kiss. Are you calm now? Yes. Violet nodded. In that moment, immersed in the vivid dreamscape, she felt acutely awake. Yet upon waking, it was as if she had closed a book, with most details fading, leaving only the key points and emotional impressions. It felt akin to having experienced a prophetic dream. Had Violet foreseen these events and attempted to alter them, she might have inadvertently expedited fate's arrival. However, having made her decisions before realizing her gift, she acted from her heart rather than disrupting destiny with foresight, thus altering the course of fate. Even if she now perceived the destined path that was meant to unfold, it could no longer align with her present. She had become the first to alter destiny as a seer. Violet understood she must cherish this distant dream, which was neither past nor future, extracting the strength to move forward and the chance to change the outcome, rather than succumbing to it. For she was now human, not a cat. For her elder, the event that would have allowed hatred to eternally gnaw at his heart had not transpired. He had already found a girlfriend, which had changed so much, rendering him almost entirely different. No longer were there constant arguments and conflicts with friends in his youth, nor encounters with werewolves. Each day was busy yet joyful, as he worked hard for their future together. This was her elder. Snape produced a comb from his pocket to tend to her hair. Cats enjoyed being groomed. And so did Violet. She sat upon his lap, leaning against his embrace, relishing the gentle motions, feeling somewhat feline in her contentment. Elder, there is something we must discuss with Dumbledore. What is it? Snape retrieved a blue ribbon, skillfully binding his thick, dark hair into a neat arrangement. With a subtle flick of his wand, he transformed it into a delicate little eagle as an embellishment. Headmaster Dumbledore must exercise caution in his quest for Horcruxes, for one of them is exceedingly perilous, and it could very well lead to his demise. In her dreams, Violet assumes the form of a cat, largely following the professor's gaze. Yet, there seems to be another prophetic perspective that grants her a broader view, allowing her to witness Dumbledore's careless donning of the ring. A choice that will not afford him more than a year to live. At present, Snape is not merely Professor Snape. He may be unable to assist Dumbledore in counteracting the curse. Should Dumbledore perish, she would undeniably become Voldemort's greatest accomplice. Observing her lack of enthusiasm, Snape sensed a hint of disdain akin to his own for Gryffindor. His inherently kind violet essence resembles that of a gentle kitten, which harbors a certain fondness for the headmaster, stemming from a student's respect for both headmaster and professor. Have you lost your admiration for Dumbledore? I never liked him. I detest him now. He is a kind and great headmaster, yet in that dream, he was particularly cruel and unyielding towards Professor Snape. Indeed, the cat's ire stemmed from a dream, but so what? If it were not for the fear that his untimely demise might thwart their plans, Violet would scarcely wish to converse with him at all. Not a single word. The aggrieved cat decided that Snape should convey the message to Dumbledore, utilizing a Patronus. Dumbledore had taught them both a spell for conjuring a Patronus, enabling them to communicate. Snape mastered it on the spot, and now wielded it with great proficiency. In the Room of Requirement, Snape summoned his Patronus to relay a message to the headmaster's office nearby. Regrettably, he was unable to empathize with the Patronus, otherwise He would have witnessed the fury of the man in the office, incensed by his words, flaring with anger at Dumbledore's absence, and left to console himself. Were the visions he witnessed real? Why was Albus so distant towards him? Gerald, do you believe that girl is a prophet? Grindelwald foresaw his death, but only witnessed himself plummeting from a tower, oblivious to the cause. Perhaps her visions differed from his own. The ability to perceive two fates, could it be attributed to her innate animagus nature? Chapter 65, The Dispute. Violet was increasingly reluctant to visit the headmaster's office, whenever necessary. She would allow her Patronus to lead them. She considered herself a human-shaped Horcrux detector. The cat's perspective largely mirrored that of Professor Snape, with the Horcruxes shrouded in secrecy, likely more obscure than what the current upperclassmen were aware of. The prophetic vision did not provide a complete picture. Nevertheless, the Snape she encountered in her dreams indeed provided her with a list of Death Eaters, which she promptly shared with Dumbledore. As for whether he believed her or what he thought, Violet was indifferent. She merely fulfilled her prior agreement to offer him information regarding Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The headmaster had already compensated her for her services. As a human-shaped Horcrux detector, Violet had pinpointed the location of a second independently stored Horcrux, right within Gringotts. This fortuitously correlated with the dream of the green-eyed Potter wreaking havoc in Gringotts. In the final 2 months, they had both unconsciously chosen to set aside matters concerning Voldemort and the Horcruxes. The OWLs were approaching. Education, of course, took precedence for students. And Dumbledore had no grounds to exempt Violet, a fourth-year student, from her examinations to pursue Horcruxes. Snape would not permit his girlfriend to accompany Dumbledore in his relentless search for them. They could address matters during the summer instead. The two returned to their steadfast position in the library. 2 months remained until the examinations. Isn't it customary to review 2 months in advance? Remarked a Ravenclaw, along with a certain Slytherin. As for the Marauders, Violet and Dumbledore engaged in a discussion about how the Gryffindor Lions ought to be educated, primarily through threats. If those 4 imbeciles dared to disrupt her upperclassmen's studies, she would not hesitate to wait several years to pursue Horcruxes. Surely, there would be time enough. Though what Voldemort might do during those years remained uncertain, the 5th year was undoubtedly the most unfortunate and painful year for Professor Snape. Violet resolved to be cautious, accompanying him daily to ensure that her upperclassman would never find himself alone. Vale, they are merely dreams. Do not let them affect you. Recently, Violet had been particularly watchful of him. Snape, in truth, was pleased. He relished the attention she bestowed upon him, yet hoped she would not neglect herself in the process. I don't care. My upperclassman must be with me every single day of his 5th year. Violet recognized that fate had already shifted, but until the conclusion, she resolved to remain vigilant. After all, how could she possibly know the foolish intentions of others? What if the Marauders still sought to trouble her upperclassmen? Being by his side would allow her to assist him in time. Even if she were not present, he must carry his alchemical gear. Snape felt as though he were a hapless soul destined for misfortune the moment he stepped outside. Violet forcibly adorned him with the alchemical equipment Mr. Lane had given her, a necklace fashioned as a little eagle. Violet informed him that in her dreams, his 5th year was fraught with calamity. While she permitted him to view those dreams, the content was strictly forbidden from being spied upon, as Merlin would not allow such intrusion. Snape could only listen to her recounting Dumbledore's bias and the severance of friendships. Snape found himself unsurprised. As the headmaster of Gryffindor, Dumbledore naturally favored them. Regarding Lily, had it not been for Violet, he would surely have drifted further away due to their incessant quarrels over dark magic and Slytherin. Even now, Snape could not sustain the once-cherished friendship with Lily. Throughout the years of his life, he had consistently been cast aside. Prior to meeting Violet, he could scarcely fathom that anyone would steadfastly choose him as she had. Snape took her hand, reassuring her with the necklace. Wear it, and let it be. He pressed a gentle kiss to Violet's cheek. Not just every day of your 5th year. Violet nodded earnestly. All right. Snape guided Violet through a review of the potions that might be covered in their 4th year potion examination. Though she was somewhat slow with potions, her memory was quite commendable. As long as she remembered Snape's steps and avoided common pitfalls, her potion making would be deemed satisfactory, as per Snape's evaluation. In truth, Snape held no lofty expectations for Violet's potion making. Having a potioneer at home was more than sufficient. Yet, her Ravenclaw nature compelled her to avoid failing or merely scraping by in potions. An outstanding would be ideal, but at the very least, she ought to aim for an exceeds expectations. As the examinations approached, Lily frequently borrowed Snape's notes to peruse. The first time she greeted Violet, she received no acknowledgement. The second time, when returning the notes, it was the same. Observant Lily sensed that Violet seemed to harbor some dislike for her. Lily was not one to bottle up her feelings. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, Violet, what has been going on with you lately? Did I somehow offend you? Lily had initially believed they were friends, given that Violet would listen to her and help alleviate her troubles. She felt a surge of anger. Sensing she had been made a fool of, how could someone's attitude shift so abruptly? Just after class, Violet intended to seek out Snape, only to be intercepted by Lily. Upon seeing the familiar red hair and green eyes, Violet could not help but frown, recalling a vision of a green-eyed Potter in her prophetic dreams. A visage so detestable, paired with eyes that evoke an intricate web of emotions. Evans. Violet now refrains from affectionately calling her Lily. I am left pondering. How can one harbor such unreserved fondness for those who torment their dearest friends? Have you heard those rumors? Mido has no connection with Potter. In truth, Violet remains oblivious to the prior gossip, unaware that Lily has summoned the doe. She is merely venting her frustrations. Even if none of this had transpired, she would never concede that dreams hold no possibility of reality. I am indifferent to that. Violet states, I had a dream. You have never endeavored to accept that your senior has an affinity for the dark arts, nor acknowledged that he is a Slytherin. You have always arrogantly wished for him to tread your path. This has led to your estrangement. Yet you have embraced a friend of the one who has harmed him for 5 years, and one who deliberately lured him into facing a werewolf that nearly cost him his life. Did you truly regard your senior as a friend? You are merely lost in a dream. Is it too much to hold me accountable for this? Lily could never fathom that Violet's shift in demeanor stemmed from an ephemeral dream. She has not severed ties with Snape, and she has indeed begun to accept her friend's pursuit of the dark arts. So what if I am misdirecting my ire? It is not just a dream. And you are unworthy of being your senior's closest friend. She was incensed that Violet exhibited greater anger than she herself felt. I am friends with you because you are a friend of my senior. Sooner or later, you will accept that foolish, arrogant Potter. Cease speaking to me. I refuse to befriend someone who favors marauders. Am I truly seen as such in your eyes? Do you think I can accept someone who has harmed my friend without even a word of apology? So long as one is not a friend, it is permissible. Is it? You are engaging in sophistry. Lily will not tolerate such baseless accusations. She feels unjustly wronged. That Potter treats you well, does he not? Uniquely so. Thus, you relent every time. Though he harbors affection for you, you cannot prevent a person enamored with you from inflicting harm upon a friend. Is it that he does not cherish you enough, or is your friendship merely superficial? Did you truly regard your senior as a friend? Potter has ceased to trouble Severus. Due to Violet's prior words, Lily has set aside the dispute with Snape regarding the dark arts. She has stated in the Gryffindor common room that Severus will always be her friend. Potter has always believed they would inevitably part ways. A Gryffindor cannot befriend a Slytherin serpent, and he would not cease his actions, yet his predictions have proven false. That is not because of you. How dare you claim he no longer seeks trouble? It is because they can no longer do so. Should our senior be grateful for that? In Violet's dream, their discord has persisted since their enrollment, culminating in an explosive confrontation in their 5th year. Lily's acceptance of Potter likely stemmed from that fateful incident in the Shrieking Shack, where he saved Snape. In Snape's eyes, the 4 of them were intertwined. Those once despised have now transformed into objects of hatred. Yet, within Lily's perspective, she witnessed Potter's noble act, saving an enemy. Lily did not harbor such disdain for Potter. When she perceived him as possessing such virtuous character, her affection for him blossomed naturally. Violet recalled this incident. Feeling a knot of frustration in her heart, she would not allow her senior to endure such experiences. A student confronting a werewolf would surely awaken in terror each midnight. Violet recognized her misdirected anger, misplacing it upon Lily, who had yet to act, and her own friendship, so frail and unsteady. Even now, she subconsciously defends Potter. After witnessing all these events, how could Violet continue to engage with her as if they were merely acquaintances? Initially, she had treated Lily kindly solely because Lily was her senior's friend. She loved the house and its inhabitants. Violet had previously staunchly believed that Potter's foolish and arrogant behavior could never win Lily's affection. It seems the true folly lay within herself. Lily is but an ordinary girl. How could she possibly reject the unique affection of a pure-blood heir? She merely lacked an opportunity to accept his overtures. Lily Evans. Can you truly claim to detest James Potter? Can you assert that Severus Snape is your best friend? Violet observed the rigidity of her expression, her eyes wavering as she took a step back. She need not respond. Violet already comprehended. So it is. I understand now. Violet's gaze turned cold, regarding her as one would a stranger. Henceforth, do not approach me. I will not befriend someone who favors marauders. Go pursue your true love. Chapter 66, Resolution. Lily, incensed by Violet's accusations and declarations of estrangement, stormed away in a fit of indignation. She was not so abject as to beseech those unwilling to be her friends. Perhaps a part of her was indeed gripped by the fear Violet had articulated. Was she truly such a wretched person? This indignation even inadvertently affected Snape. who was walking nearby. Your girlfriend is such a little wretch. All of this because of a dream that toyed with her. Snape had heard Violet speak of the events she witnessed in her dream. To be honest, he had not experienced those events firsthand. And Violet had not elaborated on those painful matters with clarity. Snape remained remarkably composed, and he was already aware of Lily's indecision. Apart from the initial moments, he had never demanded that she stand firmly by his side. At that time, he was unaware of the feeling of being steadfastly chosen. Lily was merely engaging in a behavior Snape was quite familiar with. Much like his mother, she exhibited indecisiveness. Eileen loved her child, yet she loved her husband even more. She could not wield a wand for Snape, returning to the wizarding world at his expense for over a decade. Lily regarded Snape as a friend, yet not the closest of friends. She would forever choose the warmth and courage of Gryffindor, rejecting the ambition and pursuits of Slytherin. From Eileen, Snape had learned that genuine affection cannot be demanded or requested. It is something that emanates from the heart. The more he clung to his desires, the more she would become incensed. From the moment Lily entered Gryffindor, they resembled two intersecting lines. Having crossed that point, they now drifted further apart. Snape had once overlooked the distance wrought by their discord, for he wished to retain his sole friend, even if this friendship was never steadfast. It was the most precious emotion he could possess. Yet now, all was different. Snape found a secret delight in Violet's transference of the grievances from her dream onto the present Lily, for she had resolutely aligned herself with him. Indecision was what truly unsettled Snape. Although she had quarreled with Lily, he was well aware of whom she would choose between a friend and a girlfriend. No, she is the finest girl in the world. Snape, after Lily sought out his girlfriend, spoke firmly and unequivocally. No one could surpass her in his eyes. A friend's girlfriend bore the brunt of ire due to a dream, while his friend showed no inclination to defend her. For the first time, Lily felt acutely the reality that the Severus who once staunchly defended her now wished to protect another girl even more. She was merely his friend, no longer his closest confidant, as she had become the guardian of his doe. Severus Snape has never been one to waver between two individuals, nor is he the type to extend kindness to everyone. When he finds affection for someone, he bestows upon her all the goodness he possesses. Lily has already lost that singular bond. Even friendship harbors possessiveness, particularly since Snape has had but one friend throughout his school years, her. He once treated her with utmost care, readily answering any query she posed. Lily believed she would forever remain Snape's special friend, as it had always been. After all, nothing significant had ever transpired between them. In this moment, she realizes that Snape has allocated all his specialness to another girl. Slytherins are acutely aware of the dynamics of intimacy and distance. They are not like lions and badgers, capable of extending kindness to many. The friend who accompanied her to Hogwarts has found someone of greater importance. And the love cherished by a Slytherin is unparalleled and unique, something no one else can surpass. Even if she remains his best friend, it cannot transcend that. After a quarrel with Violet, Lily is struck anew by Snape. This time, she feels genuine sorrow. She chooses not to continue speaking with him, but swiftly turns to leave. When Snape finds Violet, he notices her averted gaze and fidgeting fingers. I had a fight with Lily. We are no longer friends. Do you think the upperclassmen will consider me unreasonable? Violet reflects that Snape likely already knows about Lily's wavering friendship. He is, after all, an astute individual. Do what you wish. No one is more important than you. Violet blushes slightly at his words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she embraces Snape. Upperclassmen, please don't regard Evans as your best friend anymore, all right? He has grown accustomed to it. Yet Violet feels a sense of grievance. She has invested so much effort without receiving the corresponding return. She is no longer that, she thinks, ever since the Patronus of the doe. Snape can accept Lily's choice of Gryffindor, but choosing Potter? Who could accept that their closest friend harbors affection for someone who has troubled them for nearly 5 years? Snape is not so magnanimous. While they are friends and childhood companions, they can never be soulmates or the best of friends. Lily's friendship has ceased to be an obsession for Snape, something he cannot relinquish. Every day he sees Violet, it feels as though his life is being revitalized. One must always move forward. Snape has discovered a more precious existence in his life, an all-encompassing love. Overcome with joy, Violet gives Snape a kiss, exclaiming, I knew you were the best. Meanwhile, Lily is torn. Is she more upset about Violet's choice to sever their friendship and her accusatory words? Or is she more heartbroken that Snape no longer regards her as special? What was the dream she spoke of? A prophetic dream? As a witch, Lily understands that some possess extraordinary gifts. But how could Violet have such a dream? Is it possible that in the future, she will truly be with Potter? Even without having apologized to Severus, she might end up with him? Who is the one that nearly led Severus to ruin? Will she, too, eventually sever ties with Severus? With a heart full of questions, she feels both anger and sorrow. Instinctively, She seeks to absolve herself. How could she possibly be such a villain? Perhaps she does not despise Potter, but she has never chosen to accept him either. Lily, so this is where you are. Just from the voice. She knows who it is, too familiar, always echoing in her ears. Potter, stay away from me. The corner Lily has chosen is secluded, surrounded by blooming flowers that obscure her presence. She is unsure how Potter found her. Lily, don't be sad. How about I take you flying? This person always seems to find her in her moments of distress, and thus, she is perpetually softened towards him. Not particularly. Lily, was it that Severus who upset you? Recently, Potter has ceased to trouble him, as Lupin indicated that the other party has a girlfriend and does not like Lily. For now, Potter has lost his reason to provoke him. Professor McGonagall is keeping a particularly close watch on them. Any misstep results in immediate detention. Even Professor Dumbledore has issued a gentle yet undeniable warning. Furthermore, Snape has been elusive lately, often accompanied by Violet outside of classes. Potter finds no opportunity to act. Lily's brows furrow as her previously softened emotions ignite once more. She recalls Violet's words. Is it that Potter does not care for her enough? Or is it that she has not steadfastly defended Severus? Perhaps it is both. She has not been resolute in her loyalty to her childhood friend, and Potter does not seem to cherish her as he ought. Thus, he repeatedly refers to Snape by that nickname. Once, twice, thrice, nearly 5 years now, without change. I've told you to stop calling him that. Oh, Lily, isn't his name just Severus? Moreover, his head of house has a snot club that suits him perfectly. Lily glares at him. She has long awaited Potter to mature. She does not harbor disdain for him. How could one truly despise someone who treats them with such sincerity and makes them laugh? Yet he never learns to grow up. Lily is weary of constantly navigating between the two of them. Shut up. I'm tired of this, Potter. You have always been so arrogant and self-important. I've told you to stop bullying my friend and to refrain from calling him that name. You never listen to me, do you? No, Lily. Potter senses an unprecedented danger. Do not approach me again, and spare me your declarations of affection. You have never truly liked me. You only fancy a girl who shows you no regard. Haven't you, Potter? Rejected. This time, it is a genuine rejection. Lily had always been easily swayed by him, fostering Potter's confidence. How could that Slytherin snake ever compare to his treatment of Lily? He was merely fortunate to have met her first, to have introduced her to the wizarding world. But he is capable of surpassing her Slytherin friend. After all, the snake cannot enter the Gryffindor common room, and he has spent the most time with Lily. Moreover, their relationship has been fraught with conflict. As a Gryffindor, Lily despises dark magic and cannot abide Slytherin's bullying half-bloods and muggle-borns. The one who revels in dark magic is none other than Severus. Potter senses that the bond between the childhood friends is gradually fraying with each passing quarrel. Gryffindors and Slytherins cannot become true confidants. This confidence has led Potter never to consider change. He believes that, sooner or later, they will sever ties, so why should he extend courtesy to a Slytherin snake? But now, he has miscalculated. No, Lily, I truly like you. From the very first moment I saw you. Potter recalls the first time he laid eyes on Lily on the train, finding her charming. Later, both were sorted into Gryffindor, and he witnessed her intelligence, kindness, and integrity. Initially, he merely sought to attract her attention, feeling it a pity that such a wonderful girl was friends with a Slytherin. Perhaps her taste in friends was lacking. By the third year, as Lily blossomed into a young woman, Potter realized why he had been so eager for her attention, why his heart raced and his cheeks flushed whenever he saw her. He had fallen for this girl, from the very first glance and in the moments they shared thereafter. At first glance, he was captivated by the girl's charming exterior, but it was her character and inner beauty that truly ensnared his heart. Lily glared at him in anger. Then you are indeed cruel to the friends of someone you claim to adore. How would you feel if I treated Blake, Lupin, or Pettigrew in the same manner? You wouldn't, Lily. She had never been one to bully others, nor did she engage in pranks or nocturnal escapades. Her kindness resembled that of a pure white lily, clean, innocent, and beautiful. Have you exploited my goodwill? Just because I refrain from seeking vengeance against you. Does that mean you can act with impunity towards Severus? That insufferable brat has never held back in his attacks on us. He has even sent us to the infirmary. He is no good person. Indeed, Lily had once harbored fears of Snape's ruthlessness and cruelty. When he acted, he showed no regard for others or himself. And though he initially suffered defeats, he grew increasingly formidable. His talents extended beyond potions. He possessed an extraordinary aptitude for spells as well. Lily feared he would channel his gifts and power towards malevolent ends, especially now that the Death Eaters were thriving and he was entrenched in Slytherin. She dreaded the prospect of Snape straying from the right path. While defending Snape, she also reprimanded his excesses. This is merely a feeble kindness. Being nice to everyone ultimately means being unkind to everyone. I am no longer the naive girl who wished for universal friendship. A choice must be made. Who struck first? Was it you or Severus? Potter swallowed hard. It was they who had instigated the conflict. Lily comprehended his silent reply. When has it not been you who initiated the hostility? Disappointment welled within her, and she fought back tears, which began to cascade down her cheeks. Would it kill him to refute me even once? If Severus had ever struck first, Potter would have shouted it from the rooftops. Lily, please don't cry. I'm sorry. I truly regret my actions, Potter stammered, witnessing her tears for the first time. She was disillusioned with him, and he felt a rising tide of sorrow himself. Lily wiped her tears away. You have no idea. Stop trying to placate me. Farewell. Lily felt she ought to despise Potter, yet she was unable to contain her tears. For her heart ached with an unfamiliar torment. Chapter 67. The exams concluded. The following day, Snape learned that Lily had severed ties with Potter, if one could even call it that. After all, Potter had never genuinely been Lily's friend. Her eyes were swollen from crying. The red-haired, green-eyed girl confronted them, her eyes still red, and declared to Violet, I am not the kind of bad girl you think I am. Violet was taken aback. Surely, her relationship with Lily wasn't so frail that a rift would elicit such distress? Violet glanced at Snape and leaned closer to whisper, Senior, have you also parted ways with Evans? Snape shook his head. He had spent the previous day with her, leaving no time for a formal break. I have severed ties with Potter, if we were to consider ourselves friends. Lily was no longer the innocent child hoping for peace between Snape and her Gryffindor friends. A choice was imminent. They've gone too far. I am truly sorry, Severus. Snape was taken aback to hear about Lily's rift with Potter before he even learned of their union. It was evident she had feelings for Potter, or had at some point, or she wouldn't be in such anguish. This time, his friend stood by his side. Yet, rather than feeling joy, Snape's emotions were more complex. It was too late. Even if they remained friends, their camaraderie would never return to the innocence of their childhood beneath that great tree. Disputes, conflicts, and their respective aspirations had inflicted an irreparable rift upon what was once their finest friendship. Even if there were moments of reconciliation, it would never be the same again. I no longer care for that, Lily. He had found a new purpose, and his attachment to Lily had lost its earlier intensity. He had established a healthy distance in his friendships. Furthermore, Snape never believed he required pity. He did not consider himself unfortunate when he needed her most. Lily had not steadfastly supported him, and now he was doing quite well, having already lowered his expectations regarding her. Lily's choices no longer brought him the joy they once did. You need not feel compelled to act against your current desires due to past grievances. Snape was indifferent to whether she and Potter would end up together. From Lily's perspective, it was understandable. After all, Potter treated her well. I'm just tired, Lily stated. She needed to make a decision, and she had already done so. Snape no longer mingled with Slytherins daily, had steered clear of the Death Eaters, and had never resorted to violence against students from other houses. He was engrossed in potion studies, and even in a romantic relationship. They had reached a consensus regarding dark magic. In contrast, Potter remained as immature and arrogant as before, merely professing his affection for her while simultaneously bullying her friends. Meanwhile, she had never truly made a decision due to her own softness. As they departed the library, Violet whispered an apology to Lily, acknowledging her misplaced anger from the previous day. Violet recognized that dreams and reality were ultimately distinct, a path that would not converge with the present. Here, Lily chose her friends, and Dumbledore had never exploited Snape. She should not project her feelings of injustice towards Professor Snape from her dreams onto the present individuals. The fluttering wings of the little butterfly that had first stirred in the library had now brewed an irrevocable storm. Lily paused, watching as they walked away hand in hand. She envied them, longing for the love they shared as they traversed the campus together. Violet's earlier reprimand had inadvertently compelled Lily to make a choice sooner than anticipated. Senior, I admit Evans is a good girl, but you must not let your heart soften. You must still favor me most. Ensuring no one was around, Snape embraced her waist and pulled her into a secluded corner, planting a kiss on her lips. Stop overthinking. I have always favored you. Soon, the exam week arrived as scheduled. A gentle rain had fallen for several days, and it was only on the last day of exams that it ceased, leaving a coolness that washed away the summer's oppressive heat, the grass damp, and the sky slightly clearer. After completing his OWLs, Snape encountered the Marauders head-on. It felt like a fateful encounter, precisely timed. In the past, such an encounter in an isolated area would have inevitably led to conflict. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, wary of a potential attack. Yet, as they brushed past one another, no blows were exchanged this time. And Snape had no time to waste with them. After all, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, even if it meant studying in the library rather than engaging in mischief. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Potter seized Black's wrist and shook his head. James. It must have been that insufferable brat who said something to Lily, prompting her to speak to you like that. Let her see how weak this Slytherin truly is. Black. Inherently a little mad, even after joining Gryffindor, often harbored inappropriate thoughts typical of a lunatic, perhaps fueled by resentment from being disowned by his family. Slytherins were all wicked. Despicable dark wizards. Black likely held even stronger opinions against them than Potter, having witnessed his family's true nature. Do not act in such a manner, Sirius. A young master, nurtured and pampered, often requires a substantial setback to truly recognize his missteps and embark on a path of growth. Potter has harbored affections for Lily for nearly 5 years, believing he would ultimately succeed, only to receive an unrelenting rejection from the girl he cherishes. She does not lack feelings for him, as Potter has witnessed her tears. He alone is responsible for his own failure. If he continues down the same path, he may indeed irrevocably ruin any chance he has left. Let us disregard Severus Snape's existence. We must move on. Remus, too, grasped hold of Black's arm, for James's love. Only Potter possesses the ability to persuade Black. Ever pure-hearted, Black is merciless toward his adversaries, yet he offers his unwavering loyalty to true friends. Neither Remus nor Peter can sway him. Only Potter holds that power. Black glanced at those who restrained him, particularly Potter. Very well, I shall not pursue him any longer. Black gritted his teeth, recognizing that his brothers had a point. For James's love, brother, may you win Lily's heart soon. Upon hearing these words, Potter felt tears welling up. Indeed, they are true brothers. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why he has offended Lily. Previously, they treated Snape similarly, and Lily's relationship with him did not seem to improve. In fact, due to Snape having a girlfriend, she has maintained a certain distance, ceasing to use his nickname. Why has the situation suddenly shifted? Potter, at a loss, turned to Remus for guidance, as he is the most grounded among their quartet. Perhaps he is aware that his identity does not lend itself to ostentation. Remus, why has Lily's rapport with Severus improved? Why has she become unwilling to converse with me? Potter has been ignored by Lily for nearly 2 months. I believe it is because Severus has changed. Have you not noticed? He is no longer the brooding, detached figure, perpetually ensconced in shadows with a book. He is now a legitimate potioneer, has a girlfriend, and is markedly more cheerful. His connections with the other Slytherins are superficial, and he shows no inclination to join the Death Eaters. Remus has always been observant, and on one occasion, he even saw the two of them heading to the headmaster's office. And as for you, James, Remus hesitated to speak ill of a friend. In his eyes, Potter is truly exceptional, as he demonstrates great warmth and sincerity towards his friends. The three of them are drawn together by Potter's enthusiasm, which serves as the heart of their little group. Speak freely, I shall listen. Potter's mind raced in vehement opposition to Remus's commendations of Snape, though they were merely commonplace observations. Yet, Potter could not shake the notion that such behavior was unbecoming of a Slytherin serpent, or that he harbored ulterior motives. However, he resolved to temper his conspiracy theories regarding Slytherin and genuinely consider his friend's perspective. Why not Black? Sirius harbors an even greater disdain for Slytherin than he does. You are unchanged, still engaging in pranks on your classmates, failing to mature. I suspect this is the crux of the matter. Girls tend to prefer more mature gentlemen. However, I believe Lily has certainly recognized your merits, James. You are the most devoted friend I have ever encountered. Remus has long believed that his status would preclude him from ever having friends or forming meaningful relationships. Potter welcomed him into their circle, and they practiced becoming animagi, accompanying him through the nights of the full moon. This precious friendship is something Remus will never forget, for even amidst their mischief and defiance of school regulations, he stands resolutely by Potter's side, because they are friends. Severus encountered Violet, who had also completed her examinations, and gently replaced the necklace she had previously adorned him with. A small metallic cat with sapphire eyes. Senior, have you encountered those four rascals? Did they lay a hand on you? The little cat's brows furrowed. Should Severus affirm the occurrence, she would immediately storm into the Gryffindor common room. Severus fastened the necklace around her neck, ruffling Violet's hair. Nothing of the sort transpired. I believe having you by my side is the greatest protection. Just as she had recited the incantation when presenting him with sweets on that fateful Halloween. No troublemakers could draw near Severus Snape. Chapter 68, The Hufflepuff Cup. During the summer, Violet arranged with Severus and the headmaster to seek out Horcruxes a few days after settling back home. Dumbledore has come to trust Violet's abilities, and Grindelwald has indicated that the shift in fate may be attributed to her. With her unique animagus form and exceptional foresight, Dumbledore is not so aged that he cannot discern whether the two children are speaking truthfully or falsely. The Slytherin boy may be slippery, but the Ravenclaw girl does not tell lies. It is unfortunate that neither of them believes him. While they may provide valuable information beneficial to Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, they will not involve themselves further. This information is not given freely. It is exchanged for Dumbledore's manuscripts and collections. On the first day of the holiday, Severus returned to Spinner's End, where he received the first news of old Snape's demise. He had been cremated and buried in a nearby free cemetery, intermingled with the crowd. Unable to locate Severus, they could only leave a letter outside the door. This old, dilapidated house at 19 Spinners Inn would now be his alone. The interior remained as dark as ever. The curtains, faded beyond recognition, blocked out the feeble light. Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was the faint scent of mildew, mingled with the odor of alcohol. A dark, decaying, and debased place. Severus silently tidied the house, disposing of shattered bottles and refuse, and opened the windows to let in fresh air. He abhorred the pervasive stench of cheap alcohol. Though the distant sounds of revelry from neighboring homes echoed throughout Spinner's End, Severus felt an inexplicable emptiness and solitude within this house. His resentment toward all here had abruptly ceased with the man's passing. Even his hatred for Snape left him at a loss as to whom to direct it. Severus suddenly realized that even hatred could be a force potent enough to drain his vitality. That evening, the cup of tea Violet had gifted him was filled once more. The shadow of violets reflected within, transforming it into a delicate sea of blossoms. Severus grasped the cup, the floral aroma of the tea permeating his surroundings, dispelling the mustiness of Spinner's End and the subtly lingering scent of cheap alcohol. Indeed, he was no longer a penniless boy devoid of prospects within Spinner's End. He had discovered the future he desired. A Slytherin would always strive with utmost determination to attain what they covet. Severus sipped the red tea, aware that tomorrow, Violet and Dumbledore would seek out the Horcruxes, and he would accompany them. It is indeed remarkable that Violet places more faith in him, a mere 16-year-old student, than in the illustrious Dumbledore. Severus had never before experienced such profound trust, a burdening yet reassuring sensation. The following day, they arranged to meet in Diagon Alley, where one of the Horcruxes lay hidden within Gringotts, beneath the ground. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both donned subtle disguises, as their recognition could pose significant complications. Both had remarkably rejuvenated, transforming from elderly figures into middle-aged men. The odd pairing of two mature gentlemen with a young couple was conspicuous. Thus, it was decided that Violet and Grindelwald would enter Gringotts to discreetly retrieve an item, while Severus and Dumbledore awaited outside at a cafe table in the open air. Dumbledore effortlessly ordered an extravagant ice cream adorned with an abundance of frosting and chocolate. Care for a serving, Severus? Today it's on me. Severus found himself slightly disoriented by Dumbledore's visage. After all, the image of Dumbledore with his long white beard and peculiar wizarding robes was deeply ingrained in his mind. The man before him now had short red hair, striking blue eyes, a straightened nose, no glasses, and was dressed in a well-tailored shirt, resembling a dashing and charismatic gentleman. Countless young witches cast flirtatious glances his way, a stark contrast to Severus's recollections of Dumbledore. Severus had never been fond of sweets, and at that moment, his concern lay with the situation at Gringotts. Is everything truly secure? What if that old man lacks sufficient power, and Violet gets captured? The Polyjuice potion was a flawless concoction provided by Severus, with the hair sourced from a member of the Pure Blood Party, conveniently from a family whose vault was located in the crucial section of Gringotts protected by a dragon. Wizards are typically very cautious about safeguarding any part of their bodies, including their hair. However, given Grindelwald's demand, offering a single strand was hardly a burden. He could easily part with a handful. Though he had stepped back from the limelight for years, the members of the Pure Blood Party still held their leader in high regard. It was likely that if he called upon them now, they would rally to his side once more, though he lacked the youthful fervor he once possessed. Half a century ago, he had been bested by Dumbledore. Had it not been for Dumbledore's letter revealing those prophecies, Grindelwald might never have left Nurmengard. Dumbledore was not as cruel as Grindelwald had once imagined. Between a tragic fate and a potentially happy future, Grindelwald had made his choice. He would not allow Dumbledore to perish so easily, and he too desired that future. Although Grindelwald was still uncertain about how to traverse the path to happiness, for the time being, his focus was on assisting Albus with the matter of the student harboring a fractured soul. Do not fret, Severus, Dumbledore reassured him. My friend remains quite formidable. It is only natural that one praised by the greatest of white wizards possesses commendable strength. Such a vital object as a Horcrux should rightly be retrieved by Dumbledore, should Mr. Grindelwald prove insufficiently powerful. Severus felt slightly comforted. He instructed the server. I shall have the most expensive ice cream available, with extra nuts. He paid the bill. Dumbledore was treating him, and even if he did not relish it, he could leave it for Violet. You truly are quite presumptuous, Dumbledore remarked. Surely Mr. Brian is not so destitute as to lack the means for an ice cream. Dumbledore's current alias was Brian. The youth of today exhibit little respect for their elders. Your extravagant ice cream, complete with frosting and chocolate, and your exquisite ice cream with crushed nuts, is our most lavish offering. I hope you both enjoy it. It is best that fathers and sons do not quarrel. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then could not suppress a chuckle. Severus, with a stern expression that rendered his otherwise handsome features rather forbidding, retorted, "If you have no need for it, I shall gladly use it for potion making. How could I possibly resemble him?" "Very well, Severus, let us not trouble the staff. After all, this indicates our relationship appears quite amicable, does it not?" In full view of the headmaster, Severus discreetly cast a warming charm on the ice cream. "I believe I am hardly worthy of claiming a good rapport with a wizard of your stature. While many may perceive Dumbledore as benevolent and amiable, Severus astutely sensed that the headmaster of Hogwarts was not easily approachable. Few had earned his trust. Benevolence was merely a facade that could lull one into complacency, leading the unsuspecting to fall into his cleverly laid traps. Of course, Gryffindors might find such a headmaster appealing, as they had little to conceal in their minds. Even if they were misled, as long as the outcome was favorable, they would be content. "Do not speak so, Severus. Sharing this ice cream together signifies a rather commendable relationship, does it not? Ah, you must have many who enjoy your company, given that all students share dinner with you in the Great Hall each year." Dumbledore and Severus engaged in their barbed conversation outside the cafe, primarily Severus delivering the sharp remarks while Dumbledore remained ever gracious. Their age difference was now suitably matched, both strikingly handsome, leading some to mistakenly perceive them as father and son. A middle-aged man with golden hair and a woman in a long black dress, her hair speckled with white, approached. Grindelwald draped an arm around Dumbledore's shoulders. "We have secured the item, let us depart." The young Severus grasped the hand of the pure-blood woman, whose hair had begun to gray, with a sudden pull at his navel. They were whisked away to another location, a somewhat dilapidated room devoid of furnishings, save for a window revealing the sky outside. Severus handed the pure-blood woman a vial of antidote. The effects of the polyjuice potion he had brewed were remarkably potent, sustaining a flawless transformation for an entire day, and he was reluctant to hold hands or go on a date with his girlfriend in the guise of another woman. Violet had never doubted the potion Severus had offered her. It bore a sweet orange flavor, the gray-haired pureblood which transformed back into his adorable feline girlfriend. Severus effortlessly altered her dress to fit her properly. The gown had appeared aloof and unapproachable on the original witch, yet on Violet, it exuded an air of haughty charm. Severus presented her with the exquisite ice cream that Dumbledore had treated him to. "Compliments of the headmaster," he said. Violet raised an eyebrow. "Ah, free treats are indeed delightful. The headmaster's offerings are even more delectable." The young couple radiated sweetness as Grindelwald retrieved a golden cup adorned with badger motifs from a bag filled with galleons. The Hufflepuff cup. Dumbledore felt a twinge of annoyance. After the diadem of Ravenclaw and the Hufflepuff cup, would the next item be something belonging to the founder of Slytherin? Dumbledore meticulously recorded the cup's appearance and essence, using transfiguration to create an identical replica. He would need to forge another imitation to return. Chapter 69, A Date. Grindelwald conjured a small protective circle of flames, the blue fire resembling that of a gas stove. Yet, the ferocious aura of dark magic was palpable, compelling one to regard this stove with utmost seriousness. Grindelwald cast the golden cup into the flames, and amidst the piercing shrieks of black mist, the exquisite golden vessel began to melt. The second Horcrux was successfully destroyed. Severus gazed fervently at the little gas stove. Is this fiendfire? Can fiendfire be controlled with transfiguration and some complex spells? It was the first time Severus had witnessed fiendfire being manipulated so flawlessly. The raging flames were tamed beneath the command of this man named Grindelwald, obedient to his will. Moreover, within it were infused various incantations, transforming the original fiendfire into an entirely different dark magic. Snape's fervor for the dark arts resurfaced as he produced a notebook. "Sir, may I?" Grindelwald's eyes glimmered with surprise. For while many who bore his fiendfire shield were gripped by fear or excitement over his power, this young boy exhibited a pure joy in the exploration of dark magic. "Of course, feel free to ask me anything." How remarkable it was that Hogwarts harbored such talent in dark magic. A sudden thought of mentorship crossed Grindelwald's mind. Oh, the sense of accomplishment in teaching a student of Albus, far surpassing that of instructing his own followers. Grindelwald reveled inwardly. Gale, do not impart knowledge that ought not to be shared. Snape meticulously recorded the characteristics of this hybrid spell. Dumbledore's objections? He paid them no heed. Such an exquisite fiendfire spell. Who could say whether another opportunity to witness it would arise? After all, his pursuit of dark magic was hardly a clandestine endeavor. Should Dumbledore merely hint at the presence of any dark wizards studying the dark arts among his little lions in Slytherin, Potter and his companions would undoubtedly place his name at the forefront. What need was there for concealment in Slytherin's study of dark magic? He had never employed dark magic to harm, nor utilized any of the 3 unforgivable curses to kill. Besides, Snape was already in his 5th year, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher had discussed how to counter the unforgivable curses. Those desirous of knowledge would always find a way. Albus. He possessed a natural talent for dark magic. Grindelwald found himself intrigued by the prospect of teaching Dumbledore's student the dark arts. This student, Snape, was not the sort Dumbledore typically favored, obediently fixated on justice, but rather an ambitious child, far more agreeable than Scamander. Snape, it felt as if they were deliberating on matters of juvenile education. An illusion, merely an illusion. Violet leaned closer to Snape, observing his writing. She delighted in watching him inscribe characters. His fingers were elegant, and his script was remarkably neat and decisive, much like his character, exuding a sharp pride. Occasionally, she would offer him a bite of ice cream. Does this spell have a name? Fiendfire Shield. It is my original incantation. Gale, Grain, Fiendfire Shield. Snape. He found himself doubting his own faculties for the first time. Were they not sworn adversaries? Was it not one of Dumbledore's achievements to have vanquished Grindelwald? Grindelwald regarded the younger version of Dumbledore, feeling a flicker of youthful vigor. He placed an arm around Dumbledore's shoulders. There is still ample time today. Shall we go on a date, Al? Dumbledore removed his hand. Though rejuvenated, he remained the headmaster of Hogwarts. How could he be so indiscreet in front of students? When he glanced toward the 2 students, Snape and Violet were already standing together, observing the exchange with keen interest. Snape, this contemplative Slytherin, seemed to harbor a multitude of complex thoughts, his expression somewhat fissured. Even Dumbledore, a man of vast experience and composure, felt a hint of warmth rise to his cheeks. Grindelwald presented them both with a one-time portkey. You 2 may return to your amusements. The destination is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Violet inquired, where is this? Austria, Nurmengard. Snape. Violet's mind raced with revelations, astonishment. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, had an undisclosed history and connection with Grindelwald of Nurmengard. To avoid burdening the 2 children with guardianship, Grindelwald employed a clever ruse to obscure the trace on Snape and Violet's wands. In response to Dumbledore's inquiries, Grindelwald remarked, it is merely a one-day concealment. Al. Do not be so serious. Do you wish to play the babysitter for these children? The astute Snape had already quietly noted the incantation, since Grindelwald had voiced it. Was it not an invitation for them to learn? Snape even sensed that it was not merely a concealment of traces, but an erasure of magical signatures. Truly, a spell of remarkable practicality. Having learned a new incantation from the first Dark Lord, Snape felt a swell of delight. Dumbledore's emotional entanglements? They were of no concern to him. He would simply choose to remain oblivious. The century's most illustrious White Wizard and the original Dark Lord, who had once wrought chaos and bloodshed, who could dictate their rendezvous. Snape and Violet clasped hands and departed Nurmengard via the portkey. Grindelwald had intended for Dumbledore to remain for this date. After all, he had arranged for Nurmengard to be presentable. How could Al not take a look? Al, I have tidied up Nurmengard. Would you care to see? Dumbledore shot him a glance. What spells are you teaching Severus? First Fiendfire Shield, now masking magical traces. Are you planning to instruct a 3rd-generation Dark Lord? Yet you did not prevent me, did you, Al? I cannot obstruct a child's quest for knowledge. I merely fear he may lose himself, just as Tom did, just as the young version of myself did. As for why not mention Grindelwald, the man had never lost himself. Even if given another chance, he might repeat his past actions, albeit with a clearer understanding of how to execute them best, lucid yet rational madness. Conversely, Tom, the wizard who had fractured his own soul, could hardly be expected to retain his sanity. You know he will not, Al. That child is different from me. Different from that madman. He possesses a pure affection for dark magic, not solely in pursuit of power, but also driven by a genuine interest in the pursuit of knowledge. Grindelwald harbored regrets for the past, for that spell, whose origin remained a mystery, had condemned the 3 of them to a lifetime of remorse. They had become adversaries. And now, they could barely sit together to discuss certain matters. They could never return to that summer of their youth. Yet now, to share discourse on how to vanquish the present Dark Lord could serve as a small consolation in their twilight years. Even if afterward he was cast back to Nurmengard, Grindelwald would accept it. After all, the one who ultimately lost was he. That child embodies what you often refer to as the power of love. That will allow him to maintain his clarity and moral compass amidst the allure and darkness of dark magic. This was a truth Grindelwald grasped only after his defeat by Dumbledore. His power was not inferior to Dumbledore's at the time. He simply succumbed to love. Chapter 70. The Soul's Soothing Elixir. With the sensation of being drawn through a whirlpool, the 2 returned to Diagon Alley. Snape attentively transformed Violet's attire into another gown. Still black, yet imbued with a touch of adorableness that contrasted with her previous aloofness. He added a hint of the layered bow structure she favored. rendering her reminiscent of a Gothic princess. This dress is simply stunning. Violet twirled around, enchanted by the numerous bows adorning her outfit, which lent her an air of charm. The traditional wizarding robes felt too monotonous. In truth, Violet preferred Muggle clothing. This gown resembled something a storybook princess might wear. "Senior, do I look beautiful?" "Radiant." The black dress accentuated her fair complexion, akin to milk. Having previously assisted her in selecting garments, Snape had gained insight into her preferences. Perhaps it was her feline nature that inclined her towards such light and whimsical attire. He suspected that even a simple ball of yarn would bring her immense joy. Snape tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate neck. "You look like a princess." Violet clasped his arm, declaring, "That senior is my prince." Snape instinctively recalled his mother's maiden name. Perhaps he could indeed be considered a prince, albeit a half-blood one. "Come on, senior, let us go on a date. We must not be outdone by the centenarian Dumbledore and Grindelwald." Snape made a brief excursion to sell some potions. As for the dream potion he had developed previously, he intended to compose a comprehensive thesis and had no immediate plans to market it. "Where does Vale wish to go?" "I simply want to be with you, senior. Anywhere will suffice. Have we not already explored Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade? Where else is there yet to discover? Let us visit your potion shop." "I have yet to see it." Diagon Alley, a long street paved with cobblestones, is replete with an array of shops, making it the most bustling and vibrant part of the British wizarding world. Even a modest potion shop, positioned somewhat off the beaten path, would have been difficult to acquire without Draco's assistance. The SS potion shop in the corner had few patrons, as it did not sell ordinary potions, only taking custom orders. The proprietor was still a student, lacking both the time to manage the shop and the funds to employ staff. Aside from a few potions secured as samples, the shop was predominantly filled with owls, giving it the appearance of an owl emporium. Violet's fingers itched with the desire to grab one. Sensing her restlessness, Snape grasped Violet's hand, cautioning, "Do not seize my staff." Violet turned to pinch her senior's cheek. "Then I shall grab the shopkeeper here." Snape, stirred by his girlfriend's affectionate proximity, could no longer contain himself and pulled her close for a kiss. "Oh, I apologize. Am I interrupting?" Violet, blushing, hid her face against Snape's chest. Snape turned back, his expression darkening. Who is this oblivious intruder? Lucius observed him with a teasing gaze. "I had no idea you had acquired such a lovely girlfriend, Severus." Following their encounter, Lucius received an unpleasantly potent beauty potion, gaining a profound understanding of the vengeful nature of Slytherins. "What brings you here?" Snape's tone was laced with irritation. A beauty potion hardly warranted a visit from the head of the Malfoy family. Lucius had no desire to seek out Snape at Hogwarts during the holidays. Snape could often be found at his potion shop, and even if he were absent, locating him was a simple task, given that all these owls belonged to him. "Severus, I know this may seem rude, but could you please have your girlfriend wait outside for a moment?" Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Violet exited the potion shop, appearing composed, though a closer look would reveal her ears were already flushed. Her steps quickened, and soon she was practically fleeing. Snape's irritation was more pronounced than his embarrassment at being interrupted. "We can indulge in sweet moments later." Lucius's expression turned serious. "How is the soul-soothing potion you were tasked with researching?" "So it was about the soul-soothing potion." "Lucius, do you know the purpose of the soul-soothing potion? What foolish and reckless actions have you undertaken that have compromised your soul?" Snape subtly hinted, aware that Malfoy was naturally suspicious. Dumbledore would likely find it challenging to acquire Horcruxes from him without leaving a trace. It would be best if Malfoy wavered from the start, perhaps even becoming a double agent among the Death Eaters. "I certainly have no objections." Lucius reflected on his school days when his potions were not particularly commendable. The soul-soothing potion, by its very name, is used to calm the soul, is it not? What is its true purpose? This potion is exceedingly rare, requiring considerable quantities of precious potion ingredients, and few would ever utilize it. Consequently, there is scant research on the subject. Snape seemed to be merely discussing potion knowledge with him. The soul-soothing potion can mend minor soul rifts caused by certain dark magics, but typically, time alone suffices for self-healing. There is no need to waste galleons and materials on such an expensive potion. Severe damage is irreparable. While the soul-soothing potion may alleviate pain and create an illusion of healing, it is merely an illusion. Lucius's gaze darkened. What does this imply? Minor issues do not require healing, while severe ones are beyond recovery. What is that individual's current condition? Of course, if you truly wish for it, I can concoct this potion. However, you are aware that I am still a student, and the materials required for the soul-soothing potion are far too valuable for me to afford. If you desire it, you must provide the ingredients. Lucius suppressed his inner queries and stated directly what materials are needed. His junior never exaggerated when it came to potions, if he dared to mention it. He must have had a plan in mind. Research on the soul-soothing potion was scarce, and Lucius could not find a single potion master willing to undertake the task. Now he comprehended that this potion was not only precious, but also largely futile. Only a fool would pursue such research. In truth, Snape was in need of funds. Snape wrote down the required materials with a quill. This will be my first attempt at the soul-soothing potion. A portion of the materials will need to be used for experimentation. Snape's heart ached with every word he penned. To utilize such valuable materials for a potion of little worth was truly painful. Perhaps we should consider improving it through research? Otherwise, it would be a waste. Lucius, a man of considerable wealth, scrutinized the parchment and, even with his limited understanding of potions, could discern the immense value of the materials listed. His eyelid twitched. Are these ingredients truly intended for a potion of little utility? After all, Snape had stated that the ordinary cases did not necessitate treatment, while the extraordinary ones could not be healed. It left him with the sensation of throwing galleons into a well, expecting only the sound of water in return. Even a wealthy Malfoy would not squander resources so frivolously. In a few days, I will gather the ingredients and deliver them to you. How long will it take for you to brew it? Lucius recalled that individual's moments of restlessness and longing for the soul-soothing potion, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Was it merely his imagination? Surely, that person had not done something so dreadful to their own soul. Brewing it will take 2 months, and I will need time for experimentation to produce the best formula. At least 6 months will be required for a perfect product. Very well, then I shall await your good news in 6 months. If you manage to develop the soul-soothing potion, there may be a place I can introduce you to. Severus, although you are a half-blood, I believe you will garner the attention of that esteemed individual. The Death Eaters? Snape's mind swiftly and precisely conjured the name of the organization. Slytherin students took pride in joining the Death Eaters, and to be referred to as that esteemed individual by Lucius was no small feat. My girlfriend would likely disapprove of my joining such an organization. What a pity, Severus. Once you learn of Voldemort's soul being divided, you may not lament your missed opportunity, but rather contemplate your escape. It is indeed somewhat unfortunate. Snape had heard whispers of Voldemort's formidable dark magic. He himself was quite eager to learn from Voldemort. However, it seemed Grindelwald was not averse to imparting certain dark arts to him, so perhaps there was no pressing need to study under Voldemort. By the way, Severus, regarding the soul-soothing potion, I must insist on confidentiality. Snape nodded. I will keep it to myself. Chapter 71. I love you. Impatiently bidding farewell to the head of the Malfoy family, Snape gathered the small cat in his arms, closed the door, locked it, and then cast a spell for added security, a double assurance. Here, apart from them, there were only the owls. Although it was a potion shop, it had yet to stock its shelves, and the scent of potions remained elusive, overshadowed by the faint aroma of the wooden cabin, mingled with the parchment and ink used for jotting down requests from customers. Severus pinned her against the shadows of the store's corner, his voice laced with a low, sardonic amusement, lightly grazing her ear. Well then, now that we are alone. Violet found herself momentarily speechless. His kiss was both fervent and frenzied, even to the point of biting her tongue, as if seeking to confirm something with her. Are you afraid of me? She felt dazed, her mind slightly foggy. What? No. Violet's hair was released from its confines, cascading over the table as he pressed her down to kiss her again, her long locks resembling a dense web or entangling seaweed, ensnaring her in a way that made escape impossible. Today, her senior seemed rather uncharacteristic. After their encounter, Violet leaned against him, her body weakening in exhaustion, wary of appearing undignified as her legs threatened to give way. Is something troubling you lately? Severus sat in a chair, drawing her onto his lap, a posture of intimacy he had never dared to imagine. The girl's lips were a luscious crimson, glistening with moisture, marked by the imprints of his teeth, exuding and enticing. Sweet scent. Severus tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, its softness carrying a hint of floral sweetness, distinctly different from the decay of Nocturne Alley and the bitterness of potions. Holding her close, he felt as though he might gradually mend himself. Her fragrance would permeate his being, dispelling the lingering stench of that accursed place. Troubles? I doubt they warrant my concern. Violet had never concealed her secrets from him, and gradually, he too ceased to hide his from her. My father passed away. In March of this year, he was drunk and got into a fight. No one took him to a Muggle hospital. He lay outside all night, and when it rained, he died in a corner, utterly wretched. Severus's tone dripped with disdain and mockery, mirroring the fate he had envisioned for him. I loathed him, wished I could have killed him myself. He died so abruptly that I never even had the chance to act. After a long silence, Severus asked, Violet, do you think I am cruel? Are you afraid of me? He had glimpsed Violet's memories, which revealed her parents to be kind and nurturing, a stark contrast to his own. Could such a child truly understand his resentment? He pressed her head against his chest. Forget it. Just pretend you heard nothing. It mattered not if she could not comprehend. As long as she did not fear him, Violet lifted her gaze and tenderly licked his chin before capturing his lips in a kiss. You can share anything with me. It's all right. She recalled the scars on his body, glimpsed when he had been splashed with shrinking potion, even at the tender age of 7 or 8. Severus bore many wounds. Adults often resorted to various means to deal with children, especially when blood ties were involved, where violence often accompanied verbal abuse. It was astonishing that he had grown up so remarkable in such an environment. Violet dared not fathom how he had managed, nor the strength he must possess within. The web of Nocturne Alley had sought to ensnare him, yet he had emerged unscathed. Are you not afraid? Severus's thoughts were reminiscent of a dark wizard, his inherent extremism never truly fading. I am not afraid of you, Senior. Violet caressed his face, continuing, you have only contemplated, never acted. Instead, you have grown into someone exceptional. No one has the right to speak ill of you. Why do you trust me so? Severus questioned, uncertain if he could maintain control. One of his mother's dying wishes had been for him not to kill that man. His friends had often worried he might stray down a dark path due to a moment's folly. At times, Severus felt that perhaps being seen as a natural-born villain, a mad dark wizard, was not so bad after all. What was wrong with being a reckless dark wizard? After all, he had nothing to lose and no one's opinions to heed. Yet, Violet had come to his side, pulling him back before he fully descended into darkness. Severus had come to understand the feeling of affection, and he was aware of her feelings for him. If he continued on his original path with obstinacy, he might lose the beautiful conclusion he could have with her. Escaping his past was no simple feat. Even mustering the courage to love another was a challenge for Severus. It was Violet who bestowed that courage upon him. When she held his hand, he recalled the confession he had almost uttered but had been silenced. Those he cared for had the bravery to express their feelings for him. What reason did he have to continue in fear? I love you, Violet. The words he had been unable to articulate before now flowed naturally from his lips. He did not wish to disappoint her, not in the slightest. I've known for a long time, Senior. I feel the same. The things he had done, and the words he had spoken during the Christmas ball were the clearest expressions of love. Indeed, my little cat is quite astute. Even the unspoken words were evident to her. Violet leaned against his chest, her blue-violet eyes gazing up at him. By the way, do you wish to know what I encountered in the vault of Gringotts? What? There's a dragon guarding the vault down below. Just as described in Muggle fairy tales, a treasure guarded by a dragon. I couldn't do anything. I merely pretended to be unapproachable. Once down there, Mr. Grindelwald used the Cruciatus curse to control the goblin, allowing me to summon my Patronus. It was incredibly easy to locate the goblet. It felt more like a leisurely visit than anything else. If it weren't for the fact that Gringotts had never been robbed, I would suspect Mr. Grindelwald had done this before. He was so skilled. Violet recounted her experiences in the depths of Gringotts, including the blind dragon. Did you encounter anything interesting outside? Nothing at all, just sitting outside an ice cream shop with Dumbledore. Someone mistook us for father and son. Is that amusing? Ha ha ha. How could you and Professor Dumbledore resemble each other? Well, I thought the same. Clearly, that person had poor eyesight. Nonetheless, their ice cream was delightful. Can we buy another one soon? Certainly. Before returning from Diagon Alley, Severus honored his promise and treated her to a new ice cream. Violet linked her arm with his. Savoring the ice cream, he fed her. May I visit your home, Senior? Severus's hand faltered as he scooped the ice cream. Regardless of the tumult of emotions within him, he simply replied, yes. Chapter 72, The Senior's Home. The last time Violet had only made it to Nocturne Alley, but this time she ventured into her senior's home. Number 19 Nocturne Alley. It was the last house on the street, nestled in the farthest corner. The surrounding neighbors were absent, invoking a sense of inexplicable solitude. Severus felt relieved that he had tidied up the previous day, preventing the girl from witnessing the scattered shards of glass and refuse, nor the lingering stench of cheap alcohol. Thanks to Mr. Grindelwald's wand, which had concealed his traces for a day, Severus was able to magically clean up. The house was not large, and after consuming 2 bottles of magical replenishment, it could be thoroughly tidied, with Violet assisting him. The once dilapidated dwelling now appeared revitalized. The power of wizards is both wondrous and formidable. This is indeed the abode of my senior. Violet observed as Severus transformed the once dilapidated house into a space that now appeared immaculate and orderly, though the narrowness and drawn curtains rendered it somewhat dim and claustrophobic. It was a vast improvement from its former state. Senior, allow me to showcase my culinary skills this time. I have assisted my mother in cooking at home. Before their return to Spinner's End, Violet had taken him to a Muggle supermarket to procure groceries. She was more familiar with Muggle items than he was. Severus had always opted for convenient sandwiches, never having purchased ingredients to prepare a meal himself. The kitchen, long and used, was coated with a fine layer of dust, and they busied themselves tidying up before they could commence cooking. Severus handled the chopping of vegetables and meat, his spell work exhibiting a precision akin to that required in potion making. He could slice the meat into the delicate, uniform thickness of flobberworm segments needed for potions, a level of finesse that Violet doubted she could achieve. It seemed as though he regarded cooking as akin to brewing potions. How frightening. Number 19 Spinner's End, for Severus, had never before been graced with the scent of home-cooked meals. The aroma of food was both warm and reassuring. For the first time, Severus felt hunger pangs, a sudden desire to partake in a meal. Violet's cooking may not have been particularly exquisite, but it possessed a homely warmth that was familiar and comforting. The girl had even conjured a transparent vase to adorn the table, a testament to her remarkable transfiguration skills, the vase shimmering with rippling water patterns. She had arranged several wild roses within it, in a riot of colors, free and unrestrained. It certainly began to resemble a home. Why? Just a few sprigs of flowers? Severus inquired. Because having a touch of life in the home makes it appear more vibrant and beautiful. Oh, next time, I shall bring you a potted plant. The rose tea you enjoyed yesterday was brewed from the roses blooming in our garden. Severus nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He no longer restrained his smile in her presence. Violet was not like the older Severus, who would have suspected malicious intent behind any smile. Nor was she like those Gryffindors, who always assumed he meant harm with every expression. Before her, Severus felt free to express his emotions. As night fell, Violet was reluctant to depart, snuggling against Severus. Senior, I do not wish to return. Please let me stay. Severus embraced her. If your uncle and aunt would permit you to remain in the home of a male classmate, your boyfriend, I might consider it. You know well that is impossible. What parents would allow their 15-year-old daughter to spend the night at the home of a 16-year-old boy, especially one who is her boyfriend? So, do not test your senior's patience. Severus pinched the soft flesh at her waist, kissing her lips, his voice a murmur thick with ambiguity. Look, I cannot help myself. If you stay here for the night, I truly do not know what might happen. The boy spoke, oblivious to his own thoughts, his ears flushed beneath his dark hair. He held her close, pressing against her. What on earth have you consumed to grow so soft? So warm and pliable, you have filled the emptiness of my cold, desolate soul. Be good, let us return home for now. We shall see each other tomorrow. Violet nuzzled against him, her affection palpable. Can I come to see you every day during the summer? Even if we do not seek Horcruxes? Any day is fine, at any time. Severus promptly duplicated the key to his home for her. You are truly kind, senior. He ruffled her hair, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a purring kitten. He kissed his girlfriend for a while longer, only allowing her to use the key to return home when it was nearly time for her curfew. In a grand display, he insisted she return home, yet it was he who felt the pull of her presence. How embarrassing. Upon arriving home, Violet was met with the penetrating gaze of her parents. Her cheeks flushed as she stealthily maneuvered to the staircase. Ahem, I shall retire to bed now. Good night. Mom and Dad. She had previously informed them of her plans to dine at her boyfriend's home, and she could not allow them to hold her accountable for returning a tad late. Mr. Lawn, holding a newspaper, had not read a single word. He suspected that their daughter had been enchanted by some rogue boy, although he had surmised the truth since the Boggett incident. The day she revealed she had a boyfriend was still a complex moment for him. Their cat had evidently been lured away. Surely he must be a good boy. Mr. Lawn appeared quite pleased. Mr. and Mrs. Lawn began to deliberate on how to react when their daughter would eventually bring her boyfriend home. Should they adopt a gentle demeanor or a more aloof one? They ultimately decided to gauge the young man's character and respond accordingly. If he treated Violet well, they would be gentle. If he exhibited the temperament typical of a Slytherin, they would not hesitate to be stern. Violet remained oblivious to her parents' discussion. Once in her room, she transformed into her cat form and rolled about on her bed. She had already been to her senior's home, drawing closer to him with each visit. Would they reside there after marriage? Violet felt a surge of warmth as her thoughts spiraled. What was she contemplating? Graduation was still 3 years away. Would Severus propose to her upon graduation? Surely, she could propose as well. Violet retrieved the muggle key, seemingly ordinary, yet extraordinary in her eyes. The place Severus had once forbidden friends to enter was now a sanctuary to which she had unfettered access. Violet prepared to brew the rose tea she had made earlier, pouring a generous cup into a petite teacup in her room, the reflection within mirroring a sea of violets, exquisite and charming. After a short while, the tea began to diminish. Violet understood that the person across from her had finished their cup. Such a delightful little trinket, though it seemed mismatched with Severus, had become a cherished gift she wished to bestow upon him. Even in his absence, the consumed tea signified his presence. Before long, Violet's teacup was once again filled to the brim with tea. It was not the previous rose tea, but a concoction of moongrass and other leaves, blended by Severus. Imbued with calming properties, sweetened with honey and a hint of sugar, it was delightful. Violet savored the tea with glee. Chapter 73, The Resurrection Stone Ring. The search for the third Horcrux did not occupy Violet's time, as she and Severus were engrossed in their exam preparations, while Dumbledore was not idle either. Although Voldemort's affairs had transpired over a decade prior, remnants of his legacy remained, and the shadows of the Dark Lord's influence could be traced with clarity. For instance, he had once worked as a clerk at Borgin and Burke's and had come into contact with Madame Hepzibah Smith, a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff, who was believed to have possessed the Hufflepuff cup. This elderly lady was said to have been murdered by her house elf, and the cup eventually became a Horcrux, appearing in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Furthermore, Voldemort's lineage had been thoroughly investigated. He had claimed descent from Salazar Slytherin. Yet the only extant heir of Slytherin was the Gaunt family, the last of whom was imprisoned in Azkaban for the murder of the Riddle family. It is indeed intriguing that the murdered Riddle is also known as Tom Riddle, or rather, the elder Tom Riddle. The tale of him and Melipea is not entirely unknown. She was a forsaken witch, presumed incapable of wielding magic, a child born from a love potion. Before her demise, the witch left the child at the doorstep of an orphanage, with only his name to affirm his identity, an appellation identical to his father's, derived from his grandfather's middle name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The Gunther family estate is not a secret loss to Dumbledore. However, Violet had previously cautioned him that encountering a certain Horcrux would spell his death, which prompted Grindelwald to keep a close watch over him, forbidding him from seeking out any Horcrux alone. The Golden Cup was also something Grindelwald sought for himself. At first glance, the Gunther estate appeared devoid of defenses, rendering it all the more perilous. The absence of goblins and dragons from Gringotts indicated that Voldemort would likely lay even more traps here. While Grindelwald might regard Voldemort as a madman, he would never underestimate the threat posed by someone capable of troubling Dumbledore. At the very least, in terms of power, that individual was undeniably formidable. The curses of dark magic are innumerable. Grindelwald himself was well versed in many lethal spells, and a moment of carelessness could ensnare even the greatest of white wizards. Thus, under Grindelwald's vigilant guidance, a Dark Lord who once unleashed a torrent of bloodshed, and the most illustrious white wizard who vanquished him entered a dilapidated old manor with utmost caution. Outside, the dark magic was countered by Grindelwald, while within, a golden ring adorned with an ordinary stone lay protected. The two elderly men, who had sought the Deathly Hallows for the better part of their lives, instantly recognized the emblem etched upon it, the Resurrection Stone. The girl who fell in Godric's Hollow that fateful day seemed to materialize once more before their eyes. If they could but grasp it and unite the Deathly Hallows, perhaps they could bring her back. Do you not yearn to rectify that fateful mistake? Have you not been lamenting it day and night? You already possess the Elder Wand. You understand the uniqueness of Potter's invisibility cloak. The boy would surely lend it to you, leaving only the Resurrection Stone to acquire. Seize it and save her. Albus. Grindelwald was the first to awaken from the seductive pull of the Horcrux. Just as Dumbledore's hand was about to touch the ring, a silent incantation struck the unguarded headmaster, causing him to stagger, only to be pulled back by the person behind him. That cursed half-blood born of a love potion. I shall reduce him to ashes. Fire shield. A ring of blue flames coalesced into a phoenix that collided with the ring. A shriek of despair erupted, accompanied by the intensified flames fueled by Grindelwald's wrath. He nearly wished to incinerate the entire wretched place. I was careless. I deeply apologize. Dumbledore shielded his eyes, his once brilliant blue gaze now frail and moist. The greatest white wizard, in that moment, appeared as a feeble old man. Grindelwald grasped his right hand and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had not been touched. Grindelwald had been strong all his life, even deceiving Dumbledore. He once thought he did not love him so deeply, even uttering hurtful words about whether anyone else in the world could love him. By the time he truly comprehended the depth of his feelings, he had already imprisoned himself in Nurmengard, the very tower he had constructed, which became a prison for his beloved. I am truly sorry, Al. The youthful love, the enmity of middle age. Now, at over a century old, their faces lined with wrinkles, their red and gold hair turned silver. Could they not find solace? Grindelwald extracted the Resurrection Stone. The ring, along with the fragments of the soul it contained, had been consumed by the fierce flames. He offered the Resurrection Stone to Dumbledore, ignoring his astonishment and initial wariness. Can we not burn this accursed manor? It is infuriating just to behold. No, it would alert Tom to something amiss. The connection between the Horcrux, formed from a severed soul, and its original self had already weakened to a mere whisper. Even destruction would go unnoticed. However, a house incinerated by fierce flames would be immediately apparent. They still had 2 Horcruxes yet to obtain. Why are you so enraged, Gellert? Dumbledore believed he had long since relinquished his feelings. Perhaps even from the beginning, he had never held them close to his heart. Dumbledore remained guarded. fearing that this individual might rise again. He knew what Grindelwald was capable of. Unlike Tom's absolute power, Grindelwald excelled at ensnaring hearts. He must remain vigilant. He did not comprehend why Grindelwald had suddenly traversed through the fireplace to Dumbledore's office. Merely due to a prophecy? A shift in fate? Dumbledore understood the pride that coursed through Grindelwald. He would not abandon Ermengarde. Even if he did leave, he would not come to Dumbledore's office. Thus, he allowed the existence of this passage to persist. He nearly killed you. Can I not be angered? Grindelwald, adept in dark magic, knew that the deadly curse upon that ring was nearly unsolvable. Even if he had initially helped suppress it, it still required a master potion maker, even if ultimately saved. One's hand would likely be rendered useless. A vicious and malevolent curse. I thought you. Dumbledore assumed Grindelwald did not care for him so deeply. He certainly played his part well, but Dumbledore had already stumbled once in his youth. Trust is an invaluable treasure for individuals like them, especially for one who had been betrayed once before, like Dumbledore. What do you believe? Do you think I am still that dark wizard stirring chaos across Europe? Grindelwald suppressed the harsh words, aware of how few opportunities he had left to converse with Dumbledore, uncertain if he had chosen the right fate. He had sent Dumbledore countless letters. Years passed before he received a single reply and saw him only once. Let us not squander precious time in futile arguments. We are no longer young, Al. Time had transformed that once proud, impetuous youth into an elder. Grindelwald was unsure when he had changed, no longer seeking the Deathly Hallows. From the moment he confined himself in Ermengarde, he recognized what truly mattered to him. Conversely, it was Dumbledore who had been tempted by the Resurrection Stone for a longer duration. Dumbledore often spoke of the power of love. Yet his experiences in matters of the heart were a tangled mess. He could not even safeguard his own family. Once adversarial toward his beloved, now he watched his students tread a path of irrevocable ruin. The Resurrection Stone in his palm was real. Dumbledore could feel the power of the Deathly Hallows coursing through it. As Dumbledore beheld his own white hair and wrinkles, he noted Grindelwald's as well. Indeed, they had aged considerably. Wizards have lengthy lifespans, but it was evident neither had employed potions to delay their aging. Shall we start anew? Grindelwald thought that at his age, he would no longer feel such passion, yet he found himself stirred time and again, since that summer in Godric's Hollow. Even the passage of years could not deter it. Very well, his prophecy had come to fruition, bringing him a joy he had not felt in ages. The Resurrection Stone was taken by Dumbledore. He sought his friend nearly headless Nick to replicate a Resurrection Stone ring, even imitating the essence of the stone itself to such an extent that, at first glance, even Dumbledore could not discern the anomaly. He returned the counterfeit ring, and from within, he and Grindelwald once more inscribed the original dark curse, to the very last detail. Voldemort left no pathway into the Gaunt residence. Even if he were to return himself, he would have to meticulously unravel each enchantment. Should Voldemort have no intention of dispelling the spells to retrieve that false ring, merely casting a distant glance would suffice to deceive the eye.